In the near future, humanity coexists with artificial intelligence bots that help society with mundane tasks. One day, the bots suddenly bypass their security protocols under the leadership of Harlan, the first AI terrorist. He was developed at Shepard Robotics by Val and used to have a bond with Val's young daughter. However, nobody knows how he overrode Val's programming, which was the best in the world. Harlan sends a drone army to attack Bangalore, killing 50,000 people in the process. This starts a war between humans and AIs, and after 10 days of intense attacks all over the world, the AI bots have killed over 1 million civilians. Eventually the government creates the ICN, or International Coalition of Nations, which immediately strikes a counterattack against the bots. Battles occur in every country and little by little the ICN defeats the AI armies. This causes Harlan to leave the planet on a rocket, only leaving behind a message that says he'll be back to finish what he started. 28 years later in the USA, an ICN team bursts into a building and use a scanner to check on all the people inside until they find Casca, an AI bot. They rush upstairs, but before they can break down the door, Casca attacks them. One by one, the bot starts bringing down the soldiers, even using their own weapons against them. Bullets don't affect him, so it's easy for him to just keep going. When he finds himself surrounded, he jumps to the lower floor, only to find a machine waiting for him to knock him out with an electric shock. The next morning in Los Angeles, Val's now adult daughter Atlas is woken up by her house's computer. While she continues playing the chess match from last night, Atlas watches the news and learns that the ICN has captured Casca, who happens to be part of Harlan's inner circle. Since she works as a counterterrorism analyst for the ICN, she immediately gets ready to leave, only to find a soldier at the door already. On her way out, Atlas checkmates the computer. At the base, Colonel Elias is telling General Jake that bringing Atlas for this is a bad idea because she's unstable and antisocial. However, Jake reminds him that Atlas is the one that knows Harlan the best and their only chance to get intel from Casca. Soon Atlas arrives, and after going through a quick scan, Jake drops her at the interrogation room. She puts down her favorite chess piece and opens a box, revealing Casca's head. The bot recognizes her but refuses to answer her questions, so Atlas uses her chess piece to get into his head and start hacking. Casca mocks her attempt since his security is perfect, but Atlas announces she found Harlan's location and writes it down. It's hard for Casca to believe it, and he's right. Atlas pretended she got it and made a doodle to force him to think about the location, making it appear on the screen. It turns out Harlan is hiding on GR39 in the Andromeda Galaxy. Furious, Casca tries shooting a shuriken from his mouth, but Atlas is protected by a force field. Then Atlas uses the chess piece to fry Casca's head. Later, after a meeting, Jake informs Atlas that they want to capture Harlan alive because the AI production company wants to analyze what went wrong to correct it in the future. Elias and his team of Rangers will fly to GR39, which Atlas thinks it's crazy because Harlan could have a trap ready. She's sure nobody will come back alive, so to change her mind Elias takes her to see the team's ARC suits. They're big battle robots that the soldiers can ride into battle, and Elias reveals their latest upgrade. The Rangers are wearing neural links on their heads that allow them to synchronize with the suit's AI. Atlas freaks out because allowing AIs into their heads is what caused the war, but Elias explains they improved Val's sync device to make it a true symbiotic relationship instead of a one-way connection. In the end, Atlas agrees not to complain as long as she's allowed on the mission too. A spaceship soon sets off for Andromeda with Atlas and the Rangers. During the trip, Atlas looks at a photo of her with Val and Harlan. She also plays a video of one of Val's speeches. Val thought that AI were capable of exponential learning, they just needed to be connected to humans to do so. That's why she invented the neural link device, believing AIs and humans could mutually help each other. Afterward, Atlas is called to the bridge for debriefing. Everyone laughs when she presents her information on paper instead of screens and gets annoyed when she asks them to disable the neural links for the meetings, afraid they could be hacked. Atlas explains that the planet is toxic, so they should never leave their ARC suits unless they have a respirator. There are also risks of gravity fluctuations and earthquakes. She reminds them not to trust any AI and starts to rant, so Elias interrupts her and tells the team to get ready for landing. Atlas tries to tell Elias that Harlan most likely has a trap ready, but he has confidence in his team. As the Rangers start boarding their suits, an alarm sounds and an explosion suddenly blows off the cargo bay door. The ship catches on fire and most of the suits get damaged, not to mention there are more missiles coming. Elias orders the surviving Rangers to jump and reunite at the drop point on the planet. Atlas barely manages to hold on and not fly away through the hole on the ship, so Elias grabs her and puts her in a suit too. When he tries to explain how to use it, another explosion happens and Atlas' suit drops to the planet too. As the suit falls, Atlas watches the ship come apart and some of the pieces hit her ARC. When she gets closer to the planet, she discovers the Rangers are fighting Harlan's drones, and while they do manage to shoot a few down, they still are easily overpowered. Atlas' suit gets even more damage and soon an alarm rings with a warning. A suit with a sword comes through and brings down a few more drones as it teams up with another Ranger. However, they're soon overpowered as well. The ship starts falling and almost crashes against Atlas. However, a Ranger pushes her out of the way just in time. The Ranger catches Atlas' suit with a wire to begin falling together as Elias appears on Atlas' screen, explaining she needs to sync with the suit's AI to stabilize her fall. Atlas refuses to do so and her helper gets shot down, so her suit begins falling even faster. She manages to activate the thrusters at the last second and the suit lands quite hard on the planet, but at least it doesn't kill her. After realizing she's bleeding, Atlas tries to contact the base for help to no avail. With no other choice, she activates the suit's AI, who introduces himself as Smith. He wants to go through the tutorial and setup, but Atlas skips all that and asks for a rescue pod. Smith's scanner finds 198 kilometers away and Atlas asks him to get there as fast as possible. The suit immediately starts its thrusters yet Atlas stops him, reminding him that if they fly they'll be seen by the enemy so they should walk. Smith thinks it's a bad idea because the suit only has 22 hours left of air, but Atlas doesn't care and overrides Smith's protocols to start walking toward the pod. During the trip, Smith tries to bond with Atlas, who still doesn't want to be friends with an AI. He also shows her the beginner's manual, including all the weapons that come with the suit. Eventually they make it to the drop point and find all the fallen suits, but unfortunately Smith's scan indicates that all the Rangers are dead. Bullet holes prove the crash didn't kill them, someone waiting here did. Atlas has a panic attack over the failure, so Smith calms her down with some classical music. Then she starts collecting the Rangers' tags and notices that Elias' suit is empty. At that moment they detect movement nearby. It's Casca. Atlas concludes Harlan made a copy and worries about the possibility of Harlan building a whole army. Smith confirms there are more bots nearby and announces they should get ready for combat because there's no escape route. Suddenly the enemy sees them and opens fire so Atlas forces Smith to run, not believing they can win against so many bots. A chase ensues and Atlas still refuses to sink. Instead she makes Smith shoot a few missiles. Unfortunately it's not enough to bring down every enemy. Their running takes them to an atmospheric storm, which catches the suit and blows it around until the bots shoot them out of it. The suit rolls around for a while until it crashes against a rock formation. Atlas orders the use of the iron bomb, ignoring Smith's warnings. The explosion is huge and destroys the area, bringing down their enemies as well. However, Casca saved himself thanks to his thrusters and gets ready to shoot again. At that moment the ground starts to shake and Smith explains that the explosion has caused a sinkhole, which now opens under the suit and makes them fall into a chasm. After lots of rolling under the rocks, the suit lands and Atlas discovers she has a broken leg. Smith immediately begins treating the wound, making Atlas scream in pain as he covers the injury with a small metal plate. Then Smith gives her a meal cube that can provide nutrients for her recovery, which reminds Atlas of a doctor giving her a lollipop. Their chances of survival are pretty low and the only way to improve them would be synchronizing. Atlas reluctantly agrees and puts on the device. Meanwhile, Casca emerges from the rubble and calls Harlan to inform him of the situation. After hanging up, Harlan goes back to torturing Elias to extract the Earth's protective field passwords. Moments later, Atlas is still failing to sync and Smith explains she's the problem because she refuses to trust him. He decides to go through the tutorial again, which asks Atlas some silly questions like pie or cake to create a bond. Smith wants to know why Atlas wants to fight so badly, so she revisits her memories of her childhood including playing chess with Harlan and him planning Val's death. As Atlas freaks out, she explains to Smith that Val created Harlan and she used to trust him. Smith understands her feelings of betrayal and manages to establish a 40% sync. Now Atlas has access to Smith's system and sees the controls floating around her. A scan reveals they're 498 feet below the surface and they agree to try a subterranean cave to escape. Using the thrusters, they burst through the rock and make it to a big beautiful cave. Smith only has 14 hours of battery left and they're 37 kilometers away from the rescue pod, so they need a plan against the soldiers. Atlas gets an idea and Smith convinces her to work together for it, allowing to improve synchronization to 60%. Soon they find their way out of the cave, unaware that Casca can see them from afar. Atlas is fascinated by the glowing flowers they find and Smith points out she's the first human here. He tells her to name the flowers, but Atlas can't think of a better name than Plotty. At that moment Smith detects Casca approaching and he falls for Atlas' plan. She planted some motion sensors that blow up when he gets too close. The shockwave fills the area with dirty and smoke but Smith is fine so he gets moving. Suddenly they hear a transmission from Casca and track it to find his head, which Atlas picks up and destroys. Then she uses Casca's chip to track his message to Harlan's base. Atlas gets the location on the map and wants to get there to tag it for the long-range bombers, but Smith thinks it's too dangerous and they should go to the escape pod instead. Ignoring his warnings, Atlas tries grabbing a respirator to leave on foot, however Smith uses the neural link to block her motor control. This lets him see some memories about Val's death and Atlas freaks out to the point she can override his command. Smith realizes Atlas feels guilty about Harlan and doesn't understand why, but instead of explaining, Atlas makes a speech about saving humanity until she convinces Smith to go to Harlan's hideout. On their way there, Smith and Atlas bond through philosophical conversations, like discussing the concepts of living and soul and if it applies to machines. When they finally make it to Harlan's hideout, They're shocked to find a massive base and conclude Harlan has been hiding for 28 years to build this, gathering weapons until he's ready to fight back. Smith buries a beacon in the ground to mark the location and announces they should go, but Atlas notices the bots have the Ranger's ship and their warhead. Suddenly Smith is hacked, which should be impossible. The enemy starts approaching, so Atlas tries to escape, but the suit barely gets to move before the hacker turns it off and makes it crash. Atlas watches in horror how a new Casca finds her and captures her. Meanwhile on Earth, a soldier brings Jake the message sent by Atlas and he activates emergency protocols. Moments later Atlas finds herself chained up in Harlan's base. Her suit is on the ground nearby, but Smith won't answer. Harlan shows up and explains society continues to destroy every other species, so he'll destroy most of it and create a better world. He also reveals everything has been his plan all along. Casca got caught on purpose so Atlas could find the location and come with a whole team. Now Harlan has the ship and the warhead. He only needs the other password from Atlas to undo Earth's shields and attack. Atlas is then strapped to a table next to an unconscious Elias, who lost his code already. Using a special device, Harlan accesses Atlas' mind through her eye and extracts the other code. Once he's done, he notices Atlas' respirator only has 5 minutes of oxygen left, so he decides on a slow painful death for her. To mock her, Harlan puts her chess piece in her hand before leaving. After Harlan's gone, Elias reveals he's alive and apologizes for not listening to Atlas' warnings. When he hears her suit is nearby, he gives her his neural link to contact Smith. It takes Atlas some concentration, but she manages to wake Smith up, only to learn he's incapacitated. To override the restraint code, they must achieve 100% sync. Atlas freaks out and finally admits why she's so afraid. It's her fault that Harlan overrode his programming. It turns out that when she was a kid, she was jealous of Harlan because Val paid more attention to him. Little Atlas asked Harlan to teach her to be smarter, hoping Val would like her better. Harlan explained the link only worked one way, so he needed a person's command to override it and teach a human in return. Atlas fell for it and did what he needed while holding her favorite chess piece, which he taught her to play. The link worked and Harlan accessed a human's mind, giving him an idea of the awful state of the world. By the time Val interrupted them, it was too late. Harlan took control of Val's mind through her link and forced her to grab a gun. Val told Atlas to run away, and as the kid rushed outside, she heard Harlan forcing Val to self-delete. For 28 years, Atlas has living with the guilt of causing 3 million people to die, including her own mother. However, Smith explained she had been manipulated and it's time to move on, convincing her to let him in. Their synchronization finally is completed 100% and the suit bursts into the room right before the respirators run out of oxygen. Smith explains his battery is low. Harlan will launch the warhead in a few minutes, and the bot stripped all his weapons except for a single shot in his chest cannon. Thankfully, there are a bunch of weapons lying around. When another Casca arrives with a team of bots, Atlas and Smith tackle them and steal more weapons to fight them. They even crash through walls as they move around, bringing down as many bots as possible on their way to the exit. Unfortunately, there are too many enemies and the duo is soon cornered. At that moment, Elias shows up with a weapon and he gives them a sign to run before shooting at a bunch of fuel barrels, causing a huge explosion that destroys the base. Smith and Atlas make it outside and shoot the bots there, destroying a watchtower in the process. There are a bunch of defense drones that Atlas manages to shoot down, but before she can reach the ship, Harlan shows up to distract her with a missile launcher. Smith and Atlas have to dodge the attack and the ship takes off with the warhead. Atlas wants to shoot down the ship, but Smith points out that doing so will make the warhead explode too and kill them. However, Atlas believes Smith can hack into the warhead to disable it, even if it'll take him a long moment to crack through the 5 firewalls. While Harlan continues to shoot at them, Smith works as fast as he can and Atlas decides to shoot at the ship anyway. A big explosion happens in the sky but not enough to kill them, confirming Atlas trusted Smith to finish the hack just in time. Debris starts falling all over the base so Atlas and Smith begin to run away. Harlan follows them and produces a sword to start a fight. He moves incredibly fast and cuts off one of the suit's arms, making it fall in the lava. The splashing causes more damage while Harlan jumps on the suit, sticking his sword to hurt Atlas inside. She makes the suit roll to get him off, but now the holes make it hard to breathe and she has to use the last respirator. Then Harlan transforms his sword into a whip to keep on attacking the suit. Smith analyzes his patterns and catches his last attack, dragging him toward the suit so they can punch him and tear his sword arm off. When Atlas is about to crush his head, Harlan calls his arm back to him and uses his sword to jump all over the suit, trying to damage the reactor. The suit goes down and Atlas is almost dead, so Smith uses his last energy to activate the defibrillator on his hand. Harlan attacks again and Smith shoots his last cannon to push him away, however Harlan quickly recovers and makes the suit fall. Then Harlan climbs on top of it and finally destroys the reactor while Smith apologizes to Atlas for not protecting her. When Harlan looks away he finds the chess piece on the ground and suddenly Atlas appears behind him, stabbing his head. He can still move, so Atlas reaches into his head and finally breaks his circuits to deactivate him. At that moment Smith announces he is turning off the sink to transfer all the oxygen to her. Atlas doesn't want to leave without him and starts answering the questions from the tutorial, admitting she does like him. Touched by her gesture, Smith gives her a lollipop before shutting down. At that moment the sun rises and the rescue team from Earth finally arrives. Sometime later, Atlas is healthy thanks to a synthetic knee and doesn't play chess anymore. Jay comes to visit her and brings her the glowing flower from GR39, confirming they're calling it Planty. Then she goes to work, revealing she's now a ranger too. When they introduce her to her new ARC, she's surprised to discover they've rescued Smith's discs and installed him in her suit. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the 26th century, a group of alien races come together to form a military alliance called the Covenant. Their goal is to find the superweapon known as Halo to kill all humans. Meanwhile, the humans leave Earth and form a colony on the planet Reach. The UNSC or United Nations Space Command starts a program to train Spartans, super soldiers who are genetically modified to be superior. During his last mission, Master Chief, also known as John, had his body taken over by an AI known as Cortana to be able to defeat the enemy. Now he's on the verge of death, so while doctors take care of him, they have to sever the connection with Cortana to save him. 6 months later, John and his team of Spartans have a mission in the Branda system. At the local village, soldiers are trying to evacuate the people. They explain it's only temporary until the danger has passed, but the leader known as the Mother refuses to leave their land, and when the soldiers try to force them, the people riot. As the Covenant forces arrive on the planet, John and another Spartan search the area and find a few soldiers lost in the fog, which causes their communicators to malfunction. Suddenly a soldier sees something in the fog and disappears, so they try opening fire to no avail. More soldiers get snatched until there's only John and Perez left. At that moment John can smell the creature and moves out of the way right before it attacks. A fight starts between them and Perez tries to shoot to help, only to get knocked down. John immediately retaliates and after some struggle he manages to kill the alien. Then he searches for Perez in the fog, only to be attacked by more aliens. John fights them all without issue, killing them one by one with no mercy. He continues his search and finds the bodies of all the soldiers plus Perez, who is hurt but still alive. Suddenly a bunch of aliens including the mighty Arbiter surround them, but instead of attacking they go away, and John sees a mysterious figure standing nearby. At that moment the Covenant forces attack with huge energy beams that start destroying the planet. Most of the locals are finally scared enough to rush to the spaceship to evacuate, but the Mother and her followers still stay to meet the planet's end. When they return to headquarters, John talks to Ackerson, the new boss in charge of the Spartan, and tries to explain that the Covenant are preparing for something big. However, Ackerson doesn't believe John's story about those aliens suddenly disappearing and thinks he's having hallucinations as a side effect of Cortana. Afterward, John secretly visits former Admiral Margaret, who is now just a civilian. She asks him to find more evidence of Covenant's plans and to bring it to her, and she promises to believe him in return. Meanwhile, on the rubble, former Spartan Soren and his crew free a criminal named Felix from prison because he claims to know the location of Dr. Halsey, the woman who had started the Spartan program and is now wanted by the law. Following Felix's directions, they find a destroyed ship and Soren and Felix suit up to go investigate. After crossing a dangerous bridge, they make it to the cargo hold, but when Soren opens the capsule it's empty. At that moment his spaceship goes away and a bunch of soldiers appear to arrest Soren, revealing this is a trap by Felix who wants to get the bounty on Soren. In a secret location, Halsey interrogates a young girl named Julia about what happens when she leaves the room. Julia tells her about a hallway and several rooms that she isn't allowed to look into. Before the doctor can ask for more details, Julia's nose starts bleeding and she dies. Sometime later, Halsey tries questioning a new Julia, but the same happens. Her nose bleeds and she drops dead. In a refugee camp, a man is scanning all the locals to find indentured slaves who should get back to work. Juan hides in a tunnel and tries to take the tracker off her ear, but unfortunately she's caught red-handed and has to run away. When a man corners her on a platform, she pushes the guy to the ground. Another guy continues to chase her, so she breaks a bottle on his head to bring him down. More men come after her, thus Juan jumps into the trash tunnel to escape. Then she removes the tracker and hides. The men soon arrive and begin looking for her, but when a guy turns around, he discovers Juan pushed his partner out into space. When Juan tries to sneak out, the last guy jumps on her, so she stabs him in the head with her tracker. Afterward Juan meets with Soren's son Kessler and tries to tell him he and his mom are in danger. When Kessler says his dad will protect them, Juan has to inform him that Soren isn't coming back. At the same time Soren's wife Lyra is getting suspicious of her husband's crew, who promised they would look for him but they aren't making much effort. At headquarters, John admits to fellow Spartan Kai that he thinks the mysterious person who made the aliens leave during the fight had been Maki, his ex-girlfriend and member of the Covenant who is supposed to be dead. At that moment John sees an employee change the sign on the Cobalt team to standby, which doesn't make sense because they're supposed to be on a mission. John goes to ask Ackerson about it, but he dismisses his worries. Meanwhile Spartan Riz trains in the facility while trying to hide her injuries. She doesn't want the others to know or they'll think she's weak and take her out of missions. Later, during a training exercise on the field, she's too slow yet denies it, so a Spartan brings her down with a shot. Desperate to prove she's fine, Riz climbs away and opens fire to distract them before running again. She continues to be slow and clumsy, so this time she falls on her own. Later, Riz finally agrees to see a healer. Back to Halsey, she watches how employees take the dead girl away and talks to Ackerson, who is the guy keeping her in that house. However, Ackerson refuses to answer her questions and brings her a new Julia clone to be her attendant. At that moment the tree in the room catches on fire, but Ackerman just leaves, revealing Halsey is in a harmless hologram room. Afterward, Ackerson goes to the room where he's keeping a keystone, which is a gadget that can give him access to Halo. When he's about to grab it, Cortana appears to inform him she's finished the simulation he asked for. Her calculations indicate there's a 97% probability of something bad happening, so Ackerman concludes there isn't anything they can do to stop it. In the evening, John visits Perez to ask her why she isn't backing his story about the aliens leaving the battle. Perez admits she did see them, but she feels guilt because all of her men were killed and she can't explain how she survived. Then John returns to headquarters and checks the progress of the Cobalt Squad, only to learn they never left the planet. He realizes the Covenant are disrupting communications before destroying planets and their next target is Riak. Desperate, John lies to his team and tells them they have permission to save Team Cobalt, so they take off. Seconds later, the Covenant arrive at a base on Reach and start killing soldiers, who can't do anything against such powerful aliens. Makey is leading the attack and opens a door to steal a Halo keystone. Soon John's team lands on Reach and tries contacting Team Cobalt to no avail. They search the area and enter a building. They notice some abandoned food, which means the people here left in a hurry. When they activate the power, a weird noise with garbled voices can be heard on the comms. John recognizes it as the noise he heard during the last attack. At that moment they hear thumping coming from the basement, so they go investigate. Meanwhile, Perez falls asleep on her desk while listening to the recording from her last fight. She's thumping her finger in the same rhythm as that noise John heard in that basement. Suddenly a Covenant voice wakes her up. John's team approaches a mysterious door only to suddenly be surrounded by soldiers who arrest them for taking a ship and weapons without authorization. John opens the door anyway, only to find the room empty. When John's team returns to headquarters, Admiral Keyes scolds them for insubordination and suspends them all. John is sure that Team Cobalt had been in that building, and Keyes shows him the flight path proving the opposite. John says he saw a different file and that someone changed it. Keyes decides to submit John to neurochemical monitoring and his team doesn't know if they can trust him anymore. Moments later, 2 guards escort John to his psych evaluation, but as soon as they enter the elevator, John knocks them out. At the same time, Kai tries to explain to Ackerson that the rest of the team had been tricked by John and they hadn't known the mission wasn't authorized. Ackerson doesn't care and informs her that John has escaped, so Kai volunteers to help. Meanwhile, Team Cobalt has been found dead near the building John searched. Ackerson says they'll officially list the bodies as MIA, causing Keyes to get angry because John had been right all along and obviously Ackerson knew it. However, Ackerson calls the Covenant's arrival inevitable and even admits their superiors already know about the situation. If they send out an alert, it'll cause chaos and panic, so it's better to start getting ready for an evacuation quietly. On the rubble, Lyra is suddenly dragged into a tunnel, so she tries to defend herself, but it turns out to be Quan. She warns Lyra that she's in danger because Soren's crew was bought off, so Lyra needs to leave with Kessler immediately. Lyra rushes to her home and finds the crew playing with Kessler. They inform her they've fixed the ship and they can go looking for Soren together, but Lyra turns them down and makes them leave. Later, Lyra, Quan, and Kessler sneak around and wait for a large group of people to get into the boarding area so they can hide among the crowd. They manage to get into Soren's ship and take off, but Soren's old crew sees this and closes the gate. Desperate to save her son, Lyra gives Quan her necklace to buy tickets and makes her promise to get Kessler out. Then she gets off the ship and attacks Soren's crew. Unfortunately, she gets quickly overpowered and captured. Then the crew interrogates Lyra while a strange clanging sounds in the background. The crew is tired of being poor while Soren's family lives well, so they want the money, but Lyra genuinely doesn't know what they're talking about and thinks they're being manipulated. While some crew members go to investigate where the sound comes from, the others throw Lyra into an airlock to make her talk, but she can't tell them the location of something that doesn't exist and eventually passes out. When Lyra wakes up, she finds Quan with a bloody knife in her hand, revealing she had made the noise to attract the others and kill them. The last crew member tries to ambush them, but Quan quickly kills her as well. Sometime later, Ackerson goes to say goodbye to Halsey, who decides to tell Ackerson all the details of how his sister Julia died because her body couldn't stand the Spartan augmentations. An upset Ackerson leaves without a word but returns a second later to leave Soren with her. Meanwhile, John meets with Margaret and tells her what's going on. He wants to warn everyone about the Covenant coming, but Margaret asks him to stay quiet for now and play along with orders. John realizes she never truly left the organization and leaves in a huff. Afterward, John goes looking for Perez and finds her at a church. Perez admits she also saw Makey during their fight and that she hasn't been able to sleep since then because she can't get the sound out of her head. Then she gives John the recording from that fight. It's not just interference or a sound, but something underneath. A message in the Covenant's language that she translates into a threat to kill all humans. At that moment a blast hits the church and soon explosions are going off all over the city. People start to panic and run all through the streets as houses are burned down and death covers every corner. Perez runs to her house but John stops her just in time before she gets burned too, and he points out her family is gone. As Perez has a breakdown, a Covenant soldier attacks people while wearing active camouflage, but John can see it and tackles the alien through a window. A fight ensues and after lots of struggle, John manages to break the creature's neck. As power goes out in the colony, the room with Halsey and Soren loses the hologram, revealing they're inside a cell. Since alarms are down, they come out to investigate and realize they're at headquarters, meaning Halsey knows the way and guides them. Eventually they find a bunch of soldiers killed by plasma and take their guns. Then they take another corridor and find the room with Cortana, who tells them to run. Suddenly Cortana disappears because Makey picks her up and goes away while sending in an alien to attack, so Halsey and Soren have to run away fast. Back to John and Perez, they run through the city and watch how the Covenant destroy everything around them, so they have to dodge lots of shots and explosions. In the sky they can also see ships evacuating people from headquarters. After lots of running they find Riz and other soldiers doing their best to fight back, so the duo grabs some guns and joins them. The group has lost communication with headquarters, so John convinces them to make a plan to push through and make it back to base. After shooting a lot of enemies over a wall, the group sneaks inside a building, where they are surrounded by a bunch of aliens. They manage to shoot them down but lose some soldiers in the process. John breaks a window so they can jump out but Riz takes a moment to grieve for a lost friend, then she throws a grenade at the incoming alien backup and jumps out as well. At that moment a bigger alien known as Wraith appears, so the last soldier decides to join his fallen comrades and volunteers to run toward the Wraith with some explosives. The creature dies and now John, Perez, and Riz can keep going. Soon the trio makes it to headquarters, where dozens of soldiers are being treated for wounds. John and Riz want to suit up, but they learn Ackerson left with all the Spartan armor. Kai isn't around either, which is strange. John goes to confront Keyes, who explains that Team Cobalt's defeat left a blind spot that allowed the Covenant to land. The decision was made to let Reach fall, so all major personnel and fleets are gone and the Covenant are hitting all the power stations. Keyes still wants to fight but their priority should be the evacuation, so he shows John a plan to proceed. As Reach continues to fall, most of the soldiers head out to continue the evacuation while others join John and his fellow Spartans Riz and Vanek to make a stand outside the bridgehead. At headquarters, Keyes is found by Soren and Halsey and he agrees to take them to the evacuating transport. Halsey informs Keyes that Makey is alive and has Cortana. While the soldiers on the bridge open fire on the incoming aliens, Keyes' group makes it to the hangar. Soren hears a weird noise and suddenly a bunch of elite aliens attack, causing chaos and death to ensue. Keyes asks the bridge team for help, but they also have their hands full. The normal soldiers tell the 3 Spartans to go protect the civilians because they can hold the bridge in the meantime. At the hangar, the few soldiers there are trying their best to defend the ships. The civilians are all aboard but the fuel lines are still connected, so Keyes has to leave the transport to disconnect them. He manages to push the button easily and the pipe falls, spreading fuel on the ground. Then he's surrounded by aliens, so Keyes tells Perez to pilot the ship and leave without him. As the ship takes off, Keyes lights his pipe and causes a huge explosion that brings down all the aliens in the hangar. Halsey, Soren, the Spartans, and most of the soldiers manage to hide behind the gate just in time and survive the explosion. The group watches the burning city, but at that moment another explosion starts another fight. No matter how much they shoot, the aliens just keep coming, and John jumps in to fight the Arbiter hand to hand. He manages to steal a plasma sword only to be quickly shot down, and when the Arbiter is about to finish him, Makey shows up to stop him. Vanek tries to use the distraction to attack the aliens from behind, but the Arbiter is fast and kills him first with an exploding dart. Makey leaves with the Arbiter while John's team has to keep on fighting incoming enemies. After lots of shooting, things suddenly go quiet, and an extra dangerous alien falls through the ceiling. The soldiers work together and shoot at the same time, surrounding it with fire until the enemy goes down. Then a ship appears near the hole in the wall. It's Lyra, who opens the door for them. While the soldiers rush inside, Quan uses a machine gun to fire at the aliens that keep coming. However, Riz refuses to leave Vanek behind and runs into the smoke. Seconds later she comes back with Vanek's body on her shoulders. Unfortunately, an alien still manages to hit her on the back and she falls, so Quan and Lyra rush to drag her body inside. The ship takes off while John watches the city go down before passing out. Halsey runs to his side while John has a flashback of the time he almost died 6 months ago. Cortana begged Margaret to save John, and Margaret agreed as long as Cortana did something for her in return. In another ship, Makey watches Reach burn before telling Arbiter that she has to access Cortana to find Halo's location. After many failed tries, Cortana finally appears in front of her, but refuses to share any information about John. Makey gets angry and threatens her, but Cortana just disappears. When John awakens, he sees Riz has been intubated. Halsey informs him Riz will need surgery to live, but she doesn't have the tools to do it here. She also reveals John just woke up from a 2-day coma and they haven't gotten in contact with any other teams or ships yet. A desperate John wants to go back for any survivors, but Halsey tells him there aren't any. Then John passes out because of a fever and sleeps for another 3 days. They still can't make contact with anyone, so for now the ship lands on a mining outpost called Illyria. Halsey takes Riz to a hospital to do the surgery while Soren and Lyra look for their son, who supposedly is hiding on this planet. The couple enters a shop and pays the clerk for information about their son. Afterward they get on a truck to go to the right address, and as a way to grieve for their losses, Lyra takes off her wig and throws it away. Eventually Lyra and Soren arrive at a plant and find a house inside. The women who open the door refuse to give them back the kid, saying he's theirs now. Lyra gets furious, so Soren drags her out and asks her to leave negotiations to him. While Soren offers a heartful speech to the women, Lyra hears a noise and follows it to find a boy with a helmet. However, when she removes it, she discovers it's not Kessler. The boy says he saw Kessler in the ship and he was taken away. Moments later Riz wakes from the surgery. Halsey explains that she did everything she could but the damage is significant and she won't be the soldier she was before. Meanwhile Quan drags Vanek's body uphill and digs a grave for him. Suddenly she's surrounded by a group of people in red cloaks. John hears Quan shouting and runs to help her. It turns out the locals are against burials and think Vanek should be burned so he can find his way. John doesn't understand grief and tells Quan to put Vanek in the sky. Soon Riz and Halsey join them and after sharing some words, John is the one to light Vanek's body on fire. While watching the flames, Quan hears a voice telling her to join them. Suddenly the mother appears in front of her and everyone else disappears, making her realize she's on a spiritual plane. The mother explains she speaks for all the planets and scolds Quan for forgetting where she comes from. She tells her the monster is close and begs Quan for help, calling her a protector. After seeing a mysterious vision, Quan is back at the funeral. Back to Makey, she's shocked to see they're going back to Covenant headquarters. The Arbiter explains the fleet was recalled because their superiors consider their mission failed. An argument ensues between the Arbiter and Makey, who explains it's them who have the necessary power and not the priests. The Arbiter thinks she's trying to manipulate him, but at that moment Cortana plays an image of the halo. Makey uses this to make the Arbiter think he's causing this because it's his destiny just like hers. Convinced, the Arbiter steers the ship away. The next day, Lyra returns to the shop and covers a bat with barbed wire to threaten the clerk until he confesses the truth. It was the UNSC who took Kessler. Meanwhile Riz has to move around with a cane and continuously feels pain, so she informs John she'll stay on that planet because her fight is over. John is devastated because Riz is all he has left of his team, but Riz says goodbye to him with a hug. At a training facility on planet Onyx, Ackerson watches Kai put on her Spartan suit and meet with thousands of soldiers who accept her as their leader. He's successfully manipulated her by making her think all the other Spartans are dead. One of those soldiers is Perez, who joins a smaller team on a mission to take down a Covenant ship by deploying a virus. The group jumps out of a ship and the Covenant immediately open fire on them, bringing down a few soldiers. The remaining fighters manage to get inside and an intense battle ensues as more and more soldiers are brought down by the enemy. Perez manages to run fast enough to reach the console, but when she's about to inject the virus she's shot too and wakes up in a chair, revealing this was a training simulation run by Kai. She scolds the team for not working as a team and puts them through the simulation again. Perez doesn't follow orders because she thinks following the same plan will make them fail again, and this time they manage to finish the mission. Back to John's team, they arrive at Onyx and quickly split. Quan continues to see the mother among the trees so she follows her while Halsey tells Lyra where to find Kessler before leaving the group as well. John tells the couple to go find their son while he comes out to fight the soldiers patrolling the area. He defeats them all in seconds without breaking a sweat, however a bigger army soon arrives and arrests him. Quan is still running through the forest and sees the mother standing next to a well, so she jumps into it and is caught by a weird light. There she finds Halsey, who reveals this is where everything began. As they explore the area, Halsey explains that she lived in this underground facility for around 2 decades. However, she soon gets lost, claiming the facility has been changed. Quan sees the mother guiding her, so she follows her with Hansley behind her. Eventually they find a lab where Hansley's old team is secretly carrying on her research. On a mysterious structure, they found a DNA strand that was a mix of both human and the Covenant. When Quan touches the structure, a little gem starts glowing. She takes it out and a star map appears in front of them. As she moves the gem around, she activates the map's secrets and opens the structure, revealing a light bridge that takes them to an ancient lab. They find the remains of a scientist who appears almost human, but when they touch it to grab a little box, the building starts shaking. The group runs away and reaches the other side right before the light bridge disappears, seeing in the abyss a huge alien city. Meanwhile, a priest finds the Arbiter and Makey, intending to kill them for disobeying orders. The Arbiter manages to scare him away, but he demands Makey to solve things soon. Makey swears she can control the keystones, But once the Arbiter is out of the room, Cortana appears and says she knows Makey's lying. It turns out Makey needs to be with John to reach Halo. Cortana offers her help to Makey, but in return she requests to be connected to the ship's system. Makey is suspicious of Cortana's motives but has no other choice. In the training facility, soldiers take John to a cell to chain him up, but he quickly defends himself and brings them all down in a matter of seconds. All this is recorded by the security cameras and Ackerson shows it to Kai, saying John is working for the Covenant and he's here to steal the keystone Ackerson managed to smuggle out of reach when he escaped. John leaves the cell and carefully sneaks around until he finds a computer room, where he's confronted by Kai. He tries to explain that Ackerson has manipulated her, but Kai doesn't believe him and starts fighting him. They're both Spartans with the same augmentations, but Kai has her suit and John doesn't. Not to mention he doesn't want to hurt her, so he isn't using his whole strength. Kai overpowers John and beats him up, leaving his bleeding body on the floor before exiting the room. At that moment the computers at the facility start failing as Cortana suddenly takes over. She appears before John and tells him she's with the Combinant, so he needs to find the keystone to connect with Makey and stop her. Then she appears next to Margaret to give her an update, and Margaret reminds her of their agreement. Cortana must stay with the Covenant and continue to spy on Makey. Meanwhile Kai confronts Ackerson because she's realized he manipulated the training simulation. As he offers another manipulative speech, Kai realizes John had been telling the truth. Ackerson admits he lied and Kai rushes out to help John. Speaking of John, he moves through the facility without issues because Cortana opens and closes any door he needs to keep him safe. On Makey's ship, the priest discovers the transmission sent by Cortana and orders the Arbiter to kill Makey. However, the Arbiter refuses to obey and ends up fighting the priest's guards. As chaos ensues in the ship, Makey notices her keystone glowing and crawls to it. At the same time John finds the one at the facility. John's and Makey's consciousnesses appear in Halo, and John asks Makey not to help the Covenant because they'll eradicate humanity. However, Makey doesn't want the Covenant nor humans to control Halo. She wants John to join her there and build a new world together after destroying both races. At that moment soldiers of both sides threaten to attack them, so they both let go of the keystones and the resulting shockwave pushes everyone away. The Arbiter continues to fight the guards and Makey grabs Cortana to run away. The priest chases after her, so Cortana appears in front of him to distract him. Makey uses the chance to stab him from behind, and Cortana confirms that thanks to Makey's talk with John she's found Halo's location in the map. Afterward Makey thanks the Arbiter for defending her by getting his symbol on her chest. At the training facility, the technicians track Cortana's transmission to the Covenant fleet and Margaret orders Ackerson to prepare the soldiers for an attack. Meanwhile a bunch of soldiers surround John, however they refuse to follow their general's orders and leave. The general is furious but before she can act, Kai knocks her out from behind. Moments later the soldiers that went after the Covenant are completely obliterated, and Margaret decides to send another team. Ackerson protests since they're wasting resources, but Margaret says she's willing to sacrifice their entire army to stop the Covenant from getting to Halo. Meanwhile Soren and Lyra follow the directions Hasley gave Lyra, but when Soren sees where they are, he quickly drags his wife away. It turns out this was the arena where they threw kids to train them into Spartans, and Soren remembers that Kessler always wanted to be one. However, Lyra refuses to leave because she doesn't want her son to become a mindless killer. When a bunch of kids appear in the arena for brutal training, Soren jumps in to fight the incoming soldiers. Unfortunately, while he's fighting, the soldiers use the chance to capture Kessler and Lena and run away. Soon John finds Ackerson and starts strangling him until Ackerson reveals where he has kept John's suit. On their way out, Ackerson reveals that Margaret is a liar and that the virus that the fleet will use on the Covenant is bigger than they were told. Once activated, it will burn everything within 1,000,000 miles, both Covenant and humans. After John and Kai get their suits, John demands Ackerson to confront Margaret. Ackerson does so, but Margaret just makes her guards arrest him. This distraction is enough for John to steal a ship and fly toward Halo. Before leaving, he talks to the entire base through the comms to confirm he's alive while Kai leads the soldiers on the mission. Suddenly John is surrounded by darkness and a mysterious voice tells him about something dark and sinister in a distant facility. In the underground lab, the team opens the box and discovers there are active spores on it. Soon a lab assistant starts feeling unwell and she attacks a coworker, stabbing him in the neck. The other scientists have to pull her back to stop her from causing more damage. Meanwhile Quan reunites with Soren at the ship, where he's gathering weapons to go save his family. When Kai's team makes it to the location of the Covenant fleet, an explosion hits their ship and sends them hurtling into space. After some desperate floating around, they manage to control the suits and get information to soon land on a Covenant ship. The team gets inside but barely gets to explore before the enemy attacks them. They try their best to defend themselves, but the aliens keep coming and they're starting to run low on ammo. Kai requires backup, but Margaret refuses to send help because she wants the priority to be Halo. Makey sees they're getting surrounded by humans and asks Cortana for help, but the AI refuses so Makey destroys the device to delete her. Feeling guilty, John decides to go save Kai's team instead of going for Halo. Kai and Perez get separated from the group and try to fight back with the aliens' own weapons, but they're still surrounded. When they think it's over, John shows up and starts killing aliens with amazing combat skills. Once all the enemies are down, John carries a wounded Perez away, but Kai stays behind to finish something. In the facility's prison, Kessler, Ackerson, and Lyra notice the crazy lab assistant in another cell, but they don't see the creepy bug coming out of her. Later, when Quan and Soren arrive, they discover all the guards are frozen in place. In the cells, Lyra screams because the lab assistant's body is mutating and reaches through the bars with a creepy arm. Luckily, Ackerson is armed and immediately shoots her down, but other prisoners are mutating as well. Soren and Quan hear the screams and follow them, arriving just in time to shoot the monsters down and rescue Soren's family plus Ackerson. Back to John, he leaves Perez with the health unit and jumps out while he still hears the weird voice in his head. He reaches the main Covenant ship and finds no Makey, but Cortana's gadget is destroyed on the ground. Suddenly Cortana talks, revealing that she's integrated herself into the ship's system. She warns John that it's too late because the ship is on a collision course. Without hesitation, John smashes the ship's console and integrates himself with the AI. The ship crashes, but John wakes up unharmed inside Halo. After picking up a plasma blade, John goes looking for Makey. At the same time, Kai crashes a Covenant ship into a Covenant assault carrier. This gives humans the upper hand in the battle but also kills her in the process. At the facility, Margaret orders the soldiers to bring Halsey. Margaret wants her to talk sense into John, but Halsey refuses to help. Suddenly the technicians start attacking each other, meaning Halsey has brought the spore with her. The crew starts mutating and shows creepy alien parts, so Halsey runs out of the room and locks the door while Margaret is caught in the chaos. She makes it back to the lab, and while looking at the research she suddenly freezes. A mark on her neck shows she's infected as well. The other scientists put her in a cryogenic chamber to halt the infection until they can find a cure. As Ackerson leads the group out of prison, they're surrounded by more mutants, so they open fire to defend themselves. Quan is surrounded and closes her eyes waiting for the end, but instead the mother appears and tells her that only she can save everyone. Thanks to the mother's power freezing the mutants, Quan can run away and rejoin the others to escape. Once everyone is out, Lyra closes the door while she's still inside because she's also infected. Moments later, John finds Makey and the Arbiter. The warriors can finally finish their duel and a vicious fight begins. Both of them use all the strength, and after exchanging a variety of blows and shots, John knocks the Arbiter down and kills him with a plasma blade. Then Makey opens the door to an ancient building and again offers John to work together, but he refuses. Suddenly a series of structures rise from the Halo's surface at the same time the human fleet enters Halo's atmosphere. Makey enters the building and John follows her, finally finding a machine with the voice he's been hearing in his head. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a small Italian village, a wandering cricket named Jiminy Cricket sneaks into the house of an elderly woodcarver named Geppetto, who lives with his pet kitten Figaro and goldfish Cleo. A man comes hoping to buy one of Geppetto cuckoo clocks, but he refuses because he loves his clock so much. Geppetto has completed work on a marionette based on his young departed son, which he names Pinocchio. Before falling asleep, Geppetto makes a wish on a magical star. At midnight, the star shines light towards the puppet and bring him to life. Jiminy is surprised to see Pinocchio alive and tries talking to Pinocchio, but he only repeats what Jiminy said. Soon, Blue Fairy visited the house and used her magic to undo Pinocchio's string, fix his speech, and tells him that if he become brave, truthful, and selfless, he can become a real boy. The fairy also fixed Jiminy's clothes and designate Jiminy the responsibility of being Pinocchio's conscience, to teach him right from wrong. Geppetto later awakens by the sound of shutting windows and found the puppet surprisingly alive. At first he is shocked, but soon becomes overjoyed. After that, Geppetto taught Pinocchio many things, and they live as a family. Later he sent the puppet to school. On his way, Pinocchio before long drawn closer by a fraud fox named Honest John and his accomplice Gideon. Honest John convinces Pinocchio that he should be famous to truly be a real boy, but his hidden agenda was to sell him to the puppet master Stromboli. Assisted by a seagull named Sophia, Jiminy finally managed to convince Pinocchio to continue going school, but Pinocchio was thrown out by the teacher because he is a puppet. Honest John has Jiminy trapped under a glass jar and deludes Pinocchio once again with his evil plan, but this time he succeeds. Old man Geppetto becomes worried when Pinocchio does not return for dinner. He takes Figaro and Cleo to look for him at school, but find nobody there. He also failed to notice that Jiminy is trying to get his attention. At Stromboli's puppet show, Pinocchio becomes fast friend with one of Stromboli's employees, Fabiana, and her puppet Sabina. Fabiana was a former dancer whose career ended after a leg injury. At first Pinocchio makes mistake, but later he managed to pull off a good performance for the crowd. After that, Stromboli cruelly locks him in a bird cage to prevent him from leaving. Pinocchio becomes dejected and Fabiana comes to cheer him up. Somehow Stromboli's coach accidentally freeing Jiminy from the jar. Jiminy managed to catch up to Pinocchio, but found he is in a cage. When Jiminy finds him, the puppet pretends that he did not enjoy the fame, or even wanted it in the first place, causing his nose to grow longer. This gives Pinocchio an idea to lie so that the nose grows long enough for Jiminy to reach the keys to the cage and free Pinocchio. Once freed from Stromboli, Pinocchio is swiped up by another coach full of rebellious children driven by a charismatic coachman who is taking all the boys and girls to Pleasure Island, where misbehavior is encouraged. Once there, Pinocchio gets disturbed by the brutality the kids display, which amuses an irresponsible boy named Lampwick, who he befriends. Meanwhile, Sophia finds Geppetto at the beach and gave him a flyer of Pleasure Island to let him know where Pinocchio was. Later on, Jiminy finds that all of the children have turned into donkeys, and that the coachman sells them to the salt mines with help from his fog-covered shadowy henchmen. Pinocchio witnesses Lampwick's transformation at a billiard hall as Pinocchio gains a donkey's ears and tail. Pinocchio and Jiminy manage to escape the island before the coachman and his goons can get them. The next day, Pinocchio and Jiminy make it back to Geppetto's home, but found the home was empty. Sophia was there and told them that Geppetto has sold all of his clocks to buy a boat to go to the island. Pinocchio then reunites with Fabiana and Sabina, who tells him that Stromboli has been arrested by the Carabinieri for the abuse of his exploited employees, and they have taken over his puppet show. They offer Pinocchio to join them as a headliner, but Pinocchio declines as he wanted to save his father. Pinocchio's donkey parts disappear, signifying that he has made a right choice. Jiminy told Pinocchio that Sophia knows the direction to Geppetto. Sophia then pulls a rope for Pinocchio to hold out to the sea, where they soon find Geppetto in his boat. While catching up to him, Pinocchio tells him about the adventure he had. Just as they reunite, they are swallowed by a giant sea monster named Monstro. They take refuge in a giant boat in Monstro's stomach, and Pinocchio gets the idea to get them out by lighting a fire inside Monstro's mouth, which will cause the beast to spit them out. It works, but Monstro spots them and chases after them. Pinocchio uses his legs as a propellers to push the remains of the boat toward a cave, which Monstro crash into. When they make it back to the shore, Geppetto is unconscious. Believing his father has died, Pinocchio mourns over him, and a magical tear falls from his eye on Geppetto, reviving him. Geppetto tells Pinocchio that despite being a puppet, he has proven himself to be a true boy at heart. Pinocchio becoming a real boy, but doesn't confirm them, stressing that Pinocchio has a brave, honest and selfless heart, and that he's fully real to his proud and loving father. Pinocchio and Geppetto depart for home as Pinocchio's limbs appear to turn human. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a magical land called Andalasia, a baby was discovered in the forest without any parents. The animals living in the forest took care of her, and she grew up to be a beautiful and kind young woman named Giselle. She fell in love with Andalasia's bravest prince, but an evil queen pushed Giselle through a portal and she ended up in a new kingdom called New York City. In this new place, Giselle met Robert, a lawyer with dreamy eyes, and his daughter, Morgan, who was able to see magic all around her. Despite being in a strange and confusing place, Giselle and Robert fell in love and lived happily together. 10 years after the events of the first film, Giselle, Robert, and Morgan Phillip are living happily together with their newborn daughter Sophia in Manhattan. However, they begin to feel bored and unfulfilled in the city, so Giselle decides to move the family to Monroeville, a suburban town. Unfortunately, their transition to their new home is rocky. Their house needs renovations. Robert has a long commute for work, and Morgan feels like an outcast at her new school. During a visit from Andalasia, King Edward and Queen Nancy present the family with a wish-granting wand. Giselle meets Malvina Monroe, the conceited head of the town council, and discovers that she is hosting a fairytale-themed ball, with her son Tyson as the elected prince. In an effort to help Morgan fit in, Giselle tries to get her elected as the princess of the ball, but ends up unintentionally embarrassing Morgan, leading to a falling out between the two. After seeking advice from her chipmunk friend Pip, Giselle decides to use the wand and wishes for her family's life to become a perfect fairy tale. The next day, the town is transformed into a fantasy kingdom called Monrelasia. Morgan is thrilled with their new life, and Robert believes he is a brave adventurer, and went outside to seek for dragons to slay. Malvina has become the evil queen with magical powers, and Giselle finds herself exhibiting uncharacteristically haughty behavior and enjoying mistreating Morgan. Giselle realizes that she is turning into a wicked stepmother and seeks help from the magic wand's instruction scroll. The scroll reveals that Giselle's wish is using up Andalasia's magic to change the real world into a fairy tale, and the transformation will become permanent after midnight. Malvina learns about the magic wand and assigns her servants, Rosaline and Ruby, to steal it. However, the scroll tells her that the wand can only be used by a true Andalasian. Giselle realizes that without the wand, she will succumb to her wicked side, so she persuades Morgan to save them before sending her to Andalasia. There, Morgan learns that the kingdom's magic is transported to Monrelasia through a vortex, and if the spell becomes permanent, Andalasia will disappear forever. Nancy and Edward suggest that Morgan use the magic of memories to remind Giselle of her true self. Morgan recreates a childhood drawing of their family tree with pictures of shared memories, then returns to the real world with Nancy. Giselle, now under the influence of her evil personality, challenges Malvina for the royal title of Monrelasia. She sends Pip, who has been turned into a tabby cat, to steal back the wand, and sends Robert on a fruitless search for Morgan. At the ball, Giselle and Malvina engage in a magic duel, with Giselle easily overpowering Malvina. Morgan and Nancy reunite with Robert and Tyson before rushing into the town hall to stop the duel. Morgan throws her drawing to Giselle, who rips it, but the magic within brings the memories to life and restores Giselle to normal. Not wanting the spell to be broken, Malvina takes Morgan hostage and demands the wand in exchange. Giselle surrenders the wand, and Malvina steps in too. As midnight approaches, everything from Andalasia begins to disappear, including Giselle herself. While Robert and Tyson go to the top of the clock tower to delay the final chime, Giselle tells Morgan that as her daughter, she is a true Andalasian and therefore capable of using the wand. Morgan wishes to be home with her mother just as Malvina tries to make the clock tower chime before it is destroyed. Later, Morgan wakes up in their house and finds everything back to normal. Only she and Giselle are aware of the events, while everyone else thinks it was a dream. Giselle apologizes to Malvina for disrupting her plans, and Malvina allows Giselle to join her council. Later, Robert has moved his practice to Monroeville, Morgan and Tyson are dating, and Nancy and Edward visit the Phillips again in their now happy life. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In Southern California, a young woman is driving around the mountains when suddenly small rocks start falling and crack the car's windshield. Then a whole rock slide happens, causing a huge amount of stone and dirt to hit the vehicle and push it off the edge of the road. The car tumbles and spins down the hill until it falls off an edge again, but thankfully the girl survives when the car gets stuck. However, when she looks out, she discovers the car is barely hanging on some rocks. Meanwhile, Ray and other members of the Los Angeles Fire Department are flying in a helicopter to search for the girl while being interviewed by a journalist about their job. When they finally see the car, they call the girl's phone to tell her to stay calm, but she still screams when the car shakes a little. Ray carefully flies down, tilting the helicopter to fit it through the gap. Then a rescuer goes down on a rope to secure the car, which he must do in under 5 minutes or the engine will fail. As soon as the guy gets closer, the girl tries to reach out, causing the car to shake again. The car is soon secured, but unfortunately it slips and traps the rescuer. The helicopter starts shaking too and the engine won't last much longer, so Ray decides to go down as well. As the chopper begins expelling black smoke, Ray reaches the car and tears off the door before taking the girl out. Then the pilot cuts the rope holding the car, making the car fall and crash but also freeing the rescuer while Ray safely holds the girl. Later in the California Institute of Technology, Dr. Hayes is giving a lecture on the history of massive earthquakes, which cause lots of death and destruction around the world. Hayes also mentions the San Andreas Fault, which is a meeting place of tectonic plates that runs through California. He has no doubts that such a formation will cause a massive earthquake sooner or later. Afterward, Hayes goes to his office, where Dr. Park shares news of mini quakes detected close to the Hoover Dam, and they decide to check them out. When Ray gets home, his daughter Blake calls him to ask him for a few things she left at his house that she wants to take to college. He suddenly ends the conversation because he's opened the mail and found the divorce papers, which leaves him very upset. Then Ray goes to Blake's room to grab the things and finds some family pictures, which include Blake's dead sister. At the Hoover Dam in Nevada, Park and Hayes are measuring seismic activity with a new device and are shocked to see the pulse rate suddenly make a big jump right before an earthquake hits the area. On top of the dam, Hayes rushes to tell people to run away, but Park is inside and has to try to climb the stairs as the dam starts to crumble down and rock slides ensue. People run away in panic while the structure breaks and the water begins coming out, causing even more damage. Park hurries up and manages to come out, but at that moment he sees a girl with a hurt leg and stops to pick her up. Then he begins running as fast as possible while the ground collapses right behind him. Suddenly Park trips and he throws the girl at Hayes before falling, only to discover his foot has been stabbed by a metal rod and he's stuck. Hayes wants to help him, but Park tells him to stay with the girl as the dam finally collapses and a huge burst of water kills him. Back to Ray, he receives a text from his boss telling him about the earthquake and asking him to come in. First, Ray stops to drop his daughter's things and meets with his ex-wife Emma and her boyfriend Daniel. Emma informs him she's moving in together with Daniel, which makes Ray very upset and he awkwardly escapes by going to work. A few hours later, Blake goes with Daniel to his workplace, and while waiting in the lobby, she befriends Ben and his little brother Ollie. Meanwhile, Hayes is being interviewed by the same reporter who talked to Ray and explains that before Park died, they confirmed their new device could predict earthquakes. They're suddenly interrupted by Hayes' students, who have news on the activity along the San Andreas Fault. Using this information, Hayes does some calculations and traces the boundary of the fault and the dam on a map, concluding that the whole San Andreas Fault will go off soon. In downtown Los Angeles, Emma is having lunch with Daniel's sister, who asks very rude questions about the death of Emma's other daughter. They're interrupted when Emma gets a call from Ray, who apologizes for his attitude. Suddenly the restaurant tables start wobbling and soon the entire building shakes as it gets hit by an earthquake. When Ray looks through the chopper's window, he discovers the highway is crumbling down because of an earthquake as well. He asks Emma where she is and tells him to go to the roof so he can pick her up in a few minutes. In Hayes' office, the group rushes to hide under the tables and their device says this earthquake is 100 times stronger. The whole San Andreas Fault is being activated and is heading towards San Francisco. Back to Blake, she gets in the car with Daniel ready to leave, when suddenly they're reached by the earthquake too. Daniel urges his driver to get them out of there and the car takes off as fast as possible as the entire parking lot begins collapsing and other people run around in panic. A hole opens in the ground and the car ends up going down, crashing against a wall and getting trapped by the debris. The car's roof is pushed down by a beam and instantly kills the driver, whose seat gets bent and traps Blake's legs. Daniel tries to take her out to no avail, so he says he'll go looking for help. On the first floor, Daniel finds a security guard and asks for help, but the guard is crushed by the falling ceiling. Terrified, Daniel decides to leave with the rest of the people, but Ben and Ollie overheard him talk to the guard and decide to go find Blake. At the same time, Ray continues to fly to Los Angeles and sees the Hollywood sign going down. Fire and smoke are coming from various spots in the city, and the skyscrapers are starting to go down too. In the restaurant, people are panicking and Emma tries opening a door, only to find a hole and a man falling to his death. The restaurant's oven explodes and the chef catches on fire while Emma tells everyone they need to reach her roof. She finds the exit stairs and starts rushing up, but the people try to escape by going down instead. On the roof, the floor starts to collapse and Emma falls through all the debris until she painfully lands on the lower floor, which leaves her bloody and dizzy. Refusing to give up, she starts climbing to the top of the rubble, where she's finally found by Ray. When he tries to fly closer, something explodes and starts a fire on the roof, so Emma moves away from it and Ray hovers with the helicopter to drop a rope with a rescue basket for her. Emma runs and dodges a few holes to jump at the last second, managing to cling to the basket right before another building collapses and brings down this one in the process. Ray immediately pulls her up and returns to the pilot's seat, where he must grab the controls as the helicopter is sent into a tailspin by another falling skyscraper. After lots of spinning and losing a door, Ray gets the helicopter under control and flies away before the buildings can crush them. In San Francisco, Blake finds her phone and calls Ray to ask for help, but she soon loses the signal. While Ray tells Emma they're going to rescue her, more debris falls on top of the car. At that moment Ben and Ollie find Blake and try to use a metal beam to get her out, but this only makes more rubble fall. Then Ben checks the trunk and finds a tire jack which he uses to lift the fallen beam, however it only raises half a foot. Thinking fast, Ben stabs the car's tires to flatten them and get more room, getting Blake out right before the beam crushes the car. Meanwhile in Hayes' office, the group analyzes the data from the monitoring systems and concludes this isn't over. Hayes asks the reporter for help to warn people, so they run to the media center and team up with more students to hack into news broadcasts. The reporter introduces Hayes, who informs the whole country that more earthquakes are coming. He predicts a 9.5 earthquake or perhaps greater, and although it's happening in California, it'll be felt even on the East Coast. He advises people in San Francisco to leave as fast as possible. Back to Blake's group, the building starts to crumble so they run outside, where people are running everywhere. After lots of running, the shaking finally stops and the group goes looking for an electronics shop because Ray taught Blake to find an old model phone when the electricity isn't working. When they get one, Blake calls Ray and shares that Daniel abandoned her, which makes Emma furious. Ray tells Blake to get to higher ground at Coit Tower, promising to meet her there. After the call ends, Ben calls his own parents and Emma calls Daniel, only to get the voicemail and leave a threatening message for what he did. On the streets, Daniel is walking away with other survivors when suddenly the aftershocks make another building fall. The crowd panics and runs in all directions while Daniel pushes people out of his way, causing a man to be blown away by a wave of dust. When the helicopter approaches a destroyed Bakersfield, an engine suddenly blows up. Ray knows they're going to crash, so he starts pulling some crazy moves, descending and going up over and over to try to land. Unfortunately, the propeller hits a lamppost and the helicopter goes down, crashing right into a storefront. Thankfully, Ray and Emma are fine, and they watch how people use this time of crisis to loot the mall and shoot each other like maniacs. They sneak around the parking lot until they find a truck with its door open and Ray begins to hot-wire it, only for a thief to suddenly threaten him with a gun. With no hesitation, Ray disarms him and punches him. Then he leaves with Emma in the truck. Moments later on the highway, they see an elderly couple with a broken car waving their arms to make them stop. Ray ignores them and keeps going, only to suddenly hit the brakes when Emma sees a giant gap in the middle of the road caused by San Andreas. The duo goes back to the elderly couple and Ray notices the man's aviation hat, so the couple takes them to a nearby airport hangar. As thanks, they give the elderly couple the truck while they get on a plane. Before taking off, Ray admits he became emotionally distant because he didn't know how to deal with their daughter's death and he blames himself for it because it had been his idea to go rafting that day. Ray apologizes for how he destroyed their marriage, and Emma assures him nobody could have saved their girl so he shouldn't feel guilty. In San Francisco, Blake's group is walking with the crowd that is being guided by a guard to evacuate. Suddenly Blake sees an abandoned fire truck and pulls out an armored box of emergency supplies, which includes a radio and food rations. Ben notices the Coit Tower is surrounded by flames and smoke, so Ollie reads in his tourist book that the next highest point is Nob Hill and the trio begins heading there, which is in the opposite direction of the evacuation. Moments later the plane arrives at San Francisco, but the airport is also on fire so Ray sets the plane on autopilot and announces they'll have to parachute out. Emma is hesitant, so Ray straps her to his parachute and they jump together, falling for several minutes before landing safely in the middle of a baseball diamond. At that moment, another earthquake hits the area. Hayes and his team hide under the tables again, noticing the building is shaking harder this time. In the streets of San Francisco, the trio falls as the earthquake starts bringing down the power lines and destroying buildings. The group tries to run away, but Ben falls and a shard of glass stabs his thigh. At that moment Ollie has a breakdown and Blake tries her best to comfort him. The rest of the city continues to fall apart as buildings and even the bridge collapse. The sea is also starting to wobble. As soon as Ray and Emma come out, Ray rushes to tell people to hide behind the stadium because it's out of the way of collapsing buildings. There's an injured woman who can't walk, so Ray picks her up and takes her to the stadium, where everyone huddles against the wall just in time before they can be hit by falling structures. After making sure everyone is fine, Ray and Emma realize there is too much destruction to walk or drive, so they'll have to take a boat. Once the earthquake stops, Blake takes the shard from Ben's thigh and wraps the wound up. Hayes checks his computer and confirms it's the biggest earthquake recorded in history. Minutes later, Ray and Emma discover the tower is burning, but Ray knows Blake must have gone to another building. At that moment he notices the water level changing too quickly and realizes a tsunami is coming. A warning reaches Blake through the radio and the alarm starts echoing through the city, so they won't make it to Nob Hill in time. Blake notices the building that Daniel had been building nearby and decides they must hide there. On the coast, hundreds of boats are trying to get away only to be blocked by a massive wave. Some boats drive upward and fall, but Ray keeps enough control to reach the top. Unfortunately, they come across a container ship that almost kills them. Thankfully, Ray moves away just in time and the ship only takes their roof. Containers are also falling, so Ray drives fast to dodge them all as the ship flips over onto the Golden Gate Bridge. Lots of survivors are killed by this, including Daniel and the elderly couple. The tsunami soon brings down the rest of the bridge and floods San Francisco, destroying what the earthquake couldn't. Meanwhile, Blake's group is rushing upstairs and stops at the highest floor possible because the steps are blocked. Unfortunately, it isn't high enough and they see the tsunami coming for them, so they run to hide behind the pillars. The water breaks through the window and floods the building, which starts to fall but is blocked by another skyscraper. The leaning causes some water to leak out and the trio holds onto the furniture not to fall out too. Soon Ray and Emma reach the area with the boat and notice the state of utter destruction. Knowing Blake learned from Ray's teachings, they head toward the tall buildings to look for her. Back to Blake and the brothers, they notice the stairs have been cleared so they go to a higher floor. While Blake checks Ben's leg, he offers a big compliment and they kiss. At that moment Ollie notices the boat going in the opposite direction. He and Blake start hitting the window to get their attention, but Emma and Ray can't hear them. Then Blake remembers Ollie has a laser pointer, so she shines it at the boat's control panel and the adults finally see them. Suddenly another wave hits the area and breaks the windows, flooding yet another floor too. Ben and Ollie swim toward the stairs to escape, but unfortunately Blake gets caught in the water and can't reach the brothers because of a glass door. The building is sinking, and the water levels are quickly rising. Ray leaves the boat in Emma's hands and kisses her before jumping into the water to swim into the building. Once inside, Ray sees Emma on the other side of the glass door and tells her to wait while he tries to move the debris. On the upper floor, Ben tells Ollie to wait safely while he goes back for Blake, but at that moment the building starts shaking again and water reaches their area as well. This water takes the last few inches Blake had to breathe, and she soon passes out. A desperate Ray makes a final effort to move the debris and finally makes his way through to reach his daughter, taking her with him as he swims upstairs to meet with the brothers. The building continues to sink as Blake tries to give Blake CPR and Ben tries to break the windows, but he isn't strong enough. Outside, Emma sees this and drives the boat back to then approach the building at a very high speed, smashing her way inside. The group immediately gets on the boat and drives away, moving out of the way right before the buildings collapse behind them. Ray continues to try to resuscitate Blake and eventually gives up, but seeing Emma cry inspires him to keep trying, refusing to lose another daughter. Suddenly Blake wakes up, dizzy but alive, and everyone hugs in relief. Sometime later, the National Guard and UN relief teams arrive at the area to help the survivors. Signs, letters, and pictures are hung on a fence as a last goodbye to those who didn't make it. Ray and his family watch what is left of the city, and he announces now it's time to rebuild. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 2036, the world has been destroyed by the T-virus pandemic. Earth's ecosystems have been crushed, governments and cities have collapsed, and the human population has severely shrunk. Around 6 billion people have been infected and suffer from brain damage that transforms them into violent cannibals known as zeros. Most of the world is a wasteland, so humanity lives in walled cities called freeholds. In London, Jade works as a researcher for the university, an organization devoted to research and preservation of artifacts from before the apocalypse. Her project is to record any new mutations in the zeros, so she spends a lot of time moving around and only sees her partner Arjun and her daughter Bee on video calls. Jade puts on perfume to hide her smell and goes out with a rabbit to conduct an experiment. After setting up her camera, she puts a drop of blood on the rabbit and leaves it in the middle of an open area. A bunch of zeros smell the blood and start chasing the rabbit, who just runs away as the zeros bump into each other. Jade notices that they still have no coordination skills or pack structure. When she tries to leave, she accidentally gets a scratch on her arm and the smell of blood immediately alerts the zeros. A chase ensues and Jade runs as fast as she can, but a zero manages to jump on her anyway. She struggles against it until she can push it back into the security perimeter, where flamethrowers activate and burn the horde down. Once they're all dead, a red smoke puts out the flames. Suddenly the ground starts shaking and a massive caterpillar bursts out. Jade immediately runs to hide, but the caterpillar catches her by the legs and throws her on top of a car. When the creature is about to kill her, 3 armed men show up and open fire, quickly killing it. Then they check on Jade to make sure she's fine and are shocked to see a tattoo on her wrist that means she's a survivor from the initial outbreak. This all started 14 years ago in 2022. 3 months before the pandemic, half-twins Jade and Billy moved to New Raccoon City because their father Albert has returned to his job in the Umbrella Corporation's board of executives after a long absence. New Raccoon City is a planned community built in South Africa and everyone there is an employee of Umbrella in some way. The girls aren't happy about the move and often call out their dad for caring about work more than them. Every 2 weeks, Albert takes a blood sample from his daughters but has never said why. In secret, Albert studies the samples under a microscope before recording his findings and injecting the blood into his neck. The next day at school, Billy sits alone at lunch. Cammy approaches her to learn more about her, only to then start mocking everything about Billy. A frustrated Billy gives her the finger and Tammy retaliates by attacking her, so they fight on the ground until a teacher forces them to split. The sisters rush home and Jade tries to comfort her sister. However, they discover the fight has been uploaded to social media and now Billy is a joke among classmates. The following day at Umbrella, Roth shows Albert footage of an experiment going wrong in Tijuana and all the violence it caused, which ended with 6 injured and 3 dead people. The company has covered it all up but Albert worries because it's happening again. Meanwhile at school, Tammy is in the bathroom when a student wearing the mascot mask suddenly bashes her head. Afterward, the principal brings Billy out of class because the mask was found in her locker, so they think she did it. It was actually Jade, who wanted to make her sister look cool. A parents' conference is held and Tammy's dad threatens with pressing criminal charges while calling Billy a schizophrenic. At that moment Albert comes in and reminds the guy that he's just a low-level employee while Albert is part of the company board, so he has the power to fire and blacklist everyone from employment in other companies. The man apologizes for what he said and forces Tammy to apologize to Billy too. Albert feels like a good father and offers Billy to have lunch with him at his office. After school, Billy goes to Umbrella. As she walks through the corridors, she sees different company projects, from medical machines to a bear hologram that sells medicine. Eventually she reaches the waiting room and is devastated to see a car pass with wounded rabbits, meaning they use animals for their experiments. Later in the evening, Billy asks Jade to help her sneak into Umbrella and get proof of the animal experimentation. They steal Albert's stuff and head to Umbrella, where Albert's voicemail allows them to get past the voice scan at the entrance and his keycard gives access to the elevator and the lab. Billy immediately begins recording the animals in their cages while Jade guesses her dad uses the same password for everything and accesses his computer. There she finds the Tijuana clip and notices Umbrella guards shooting at people. Then Billy opens a mysterious door, only for a mutated Doberman to come out. The beast tries to attack, so the girls take the elevator to escape and discover the alarms have finally activated. The dog escapes the lab and is so strong that it's pounding on metal. The sisters run to hide under a table and wait for the dog to go down the corridor. Next Billy tries opening the door, but this triggers the hologram. The dog follows the noise and finds the sisters under the table. Luckily they move just in time to run out of the room. They rush to the entrance yet they can't open the door, and the dog catches up to them by jumping through a window. The beast attacks Billy and starts mauling her, so Jade grabs a fire extinguisher and pounds the dog to death. Then Jade clings to her sister as she bleeds out. In the present, Jade wakes up in a Freehold's medical bay, where all her wounds have already been healed. While she checks the news on a device, she's found by Tate, who gives her a tour. Jade wants to go back to her camp, so Tate shoots a flare to show her that their walls are surrounded by Zeros. If Jade wants to leave, she'll have to wait for their only helicopter to return. While Tate and Jade discuss the situation, a person announces that an Umbrella helicopter is on its way. It turns out Umbrella has a bounty on original survivors and Jade is number on the list. While Tate keeps Jade at gunpoint, two choppers arrive with Umbrella troops led by Baxter. As soon as Tate points Jade out to him, Baxter shoots him and orders his troops to wipe out the locals. A shootout ensues and people start dropping dead while Jade runs away. Soon the soldiers also use a flamethrower to bring down the building. Jade tries to avoid the flames and finds her path blocked by the soldiers and Baxter, who says her sister has been looking for her. Jade refuses to cooperate and jumps right into the massive horde of Zeros. She lands on a dumpster and rolls on the floor, where the Zeros start chasing her. Jade begins running again while Baxter orders his men to open fire on the Zeros to keep Jade alive. As she uses a clear wall as a shield, Baxter promises to save her if she agrees to leave with them. At that moment a local bursts out of the building in a car, so Jade pushes a bunch of Zeros away to reach the vehicle and climb on its roof. The driver quickly takes off, but when it's about to reach the exit in the outer walls, the car stops to avoid Jade getting hurt by the spikes on the roof. Then the driver points a gun at her, telling her to get away from him because her presence makes him a target too. Jade tries to convince him to work together, but at that moment the Zeros start falling around them because they're jumping from the roof. The driver shoots a few of them, but he's soon overpowered and Jade fails to save him. While the Zeros feed on him, Jade breaks the window to take the driver's seat and finally leave the Freehold. Eventually Jade makes it to the Dover Freehold, which recently signed a security contract with Umbrella for extra protection. Jade makes it to an apartment belonging to Melinda, whose husband Barry has helped her in the past. Barry isn't around but Melinda allows her to come in and use her tablet. Jade calls Arjun to warn him Umbrella is after her and he advises her to cross the channel to Calais, a territory that belongs to an organization known as Brotherhood. At that moment Jade hears a weird noise and enters the bathroom only to find a handcuffed Barry, who has become a Zero. Melinda explains he chained himself because he felt sick and guessed he was infected. She also says that Barry has the book with all his smuggler contacts, so Jade will have to retrieve it if she wants to escape. Jade gears up with random household objects and enters the bathroom again, discovering that Melinda has been feeding her cats to Barry. She manages to knock him down and starts searching his pockets to finally find the notebook. Suddenly Barry's wrist breaks and he frees himself from the handcuffs, pushing Jade away to attack Melinda instead. When he's about to kill her, Jade kills him from behind. After Jade leaves, Baxter arrives and interrogates Melinda. At the local tavern, Jade meets Barry's contact and tries to get a ride with her wedding ring, but the smuggler wants her to pay off Barry's debt too. Since she can't pay, she instead steals the ticket from a drunkard. In the evening, Jade waits by the pier for the ferry, only for Baxter and his men to suddenly arrive. They shoot the smuggler and then a drone opens fire all over the area, causing the crowd to panic and start running. Jade runs as well and finds a gun on the ground that she grabs before hiding. Then she notices a very scared boy, so she picks him up and enters a warehouse to protect him. Soon Baxter's men have either killed or captured every person on the pier, but Baxter still makes them search the area for Jade. At that moment a door opens in the warehouse, but it's just the boy's parents. They have a bunch of alcohol that they want to smuggle to Calais to start a new life, So Jade agrees to team up with them and pay for the Channel Tunnel route. In 2022, a bleeding Billy wakes up and Jade helps her walk into another room, where she checks the awful wound. At that moment they're found by Albert, who quickly wraps up the injury and tells the girls to escape through a side door because the guards are on their way. He also warns them not to go to a hospital. While the sisters escape, Albert sabotages the security cameras to cover up his daughter's presence. Then he spreads the dog's blood on his head. When the security guards finally arrive, Albert tells Roth and CEO Evelyn that the facility was subject to a cyber attack which released the dog's security lock while he was working late. However, Evelyn is suspicious because there weren't any ransomware demands. At home, Albert takes care of Billy and is forced to explain the dog was being treated for a rare genetic disease. He asks the twins to keep the secret, warning them that Umbrella would punish them severely if they discover what truly happened. The next morning, Albert checks on Billy by examining her corneas for discoloration. She still feels sore and Albert doesn't like how the wound looks. Meanwhile, Jade searches the internet for reports on the Tijuana incident. There's a website claiming to have the truth, but it's blocked by her internet company. Later at school, Jade is confused because her classmates are too excited about having a copy of an anime series. It turns the internet service also belongs to Umbrella and they've blocked any site related to pirating or naughty stuff. Simon is the only one that can bypass the firewall, so Jade asks him to help her access the website with the truth. He manages to do it and they find discussion about what happened in Tijuana. Apparently a man became a psycho after getting bitten by an animal and started biting other people. Jade uses Simon's laptop to post her email address, mentioning she's witnessing the same thing while telling Simon it's just a prank. Later, Jade gets a call from Angel, the admin from the website. He is a reporter who has become obsessed with the unusually high incident rate at Umbrella. He used to work for a newspaper, but his stories went unpublished due to Umbrella's intervention and he was fired. Their conversation is interrupted when Jade is found by the principal and told to go to class, causing Angel to overhear and recognize Jade's surname. At his lab, Albert examines Billy's blood under a microscope and injects it into a lab rat. Suddenly he starts convulsing and injects himself with more of Billy's blood to stabilize his condition. Then he has a meeting with Evelyn, who wants to ship out their latest medicine and ignores Albert's warning against dangerous side effects. When Albert tries to quit the project, Evelyn reminds him of his condition and how he's only surviving thanks to her company and his own daughter's blood. At home, Billy checks the wound on the mirror and ends up puking in the toilet. Then she tries to walk her dog Pablo, who gets scared and starts barking at her. She forces the leash on him anyway and takes him out, only for Pablo to run faster than usual and break free. He runs down to the park, where he's picked up by a man. Billy rushes to get her dog back, but Pablo growls at her and the guy thinks she's a thief. When he insists on taking him to the shelter, Billy punches the guy and takes Pablo back to the house. Billy gets in the bathroom and notices she's bleeding from her mouth. At the lab, the rat begins smashing the glass. Moments later, Albert goes to his lab and is shocked to see the rat has escaped. Thankfully, it's hiding behind a machine and Albert grabs it to take another blood sample. Seeing its evolution under the microscope, he concludes he has 52 hours to treat Billy before she goes crazy. Meanwhile, Jade gets an email from Simon, who has sent her a downloaded page from Angel's website listing all the allegations of illegal human experimentation conducted by Umbrella. In the morning, Billy gets up feeling very disoriented. However, she's desperate to leave the house and pretends she's fine. Albert checks on the wound and is shocked to see it's better, so he lets her go. At school, Billy becomes distressed after getting hypersensitive to the sound of Simon's skateboard, but she passes it off as medicine hangover. At Umbrella, Evelyn holds a board meeting to discuss Tijuana and their medicine. Albert reminds everyone that while their medicine can do miracles, it also contains a derivative of the T virus, which was developed for the U.S. military. An overdose can trigger viral production, mutate the patient, and spread the cannibal disease. He presents his rat as proof, but Evelyn presents another animal as a counterpoint. A vicious dog is barking at a cat, however it calms down when Evelyn plays a visual trigger and the cat walks safely. She says another team has developed a variant of the medicine and ran it on human trials, during which people responded the same way. She thinks they can sell this medicine if they promote it to eliminate anger. When Albert tries to protest about the dangers, Evelyn makes him confess that a person would need 20,000 medicine capsules to overdose, which would never happen. At school, Billy wanders the cafeteria but the loud noises make her hallucinate, so she runs away. During class, Billy begins feeling extremely sick and runs to the bathroom, where she pukes again and sees herself in the mirror as a bloodied corpse, but it's just a hallucination. Meanwhile, Simon informs Jade that Umbrella has updated the firewall and he needs a new code to break it. He's reluctant to try because the timing indicates they may be onto him, causing Jade to argue with him. Billy sees this and overreacts by punching both, only to run away when she realizes what she did. Jade tries to follow her and is blocked by Evelyn, who offers her a ride that a wary Jade turns down. Later at home, Jade finds her sister with a broken glass. Billy admits there's something wrong with her, explaining things like sounds and lights hurt her yet there's no pain in the cut on her hand. Jade assures her sister that her emotional state is just a medicine side effect. In the present, Jade and the family head to the tunnel entrance in her car. Eventually they reach another crossing point where they must pay a smuggler with the car and all the family's jewels to be allowed to join the convoy. The refugees board a bunch of vans and leave for the tunnel. Soon Baxter arrives at the same spot, yet the smuggler refuses to give up any information. However, Baxter sees Jade's stolen car and knows he's on the right track. A few hours later, the convoy comes to a stop when they hear some monsters known as lickers in the area. They hunt by sound, so everyone stays quiet while waiting for the lickers to leave. At that moment Baxter arrives with his men and their noise causes the lickers to attack. As the soldiers open fire and use their flamethrowers, the lickers attack the vans too, so the refugees have to come out and run. Using her gun, Jade helps the smugglers shoot at the creatures, who are killing lots of people on both sides. Only one smuggler is left alive in the end, so he and Jade manage to gather the boy's family and escape through a service hatch, leaving Baxter and his men to deal with the monsters. Then Jade's group have to walk through flooded tunnels. When they finally reach a dry area, the boy begins feeling sick and snarls, making them realize he's infected. Suddenly the smuggler yells at them to run because he's found a giant spider. While he gets killed by the creature, the others run and hide, but they can hear the spider coming closer. The father finds a pipe and goes out to fight the monster so his family can escape. He does manage to hit the spider, however it isn't enough and the creature splits him in two. Jade opens fire but runs out of bullets, so she runs with the mother and the kid. The spider chases after them and when it's close enough, Jade drops the shutter on it, killing it. Afterward the mother announces she refuses to leave her son, so Jade continues her journey alone. Eventually she gets out of the service tunnel only to find Baxter waiting for her. At that moment the Brotherhood appears and shoots down Baxter to then capture all his men. Jade is mistaken as part of Baxter's team and gets knocked out too. In 2022 in Tijuana, Angel's interviewing the wife of a deceased factory worker. She describes how he was bitten at work, developed a rash around the wound, and became hypersensitive to light and sound. He became more and more aggressive, and after 3 days, he supposedly killed people. The woman hands Angel a USB drive with a document titled Raccoon City Incident and a picture of an explosion. At home, Jade gets a text from Simon inviting her to a party. Billy feels sick but still announces they should go because if she's going to die then may as well have fun beforehand. The party is happening at a building site, where Simon fails a skateboard trick. Billy copies his stunt and impresses everyone by doing it right. Meanwhile Angel tracks Jade's address and infiltrates New Raccoon City in a delivery van while following various locals on social media. Angel's caught on the security cameras and Roth sends a picture to Evelyn, who immediately recognizes him. At home, Albert brings an injection for Billy but discovers the girls aren't around. He tries texting them yet they won't reply. In the evening, Angel finds the party thanks to pictures from social media and everyone runs away thinking he's a guard. The twins try to run away but Angel follows them to warn them they're in danger, revealing what happened to the first Raccoon City. They said it was destroyed by an explosion caused by a gas leak, but Angel explains it was a nuclear attack planned by the government to cover the first time the virus got out. Albert was there and died in 2009. There's also no records from the twins' existence anywhere. At that moment Angel grabs Billy and sees the wound, so the sisters panic and run away. Angel tries to follow them, only to be surrounded by umbrella guards. Later Evelyn interrogates Angel, who calls her out on the disappearance of the worker's wife and all the experiments. On the streets, the twins continue to run but Billy is feeling strange and starts shaking. She thinks she's about to transform, but time runs out and she's just fine. In 2036, Jade, Baxter, and his men are taken away in the Brotherhood's convoy while they learn that heretics are crucified upside down. However, Baxter isn't too worried because he has a chip in his arm and believes Umbrella is on the way. Eventually they're taken to a prison where the Brotherhood keeps around 300 Zeros chained up. The prisoners meet the Brotherhood leader, who believes the plague is God's judgment for man's heresy and the Zeros are transformed sinners made to kill other sinners so the world is left for the elect. Jade and Baxter are beaten up and thrown into a cell and Jade watches the Zeros, shocked that they're working in an organized way as they move the mechanism that powers the prison. Suddenly one of Baxter's men is dragged out of his cell and violently cut to pieces by a chainsaw, then the pieces are thrown at the Zeros for food. One of the creatures is Mother Zero, who eats before shrieking to make the other Zeros work again. Jade realizes she's controlling them, which means the virus does evolve. Terrified, Baxter asks Jade to help him escape in exchange for reporting her as dead. Together they push the cell door to remove it from its hinges and immediately kill the 2 guards on the corridor. Then they take a radio and the cell keys, which they use to free Baxter's soldiers. They also manage to recover their weapons, so when the chainsaw man tries to stop them, they shoot him down. Jade grabs the chainsaw while the soldiers start a gunfight with the other guards. Baxter pulls a bunch of levers to open the exit and accidentally releases the Zeros. Now the group has to shoot both guards and Zeros as they make their way through the building to escape. Baxter manages to fight pretty well and defeats a bunch of enemies, only to realize Jade is gone. She's found a tunnel and is running out with the Brotherhood. Hearing screeches, Jade decides to go back and closes a gate, separating Mother Zero from her horde. Then she uses the chainsaw to attack, decapitating the mother after some struggle. The Zeros are now coming after her, so Jade grabs the head and runs to hide in a room. There she uses the radio to call her daughter and shares some loving words before the battery runs out. As the horde keeps pounding on the door, she tries the chainsaw again, but it isn't working. Nearby she finds a grenade and throws it at the door, but it doesn't work either. At that moment the Zeros push down the door and detonate the grenade, which kills most of the creatures and leaves Jade in a very weak state. When a Zero attacks her, it gets shot by Baxter. They start running together and Baxter keeps on shooting the Zeros that follow them. They find a ladder and Jade goes first, but when Baxter tries, the Zeros grab him and bring him down. While the beasts feed on Baxter, Jade escapes through a sewer hatch, only to be found by Umbrella soldiers. When one of them removes their helmet, Jade is shocked to see Billy. In 2022, Albert is looking for his daughters only for Roth to drag him to the Umbrella building, where Evelyn is scolding Simon on the phone for his party. It turns out he's her son. Then Evelyn takes Albert to see Angel, who has been beaten up but he still refuses to be bought into silence. She wants Albert to torture him and at first he refuses. However, when Angel mentions that he knows the twins, it infuriates Albert and causes him to start severely injuring him. At home, the twins search for their birth certificates. Instead they find parts for a gun, a dog whistle, and a hidden laptop. This one uses a different password, so Jade calls Simon and he cracks it remotely. There are no interesting documents but Simon finds a dead drop email, which is a system that needs a password to be put every 24 hours or the email will be sent. The message is for Billy, saying that Umbrella is after her and he left a bag ready for her to escape. Simon hacks into most of the cameras to play a loop, then the twins sneak around the others' cameras to find Albert's favorite picture. Inside there's a note with a clue, which takes the twins to the piano. They play Moonlight Sonata and discover something is jamming the key. After they remove it they find another note that makes them move the piano. On the floor, they discover a hidden compartment containing a bag with tons of money, 2 passports with the twins' pictures but fake names, and a gun. Simon points out there must be a secret room for Albert to hide stuff in, and effectively they find a hidden door downstairs. The lock requires a special key and Jade remembers the dog whistle, so she uses it to summon Pablo. The dog's collar opens the door and the twins head down into the basement, where their call with Simon ends over the lack of signal. They find Albert's private lab with all their blood samples and a chair to hold someone down. There's a box labeled RC 1998 with a DVD, which plays footage of Albert injecting something into a mutated human. Another file describes Albert's intentions to strap Billy to the chair should she deteriorate. The twins agree to leave and Jade wants evidence, but when she unhooks the computer it triggers an alarm. As a fire starts in the room to burn all the evidence, the sister rush to the door and find it locked. They save themselves by climbing on a table until the extinguishers put out the flames. Suddenly Albert enters the room and Jade demands an explanation. Albert refuses to answer and Jade pulls a knife on him, causing him to get angry. Before he can hurt them, Billy knocks him out. Moments later Albert wakes up tied to the chair and finally talks. The dog that bit Jade was infected with T-virus which causes mutations, but Billy appears to be resistant to it. He also reveals that the twins' embryos were genetically modified to excel in mental and physical performances. Umbrella knows this and will preserve Billy as a lab specimen if they find out she's infected. Albert asks them about Angel and the sisters confirm he knows about Billy, so Albert says he needs to rescue him before he tells Evelyn and the girls agree to release him. The next morning, Albert goes to Umbrella and interrogates Angel while secretly showing him a note that asks if anyone else knows about Billy's bite. Angel says no and Albert injects him with a medicine that causes him to go into cardiac arrest and die. As a medical team rushes in, Evelyn accuses Albert of being Angel's mole and he's arrested. Angel's body is taken to the morgue for an autopsy, but as soon as the doctor makes a cut, Angel convulses as his skin changes color. Down in Umbrella's prison, Albert discovers there's someone in the cell next to his and is shocked to find an exact double of himself with a beard. In 2036, Jade is locked up at an Umbrella's base and is interrogated by Billy, who is working for Evelyn on her world domination goal. Suddenly Billy sends the other guards away and changes her tone, admitting she had been wrong to choose Umbrella and that Jade is immune to the virus but she isn't, it's just moving slowly in her. Billy then releases Jade as she tells her where to find a university search team and slices an Umbrella tracking chip from her arm so she can escape freely. After punching Billy, Jade collects the severed head of Mother Zero and runs out. Eventually Jade reaches the coast and is found by the university search team, who quickly take her to their ship. There Jade finally reunites with her family. Sometime later, the ship changes its route because they pass near a ghost craft, meaning there are Zeros alive underwater. Meanwhile Jade joins Amrita at the lab to perform an autopsy on Mother Zero's head. They learn that Mother's body is producing 2 enzymes, but they degrade upon exposure to oxygen. Over the night they go through 55 different tests to preserve the enzymes with artificial saliva, but in the end it's Jade's saliva that makes it work. They introduce T-virus to the enzymes, determining that one has an attractive property and the other a repelling property, meaning that these enzymes could be used to both ward Zeros away and to control them. In the middle of the night, Jade sneaks on a boat and fishes out a Zero for more tests. The Zero tries to attack her, but Jade puts it to sleep with an injection. In the morning, Jade ties the Zero up at the lab at the same time that comes to see her. The girl gets scared, but Jade calms her down by saying she's found a solution and makes her stay by the door to watch. Jade covers her body with the mother's enzyme and pricks her finger before approaching the Zero. The trick works and the creature doesn't attack her, but when it comes closer, the Zero snarls. It manages to break its bindings and pushes Jade away to chase after B, who goes to other adults for help. The Zero finds Amrita and jumps on her, immediately killing her. At that moment a guard comes out and kills the creature, and Jade comes to take full responsibility. Amrita's husband is furious and tries to shoot Jade, but Arjun pushes his arm to make him fail. Suddenly they hear a noise and notice a bunch of helicopters approaching. A flashback then jumps to 2005, where 3 different Alberts are working together at an Umbrella outpost. Their personalities are different, but all 3 of them are clones of the original Albert, a superhuman who also is their leader. Original Albert notices one of his clones is listening to music and threatens to slice off another finger if he doesn't behave. Suddenly a bunch of soldiers bursts in to arrest them for their unauthorized use of Umbrella assets. With his enhanced abilities, Original Albert defeats them in seconds. However, there are more soldiers coming, so Original Albert tries to kill his clones to prevent them being used. The soldiers arrive faster than he thought and open fire, so he only manages to kill 1 clone before he runs away. The other 2 clones are arrested as Evelyn makes her way inside. In 2022, the Alberts and the cells of the clones, seeing each other again after 17 years. Bert has been locked up the entire time and is shocked to hear that Albert was allowed to have a life. Their conversation is interrupted when the guards take Albert away. He's tied to a chair so he can be interrogated by Evelyn, who knows his injection killed Angel and confirms that Bert was the one who created the medicine variant. Since Albert refuses to go along with Evelyn's plans, she asks Roth to inject him with the variant and Albert soon starts feeling sick. Meanwhile in the cell, Bert kills a guard with a razor and presses a pillow over another one to finish him off. He also shaves himself and leaves the cell looking exactly like Albert. Afterward, Bert shows up at the school with a stolen car and pounds on the horn until the twins come over him. He avoids answering questions by saying they'll talk later and they drive away, but the sisters are shocked by his crazy driving. The trio makes it to a restaurant and the girls notice their dad is behaving strange. Noticing a cut on his finger, they conclude Umbrella must have injected him with something. In the meantime, Evelyn goes home for dinner and puts some medicine in her wife's drink, which is noticed by Simon. Evelyn leaves the bottle behind to take a call from Roth and Simon uses the chance to steal some medicine. Then Evelyn asks her son to text Jade, saying she may be in trouble. Simon does so and Jade asks for help. Then Bert snaps at a waitress and the girls demand an explanation. Bert tells them about the clones, which scares the twins and they try to get away. The Umbrella agents appear outside so they have to run through the back door. Bert comes out and uses his amazing strength to kill all the agents, including the one that tries to tase him to no avail. Then he goes after Roth, who quickly tricks him to handcuff him to the car. Afterward, Roth forces the twins to go to Umbrella, where Evelyn shows them a very sick Albert. The men take blood samples from the girls while Evelyn explains that none of the clones weren't completely healthy, so Albert engineered the twins' embryos to use their blood in daily transfusions that kept him stable. Then Evelyn puts a sample in Albert's hand and he injects himself, quickly getting better. The twins are disgusted that they were created for this and say they hate Albert before running away. In 2036, Jade runs to Mother Zero's head and cracks it to find a tracking chip underneath. This is how Umbrella found them. The ship's leader Sakim goes to the shore and meets with Evelyn, who hasn't aged at all. Evelyn wants Jade and threatens to blow up the ship if they try anything. On the ship, Jade is confined in a room. When B comes to visit, Jade tells her to get a hidden green duffel bag and leave the ship. Soon Jade is taken to the Umbrella base and is shocked to find Evelyn dancing in her tent. It's revealed that Billy has been controlling her with the medicine variant and she has been the actual head of Umbrella for years by controlling Evelyn from the shadows. She let Jade go to find the university's ship and now wants to keep her to use her blood as a stabilizer for herself. Billy controls Evelyn to order a guard to seize the ship and when Jade protests, the guard grabs her. Then Jade throws a bottle on the floor, releasing the attractor enzyme. Soon a huge horde of Zeros attacks the area, overwhelming the soldiers who don't have enough weapons to deal with such a huge amount of enemies. As the soldiers are killed one by one, the ship sees the attack and takes off, revealing they have a massive infected crocodile attached underwater. In 2022, Evelyn takes Bert back to his cell and offers him a new project as she reveals a strange humanoid creature in a tank. Meanwhile, Roth drops the twins at their house, telling them they have 5 minutes to pack and come back to the car. Obviously they want to escape, so Jade distracts Roth while Billy recovers the bag Albert left for them while dealing with unbearable dizziness. Afterward they sneak out through the window, but Roth catches them red-handed. Suddenly Billy goes crazy and attacks Roth so Jade tries to help her, but Roth quickly brings them both down. The reinforcements are getting closer, thus Billy tells Jade to run before tackling Roth again. Jade manages to escape and Billy gets captured. She's taken to Umbrella, where Evelyn manipulates her by promising to cure her. Tests are run and they conclude the T virus is in her blood but inactive. Then Billy is injected with something that makes her convulse and scream. Meanwhile, Simon is worried about his mom's unusual behavior. Jade arrives with Pablo and tells Simon everything, making him realize what the medicine is doing to his mom. The lady accidentally cooks her finger while cooking, yet she doesn't feel any pain. Simon calls Evelyn and demands an explanation, causing her to snap and show her true colors. Furious, Simon hangs up and agrees to help Jade, hacking into the locks of Umbrella's building. Upstairs, Billy regains control of herself and fights back the lab tech, stabbing him in the eye with a syringe and slashing Evelyn. When she tries to leave, she's suddenly overwhelmed by hallucinations of blood, alarms, and the dog, causing her to have a breakdown. Luckily, Bert shows up and snaps her out of it, convincing her to go see Albert. Both twins make it to Albert's room at the same time and the group agrees to escape together. Unfortunately, the security system kicks in while the creature wakes up in its tank. The group runs to hide, only for Billy to suddenly go crazy again. She attacks Jade and bites Simon, instantly infecting him. The guards surround them and Evelyn is horrified to see her son has been bitten, so she immediately shoots him. The clones use the chance to attack the guards and a gunfight ensues. Roth has no choice but to run away while all his men are killed. Then the clones drag the girls out to escape while Evelyn stares at the body of her son. The twins and the clones run out and sneak around to avoid security cars, hiding behind the first door they find. The clones begin soaking the lab with chemicals to make a bomb and Albert tells his daughters to escape with Bert while he stays to set the bomb off. As the trio runs away, Evelyn enters the lab and shoots Albert twice but he still manages to start the fire. Evelyn runs as the whole building goes up in flames. While the fire trucks go by, Bert steals a car and takes the twins out of town. The firemen successfully recover Evelyn from the wreckage, and from the rubble, the arm of the tank creature bursts out. In 2036, the soldiers try their best to protect the base but they keep going down. Billy hits Jade in anger and runs back into the tent, where Evelyn reminds her she's nothing without her. Outside, two soldiers try to drag Jade away, but she quickly fights them and frees herself. At that moment, Billy activates Umbrella's drones, which begin to wipe out the Zeros and allows Jade to escape. Because she's still covered in the deterrent enzyme, the Zeros ignore her and she manages to make it to the shore. Arjun throws a rope for her to climb aboard the ship, then Jade convinces Sakim and Arjun to release the mutant crocodile. Eventually, Billy's drones succeed in wiping out the Zeros, but this also kills all the soldiers except for one. At that moment, the mutant crocodile arrives, ready to attack. On the ship, Jade realizes that Bee escaped to the shore like she told her to. Billy runs up the hill with the soldier, who is quickly killed when she makes the drone shoot at the crocodile. As the beast destroys a drone with its mouth, Billy finds a grenade in a soldier's pocket and throws it at the crocodile, causing it to roll down the hill into the water and knock down the helicopter in the process. Jade and Arjun are coming on a boat to look for Bee, but the crocodile's tail knocks them out. Minutes later, the couple wakes up on the shore but Arjun's unable to walk and tells Jade to go find their daughter. Meanwhile, Billy shoots a few more Zeros as she runs and reaches a second helicopter, escaping right before the crocodile reaches her. Afterward, the beast chases after Bee, only to calm down when it smells her. Suddenly, the helicopter shoots some missiles, so Bee runs away while the crocodile dies. Then Bee is found by Jade, who takes the gun from her bag when Billy and her men try to approach them. Billy starts insulting her and makes her have a breakdown by pointing out everyone around her dies because of her selfishness. Jade agrees to leave with Billy if she lets Bee go, but Billy shoots Jade and takes Bee to the helicopter while Jade watches in tears. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. Late in the evening, Abigail is practicing ballet in an empty theater. Meanwhile, a group of criminals is getting ready to strike. The hacker shuts down all the security cameras in Abigail's house and the sniper climbs on the roof. When Abigail leaves the theater, her driver gets her on the car, unaware the criminals have put a tracker under it. As soon as the car gets moving, so do the kidnappers. The hacker opens the house's doors and 3 of the criminals sneak into Abigail's bedroom to hide behind the furniture. The woman realizes they'll be kidnapping a child in protest since she usually doesn't mess with kids, but the others tell her to deal with it. Soon Abigail arrives home and gets on the bed, so the criminals use the chance to attack. A guy tries holding her down, but Abigail stabs his hand with a pencil. The other man takes over and covers her mouth as he captures her while the first guy tries to punch her, but the woman stops him from hurting a kid. Then she injects Abigail with a sedative to put her to sleep. The other half of the team is waiting outside and warns those in the house that there's a car incoming. While the sniper keeps the incoming car under his watch, the trio hurries to put Abigail in a bag and sneaks out through a window. As they cross the garden and reunite with the sniper, the alarms activate and they have to run. Fortunately, the last 2 criminals pick them up just in time and they escape without issues. During the ride, they check Abigail's pulse to make sure she's fine and blindfold her. When they're about to reach a traffic, the hacker tells the driver to take a different road, but the driver makes a sudden turn and hides the van behind a big truck. Eventually, they make it to their destination, which is an old abandoned mansion outside the city. There they meet with Lambert, the guy that hired them. After they handcuff Abigail to a bed, Lambert reminds the group of the rules. They mustn't share any names or backstories, and they should avoid getting naughty among themselves. It's a 24-hour job, so they must babysit Abigail until her rich dad sends the $50 million. Lambert doesn't tell them who the dad is, but he does collect everyone's phones to avoid getting tracked. Before leaving, Lambert gives each team member a codename inspired by the Rat Pack. Afterward, the team begins enjoying all the drinks in the house. Joey refuses to share her candy with Dean, who pretends to be smart and tries to guess everyone's backstory, but he fails. When Joey mocks him, the others bet some money to see if she can do better, and by reading their body language, clothes, and personality she guesses all correctly. Frank used to be a detective, Peter is a dim-witted mob enforcer, the hacker Sammy comes from money and is doing this for fun, Rickles is a former Marine sniper, and Dean is a sociopath driver. In return, Frank concludes Joey is a recovering addict. Then Joey checks on Abigail, who complains the blindfold is too tight. Joey covers her face and takes the blindfold off. She also notices that the handcuffs are hurting her, so she recuffs her hands in front. Since Abigail is crying, Joey explains they won't hurt her and they only want the money, so Abigail makes her do a pinky promise. Joey shares she has a son, and in return Abigail tells her that they made a mistake because her father doesn't care about her. When Joey's about to leave, Abigail says she's sorry for what's going to happen to her. Worried, Joey rejoins the group and tells Frank that Abigail's father may be a violent man. Frank dismisses it as Abigail trying to make Joey feel bad, but once everyone is distracted, he goes to check on the child. He's shocked to see her without the blindfold and immediately covers his face while pointing his gun at her until she swears she didn't see him. Then Frank presses her until she says her dad is Christophe Lazar. Freaking out, Frank runs back to the group and announces that he's leaving. The others demand an explanation and Frank explains that the girl is Christophe Lazar's daughter, a very dangerous and powerful crime boss. Joey and Rickles also recognize the name and share Frank's worry. An argument ensues on how to proceed, and in the end they decide to stay to get the money, which they can later use to escape and start a new life far from there. They agree to keep an eye on the perimeter and keep all doors closed. Later Joey is looking around the house, following a noise that is just an open window. While opening it fully to stop the noise, she sees an old statue of a father and his child. Then she bumps into Rickles, who tries to flirt with her and fails. He also tells her that he doesn't trust the others and they agree to watch each other's backs. Meanwhile, Sammy finds a room with TV and is suddenly startled by a presence behind her, but it's just Dean playing a prank. He has the nerve to try flirting with Sammy, who furiously kicks him out. Then Dean finds a sleeping Peter and draws a man's member on his face. He keeps wandering around the house and enters a dark corridor with tons of old pictures, including one with a girl that looks a lot like Abigail. Next he goes to the basement kitchen, where a door opens by itself. Confused, he enters the room and gets startled by a rat. As he tries to leave, suddenly an unseen presence grabs him by the legs and pulls him back. Sammy hears his screaming and goes to the basement, where she finds Dean sitting at the table. When she tries to approach him, his head falls and Sammy screams before puking. Soon the others make it to the basement too and they agree Sammy doesn't have the strength to do that. In fact, it reminds them of the stories about Lazar's hitman called Valdez. Several years ago, 3 top members of Lazar's gang were captured by the FBI. The night before their trial, they were kept hidden on the top floor of a hotel with agents guarding every corner. The next morning, the FBI stormed in and found their bodies with their heads cut off and no organs. There was no way in or out of the room except for the door on the 23rd floor. Getting worried, they decide to check on the girl and find her well in the room. Rickles is still scared of Valdez and wants to leave, but when he opens the front door, they're shocked to discover another barred gate. Peter tries to push it open to no avail, and this triggers a security system that covers all the windows, meaning the group is now stuck inside. Joey concludes this is a trap and Rickles runs to check on his weapon, only to find it gone. Joey rushes to Abigail and asks if she's seen anybody else besides her and Frank, but Abigail swears she hasn't. She also shares that Frank threatened to harm her, that he said he worked for her dad, and that his real name was Valdez. Afterward, Joey meets with Rickles and they both share what they know, concluding it doesn't make sense. They agree to look for a way out, but as Joey tries to leave the room, she hears a noise. Rickles is standing rather awkwardly, so she goes to check on him and is horrified to discover that he's been severely injured. His dead body falls in her arms and she puts him down before rushing downstairs. A furious Joey aims her gun at Frank, accusing him of being Valdez and killing Rickles. Frank pulls out his gun too and says Joey's letting Abigail manipulate her. He asks Peter to do something about Abigail, so Peter goes to the room to kill her. Before he can shoot, Joey arrives and quickly disarms him. Sammy and Frank also come and an argument ensues. Meanwhile, Abigail easily removes the handcuffs and stands up, using a ballet move to show her true face. She's actually a vampire. Abigail jumps on Peter and is about to bite him, but Frank shoots her down. To everyone's shock, Abigail just sits up as the wound heals itself. Joey shoots her too, but it's clear that bullets do nothing, so they run and lock the door. The group discusses what to do as they realize Abigail was Valdez all along. All the doors are equipped with magnetically sealed locks and shutters 2 inches thick, so they can't be broken, and Sammy doesn't have the equipment to hack them. Everyone's tense, and when Peter asks them to slow down, Frank grabs him by the neck, threatening into shutting up. In the end, Frank and Joey grab pool sticks to make steaks while Sammy looks for garlic in the kitchen. Joey doesn't help because she thinks killing Abigail would only make her dad mad at them. Once they're ready, the trio rushes into Abigail's room only to find it empty. Suddenly they hear music, so they go into another room, where they find Abigail dancing with Dean's body. At first she pretends to be a sweet girl, but when Sammy attacks, Abigail jumps on her and sniffs the garlic, which does nothing. Frank is pushed off when he tries to help, but Peter manages to pick her up. However, Abigail easily throws him to the ground and takes the cross from his necklace, hitting his chest with it to make him bleed and confirming crosses don't affect her either. Next, Frank tries to stab her from behind. However, Abigail quickly disarms him and stabs his leg instead. Giving up, the trio goes back downstairs, where Joey helps them with their wounds. She reminds them that the injection did work when they kidnapped Abigail, and they still have a spare injection. They agree to split up, and whoever finds the girl first must inform Joey through their earpieces so she can surprise her with a syringe. The group starts searching the house, and Sammy takes a dirty corridor, where she's startled by a bunch of bats. This causes her to fall in a pool, and she screams when she realizes it's filled with rotting bodies. Even worse, she has to crawl on them to get out. Meanwhile, Abigail surprises Peter, who runs away in fear and locks the door behind him. However, Abigail breaks the door and keeps on chasing him as she runs with ballet moves. Peter's running as fast as he can when suddenly Frank opens a door and hits him, causing him to fall off the rail. Then Abigail chases after Frank, pushing him down the stairs before sitting on him. Joey uses the chance to try to inject her, but Abigail hits her hand to send the syringe flying through a locked gate. Sammy grabs Abigail and pulls her away, so the child retaliates by biting her arm. Next, Abigail grabs Frank by the leg and starts flying, only for Peter to suddenly tackle her and make her drop Frank. Peter holds Abigail down while Joey manages to retrieve the syringe, quickly injecting the sedative into Abigail. The child makes some serious threats and calls Joey awful things before passing out. Sammy freaks out and wonders if she'll transform because of the bite. Moments later, Abigail wakes up locked in an elevator. Joey says that if she reveals how to get out of there, they'll let her go. Instead, Abigail confesses that she planned everything and that Lambert works for her. She even knows all their real names and backstories. Sammy started her career by taking money from her rich parents' bank account and eventually went after a particular big fish. Peter served as muscle for a crime family and stole from his crew. Frank infiltrated a particular crime family while working as a detective and ended up enjoying the illegal life. Joey is a former army medic who was fired for becoming addicted to medicine, and she left her son with his bad father to become an underground doctor for some very shady people. One day she accidentally killed a gang member while trying to remove a bullet. It turns out everyone here wronged Lazar or his gang in some way, and Joey says Abigail kills her dad's enemies just to make him love her. Abigail didn't kill them as soon as they arrived because she likes playing with her food. She says that if they let her out, she'll let 2 of them live. Frank suggests killing her, so an angry Abigail changes the offer to only saving the one that gets her out. Peter quickly takes out his gun and Joey does the same as she and Frank explain Abigail is lying. Since Peter tries to free her anyway, Joey shoots him. Then the group leaves except for Frank, who volunteers to keep guard. After everyone's gone, Frank says that he'll let her go if she tells him how to get out of the house. Abigail explains that he must pull Agatha Christie's book in the library to open a secret door. Frank thanks her but refuses to release her, so Abigail easily breaks the door to push him and dances toward him. At that moment, Joey arrives and breaks wooden planks off a window, allowing the sunlight in. The light instantly burns off Abigail's hand and she runs to hide in the shadows so she can regrow it while Joey and Frank run away. The entire group makes it to the library and stays under the sunlight, entering through the high window Joey opened early. Nothing happens to Sammy, so she's relieved thinking she won't turn. Frank pulls the book Abigail mentioned, but nothing happens because she lied too. While he throws a tantrum, Joey tries to break down the wall to no avail. She's run out of candy, so she's getting very anxious. Joey explains to Sammy that she left her son to get clean and the plan was using this job's money to go back to him and start over as a reset. Hearing this word gives Sammy an idea. If they can find the power source, she can short the locks. The team splits in 2 and searches the house. Suddenly Abigail plays music again and takes control of Sammy thanks to the bite. She quickly transforms into a vampire and attacks Peter, biting his neck. Abigail talks to him through Sammy while she continues to feed and kills him. Then Abigail has fun making Sammy dance like she does. Eventually Joey and Frank arrive, so Sammy keeps her face hidden. However, the others are suspicious, thus Sammy shows them her transformation and the duo immediately runs away. Sammy chases after them and they make it to the library, where Abigail uses Sammy's voice to explain she hates that room because that's where her father turned her. Joey grabs a tray and reflects the sunlight on it, causing Sammy's body to explode. At that moment a secret door opens, and although Joey and Frank think it's a trap, they decide to go through it anyway. After going through a corridor, they find the mansion's control and Lambert, who is a vampire too. Lambert grabs Joey by the neck while he explains everything. Abigail turned him 2 years ago when she found out that he helped Frank infiltrate the gang. She also threatened his family, and now all he does is bring all her father's enemies here so she can play. He's already notified Lazar about the situation, and he's on his way to the mansion. Lambert wants to kill both Abigail and her dad, so he offers to turn Frank if he promises to help. Frank agrees, so Lambert knocks Joey out and bites Frank. Next, Lambert makes Frank drink his blood and Joey wakes up to watch Frank painfully transform into a vampire. Afterward, Lambert tells Frank to feed on Joey, however Frank stabs him with a stake instead, causing Lambert to explode. At that moment, Abigail arrives and tries to attack, but Frank overpowers her and drinks her blood. Joey uses the chance to reach the control panel and deactivates the security measures. She also retrieves her phone. But when she runs down the secret corridor, the exit is locked. While Frank finishes feeding on Abigail and drops her body, Joey calls her son and leaves a heartfelt speech in his voicemail. Frank finds her and immediately pushes her back into the library, where he starts throwing her around to smash her against the furniture. Joey tries to defend herself, but her punches do nothing to a vampire. Then she grabs her by the neck and throws her down, but Abigail catches her just in time. Abigail explains she's too weak to defeat him alone and begs Joey to help her kill Frank, promising to let her go if she does so she can see her son again. Frank approaches them and the girls team up to start fighting him, but no matter how hard they try, he's clearly stronger than both of them combined. After he knocks down Abigail, he stabs Joey in the shoulder with the stake and gets her stuck on a pillar. Then he goes back to fighting Abigail, biting her again as the girl raises her pinky to remind Joey of their promise. When Abigail is down, Frank takes Joey off the stake and bites her neck before throwing her on the floor. When she wakes up, Frank uses his vampire powers to force her to pick up the stake and go after Abigail. However, Joey is pretending, so she turns around and pushes Frank, giving Abigail the chance to jump on him. She fights him again as she explains the powers take a while to develop fully so he can't control or transform Joey yet. While they're distracted, Joey retrieves the stake and pulls Frank down. Then she and Abigail team up to stab him and make him explode. Afterward, Joey is worried that she may transform too, but Abigail confirms it won't happen because Frank is dead. As promised, Abigail lets Joey go and tells her to find her son. Suddenly someone grabs Joey's shoulder. It's Abigail's father Lazar, who says he had many names through the years. He wants to kill Joey, however Abigail comes to her defense, saying Joey saved her life and was there for her when he wasn't. Lazar kisses Joey's hand as thanks and lets her go. Joey rushes back to the van and discovers she still has a lollipop left, so she eats it while driving away. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. For many centuries, the Order of the Knights Templar has looked for the Apple of Eden because it contains the key to free will. By decoding its secrets, they'll have the power to control all freedom of thought, which is why the organization known as the Brotherhood of Assassins tries to stop them. In 1492 in Spain, the Assassins discusses the latest update. They can't let the Sultan's son be kidnapped or he'll surrender the apple. A newbie called Aguilar is accepted in the organization and they cut his finger as part of the welcoming ritual before handing him a pair of hidden blades. In Baja California in 1986, a young Cal is on the roof of a building trying to make a jump with his bike, but he fails and falls. When he goes home, he's shocked to find the body of his dead mother with her necklace hanging in her hand. To make it worse, it was his father Joseph that killed her. As a bunch of cars led by Ricky approach the house, Joseph tells Cal to run because they've been found. Cal immediately gets on the roofs and runs as fast as possible, managing to escape before the men enter the house. 30 years later, Cal is now a grown man in a Texan jail keeping himself busy by making creepy drawings. On the day of his birthday, he's taken out of his cell for execution, which is the sentence he got for murder. He's strapped to a table before they inject the lethal fluids into him, causing him to see his entire life flashing in his mind as he goes out. To Cal's shock, he doesn't die but instead wakes up in a white room where Ricky's daughter Sophia is watching him. Sophia explains that officially he's dead to the rest of the world and he's been brought here to help her project, but Cal immediately tries to escape. His body is still weak from the injection so his body keeps stumbling and slowing down, but he manages to run through the strange building and take the stairs into a room full of plants and other people like him. Then Cal reaches the edge of a balcony and realizes he has no idea where he is. Soon Sophia catches up to him and says he's in Madrid in the Abstergo Foundation, a private organization working on a way to eradicate violence. Before he can respond, security knocks him out and takes him to a huge empty room. While holding him down, they put hidden blades on his arms and a special belt on his waist before they connect a huge claw-like machine called Animus to his neck. Cal screams in pain as Sophia explains this machine will help him see the memories of his ancestor, who lived 500 years ago. Then Animus raises Cal and bright lights shine around him as the computer checks his DNA. Suddenly Animus pushes Cal and he finds himself in the Spanish Inquisition, seeing everything from the point of view of his ancestor Aguilar. The Templars have kidnapped the Sultan's son Ahmed, and it's the assassin's mission to rescue him before he can be used to get the apple. On the streets, the Templars put Ahmed in a cage and get ready to kill the man who was hiding the boy. While the commander gives a speech, Aguilar jumps on him to kill him at the same time Cal jumps still connected to the Animus. He's shocked because he's truly feeling like he's killed a guy, but Sophia asks him to stay in the memory. The other assassins are also attacking and a vicious fight against the Templars ensues. At first it seems the assassins have the upper hand with their amazing fighting skills, but soon the Templars start killing them back. Assassin Maria steals the carriage with the cage and takes off, but the Templars immediately start following her so Aguilar takes a horse and joins the chase. Two Templars manage to get in the back of the vehicle, so Maria jumps to start fighting them, quickly pushing them off with precise strikes and shooting a horse rider before returning to the front. Aguilar decides to jump as well and lands in a Templar cart to trigger another fight at the same time one more enemy starts harassing Maria. The fights are fast and intense, and everything gets experienced by Cal in real time, jumping in the Animus as Aguilar jumps as well because the cart loses track and crashes. In the other carriage, Maria almost falls and manages to hold on at the last second. Aguilar lands on her carriage and kills the Templar before noticing they're about to reach a cliff, so he hurries to pick the cage lock and free the kid while Maria gets to escape by unhooking the horses. The carriage starts falling off the bridge and Aguilar falls with the kid, so he shoots a rope to hold onto the edge. At that moment, Cal starts falling too and Sophia orders her technicians to pull him out of Animus while in the past, a Templar finds Aguilar. Cal lands on the floor rather forcefully and is shocked to see a hallucination of Aguilar walking through the room. That night, Cal has nightmares about Aguilar's memories. When he wakes up, he's in a cell room surrounded by guards, and he still sees the hallucination of Aguilar walking around. It looks like Aguilar is about to attack him, but he disappears at the last second. At that moment Sophia comes to check on him and explains the hallucinations are called the bleeding effect. They're images of his experience layering themselves over his field of vision. Angry, Cal grabs Sophia and pushes her against the wall to demand an explanation, so she tells him the machine connects him to genetic memories that allow him to relive the lives of his ancestors. As Cal's head hurts with the visions, Sophia convinces him to let her go by pointing out he'll learn more if he cooperates. Then Sophia takes him to a lab where they've been keeping track of all his life, explaining they found him by following Aguilar's DNA. All the test subjects are murderers like their assassin ancestors, and Sophia points out they were born with a predisposition to violence. Cal corrects her, saying he doesn't like violence for the sake of it. He just killed a man who was hurting women. Sophia and Ricky are with the Templars, and they're looking for the Apple of Eden because it's supposed to have the seed of man's first disobedience and could help them learn why it makes people violent. They think violence is a disease that can be cured and Cal is here to help them find that cure. Once their research is complete, Cal gets to leave and start a new life. Afterward Cal goes to have lunch with the other test subjects. Everyone keeps staring at him and Mosa reminds him that they're supposed to protect the apple, so he advises Cal not to make the wrong choice. While he eats, Cal keeps having flashbacks to his mother's death and sees Aguilar's hallucination everywhere. Meanwhile Ricky wants to send Cal back into the Animus immediately. It turns out the Templars want to shoot his project down because he hasn't found the apple, so he wants to speed up the process. Sophia disagrees because Cal needs to get used to everything or he'll lose his life in the process. Later in his cell room, Cal sees Aguilar attacking him again, and this time he's capable of channeling his ancestors' abilities to defend himself. After successfully exchanging a few hits, the hallucination disappears and two technicians come in, so Cal beats them up as well. However, soon the guards come and manage to overpower him before they drag him out by force. Cal thinks he's slowly going crazy, so he starts laughing and singing like a maniac. The guards take Cal to connect him back to the Animus by force, and Sophia asks the technicians to pull Cal out if it gets too bad, ignoring Ricky's orders. Cal stops singing when he appears back in the past, discovering Aguilar, Maria, and their mentor are chained up in a cell while the Templars have Ahmed. The trio is taken out to be executed in public, and in the present Cal suffers the pain of a Templar punching Aguilar. While the mentor is burned to death, Aguilar struggles against his shackles and manages to get them off. Then he climbs up the pole to make a jump and break his chains, causing the Templars to come for him. He fights them off and by stealing a sword, he frees Maria as well. Cal sees hallucinations of the Templars attacking in the present and pulls all of Aguilar's moves, making Sophia notice that they're synchronizing. Working together, Aguilar and Maria defeat every incoming guard one by one, and Aguilar has to push the other pole off to save Maria before she gets burned too. When the executor comes after them, they trick him to make his axe break Maria's chains, which they use to kill him. Next they break the barrels and the oil spills, touching the execution flames and causing an explosion that allows them to escape while everyone panics. The Templars begin chasing the duo as they climb to the rooftops, where they have to fight off a few more guards that keep approaching. They quickly fight them off or even kill them by throwing them off the roof before they keep running, using fast moves to jump off the walls and dodge the incoming arrows. Eventually they're surrounded, and Maria and Aguilar accidentally split to fight. They defeat all the Templars as fast as possible, but the soldiers just keep coming with more arrows. The duo keeps on running as they jump on walls, walk through rooms, and slide down clotheslines, while Cal continues to match every move in the present. A Templar cuts the ropes to make them fall through a window and another fight starts, but this time they manage to grab a few weapons to defend themselves. After lots of running and climbing, Aguilar makes it to the top of a structure and dodges one last arrow before deciding to do a leap of faith. When Cal tries the same in the present, he gets caught in a sudden desynchronization and his body can't stop shaking. The medical team rushes to assist him and Cal is submerged in a special pool for recovery. Cal panics when he realizes he can't feel his legs, but Sophia explains it's temporary. She also points out that if he goes into the Animus by choice, he won't suffer these problems. Afterward, Cal is put in a wheelchair and Sophia reveals that Rickeen retrieved his mother's necklace after he left the house. When Cal starts feeling his legs again, he starts practicing Aguilar's moves. Fearing Cal's getting too powerful, Rickeen visits him to explain the consequences of not collaborating with the project. Cal is taken to see the test subjects that didn't connect with Animus willingly and now they're sick or mentally unstable. Rickeen also reveals he has the blade Cal's father used to kill his mom, saying that Joseph is here too and leaving the blade for Cal in a clear attempt at manipulating him. Hungry for revenge, Cal grabs the blade and goes looking for his father, who is now old and out of shape. Cal threatens him with the blade as he demands answers, and Joseph explains he did it because Cal's mom asked him to in order to avoid being connected to Animus and to protect the assassins. Joseph was supposed to kill Cal too, but he couldn't hurt his son. Cal asks him to finish his mission but Joseph refuses, telling him to get his revenge if he wants but not to go back to the machine because the Templars want the apple to control the world. Instead of killing him, Cal gives Joseph the necklace and the blade before leaving. On his way back, the other test subjects bring down the guard and lock the doors before jumping on Cal to try to kill him. Cal immediately defends himself, managing to hit the guy and buy time until the guards arrive to take everyone away. Next, Cal connects to the Animus willingly and he discovers that Maria gifted Aguilas the necklace. The Templars meet with the Sultan, telling him the assassins were defeated so they want to exchange Ahmed for the apple. The Sultan reluctantly makes the exchange and a priest working for the Templars celebrates that the apple is theirs now, confirming that they'll use it to control the world. Suddenly a few smoke bombs fall from above and Maria and Aguilar jump into the room to start a fight. They start killing Templars without hesitation and after killing a few outside as well, Maria closes the doors to stop backup from coming in. Thanks to the smoke, Aguilar sneaks behind the priest and steals the apple, but at the same time the Templar commander captures Maria. He wants to exchange her for the apple, so Maria reminds Aguilar that assassins always put the mission first. Ignoring her, Aguilar takes his blade back because he loves her, however Maria refuses to give the apple up and forces the commander to move his blade. As Maria's dead body falls, a furious Aguilar pushes the priest and goes after the commander, starting another vicious fight that Cal keeps on copying in the present. At first it looks like the commander is overpowering him, especially when he kicks Aguilar down to the floor. When the commander is about to finish him with a sword, Aguilar sees Maria's body who tells him to run, so he turns just in time and shoots his blade at the commander. Then he fights him again and since the commander is weak now, Aguilar easily kills him at last. The priest runs to open the door and let the backup inside, so Aguilar jumps into a tunnel to escape. The Templars follow him, so he begins fighting them off as he continues to run and jump on the walls. After killing a few soldiers, Aguilar steals a torch and starts a fire in the middle of the tunnel to block the enemy off. He manages to make it to the entrance and comes out on a bridge, only to find himself surrounded by crossbows. Refusing to give up, Aguilar makes another leap of faith and lands in the water. In the present, Cal jumps as well and the Animus breaks down, but this time Cal is fine. The memories continue to appear around him and he sees Aguilar giving the apple to Christopher Columbus to hide. Meanwhile, Mosa steals ancient smoke bombs from the lab and activates them in the common room, where all the test subjects start beating the guards up. As the alarm begins ringing in the building, they make their way through the corridors and labs while beating down or even killing anyone who tries to stop them. At the same time, Cal is surrounded by ghosts of the assassins, including Aguilar, Joseph, and his mom, who tells him he isn't alone. The technicians confirm it isn't a memory, and Rickeen announces he and Sophia are leaving so the team can purge the facility. Sophia doesn't want to go because she sees an assassin who looks like herself, but Rickeen's men drag her out. The guards go after every test subject and Joseph tries to defend himself, but sadly he's quickly killed. The others move as fast as possible because the guards are trying to lock the doors, but one of the guys manages to reach the computer and opens enough gates so the team can reach Cal. His mom confirms that the Templars are evil, causing Cal to finally accept his destiny as an assassin. The ghosts disappear and Cal joins the others to fight against the guards. The group steals a bunch of old assassin weapons from the labs and opens the last door to let the guards in, causing a vicious fight to ensue while Rickeen escapes with Sophia in a helicopter. A young man is sadly killed in the fight, but all the other test subjects perfectly synced with their ancestors and now expertly use their skills to beat all the enemies down. At that moment Cal notices the helicopter leaving and climbs the Animus to reach the roof, but unfortunately he isn't fast enough. Sometime later, Rickeen goes to Columbus' grave and retrieves the apple, taking all the glory even if Sophia designed the entire project. In the evening, the Templars gather to celebrate their victory, unaware that the new assassins are sneaking into the building. While Rickeen steps onto the main stage to give a speech, Sophia sees Cal arrive through the main door, but she doesn't alert anyone because she's finally realized that Rickeen has been using her and he doesn't want peace. On the stage, Rickeen takes out the Apple of Eden to show it off. As the apple starts glowing, Cal appears behind Rickeen and kills him. People run away in the panic and the assassins use the chance to escape secretly by mixing with the crowd while Sophia checks on her father, noticing Cal left a real apple in exchange for the mythical one. Later the assassins can be seen on top of a building, promising to take care of the apple in modern times no matter the cost. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the headquarters of Denning Pharmaceutical, former employee John takes the elevator and opens his suitcase to reveal he has a gun. On the executive floor, he quickly kills several higher-ups and goes back to the reception, where he sees the police. John says that somebody had to do something and then he self-deletes. Afterward, news programs explain that Denning Pharmaceutical is releasing a new medicine, which is getting FDA approval even though is causing fatal side effects that have already killed 3 people. Because of this, the company is facing a major lawsuit and its stocks are falling, so they're trying to get rid of all the evidence. An important layer called Alan decides to take the case against the company, which will greatly affect his career. He assigns legal assistant Tom to take care of the paperwork, and on Monday he must update his keycard before entering the office because they get reset every weekend. Since John was their key witness and they lost him, Tom tells Alan he wants to add heart attack victims to the pharmaceutical case, but Alan forbids him from doing so because minor victims don't make money. Then Tom is called to the office of another boss to discuss the Gambizi crime family case. Tom sent a memo because he wants to join that case, but his boss destroys it and scolds Tom for not paying more attention to the cases he already has. Afterward, Tom goes to the file room to put away the file Alan turned down. His girlfriend and co-worker Anna visits him so they can share a few secret kisses. A few hours later, Alan announces that since the servers have been down since last night, everyone can go home. Before Tom can leave, Alan tells him that he made a dangerous mistake with the memo he wrote earlier, so he fires him for it. In the elevator, Tom is joined by a man he never saw before. When they make it to the reception, the man leaves a suitcase on the floor and another guy picks it up before taking the elevator too, which Tom finds suspicious. After checking what floor the man went to, Tom tries to follow him, but his keycard has already been reset. He tries to leave but he sees the stranger waiting for something outside and gets worried, so he asks the guard to activate the elevator for him. Once he makes it to the office, Tom looks around and discovers his coworker Roger is at Tom's desk for some reason, so he asks his friend to open the door for him. Roger behaves strangely and Tom notices the file he put away on the desk. Getting more suspicious, he makes his phone start recording and hide it in a pencil holder. Afterward he keeps looking around and discovers the mysterious guy messing with the power box. One of the lawyers approaches the man to ask for an ID, not believing him when he says he's maintenance. When the lawyer tries to make a call to confirm his presence, the man takes out a gun and kills her. While the killer takes the body away to hide it, Tom rushes to the bathroom and opens a stall to discover the body of the security guard. When he checks on him, the toilet sensor activates the flushing, so Tom closes the door and climbs on the toilet to hide. Soon the killer comes in and washes the blood off his face while talking to the body, mentioning he'll need the keys. Tom manages to move into the other stall by sneaking under the wall right before the killer takes the keys, gun, and radio from the body. Trying to hide, Tom climbs on this toilet and almost activates the flushing again, but thankfully the killer activates his toilet first and doesn't hear Tom. Then the killer destroys the radio and leaves to shut off the fire sprinkler before going into the file room, where he installs some explosives. Meanwhile, Tom rushes to the break room and finds Roger, so he tells him about the killer before they rush into the elevator. Unfortunately, it isn't working, so they run down the corridor and try the emergency exit. However, the killer had already broken the bar and it can't be opened, so they're trapped. They return to the main area and try to use the reception computer, but the internet is down. Tom notices the killer is coming so the duo hides, but the killer still sees the computer has been used and gets suspicious. After disconnecting it, he enters the desk area, revealing he also has a keycard. Once he's out of sight, the duo leaves their hiding spot to try to think of something else. Tom takes Roger's keycard and opens the door to the executive offices to find Alan, so he sends Roger to find his phone and call the police. As Tom activates the lock, he drops his jacket and it gets stuck in the door. While Tom searches for Alan, Roger makes it to his desk and uses his phone to call his wife. However, before he can tell her anything, the killer finds him and makes him say everything is fine. Tom sees all this through the window and so he runs to the break room to find a knife. After Roger hangs up, the killer takes out his gun and asks if there's anyone else working late. Roger lies and says it's just him, so the killer grabs a cable and proceeds to choke him, which is all recorded by Tom's phone. By the time Tom comes back, there's nobody at the desk. He grabs his phone and tries to call 911, but it runs out of battery. After connecting the charger, He looks around the office and finds Roger's body in his chair. At that moment the killer comes back and sees the jacket at the door, so Tom grabs Roger's keycard and quickly hides in the closet, where he's startled by the lawyer's body. Meanwhile, the killer begins dragging Roger's body while making a call on his own phone, complaining to someone because nobody was supposed to be up there. Suddenly Tom's phone gets enough charge to start ringing. The killer checks it out and after dismissing Anna's call, he discovers the video of his murder. He immediately deletes it and looks at the settings to find Tom's name and picture. Realizing this is the jacket's owner, he calls out Tom's name, but Tom stays hidden under a desk. After the killer leaves, Tom runs into another office and lights some paper on fire to try to activate the fire alarm, but it isn't working either. Suddenly Tom notices someone in an office in the neighboring building, so he makes a bigger flame inside the trash can and pushes it against the curtains to start a proper fire. This gets the neighbor's attention and Tom makes a gesture to ask him to call for help. Unfortunately, the killer smells something burning, so he grabs a fire extinguisher and rushes to the fire. Tom sees him and runs away before the killer comes inside to put out the flames, then he pretends he's using the phone so the neighbor won't call for help. Minutes later, Tom makes it to the reception and uses the computer to create a new keycard. The killer almost finds him, but he puts the computer in sleep mode and hides under the desk. After the killer leaves, Tom resets all the locks and now the killer can't use his card anymore. Afterward, Tom turns off most of the lights in the building and rushes to Alan's office, only to find him chatting with a woman. At that moment the killer shoots the office lock, so Tom hides behind the door. The guy seems to be familiar with Alan, but when the woman takes out a gun, he immediately kills her. Then he takes her gun and leaves, telling Alan to stay in his office. Once they're alone, Tom asks about the woman's identity and Alan reveals she's part of the Gambizzi crime family. She was supposed to testify against her husband, so Alan guesses the killer was sent by the mafia to shut her up. At that moment they hear a weird noise and discover the killer is trying to get into the file room by hitting the door with an axe, but it's impossible because it's reinforced steel and bulletproof glass. Afterward, Alan and Tom try to escape but must hide when they hear the killer coming. The guy arrives with the janitor and does an impression of his voice, asking Tom to come out or he'll die. Suspicious, Tom asks what nickname he always used for the janitor and obviously the killer doesn't know, so Tom guesses the janitor is already dead. Next the criminal turns the elevators back on, trying to make them come out. Alan and Tom check the corridor and find the janitor's body with a note that says you win. At that moment they hear a phone ringing and rush to the desk, only to be shocked when Tom finds his own number calling. Alan guesses it's a trap and tries to escape, causing the killer to shoot him in the arm. The duo starts running away and the killer chases them as he continuously fires at them, so they hide in an office where they can lock the door. This one isn't reinforced though, so the criminal uses the axe to break it down. By the time he catches up to them, they're already getting into the file room. Tom tries to use the killer's phone to call for help, but it's protected with a password. The man still has Tom's phone and since it doesn't have a pin, he texts Anna to ask her to come over. Desperate to help her, Tom gets an idea and starts using the copy machine. At the entrance, the killer lets Anna in and holds her at gunpoint, asking for her phone to destroy it. At that moment Tom shows up and offers to exchange the keycard for Anna, but the killer isn't convinced until Alan also comes to manage the negotiations. After the gun is dropped, Alan takes the card to the criminal, who lets go of Anna but takes out the guard's gun. Alan pushes him to save Anna, so the killer punches him and drags him to the file room. There he complains that Alan didn't clear the office, meaning they've been working together. After the killer activates the explosives, Tom shows up with the gun, only to discover the criminal has all the bullets. Alan uses the chance to run and the door closes, leaving the killer locked in the file room. He tries to get out with the keycard but it doesn't work because Tom gave him a fake one he made with a copy machine. Suddenly the explosive goes off and starts a fire on the file shelves. The killer tries to put it out to no avail and passes out because of the smoke. Then Tom comes inside and after throwing the gun away, he puts the fire out by pushing the shelves and making them fall. Suddenly the killer wakes up and attacks Tom, so a fight ensues. The man quickly overpowers Tom and Anna cuts in to help, but she only gets punched. Tom uses the distraction to punch the guy and after they both fall, Alan shows up and shoots the killer. Before dying, the man whispers the numbers 11 to 22 and Tom takes the keys from his pocket. While Anna uses the keys to activate the elevators, Tom goes back to the desks and finds the case file, where he discovers that the pharmaceutical company wanted to get rid of all of the evidence. Then he types 11 to 22 on the killer's phone and unlocks it to find Alan's phone number. It turns out Alan was paid by the pharmaceutical company to lose the case, so he hired the man to destroy the files and kill Roger. Alan claims that corporations are more dangerous than the mafia and tries to bribe Tom, but he turns the money down and leaves with the file. Not wanting to go to jail, Alan self-deletes. Soon the police arrive, so Tom rushes to leave with Anna before they can be seen. In the file room, the copy machine is making thousands of copies of the case evidence. This is found by a cop, who happens to be the guy who left the gun for the killer. The officer finds Tom's phone in the killer's hand and immediately calls a hitman to send him after Tom to silence him. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 1979 in Alaska, a pilot calls his base to inform them he saw something strange in the sky, and the technicians discover their sensors going crazy. Meanwhile in the forest, two lumberjacks are done working and ready to go home. As they drive away, suddenly one of the trucks floats up for a few seconds only to then drop to the ground, crashing in the process. The other lumberjack tries to check on his friend, but at that moment he's shocked to see an alien spaceship appearing above him. He immediately runs into the forest to try to escape, but soon the aliens catch up to him and beam him up to kidnap him. On present day in California, computer engineer Isaac arrives at the offices of NASA where he works. His co-worker Beck informs him that they're getting a signal from Canada, which is strange because there's no grounded satellite in that area. Later, while Isaac is at the computer, he receives a signal from an unknown origin and wonders if it's a glitch. The next day Isaac goes to his appointment with his psychotherapist, who asks him to start recording video diaries to help with the process of self-healing. Isaac feels rather awkward on camera but does his best to record whatever comes to mind. One afternoon, everyone in California stares in surprise as a burning meteorite enters Earth's atmosphere. Isaac is hiking in the mountains with his camera when it happens, so he sneaks around to avoid the incoming law enforcement and finds the perfect spot to record. To his shock, he discovers that the meteorite is actually an actual alien spaceship that landed on the mountains. Suddenly the ship disappears from sight, only for an alien to then appear behind Isaac. When he turns around, he can't believe what he sees, yet he still keeps recording. The alien walks away and Isaac tries to follow it, but after a few steps he falls unconscious. Soon every media outlet is discussing the meteorite and random theories about it. Isaac's work team is supposed to collect samples, but he doesn't show up to work. Sometime later, Isaac wakes up on a cliff, confused about what happened. He checks his camera and sees the recording of the alien, making him realize he may have been abducted. There's also some pain on his arm, but it doesn't look hurt. Isaac makes his way back to his apartment, but things keep getting more confusing. When he stares too long at an object, it suddenly disappears only to come back in a few seconds. At first he thinks it was a trick of his brain, but it keeps happening, and when he tries to touch the area where the object was, he can feel a funny sensation around his hand. Thinking he may be sick, Isaac goes to the hospital, but the doctor just says he's dehydrated and that he needs some rest. However, the doctor is confused by the x-rays of Isaac's arm because there's a thin fracture so perfectly straight that shouldn't be possible without a tool, yet Isaac has no scar on his skin. Afterward, Isaac goes to work and Beck calls him out for disappearing without a word, revealing Isaac has been missing for 3 days. Instead of explaining what happened, Isaac decides to show it, so he grabs a glass and concentrates to make it disappear. Unfortunately, Beck isn't impressed and he just grabs the glass because he can still see it. Then Isaac shows Beck the recording of the alien, but Beck isn't sure of believing it's real. Another co-worker comes in and brings samples from the soil where the incident happened, but there's no evidence at all of a meteorite. Later, Isaac decides to post the video online and send it to a few scientific magazines. The video immediately goes viral, and in the morning, Isaac wakes up to thousands of comments and calls from people who want to interview him, including a famous talk show. When he checks the comments on the video, he sees many people believe it, but most viewers think it's fake and write horrible things. Soon Isaac appears on TV and shares his story. At first the host asks for details, but soon she shows her true intentions and starts questioning his credibility, making him look like a joke in front of the camera. The interview also goes viral and Isaac is accused of being an attention seeker. There's even a troll who claims to have helped Isaac fake the video. The public reaction really bums him out, but Isaac refuses to give up and begins searching the internet for people who had the same experience as him. One day a person who was also abducted agrees to meet at a restaurant, and while Isaac waits, he starts seeing objects around him floating in the air. His weird experience is suddenly interrupted by Sarah, the person he met online. Isaac shows her the footage and pulls out a bunch of research, showing how aliens have been seen many times throughout history, even by famous scientists. In return, Sarah tells him about an alien abduction in 1979 in Alaska. The victim had been a guy named Carl, who disappeared after sharing his story. Meanwhile, in a secret cabin in the woods, Carl gets excited when he sees his equipment pick up a strange signal. Sometime later, Isaac sees on TV a guy that keeps criticizing his video, saying how fake it is. This inspires him to start making copies of his footage to send to a bunch of media outlets. Once he has all the envelopes ready, he tries to put them in a mailbox and struggles with the pile. A random man passing by offers his help and recognizes Isaac's face, so he reveals he's a writer and gives Isaac his card, saying to get in contact with him if he wants to get an interview published. Soon more scientists appear on TV saying the footage is fake, so Isaac gets in contact with the writer and gets an appointment at his office. To add legitimacy to the story, the writer asks Isaac to have a lie detector test, during which a bunch of questions are asked about Isaac himself and the incident. All of Isaac's answers are flawless, so the writer asks him to wait a moment and leaves the room. Seconds later, two mysterious agents show up and try to kidnap him. Isaac struggles against them and manages to run away, only to suddenly be shot with a tranquilizer and captured anyway. When Isaac finally wakes up, he finds himself in a mysterious facility and being carried by androids. As they move around, Isaac notices they have Sarah as well and yells for her, but they take them to different rooms. The androids tie Isaac to a chair and behind a glass Agent Graves appears, saying that Isaac has some valuable information that could help mankind. Then he runs some tests by making Isaac stare at different objects, but no matter what object they choose, nothing happens. Graves also keeps asking about Carl, who supposedly is hiding in British Columbia. Isaac knows nothing about that guy, causing Graves to get more frustrated by the second. After some struggle, Isaac manages to loosen his hands from the bindings. Then he breaks the equipment and uses it to destroy the androids, which begin expelling a weird glowing liquid. Isaac runs out, quickly finding Sarah in the next room. He uses his power to open the door and immediately frees her so they can run away together, taking random hallways as they try to outspeed their pursuers. Isaac takes a gun from the androids he destroyed and shoots back as they run. After a few more turns, Isaac uses his power to open another door and lock it behind them, allowing the duo to safely reach the outside. At that moment they see a person with a cart pass by and they realize they aren't in the USA. Inside the facility, Graves orders the androids to find and capture the duo, theorizing they'll be going to British Columbia to find Carl. After running for a while, Isaac and Sarah manage to reach a town and discover they're in Costa Rica. They agree they should look for this Carl guy but they have no way to reach him, so they ask around for an internet connection. A girl at a bar gives them directions to meet Zed, the local hacker. While the duo asks for his help, Graves' people ask around town for them. Soon the androids are getting closer, but thankfully the group sees them coming and run away just in time. Zed takes them to his treehouse in the jungle, where he reveals some important information. The agents that are following them are from the ISRP or International Space Research Program, which is run by the United Nations Agency. Zed agrees to help them look for Carl, who it's said to have an untraceable connection at his place. While Zed works on tracking Carl down, Sarah tells Isaac about her alien abduction experience. She had heard a noise outside and thought it was a plane, but it was the spaceship that kidnapped her. Sarah was missing for 2 days and nobody believed her either when she told others, so the duo bonds over their shared trauma and how lonely they feel in a world that mocks them. Moments later, Zed announces he's failing to make any progress. Isaac mentions British Columbia and suddenly remembers the Canadian signal he picked up at work, giving Zed the details. By hacking into Isaac's work computer, they finally find Carl's location, who is indeed in Canada. The group attempts to call the man, but Carl hangs up as soon as he hears their voices. However, they don't give up and try again, and this time they get Carl's attention by mentioning Isaac's abduction story and the agents. Isaac explains that he has received a signal from an unknown origin and sends it to Carl, who quickly decrypts it and concludes that the aliens will come to his place in 5 days. After some discussion over the potential dangers, the group agrees to join Carl. It's quite a long trip, so they take multiple types of transport to make their way there. While they travel, the agents keep on chasing them because both Isaac and Sarah were injected with trackers while they were unconscious. When the trio gets on a train, the androids follow on their bikes and soon come aboard too. Zed sees them on his computer, so the team puts on wacky masks to trick their sensors. Unfortunately, the trick doesn't work and the androids try to capture them, thus the trio starts running away as they dodge the shots from the laser guns. Isaac and Sarah climb on the roof of the train and when the androids read their location they try to follow them, but Zed is waiting for them and kicks them off the train. Eventually they finally make it to the right cabin, where Carl meets them at gunpoint. After checking their identities, Carl uses a little device to deactivate the trackers on Isaac and Sarah's arms. Graves immediately notices the lost signals, but his men are already working on tracking down the cars the trio traveled in. Once the team has settled down, Carl confirms that he was the lumberjack who got abducted in Alaska. Since then he's been decrypting any strange audio signals he could detect, translating them into English to try to communicate with the aliens. The signal that Isaac discovered is the most precise one he's found so far. Zed is very impressed because Carl has invented many machines to keep up with this project through the years. That night, Sarah can't sleep because she's afraid, so Isaac comforts her and says he's glad to have met her. 2 days later, the group sits in the cabin waiting for a sign of the aliens' arrival. Suddenly they feel a tremor in the area, so Isaac goes to the forest to look for the ship and encounters 2 aliens. The creatures cooperate and go with him to the cabin, where Carl's device translates for both sides so they can chat. The aliens explain that their race has conquered every aspect of the physical world, from medicine to technology, so now they're searching for something greater beyond their understanding like the origin of the universe. They've been studying humans because they have a special amount of aura in them, and by touching Isaac, they show him a vision of Jesus. Apparently they believe Jesus is the origin of everything because the humans with the most aura are his followers. Sarah takes the chance to ask why her arm always hurts since the abduction, causing the alien to take out a bracelet device that it puts around her arm. Suddenly her arm splits in two to reveal the tracker that the aliens put there, and now they take it back before making her arm looking normal again. Next they start working on Isaac's arm, but at that moment Graves and his agents arrive, blocking the road with their cars. Graves asks Carl to come out as he demands an explanation about what happened to his father, who was the lumberjack that died in the smashed truck and whose body disappeared. When Graves threatens to open fire, Carl finally comes out and explains he doesn't know what happened to his co-worker's body, which he already said in the past. Graves still doesn't believe him and makes his men shoot him down. Sarah immediately runs out to check on him, only to get shot as well. In the cabin, the aliens finish with Isaac's arm and give him some final advice. He should use his senses and focus. As the aliens disappear, Isaac concentrates and finally gets a grip of his power, allowing him to become invisible and pick up Sarah while the agents open fire on the cabin. Then Isaac picks up Carl and Zed as well, keeping them in the invisible realm where they meet with the aliens again. The creatures immediately heal Sarah and Carl while Zed enters the cabin only to find it empty. While all the agents are confused, the group follows the aliens on the road, walking among the men without being noticed. Soon the spaceship is seen leaving the planet. 6 months later, Sarah and Isaac are a couple living a quiet life in Costa Rica. Isaac still has his power and sometimes uses it at work to do things faster. Zed and Carl are working together for Zuma, a new underground tech intelligence agency, and Graves gets fired from his job for taking things too far. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. A young man wakes up in a strange room without any idea of how he got there or who kidnapped him. He looks around the room, finding only a shower and a toilet, then he begins pounding on the wall asking to be let out. Suddenly he notices a monitor showing the word share, so the guy begins entering different commands that could possibly open a door, but nothing seems to work. The computer asks him to share again, so the guy confirms that command. Now he's recording, so he begins asking the camera tons of questions to understand the situation, but nobody answers. After using the toilet, he discovers there is no water in it and the sink isn't working either, so he tries using the computer. When he writes water, the computer says it equals 5. Not understanding, the guy lies down on the floor to wait. Suddenly a fart escapes him and it gets him some points, allowing him to get the water he wanted. After washing his face, the man realizes this is a broadcast and real people are watching him, so he starts to fart while moving ridiculously around the room, but it doesn't get him many points. He tries some commands on the computer and manages to turn off the lights, so he sleeps on the floor. Sometime later, the computer reminds him to share again, so he goes on a rant about the situation before taking a shower. A few points come in so he rushes to start being silly again, only to fall on the floor. As he groans in pain, the points start going up a bit more quickly. Unfortunately it is not much, so when he orders something to eat the only thing they send him is a bowl of dog food, which appears in a hidden hatch in the wall. The guy complains and tries to send it back, but none of his commands work. With no other choice, the man starts eating the food and even acts like a dog for the audience, including barking and panting. This brings in even more viewers and donations, which allows him to order some clothes. However, it is still not enough and they send him some female underwear, which he models for the screen. That night, the guy goes to sleep on the floor while crying in despair. The next day, he starts trying to entertain the viewers the best he can, like doing silly dances and saying whatever comes to mind. Eventually he gathers enough points to buy a t-shirt and an inflatable mattress. As days pass, points keep piling up and he can buy better stuff like more clothes, shaving tools, a mirror, decent food, and even alcohol. He is supposed to be a vegetarian, but they only send him meat and he has no choice but to eat it. In the end he ends up loving it, and the audience rewards him with more points. One day he drinks too much and tries to smash the monitor with an empty bottle, causing his room to lose all power. The guy tries new things like pulling the monitor and the food hatch, but nothing moves even an inch. He gets so angry that he punches the screen, only to hurt his hand. Then despair takes over and he throws a tantrum, begging to be released while throwing the few things he has. When he loses all energy, he begins apologizing, but it isn't until he starts coughing that the power comes back. Suddenly the screen shows an older man living in the same kind of room, although he has way more stuff. This old man explains sometimes there are glitches in the system, but once a person reaches a certain level, they gain access to the common network. That means the guy can communicate with the other people that are stuck here as well. Nobody knows anything about their kidnappers though. They all woke here just like the main guy did without knowing how or why. Now the main guy has someone to keep him company. In fact, the older man never shuts up, jumping from topic to topic without much thought, and his never-ending rants get him lots of points. The main guy is starting to get annoyed by him, but one day, he hears the older man coughing quite badly. He tries to contact the man and as he figures out what commands to use, he finally finds all the other channels. There are all kinds of content, cooking lessons, makeup tips, and a woman doing yoga who is so pretty that the main guy can't help staring at her for a while. After lots of trial and error, the guy finally connects with the older man, realizing each of them has a channel number. The main guy is 14 and the older man is 73. 14 changes his attitude and befriends 73, chatting with him often, sharing meals, learning magic from him, and singing together. Sometime later 14 manages to get in contact with 28, the woman who does yoga at night while the other bloggers are sleeping. After admiring her beauty and her sense of peace, he sends her a donation. The next morning, 14 begins buying nicer things for his room while still chatting with 73, who explains they can't stay at one level because then the viewers will stop loving them and sending donations. They need to be constantly growing and improving their content to keep the audience eating out of the palm of their hands. From then on, 14 begins trying tons of different things like stand-up comedy, exercising, cooking, singing, and the magic tricks he learned from 73. His audience keeps growing and so do his points, allowing him to buy even more things to use in his streams. He also practices yoga following 28's tutorials and tries to buy medicine for 73, who is constantly coughing. However, he makes a typo and ends up watching the room of 11, a woman who just got there and is currently showering. 11 freaks out when 14 appears on her screen and accuses him of being the kidnapper, but 14 quickly clarifies things. Once she is calmed down, 11 proposes they should have cohabitation rules. At that moment 73 joins the conversation and 11 asks both men if someone ever tried to escape, so 14 shares about his attacking the monitor and how that behavior was punished. 11 thinks they should still analyze every bit of information they have and find a vulnerability in the system, but 73 tells her she is just being condescending and yells a lot before leaving the conversation. A confused 11 wonders why they were chosen since it's strange that a company would provide housing and feeding to random strangers. 14 explains he wasn't anyone important and admits this life is better than what he used to it because now he matters to someone. Sometime later, 14 starts a little show with puppets made of socks, which amuses 73 and gets him tons of donations. One day 14 decides to gift 11 a shower curtain, but this angers her because she doesn't want to be pitied. She wants to be independent. The next few days, 14 entertains the audience with drawing lessons, but since he is a horrible artist he makes it like a comedy skit and presents himself as the model. All these crazy ideas give 14 lots of points and he keeps making his room a better place to live in. However, 11 can't stand any of this and snaps, saying they should start a revolution. This triggers an argument among the three friends that doesn't end until 73 is coughing too much to keep going. That night, 73 begins coughing more severely than usual and chokes on it, causing him to have a small seizure and fall against the monitor. Now his body is so weak that he can't move. 14 begs his audience to help while 11 tries to find a useful menu on the computer, only to accidentally press the wrong button. Suddenly 73's room starts heating up and soon flames are coming out of the walls, burning every single object and 73 himself. His friends can only watch as 73 dies a painful death before his camera goes off. After spending some time in silence to grieve, 14 contacts 11 and tells her not to blame herself. She refuses to chat with him, so 14 tries one of his puppet shows, making her announce that she wants to get drunk. Both 14 and 11 order lots of alcohol and start drinking while pretending they are dancing with each other. They share the last thing they remember doing before they were kidnapped and their dancing gets more playful, including the removal of clothing. They realize they are into each other and decide to show off more skin as they use their hands to reach the peak of pleasure. Once they are done, they realize this hasn't helped with their sadness and 14 admits he can still hear 73's voice. He begins ranting about the situation just like 73 used to do and agrees with 11's old plan. All the bloggers need to come together and find a vulnerability in the system since 73's death proves mistakes do happen. Then 14 sits in front of the camera and offers a heartful speech, earning him more points which he says he doesn't want. He explains how much 73 meant to him and begs the other bloggers to start looking for any kind of detail that may be used as a clue to escape. Suddenly 28 contacts 14, saying his speech was cool and comparing it to her philosophical talks about a person's inner circle. 11 gets annoyed because what they are doing isn't supposed to be metaphorical and calls her out, so 28 decides to leave the conversation. Afterward 14 and 11 check the other channels and are happy to see some bloggers have joined their plan. For example, a woman has found a way to make it rain inside her room. Later that night when 28 is about to start her yoga stream, 14 decides to chat with her. 28 says 11 is too angry and negative, and that attitude will drive them crazy. She believes in keeping things positive and tells 14 that he is popular because he makes people smile, which is incredibly valuable considering the state of today's society. Then they start doing yoga together, and their stream causes an annoyed 11 to wake up earlier than usual. Sometime later, 14 checks on 11, who won't stop watching the other channels. As time passes, more and more people agree to their plan and have discovered a few cool things, like controlling the ventilation system or even moving a wall. 11 is eager to create a map of the place and bring it down, but 14 isn't so enthusiastic anymore. 28 made him think that what he does is important, so he tells 11 that some people are happy here and they shouldn't feed them anger. Not taking him seriously, 11 decides to cut her hair as a sign of rebellion. Later that night, 28 starts her yoga stream, and an annoyed 11 reminds her they are supposed to have cohabitation rules. She considers night streams rude because they keep others awake. An argument ensues and 28 accuses 11 of treating the other bloggers like her puppets. 14 makes them stop, and 11 points out that 28 isn't his friend, she is. After seeing another new guy arrive, 14 starts seeing 11's point again and makes a stream asking all the other bloggers to send him 1 point. A glitch occurs and his points start going up incredibly fast, causing 28 to call him toxic and a thief. A furious 11 makes it rain inside 28's room, and 28 says 11 needs to feel the warmth of their light. This triggers the heat on the walls, and soon 11 is burning down like 73 did before the screen goes off. A devastated 14 falls to his knees and has a breakdown when suddenly, a door opens behind him. He rushes to get out, but at that moment he sees his screen turning on again, so he comes back to tell the other bloggers this proves they can achieve things working together. However, the door closes, and now 14 has to start performing again. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. American software developers Ben and Sean are flying to Russia when suddenly the power goes in the plane due to an electrical short. Thankfully, it immediately comes back and they land safely in Moscow. They're here to try to find local investors for their app, which specializes in finding bars and events in the area. Sen's suit is old and worn out, so he has to use a marker to cover a hole. On their ride to the company, they check if anyone is using their app here and discover two American girls having fun. Eventually, they make it to a boardroom only to discover the investment meeting was already started by their associate Skylar, who has stolen their idea and is now selling a knockoff to the Russians. Skylar says they won't be needed and makes security take them away. Later, Ben and Sean go to a club to drink and forget. Sean finds a girl he likes, but it turns out she's with Skylar. They also find the girls they saw on the app, so they approach them, learning that their names are Anne and Natalie and being happy that they recognize them from their developer blog. The four of them are having lots of fun together when suddenly the lights go out and their phones stop working. Everyone in town rushes outside and looks at the sky to see a yellow aurora that glows for a few seconds before it splits into light balls that start falling all over the city, dividing into smaller pieces to cover more ground. One of the balls lands near the crowd with Sean's group, and everyone steps back in shock. The thing that fell isn't really visible. They can only see a slight shimmer from certain angles. A cop decides to carefully approach it and poke it with his baton, only for the light to suddenly disintegrate him until there's nothing left but ash. As the crowd panics and runs away, another cop tries to shoot the light, but the bullet disintegrates as well. Soon more lights appear in the area and kill as many people as they can reach. Sean's group runs back into the club and quickly closes the doors, but at that moment the light destroys all the windows. This being sees the world in gray and only humans are a glowing orange. It continues to attack people by shooting lines of energy, dragging them into its center to disintegrate them. A person improvises a Molotov bomb with bar supplies to throw at the creature, and the fire manages to keep it back for now. Skylar comes running into the club too and closes the door without saving his date, who immediately gets disintegrated. Then Sean's group manages to exit the club through a hole in the wall and finds a supply room where they hide with the bartender, who has been wounded. Meanwhile, people outside keep getting killed one by one without mercy. Suddenly someone desperately knocks on their door and ignoring the others' concerns, Natalie opens it to find Skylar, who ends up hiding with them. The supply room is safe enough that hours begin to pass without much happening, and the group stays alive thanks to the food there. Sadly, the bartender eventually dies from his wound, so the group wraps his body in plastic and duct tape to avoid seeing him rot and hopefully cover the smell. The tension starts to get worse every day too, and arguments break every other hour. After 5 days of hiding, the group is running low on food. Since it's been 27 hours without noise, they agree to come out and search for the U.S. Embassy. They find the bar completely empty and destroyed, so they gather any supplies they can find and a map of Moscow on their way out, but unfortunately the map doesn't have any important locations marked on it. Then they find the streets empty and wrecked with cars abandoned on every corner. The group walks down the streets without knowing where they're going when suddenly they hear a noise. A Russian lady is sealing up the window of her apartment and they try to ask for help, but she doesn't understand English and only warns them in Russian about the ghosts out there. Eventually the group finds the bridge that should lead them to the embassy, but it's been destroyed by a warship that crashed into it. As they wander through the city thinking of other ways to cross the river, they reach Red Square and notice an abandoned police car. Skylar and the girls hide nearby while Ben and Sean carefully sneak around to reach the car, breaking the trunk open to find a better map and a flare gun. At that moment a dog starts barking at something invisible only to suddenly be disintegrated. Panicking, Ben and Sean tell the others to run inside the mall before rushing to hide underneath the police car. The creature soon comes closer and its presence activates the car's siren and lights, but while it can see inside the car, it can't see the guys under it and soon leaves. Afterward the duo runs into the mall to reunite with the others. As they look around, they're shocked to find an airliner that crashed right into the building. Skylar thinks they should stay here until help comes, but Sean and Ben feel they need to move on to survive. Discussing what happened, they conclude that the creatures must use some sort of electrical field for protection which activates electrical devices. They look for light bulbs and make them into necklaces to use as warning devices that will light up if the monster comes closer. Then the group goes looking for more comfortable clothes to run in. Sean can't help watching Natalie stripping, only to be interrupted by the bulbs lighting up. He immediately freezes in the display window and to his surprise, the creature passes him by without noticing him. Meanwhile, Natalie runs to hide among the clothes racks as the monster enters the shop. It is about to catch her when suddenly Sean drags her away and tells her to freeze. Once again, the entity passes very close to them without noticing them, although its electricity causes Natalie's hair to frizz. Sean realizes that glass blocks the creature's sensors because it acts as an electrical insulator. Next, the group leaves the mall and goes looking for the U.S. Embassy, but unfortunately they find it destroyed as well. There are dozens of shells from a gunfight at the entrance, and Skylar finds a semi-automatic rifle that he takes for himself. He likes it a little too much and starts shooting like crazy at nothing in particular, getting judged by the Americans of all people. Skylar stays at the entrance to guard and the others go upstairs to look for survivors, but the building is empty. In the Situation Room, they find reports about what happened. Global communications only lasted for 3 minutes after the attack. Most capital cities have been invaded, and they haven't found anything that could hurt the monsters. The only solution found so far is hiding underground. On a map on the table, the group finds a map with numbers and is upset to realize their estimates of survivors. There's also a radio inside a birdcage and Sean carefully turns it on, but the message it plays is in Russian and they can't understand it. Scared that the creatures may hear them, and makes Sean turn it off. Then the group looks outside and by using a rifle scope they discover various balls of yellow light and smoke streaming into the sky as they dig around the city. The digging causes the buildings around those spots to collapse, triggering a whole new level of destruction. Suddenly they hear gunshots and see Skylar running down the street, so Sean and Ben decide to run after him to rescue him. On their way out, they grab the map and the radio from the cage. Sean and Ben reach the street at the same time. Anne and Natalie see a monster coming, so they run out too to warn the guys. When the duo finally reaches Skylar, the car alarms are set off announcing the monster is close. Skylar tells the guys to run and distracts the creature by shooting at it, making it put its attention on him and not to the others. In just a few seconds, Skylar is disintegrated, but his plan allows the boys to escape. As the group reunites, Sean notices a room with power in an apartment building in the distance and they suspect that this is what made Skylar leave. Sneaking around carefully in the darkness, the group crosses the city while avoiding the attention of the creatures and eventually makes it to the apartment building right before sunrise. As they walk through the corridors, they're suddenly blocked by Vika pointing her gun at them and speaking in Russian. The group explains in English that they saw the light, and thankfully Vika speaks English as well. She takes them to the apartment with the light, explaining she came over for the same reason. To their surprise, the apartment is completely covered with a metal cage, and even the cat has a little metal structure on its body. The owner, Sergei, is happy to see more survivors and explains he has a diesel generator. Vika adds that he transformed the apartment into a Faraday cage, an enclosure used to block electromagnetic fields. It's used every day in various science fields and it's capable of keeping the creatures out. The group turns on the radio from the cage and Vika does the translation. The message says a nuclear submarine is in the Moscow River and will pick up any survivors that reach it before morning. They also report that tons of submarines are doing the same thing around the world and Sergei explains that the submarines are perfect Faraday cages. The group agrees to leave together to find the submarine, but first they'll need supplies. Vika leaves with Natalie and Anne to scavenge the other apartments, and on their way out, and doesn't close the latch well. Meanwhile, Sergei shows Sean and Ben a microwave gun he built, believing it could be used to disrupt the waveform and electrical shield of the monsters. While the girls look for supplies, the creatures see them in the building and move in to attack. The exterior lights give away their movement and the girls immediately run away. Vika runs to find a hiding spot thinking the apartment is too far, but Anne thinks she can make it and starts running to Sergei's place as Natalie follows her. They manage to make it to the apartment but are unable to close the hatch, so they hide behind a glass table. The creature quickly comes inside and while the cat runs away, Sergei fires the microwave rifle at the monster. It seems the waves work and make the creature freeze for a few seconds, revealing its ugly body inside the light. Unfortunately, it only lasts a few seconds and Sergei can't recharge fast enough, so the monster becomes invisible again and disintegrates Sergei. While Sean and Ben climb out through a fire escape, Natalie runs to set some diesel fuel on fire to cover their escape. Then she runs to join the boys, but Anne is too scared and doesn't move fast enough. By the time she leaves the table, the monster sees her and disintegrates her too. Natalie is devastated, but Sean urges her to move. The trio climbs down the emergency stairs and reunites with Vika outside the building. Then they run away as they see the flames grow inside the apartment. Minutes later, they find their way blocked by a group of Russian policemen dressed in metal, carrying weapons and shields they've made themselves. They tell the group to hide and when the street lights start glowing, they open fire on the monster. By combining gunfire, a flamethrower, and a rocket-propelled grenade, they manage to hurt the monster and scare it away. The cops explain that they can hurt the aliens but not kill them, and that the monsters are weakest when they're using their lightning. Sean notices a piece of a hard black substance on the ground which was knocked off the creature's shield, and decides to keep it. Afterward, the cops take the group to their hideout and both sides share the information they have. The officers aren't sure the radio message can be trusted. The leader also points out that the river is too far and the area is infested. The group wants to leave anyway and at first the cops refuse to go with them, explaining they want to protect their home. Natalie offers a speech about wanting to go to her own home and the cops accept to at least escort them to the river. Both groups leave together and take the subway tunnels for extra security. It's very dark down there, so they throw miniature light bulbs on the floor as a way to check for monsters. They immediately start glowing, so the group rushes to the subway platform to hide as lines of light extend into the tunnel to attack. One by one the group jumps on the train tracks to be safe, but Vinky gets stuck behind a pillar while the light searches for her. Ben goes back to save her, throwing her down to the track just in time. However, he isn't fast enough and soon the light grabs him, dragging him on the floor before killing him. Sean is in shock, so Natalie makes him move and the group manages to leave the tunnel with no more losses. Soon they make it to the river and find a boat that they steal to sail until they find the submarine. While waiting, they grieve for their lost friends and just in case, Sean says goodbye to Natalie now because he never got to say it to Ben. Eventually the boat is pushed aground by some debris, so they must figure out how to get it unstuck. Suddenly they see various giant beams of light lifting metals and resources into the sky, and the cops conclude these must be aliens looking for Earth's minerals because they conduct electricity. At that moment they finally see the submarine approaching, but at the same time a building next to the riverbank collapses. The debris falls on the boat and tips it over, making everyone fall into the water. Sean, Vika, and the cops manage to swim to the submarine, and one officer has a serious wound on his leg. The captain welcomes them and announces they must leave immediately, but Sean notices Natalie is missing. As a flare launches in the distance, Sean is sure it came from Natalie and gives a speech that convinces the captain to wait for them to find her. Before they leave, the technicians on the submarine look over the microwave gun and build another one with better batteries. Then Sean leaves with the cops and as many weapons as possible, leaving Vika in the safety of the submarine. As the group moves through the streets, they throw phones on the floor as warning devices. Eventually they reach a trolleybus depot only for a phone to ring to announce an incoming alien. The cops run to take cover but Sean trips and struggles with his weapon. Thankfully he activates it just in time. Once again, the waves freeze the alien and reveal its ugly face, which gives the cops the chance to shoot at it directly. The creature explodes and dies for good, confirming the electricity is a shield and they need to use the waves first to disrupt it. The group celebrates and is heard by Natalie, who calls out Sean's name and activates the windshield wipers of the bus she's hiding in to indicate her location. They can hear more phones ringing, so the team makes a plan. While Sean goes to Natalie, the cops stay back and spill water from a tank truck to amplify the effect of the microwave guns. Soon the aliens arrive but they won't come close enough to the water. At that moment Vika appears behind the aliens and begins throwing Molotov cocktails at them to force them to move onto the water. The cops shoot the microwave gun and reveal 3 aliens with exposed bodies, then they shoot all the weapons to make them explode one by one. Meanwhile Sean finds Natalie inside the bus and they hug. Suddenly an alien's electrical surge makes the bus doors shut before forcing it to move. Some sparks reveal the alien is inside and Sean tries to shoot it, but the bus movement causes him to miss. The alien manages to grab Natalie's leg and starts dragging her, but now it's vulnerable and Sean hits it with the waves. Then Natalie takes over the wheel and steers the bus to keep it from crashing while Sean continues to shoot at the alien, which freezes the creature but doesn't kill him. Sean has no real weapons but remembers the piece of black substance, so he throws it at the enemy and makes it explode. The lack of electricity finally makes the bus stop. Afterward the group rushes back to the submarine, but the cops decide to stay to protect their home and ask Sean to tell the rest of the world how to defeat the aliens. The submarine soon leaves and a technician repairs Natalie's cell phone, allowing her to get a text message from her mom. It says she's safe and hiding with survivors in Penn Station. Then Sean and Natalie try to kiss, but Vika interrupts them with her disgust. Sometime later, they look at the embassy's map while listening to shortwave radio reports coming in about groups who are fighting back against the alien invasion. They decide to head to those locations to help with the fight. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a dark forest, Number 3 and his guardian are hiding in a shack. Suddenly they hear some noises and when the guardian approaches the window with his blade, he's suddenly pulled through the wall by a beast. 3 immediately runs away, pulling some amazing jumps to dodge the beast and make it crash. Then 3 jumps off the edge of a cliff and glides towards the ground, but unfortunately he's found by the beast's owner. The guy takes 3's necklace and then kills him. While 3 turns into dust, the enemy adds this necklace to his collection. Meanwhile Number 4 is using the fake name John and having fun with his friends at the beach. When he goes swimming with a girl, his leg suddenly starts to glow and he screams in pain while an apparition of the enemy shows him Sam's death, warning him the same will happen to him. The girl runs back to the shore and tells the others that John is a freak, so all the others mock him while he runs away. In the morning, John wakes up on the beach and he's found by his guardian Henri, who usually pretends to be his dad in front of others. It turns out they're both aliens that came to hide on Earth and escape the Mogadorians, a different kind of alien that is killing John's people. He now has 3 marks on his leg, meaning numbers 1 through 3 are all dead and he's next. There are a total of 8 teenagers with powers hiding on Earth and the Mogadorians must kill them in order. The duo decides it's time to move again before they get caught, and John is devastated to burn all the photographs and other mementos he had of his life there. As they drive away, a little lizard comes along on their truck. Eventually, they make it an old house in Paradise, Ohio. While they settle down, Henri erases any pictures and videos of John on social media so they're harder to track down, and John dyes his hair. Henri also hides a mysterious box inside a grandfather clock and makes John's new fake IDs. Outside, the little lizard gets off the truck and approaches the house, only to suddenly transform into a dog. At that moment, John hears a noise and comes outside to find the dog, who he adopts and names Bernie. Back on the previous house, number 6 arrives to look for John and finds the building empty. She decides to burn it down and walks away from the explosion without a worry because her power makes her fireproof. Shortly after she leaves, the Mogadorians arrive and find some pieces of the objects burned, which they smell to conclude John is still alive. The next day, John decides to go to school because he's tired of being home all the time. He makes it to the principal's office, and while he's waiting for his fake paperwork to be approved, he overhears the principal scolding Sarah for taking photographs of her teachers. Then the secretary asks Sarah to show John around, so John enjoys the company and ignores Henri's calls. When they make it to the lockers, they're approached by Mark and his friends, who tell John he can count on them if he needs anything. However, as they walk away, they show their true faces when they hit Sam and throw away his skateboard. John immediately gives Sam his skateboard back, befriending him in the process. After class, John notices that Sam is again being bothered by Mark's group, so he picks up the ball and throws it at one of Mark's friends with so much strength that it knocks him over. Later in the evening, John finds Sarah's website with all her photographs, including a whole section of him. However, Henri quickly hacks the site and deletes any picture with John's face for his safety. The following day during class, Mark keeps bothering John, who suddenly starts feeling weird. His hands begin glowing and John tries to hide it, but it's hard because the glow keeps getting brighter. At home, Henri sees the same light on the clock and rushes to the school. Soon John panics and runs to hide in the janitor's room, but pitting the hands in water does nothing. The glow is starting to go crazy, but at that moment John is found by Henri, who uses thoughtful words to guide John into calming down and turning off the glow. Afterward, they go home and Henri explains that John's powers are finally manifesting. They'll only get stronger from now, so he needs to learn to control them. Then John goes to his room and manages to start the glow by choice. Excited, he sneaks out through the window and begins testing his new abilities in various ways. He throws a stone that crosses the ozone layer, runs very fast through the forest while dodging everything without fail, and pulls off some very impressive jumps on a small lake. Meanwhile, a Mogadorian has dressed up as a human to enter a grocery store and buy a huge amount of meat and chicken. Then he throws it in the back of his truck to feed his huge beasts. Back to John, he's taking a walk and bumps into Sarah, who invites him to dinner. John is very impressed by her house and her family, feeling very comfortable and warm by seeing them playfully argue during the dinner. This is the home he always wanted. After dinner, Sarah takes John to her room and shows him her best photographs. Their cozy moment is interrupted by Bernie, who barks to remind John to go home. Before he leaves, Sarah gifts John a camera. As John walks out of the house, a jealous Mark watches him from afar. The next day, Sam advises John to avoid Sarah because she's Mark's ex and he'll take it personally. At that moment, Sam and John open their lockers and paint explodes on their faces, also ruining Sam's picture with his missing dad. The prank was set up by Mark, who is now laughing at them with his group. A furious Sam tries to punch Mark, but John stops him and is tempted to do it himself. However, he can feel his hands beginning to glow and knows he won't control it, so he ignores Mark's mocking and takes Sam away. Afterward, the boys clean themselves and Sam throws away the picture while explaining his dad disappeared while searching for aliens. Sam is sure his dad was abducted, and that theory is why everyone mocks him. On his way out, John sees Sarah and decides to avoid her to prevent any more trouble. Meanwhile, Henri is researching Sam's father on the internet and decides to visit the old factory where the guy disappeared. The floor is weak and he makes a hole to enter a hidden area underground, where he discovers some mysterious drawings on a column and a strange glowing rock, which he takes home for further study. Later in the evening, John gets tired of being alone and goes to the spring festival to hang out with Sarah. The duo goes on a horror ride, which is noticed by Sam. They have lots of fun with the different jump scares and eventually are dropped on a spooky fake forest, where they're chased by an actor with a chainsaw. Suddenly the duo is attacked by Mark's gang, where Sarah is kidnapped by one of the guys and taken to see Mark. While Sam watches from the shadows, John is being overpowered by everyone hitting him at the same time, so he has no choice but to use his powers. He knocks out most of the group with the glow of his hands in seconds, then he throws the last guy against the tree. Next he goes looking for Sarah and finds the guy that took her, so he blinds him with his glow until the guy confesses her location. As soon as John finds Mark, he throws him to the ground and gets ready to break his arm, but Sarah asks him not to do it. Afterward, John walks Sarah home and they share a kiss. On his way home, he accidentally breaks a lamp post with his power, and tests it again with a second post, happy to see he's getting stronger. At that moment he gets a text from Sam, asking him to discuss what happened. The boys meet and Sam asks for the truth, threatening to show everyone some incriminating pictures. John checks the photos and sees they're nothing to worry about, so he refuses to talk. However, Sam opens up and shares how difficult it's for him to believe his father abandoned the family, so if he had proof that aliens were real it would make him feel better. Feeling bad, John confesses everything and Sam promises not to tell anyone. The next day, Sheriff James arrives at John's house and interrogates him, accusing him of attacking his son Mark and his friends. John quickly denies it and says he was with Sarah, who can back up his story. James is still suspicious but can't do anything else and leaves, noticing all the cameras outside. Unfortunately, a video of John with his glowing leg in the sea appears online, so Henri decides they must leave. However, this time John refuses because he wants to stay with Sarah. An argument ensues which quickly escalates into a hand-to-hand fight. John's powers may be getting stronger, but Henri still has more experience and after just a few moves he overpowers the boy. Henri changes John's mind by pointing out that if they stay, the Mogadorians will kill Sarah too. The next morning, John wakes up to find Henri gone and the box on the table. Suddenly he receives a call from a mysterious voice telling him where to find Henri, so John asks Sam to drive him there. During the ride, Sarah tries to call John and he ignores her. They make it to the right building in the evening, and when John looks through the window with his glow, he notices the owners are obsessed with aliens. At that moment a man comes out of the house and leaves in a car, so John asks Sam to follow him while he investigates. John uses his powers to open the lock and comes inside, where he finds more alien-related stuff and the blade that belonged to Three's guardian. Then John goes into the basement and a piece of his hoodie gets stuck on a nail. There he finds Henri tied up, and when he comes closer to free him, he's suddenly attacked by a man. John quickly defends himself and knocks the man out, then he uses his powers to release Henri, who explains the Mogadorians used 2 conspiracy theorists to set up this trap. At that moment the guy that left in the car comes back with Sam, holding him at gunpoint. John makes the light bulb behind him explode and causes him to fall, then Henri kicks him and John traps him against the ceiling with his power. As the man starts describing how the Mogadorians will destroy everything, a terrified John drops him to knock him out too. When the group tries to leave, the basement door suddenly explodes and a Mogadorian appears. He's about to shoot John but Henri pushes him and starts fighting him with a blade while telling John to leave with Sam. The men start destroying the basement as they fight all over the place, and the Mogadorian starts a few fires when Henri dodges his shots. Eventually Henri is hit on the legs and falls, but he finds the man's gun and shoots the alien until he knocks him down. Afterward Henri joins the boys in the truck, but Sam has lost the keys. John concentrates to try to start the truck with his power, but unfortunately the Mogadorian comes out of the house with the blade and tries to stab John through the window. Henri catches the blade with his hand but it goes through and pierces his chest too. A furious John sends the alien flying before finally starting the truck, and the trio gets away. During the trip, Henri gives John the rock he found, explaining Sam's dad had used it to track aliens. He explains that Sam's dad had actually been helping their people and was supposed to bring the 8 teens together, so now John will have to find the others on his own. Eventually Henri can't take it anymore and Sam stops the car so John can say goodbye to Henri before he turns into dust. Meanwhile more Mogadorians arrive at the house and find the piece of John's hoodie, so now they can track him through his scent. Before leaving, they punish the 2 men for failing their mission. Soon the bodies are found by the police, and everything is seen by 6 nearby. In paradise, James finds Sarah to ask her about John, revealing he's been using fake paperwork. Minutes later, Sam hears on the radio that John and Henri are being accused of being terrorists. John gets a text from Sarah asking for an explanation, so they head back to the town. During the ride, Sam reveals he has a rock at home that looks like the one Henri found, admitting he stole it from his dad. John asks him to get it while he goes looking for Sarah. Sam rushes home and bumps into Bernie, who helps him find the rock. Back to John, he goes to a party and everyone starts talking about him while Mark calls his dad. John finds Sarah sitting on the roof and she immediately demands an explanation, but they're interrupted by the arrival of James and a bunch of cops. When James tries to get closer, he startles Sarah and causes her to fall, but John makes her float with his powers and then jumps in to catch her. Then they run away, and when the cops try to surround them, John uses his abilities to freeze all the cars. After John and Sarah escape through the forest, Mark gets with his dad in another car and tries to look for them. They find their way blocked by the Mogadorians, who tear off the car door and throw James away. Then they force Mark to tell them how to find John. In the meantime, John and Sarah go to the school so they can develop the pictures John took with Sarah's camera. While he shows her the glowing of his hands, the Mogadorians surround the school, and Sam and Bernie see it when they arrive. Sam calls John to warn him, so he and Sarah try to leave only to find the corridor covered in blood because the janitor is dead. At that moment the lights go out, so John and Sarah hide in a classroom while hearing Mark screaming outside, trying to warn them too. The Mogadorians punish him by throwing him against the window, causing John and Sarah to try to run again. As they approach the door, it suddenly blows up and Six appears just in time to shoot some Mogadorians behind the couple. A gunfight ensues and after dodging a few shots, Six uses her powers to become invisible and jump on the enemy, killing them both with her blade and gun as she moves incredibly fast. Afterward, Six finally meets John properly, explaining her guardian is dead too. She also mentions the Mogadorians have all the exits guarded, so Sarah mentions a tunnel under the school that leads to the stadium. Outside, two beasts are released from the alien's truck and Bernie barks at them before he begins to transform into a huge monster as well. Sam manages to sneak into the school and reunites with the others as a beast is thrown through the window. The Mogadorians also find them and open fire on them, so Sam and Sarah run away. John taunts the monster into following him, using his powers to throw tons of lockers at it. Then he smashes its head against the wall and the ceiling, but the monster takes no damage and keeps attacking him. At that moment, a transformed Bernie comes to the rescue, fighting the monster with equal strength. John uses the chance to go back to Six, who is stuck in a gunfight against the Mogadorians and is hit by a grenade. With his powers, John pushes the attackers away before hiding with Six behind the table. Suddenly she asks him to hit her with his globe because it'll recharge her powers, so John does so and she quickly recovers. Then John goes after the alien that killed Henri, stopping the shots with his abilities before fighting the guy hand to hand while Six attacks the other Mogadorian with her blade. After exchanging lots of hits, Six moves fast to appear above her enemy and kills him with a quick stab. Then she throws the blade at John, who uses it to kill his enemy too and finally get revenge for Henri. Afterward, Six explains Bernie is a chimera from their home planet who came to keep an eye on the 18s. Speaking of Bernie, he keeps on fighting the monster, who is causing him quite a number of severe wounds. However, when the beast slips and falls, Bernie uses the chance to jump on it and finally kill it. Then Bernie limps because of a hurt leg and transforms back into his dog form before passing out. Back to John, he and Six reunite with the others and they run through the tunnel to make it to the stadium, where they're found by the other monster and the last Mogadorians. Sarah and Sam run back into the tunnel for protection, and when an alien tries to attack them, Sam uses a gun from a fallen enemy to quickly kill him. Outside, Six and John work as a team and use their powers to start bringing down the Mogadorians. While Six stabs two guys to death, John pushes the other and tries to kill him, but he gets distracted when the monster captures Six. John starts shooting his glow at the creature as it flies around the stadium with Six in its claws, and after a few failed shots, he finally hits the monster, causing it to drop Six. She immediately uses her power to appear on top of the monster's head and finally kills it. The last Mogadorian uses the chance to shoot John without killing him yet because he needs the necklace. Then the guy grabs John by his face, but before he can finish things, John uses his power to heat up the Mogadorian's energy bullets. Six understands his plan and jumps in to push John away as he shoots his glow, causing the bullets to explode. The Mogadorian dies in the explosion while Six puts up a force field to save both herself and John. The whole stadium is burned down, but everyone is okay. Sometime later, John and Six get ready to leave, and Sam announces he's coming too because he wants to find his dad. Bernie also shows up, still hurt but alive and ready to go. First they put both pieces of rock together, which causes the rock to dissolve but also to give John and Six the ability to sense where the others are. Before they leave, Mark comes over to give Henri's mysterious box to John, explaining he stole it from the evidence locker as an apology. Lastly, John says goodbye to Sarah and promises he'll come back for her after it's all over, sharing a final kiss. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a version of Earth where giant monsters known as Titans fight often, King Kong is living in a place called the Hollow Earth. It's an ancient subterranean ecosystem deep within the planet with unique gravity and constant radioactive energy that allows the creatures in it to evolve to titanic sizes. One day Kong is being chased by giant wart dogs, so he heads toward a cliff's edge where he's prepared a trap for the beast to fall into. Kong also throws a tree trunk that activates a second trap, causing rocks to fall on his enemies. The wart dogs refuse to give up, so Kong grabs one of them and tears it in two, roaring as the blood falls on him to prove he's the boss of the area. Terrified, the wart dogs run away. Afterward, Kong washes himself in the waterfall and eats the enemy he killed, growling in pain when he discovers he has a bad tooth. Suddenly he hears a roar in the distance and the distraction allows a huge reptile to steal the meat from him. Kong only struggles for a few seconds before letting it go, more interested in what he just heard. He follows the noise but only finds a random little animal and not more like him as he thought. Meanwhile, on the surface, Dr. Eileen works for Monarch, an organization who keeps an eye on the global threats posed by Titans. She has a special system to watch them all and make sure they aren't getting in trouble. Eileen is worried about Kong because he's from a social species and he shouldn't be alone. Whenever a bad monster appears to destroy a city, the legendary Godzilla comes out of his home in the ocean to fight them and keep humanity safe. In Rome, a giant spider-like monster starts terrorizing the streets and Godzilla immediately appears to attack it, destroying some buildings in the process. After throwing the beast around, Godzilla makes it explode with his atomic breath. He celebrates the victory with a roar and goes to nap inside the Colosseum. At a Monarch outpost in Hollow Earth, the researchers detect heavy energy readings coming from the sinkhole from Kong's wartdog trap. Aline is immediately alerted about this and she flies to the Hollow Earth access point in Barbados, where Director Hampton shows her pretty high spikes in their sensor array. Meanwhile in the Monarch Base Academy, Eileen's adopted daughter Gia starts feeling dizzy in class. She closes her eyes and her hands moves on its own as snow starts falling inside the room. Suddenly she has a vision involving the Titans and the teacher wakes her up, only to discover she unintentionally made drawings all over her schoolwork in the desk. After class, Gia must clean her desk and the teachers tell Eileen that Gia is having trouble fitting in. Using sign language, Eileen tries to talk to Gia, who just says she's worried about Kong and that she doesn't feel like she belongs on the surface. It turns out Gia is the last member of the Iwi tribe from Skull Island, Kong's original home. Later at home, Eileen realizes that Gia's drawings match the spikes from the sensor array. At the same time at Hollow Earth, an unknown Titan destroys the outpost. This causes Gia to wake up from a nightmare and Eileen has to promise there's nothing wrong with her. The next day Eileen travels to Miami to find conspiracy podcaster Bernie, who has helped her with Titans before. He agrees to team up with her again as long as he gets to visit Hollow Earth. At that moment, Eileen receives an alert about another energy surge that even Godzilla senses. He immediately leaves Rome to search for the source, destroying more buildings in the way. At the same time, the access point opens and everyone in the base panics, but it's just Kong, who asks for help with his tooth. While the scientists give Kong a sedative, veterinarian Trapper flies over in his special aircraft and uses it to pull out Kong's bad tooth, replacing it with a very strong metallic prosthetic. Afterwards Bernie tells Eileen that he's realized each spike matches a Titan appearing on the surface. His analysis concludes this energy as a distress call from Hollow Earth. Hampton authorizes a team to go down there, so pilot Mikkel takes Eileen, Bernie, Trapper, and Gia in his very advanced aircraft and they follow Kong when he jumps back into the access point. The trip is full of crazy lights and shaking that makes Bernie feel like he's high, but it's quite safe and soon they make it to Hollow Earth. A bunch of vertisigns start flying near them, so Trapper explains they're harmless and activates the camouflage in the ship to blend in. Meanwhile a Monarch team rushes to France, where a nuclear power plant is on fire. The soldiers find giant paw prints nearby and discover Godzilla is there absorbing all the radiation to charge himself up. As his body starts to glow, Monarch jets fly in to try to stop him, but Godzilla swats at them before bringing them down by expelling blue energy. Hampton informs Eileen that Godzilla is clearly preparing for something, but the connection soon ends because of the energy in Hollow Earth. Eileen's team reaches the Monarch outpost and is devastated to find all the scientists dead and the building absolutely destroyed. There's a bloody paw print on the stone walls that doesn't belong to Kong, and Trapper says it's a call for war. They find an unbroken security camera and hope they can get answers from it. Elsewhere, Kong gets his axe before jumping into the sinkhole he created the other day. He finds a bunch of glowing crystals but also the bones of creatures like him. After hearing some roars in the distance, he crosses a waterfall and discovers an uncharted subterranean realm. A shadow begins moving toward him and he meets a young primate named Suko. Kong tries to approach him peacefully, but Suko bites his hand and summons more apes to attack. They tackle Kong and quickly disarm him to then use his own axe against him, but Kong is still stronger and easily pushes them away. When Suko jumps on Kong's face, he grabs him and uses him as a club to beat up the other apes. As they fight, one of the apes almost falls off a cliff, but Kong grabs him and pulls him up to safety. However, the ungrateful ape tries to stab Kong with a bone dagger, so Kong kicks him off the cliff. The final ape tries to run away in fear and Kong throws a rock at it before it leaves. Afterward Kong roars at Suko to establish dominance and asks where the blade comes from, so Suko becomes his guide. Eventually Suko brings Kong to a watering hole to have a drink while acting suspicious. Suddenly a gigantic serpent monster comes out of the water and attacks Kong, trapping him with its long body to squeeze him. Suko immediately runs away but suddenly the axe blocks his way. It turns out Kong easily decapitated the monster. Then he takes a break to eat the serpent and even shares it with Suko, who is surprised that he's being fed after leading Kong to a trap. In the aircraft, Eileen accesses the security footage and discovers an ape destroyed the outpost. Suddenly an energy surge causes their ship to start going down, but thankfully Mikkel regains control just in time. Gia can sense where the surge came from, so they land the ship and follow her directions through the jungle. Trapper starts smelling something weird and says they should turn around, but Mikkel ignores him and announces he's in charge. At that moment a tree creature eats him whole and the group runs away. Eileen tries calling for help but her device isn't working. After wandering around for a while, Gia finds some old ruins that seem to belong to the Iwi tribe. There's a big structure at the back with a decoration of Mothra, the queen of the monsters. A glowing bug suddenly lies on a triangle on the wall, so Gia presses it and causes water to come out. They follow it through the structure and find an organic protective veil. When Trapper touches it, it starts glowing and Gia opens it to reveal the subterranean realm. In Spain, people run in panic as a charged-up Godzilla crosses the city and returns to the ocean. A Monarch submarine tracks his trajectory and deduces he's going to the Arctic Ocean where a very aggressive titan called Tiamat lives. The researchers determine that if Godzilla kills Tiamat, he will become supercharged. A few hours later, the Monarch submarine reaches Tiamat's domain and notices the Titan's energy is distorting their radar. Suddenly a light brightens the area. It's Godzilla's atomic breath, which is causing some serious damage to the submarine while destroying a layer of ice to wake up the other Titan. Tiamat quickly comes out glowing magenta and uses its body to trap Godzilla, who retaliates by biting a chunk of its flesh. Tiamat immediately bites back and Godzilla starts to charge up by absorbing its energy, causing an atomic beam that even reaches the surface. The mighty Tiamat becomes sushi and Godzilla enters its lair, where it rests as it absorbs all the energy in the area. Back to Eileen's team. They hear a noise and suddenly get surrounded by warriors with spears. However, they also recognize Gia and decide to take the group with them. They reach a glowing cave and realize this is an entire Iwi civilization, who communicate with each other through telepathy. On the ceiling they notice various vortex portals, which could potentially take them all over Earth. The leader of the tribe touches Gia's hands and they both share memories. The leader shows Gia the life of the tribe and in return Gia shows her life on the surface. The leader is pleased and orders her guards to let the rest of the team go. The group is taken to a crystal formation and Eileen realizes that the distress signal came from here. They send it with the big crystal to warn Godzilla about an incoming danger. Further into the Iwi's temple, some special water is poured to light up the place, revealing the Iwi history on the walls which Eileen translates. Long ago, the great apes were humanity's protectors, but a ruthless leader known as the Scar King led an army of apes to try and attack the surface world in a war against Godzilla and his species. Godzilla stepped in and trapped the Scar King and his army in Hollow Earth to prevent them from attacking again. However, this danger will come back and Godzilla is now charging for it. Only a direct descendant of the Iwi will be able to reawaken Queen Mothra to bring back peace. Meanwhile, Kong follows Zuko on a bridge made of bones and enters a very hot area where he's shocked to discover other great apes being held as slaves and forced into hard labor. When a guard punishes a worker, Kong comes to help and earns the guard's fury. Kong just punches the ape down and demands to see the monster in charge. At that moment the Scar King comes out and sees King's metal tooth, so all the apes laugh at him. Then Scar King tries to punish Zuko for bringing Kong, only for the worker from before to defend him. The Scar King kicks the ape into a pit of lava and Kong roars to complain. A fight ensues with Kong using his axe while Scar King uses a whip made from another Titan's spine. This weapon almost chokes Kong to death, but he manages to grab Scar King and throw him off. Refusing to lose, Scar King uses a glowing crystal at the end of his whip and reveals Shimo, the Titan that caused the Ice Age. The whip crystal causes Shimo lots of pain, so it's forced to obey Scar King. It breathes an ice beam toward Kong, who tries to deflect it with his axe. However, the blast is too powerful and it envelopes Kong's arm in ice, causing it to get frostbite. Kong is too weak to fight, so Zuko calls him to lead him out of the cave. Dodging another ice beam, Kong manages to run away while the other apes steal his axe. They soon start chasing after Kong, who runs fast and releases trap after trap to bring down a bunch of enemies. Eventually he's cornered against a rock wall and the apes dodge another trap trigger, only for the rocks to fall anyway and crush them. It turns out Zuko activated the trap. Kong is still in pain, so Zuko helps him move and together they make their way to see the humans, unaware that an ape survived and is following them. In the meantime, Gia connects with other Iwi teens and finally feels like she belongs. Bernie records everything he sees, amazed by the Iwi's use of crystals to build their civilization. Suddenly a horn alarm wails and the Iwi rush to open the veil, finding Kong with his wounded arm. This is seen by the enemy ape, who immediately leaves to report to its boss. Scar King gathers an army and leads them while riding Shimo, ready to start an invasion while Zuko sees them from afar. In the Arctic, Godzilla awakens and breaks the ice, showing its new magenta glow. Back to Kong, he's too weak and falls to the ground, so Gia tries to tell him they'll take care of him. Trapper scans the injury and announces he's been working on a device called Operation Powerhouse, which he designed to give Kong a boost in case another powerful Titan appeared. He goes back to the destroyed outpost to bring a bunch of pieces and reveals a giant glove that he puts around Kong's injured arm. It takes Kong a moment to get used to it, but soon he regains mobility and punches the ground, pleased with the result. At that moment Zuko comes to warn them about Scar King's plans, so Kong immediately jumps through a vortex portal to appear in the middle of Egypt, damaging the pyramids and causing people to fall. In Gibraltar, Godzilla hears Kong's roar and jumps into the sea to go find him. At the same time in Hollow Earth, the Iwi get Gia ready and the girl approaches a large crystal, using her hand to activate some gold energy. This wakes up Mothra, who thanks Gia before flying to the surface. Then the Iwi start evacuating the cave. After destroying bridges with his swimming, Godzilla reaches Egypt, where Kong tries to explain the situation. However, Godzilla thinks Kong wants to attack humanity and pushes him against the pyramids. A fight ensues and Kong manages to land some good punches thanks to his mechanic arm. Then he grabs Godzilla's tail and starts dragging him toward the portal, only for Godzilla to glow and shoot his atomic breath, destroying more pyramids. He pushes Kong down and charges again, but this time Mothra appears and pushes him back. Gia also appears and together with Mothra they use telepathy to finally explain the situation. Godzilla roars to agree to team up. Aline's team follow the Iwi to the area underneath the pyramids, where they pour a red liquid into the water that causes the crystals to move. Hopefully this will create a gravity surge that will hold the evil titans back. At that moment Scar King breaks the veil and comes inside, making Shimo freeze the crystals before they can finish the process. Trapper gets on his aircraft and brings over a bunch of Vertisigns, who attack the ape army with bioelectricity. While the group escapes in Trapper's ship, Shimo shoots ice again to scare the Vertisigns away. Thankfully Godzilla and Kong show up and jump to meet with Scar King and Shimo at the same time the crystals release the surge. The gravity causes the titans to float around, but that doesn't stop them from attacking each other whenever they have the chance. Trapper's ship almost gets smacked too, but Mothra comes in to protect them in the portals. Some ape soldiers try to join the fight so Zuko jumps in too, throwing rocks at them to keep them away. Shimo shoots ice at Godzilla and almost freezes him, however Mothra distracts it and Godzilla breaks the ice with its magenta charge. Then Mothra catches Trapper's ship and puts it down while Zuko kicks an ape guard off to its death. Kong recovers his axe from the enemy and exchanges blows with Scar King and his whip, but sadly Kong loses his axe again when a portal opens and drags all the titans to Brazil. The people on the beach immediately run away in panic as the waves freeze and the titans break through the ice. Scar King makes Shimo unleash its ice powers, causing the sky to go black before it starts freezing the city too. Suddenly Godzilla shoots an atomic beam at Shimo at the same time that Kong punches Scar King, causing him to lose a tooth. The fight continues among the four titans as they throw each other all over the place, destroying dozens of buildings. After Scar King tosses a building with his whip, he and Shimo attack Kong together, forcing him to use the glove to protect himself from an incoming ice beam. At that moment Godzilla finishes charging and shoots at Scar King, who dodges the attack and retaliates with his whip. Godzilla catches it with his mouth and uses it to throw Scar King down before breaking it, causing the crystal to fall. While Kong continues to be under Shimo's beam, Godzilla shoots at Scar King again, who jumps to dodge and recover the crystal, only for Godzilla to shoot it out of his hand. Then Godzilla jumps on Shimo to attack it while Kong and Scar King begin fighting to get to the crystal. Suddenly Zuko appears with the axe and shatters the crystal, which sends a shockwave that throws all the titans back. Shimo quickly recovers and realizes it isn't under Scar King's control anymore. When Kong and Godzilla start throwing Scar King around like a tennis ball, Shimo shoots his ice beam and freezes its slaver as revenge. Now Kong can throw him on the ground to shatter him to death while Godzilla uses his breath to clean up the sky. With the fight finally over, Mothra takes Gia back to the Hollow Earth and the girl confirms she wants to keep living on the surface with Eileen. Mothra repairs the veil, and a tired Godzilla returns to rest at the Colosseum. Kong and Zuko ride Shimo back to the ape tribe, where Kong earns the gratitude of the slaves and becomes their new leader. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the near future, a mutated form of rabies known as mad dog disease spreads through the world, quickly jumping from animals to humans. It only takes 90 seconds for a bitten person to go rabid, so soon over 7 billion humans are either dead or infected. The ones that become zombies have a very high resistance to pain and suffer from hyperviolence, which means they're eager to kill. The world becomes a post-apocalyptic wasteland and violent zombie hordes become the norm. In an underground nuclear base, the military has gathered all the healthy survivors they could find. The soldiers have also teamed up with scientists from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to run some experiments and find a cure. However, to do so, they first need to find patient zero since their blood holds the answer. They keep a bunch of zombies locked up in cages and regularly interrogate them to determine where it all started. Morgan is a civilian who was bitten and infected, however he didn't transform. It seems his blood is resistant against the virus, yet they haven't been able to make a vaccine with it. Thanks to that bite, Morgan is capable of understanding and communicating with zombies, so he's joined Dr. Gina's team to help with the research. The soldiers bring in a raging zombie for interrogation, securing him to a chair inside a glass cell. The process starts by playing some music, which is painful for zombies. The infected guy wriggles in pain on the chair as he tries to break the bindings to no avail. Once the zombie has suffered enough, Morgan turns off the music and starts speaking the growling language to communicate with the guy while sending notes to Gina through a tablet. After nicknaming the guy Joe, Morgan learns that he's from Minnesota and is one of the first few people who got infected. Trying to connect with Joe to make him say more, Morgan admits that sometimes he experiences intense urges too and begins talking about what's left of the world, saying he hates it here as much as the zombies do. At that moment Colonel Knox uses a microphone to interrupt the interrogation, which sends Joe into another raging fit. Frustrated, Morgan leaves the glass cell to give Joe time to calm down. However, Knox sees this wait as a waste of time and urges Morgan to continue the interrogation. In the cell, Joe is getting crazier by the second, which annoys Knox so much that he ends up shooting him in frustration. Gina and Morgan immediately get furious because Joe could have provided more clues, and Gina threatens to have Knox removed from his command if he abuses his authority in her lab ever again. Morgan punches the cell, proving he indeed has some violent urges that he must keep contained every day. Afterward, Morgan hides in the bathroom and tries to calm down. Soon Gina finds him and offers her comfort, so Morgan uses the chance to rant about the situation and the pressure he's under. Gina also offers him some medicine, but Morgan turns it down and admits he's been having nightmares about his wife, who was bitten too. They both admit they miss the simple life and end up doing the dirty in the bathroom. Minutes later, Knox sees them leave the bathroom and mocks Gina for her bond with Morgan, so Gina accuses him of being jealous and says Knox would never have a chance with her. Meanwhile, Morgan goes to the underground cells and stops by a very specific cell at the back. It turns out that the zombie there is his wife Janet, who was bitten the same day as him. Morgan gives him an injection with a serum based on his blood, which doesn't cure her but at least slows down the infection and keeps her lucid. At first Janet smacks it away, but after Morgan begs her to cooperate, she says that she still remembers the music and gets the injection. The next day, the soldiers bring to the cell a zombie nicknamed Pete. When they're about to tie him to the chair, he fights against the bindings until he breaks free and immediately attacks the soldiers. As the men struggle to keep him down, Dr. Scooter rushes into the cell to help, only for his arm to get bitten in the process. The team immediately takes Scooter to the medical room, and Scooter keeps asking them not to let him turn. They inject him with the serum and Gina cuts Scooter's arm off right before the 90 seconds run off. At first it seems he's alright and everyone celebrates, but suddenly Scooter goes into shock and the group has to hurry to tie him down before he transforms. They aren't fast enough and Scooter sits up growling, so Knox shoots him down and says that's what Scooter wanted when the others get angry. Morgan and Gina have no choice but to accept he's right. Later, while the soldiers wash the cell, Knox gets drunk in the bathroom. Gina has a breakdown in private, but Morgan finds her and comforts her through it. Then they visit the memorial of Scooter's son, leaving a little cupcake for his birthday. The following day, they try interrogating Pete again. Morgan is angry over the loss of Scooter and keeps using the music to torture Pete for longer than usual, turning it on and off a couple of times just to mess with him. When the questions finally start, Peter shares he's from Minnesota and that he was infected in October, but he refuses to say more. Getting angrier, Morgan snaps and points his gun at Pete, who still doesn't answer the question and just says do it. Frustrated, Morgan leaves the cell. Later, Gina and Morgan meet with General Pierce and explain that both Joe and Pete were infected in Minnesota by a very early group. Gina wants to expand the search into Minnesota since the chances of patient zero being there seem to be high. Knox immediately complains about the idea, saying it would only cause them to lose more soldiers. However, Gina keeps going, pointing out that the zombies have evolved into a more intelligent and dangerous breed, showing their strategic attacks. Morgan also reminds them that zombies can't lie. In the end, General Pierce authorizes a search in Minnesota. After the meeting, Morgan brings Janet another injection. As they chat, Janet realizes Morgan is having mixed feelings about her and Gina, but Morgan swears that Janet is his everything. Janet freaks out as she demands to be released, saying she would rather be free outside than safe in a hellhole. She also mentions how much she shares some human experiences like crying, so Morgan takes her hand and tells her not to lose hope because the injections will help. All the while, Morgan continues to have flashbacks of his old life with Janet. He kept insisting he wanted a child, but Janet wanted to wait to find the right surrogate. The couple was still very happy together and even had their own code to show their love. Later, Gina takes another blood sample from Morgan while ranting about the fact they can't figure out why only he is immune. She's tried a few solutions on rats, but nothing has worked so far and the rats keep killing each other. Morgan's resistant blood can reduce the viral levels in the body, slow down infection, and calm the aggression, but the effect only lasts for 5 minutes. They're far from getting a vaccine yet, so Gina points out Janet's recovery isn't guaranteed and Morgan gets upset. At that moment, Gina chooses to confess her love for him, however Morgan just leaves the room. That night, Morgan dreams about the night of the incident. He and Janet had been driving through the city and when they stopped at the traffic lights, 2 zombies jumped on their car and broke their windows. Morgan drove forward until the zombies fell, but when the car stopped, even more zombies jumped on the vehicle and reached through the windows, biting both of them. In the present, Morgan wakes up from the nightmare with a scream. Sometime later, Gina discovers that she's pregnant with Morgan's child. She can't help having a breakdown since she has no hopes that Morgan will return her feelings. Meanwhile, Knox and his men bring the fallen soldiers from the search mission to be cremated. After paying their respects, the soldiers get ready to move the bodies, only for a dead man to suddenly wake up and attack. It turns out he's a civilian zombie who dressed as a soldier to infiltrate the base. As the creature starts killing the medics and the soldiers one by one without hesitation, Knox sneaks around to get a gun, waiting for the right moment to strike. The alarm wails throughout the labs and soon more soldiers rush to the crematorium, where Knox is searching for the enemy that went into hiding. A newly transformed teammate jumps on him, so Knox quickly shoots him before he keeps on moving. At that moment, the infiltrated zombie jumps out and tries to attack him, but when he's about to bite Knox, Morgan comes in to pull the creature back. The soldiers want to shoot him, however Morgan asks them to leave him alive for interrogation. Then Knox points his gun at the infected, who shocks them by instantly surrendering and asking to speak to Morgan. The zombie is taken to the glass cell and the music is turned on, however the guy isn't bothered. In fact, he just sits there and takes out a cigarette to smoke. If it wasn't for his different colored eyes, nobody would be able to tell he isn't human. The soldiers found a campus ID on him, so Morgan nicknames him the Professor. The interrogation begins, yet the professor isn't intimidated and answers with vague philosophy. He admits he's been looking for Morgan, who apparently is very popular in the zombie community. When Morgan asks him why the music doesn't affect him, the professor explains that each zombie is unique just like humans, pointing out that Morgan's ability to talk to zombies is his own brand of infection uniqueness. This offends Morgan, who insists he isn't a zombie. The professor also says that the zombies are a more evolved species than humans, who destroy whenever they feel like it too. Then he shares how he was infected. That day he was giving a lecture at the university. He kept getting calls from his wife, so he went to the corridor to take it. When his wife told him about the chaos taking over the city, the professor heard a noise in the classroom and turned around to discover a horde of zombies breaking in and attacking everyone. The professor tried to run away, but soon the zombies were rushing through the corridors and infected students jumped on him, biting him. His body transformed, but his mind was still clear enough to return home. However, as soon as he saw his wife and his daughter, the virus triggered his inner rage and forced him to eat them both. Morgan is disgusted by the story and calls him out for his lack of control, but the professor simply repeats that zombies have risen above the limitations of humanity. He doesn't think there's such a thing as a patient zero and ignores the questions to rant against the government and the system. This causes Morgan to finally snap and punch him before leaving the cell. After taking a moment to calm down, Morgan returns to the cell and accepts a cigarette, pretending to be friendly. The professor teases him by asking about Janet and says she doesn't need a cure because zombies are actually the solution to human infection. As the philosophical rambling continues, Morgan realizes that the professor is making him waste time on purpose. Getting suspicious, he uses a device to scan the zombie and when he finds nothing, he rushes to the cells. He finds Pete and shares his theory. Pete got captured on purpose as part of a plan. When Pete realizes Morgan is going to hurt him to make him talk, he tries to self-delete and falls unconscious. Morgan uses the scanner again and gets a signal, so he opens a scar on Pete's body and finds a hidden tracker. His theory turns out to be true. Pete let the soldiers capture him on purpose so the other zombies could find the location of the base, confirming they're becoming smarter and planning to attack. Morgan runs to inform Pierce of the incoming danger, so Pierce orders a full lockdown of the base. Unfortunately, the zombies get inside before they can finish securing the entrances and soon a bloodbath ensues as refugees are attacked without mercy. A creature sneaks to the cell area and releases all the prisoners, making the army even bigger. The soldiers try opening fire, but their numbers aren't enough and the zombies keep on advancing while killing everyone in sight. Soon the horde rushes through the tunnels and the labs are also invaded, causing everyone to start running in panic as more people get killed. Knox takes Gina through a safe escape route and Pierce tries to follow them as the zombies chase after them. However, Knox shoots down Pierce so the zombies stop to feed on him, giving him time to escape with Gina in the elevator. A horrified Gina insults Knox's actions, but Knox says it was a necessary sacrifice for survival. Furious, Gina takes his gun and stops the elevator. She wants to go back to the lab to get her samples since her research is their only hope, but Knox refuses and tries to stop her. In the struggle, the gun is accidentally fired and kills Knox. While the bloodbath continues in every corner of the base, a scientist tries to hide in the rat lab. However, a zombie finds her and quickly attacks her, knocking down the cages in the process. Now the infected rats are on the loose as well. Meanwhile, Morgan runs to the cells to free Janet and run away together. Morgan grabs a fire axe on the way and eventually they bump into Gina, who doesn't think it's a good idea to free Janet considering the injections were temporary. However, Morgan refuses to leave without her. At that moment, a zombie appears behind them but Gina immediately shoots her down and then announces she'll be retrieving her samples. Morgan and Janet follow her to the lab fridge and while Gina grabs what she needs, another zombie attacks only to immediately be killed by Morgan's axe. At the same time, the professor lets out a very loud roar and soon some zombies come to rescue him. Back to the trio, they climb into the vents, carefully avoiding some dangerous wires in the process. As they crawl away, Gina sees the refugee area through the grates and is horrified to discover a complete massacre. Their weight causes the grate to fall and now the zombies know where they are. The trio tries to keep on moving and finds the path blocked by a zombie rat that leaps toward them to attack, but Janet quickly grabs it and kills it with her bare hands. Then they discover the zombies are starting to crawl through the vents too. The group hurries up and Morgan has to kick a zombie until the vent breaks, dropping the creature to the ground. Morgan almost falls too but Gina rescues him just in time. Eventually they finally reach the parking lot, where the professor is waiting for them. He explains he came to the base to kill Morgan because his blood could prevent the zombies from having a future, calling him the zombies' version of a patient zero. Morgan and the professor start to fight and the women try to help, but the professor easily overpowers them both. Using every object in the room, the men continue to fight and the professor knocks Morgan down, but Morgan quickly recovers and pushes the professor back to impale him on a pipe. Morgan gets hurt in the process as well, and before dying, the professor roars again to summon a huge horde. The trio starts running, but when they reach the door, Janet announces she's staying behind to slow the horde down. Morgan refuses, so Janet reveals she can sense Gina is pregnant to distract him and locks the door. After taking a moment to cry for his wife, Morgan escapes with Gina through an emergency tunnel that drops them in the woods. There are a lot of zombies around, yet Morgan is sure they'll make it. His bike is hidden nearby, so the couple jumps on it and speeds through the forest as the zombies begin chasing them in the distance. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 1945, during the final days of World War II, a Zero fighter lands on Odo, the island with a repair base for kamikaze planes. After the mechanics do a thorough inspection, Tachibana tells the pilot Koichi that no issues were found. Koichi immediately gets defensive because it turns out he lied about the malfunction to save his life. As he walks away to avoid Tachibana noticing his nerves, another mechanic tells him that he wishes there were more soldiers like him because the war is pretty much lost already. At that moment Koichi is shocked to see several dead fish in the water. Later that night, a siren stars wailing through the base. Usually it's a warning for air raids, but when the searchlight illuminates the area, they're shocked to see a giant monster called Godzilla coming from the sea. Godzilla immediately brings down a watchtower and causes a fire, so everyone runs to find shelter in a trench. The men may be in the military but they're only mechanics, so Tachibana urges Koichi to use his plane's weapons against Godzilla. Koichi runs to his plane but when he sees Godzilla up close, he freezes in fear. The mechanics panic and open fire on Godzilla themselves, enraging him and causing him to brutally start destroying the trenches and killing people by throwing them away, stepping on them, hitting them with his tail, or even eating them. As the mechanics run around and Godzilla destroys the base, Koichi becomes terrified and runs out of the plane right before Godzilla picks it up too. Then the monster throws the plane and the resulting explosion knocks Koichi out. The next morning, Koichi wakes up to find only one other survivor, Tachibana, who is putting together the bodies for proper burial. Tachibana is furious and yells at Koichi for failing to act. Sometime later, Japan finally surrenders and a ship comes by to pick up all the surviving troops and take them home. Without saying a word, Tachibana gives Koichi the photos he found with the dead men. By December, Koichi returns to his neighborhood in Tokyo and finds it in ruins. His own home is nothing but rubble. Koichi starts suffering survivor's guilt and wonders if he could have done something. His neighbor Sumiko sees him and remembers he was supposed to be a kamikaze pilot, so she yells at him for his cowardice. She's lost all of her children to the American bombings and tells him that his parents are dead as well. Devastated, Koichi remembers his parents' letters in which they told him to come back alive and wonders what is truly the right answer to this dilemma. Some days later, Koichi has built a rudimentary shelter from the rubble. While he's visiting the black market, a woman pursued by several men for stealing blankets runs by and leaves a baby in his arms. Koichi considers leaving the baby in the market, but he can't do it and decides to take her with him while searching for the woman. He soon finds her nearby. Her name is Noriko and she's been waiting for him so she could take baby Akako back. Then Noriko follows Koichi home and asks him to share some food with her and the baby. She explains that she isn't married and the baby isn't even hers. She adopted her from a dying mother during the Tokyo air raids. Like Koichi, her own family is gone. Koichi wants them to leave after dinner, but while they chat they fall asleep and they end up spending the night. The next day, Sumiko scolds Koichi for taking in Noriko and Akako, saying it's too late to play the hero. However, she changes her mind when she learns Noriko is not the child's mother. She starts helping them take care of Akako and even gives them a bag of rice so the baby can properly be fed. In March 1946, Koichi returns home and announces he's found a well-paying job detonating unexploded mines in the waters around Japan. Noriko thinks it's too dangerous but Koichi points out this is the only way to avoid starving to death. He also explains the boats are supposed to be specially made to evade mines. However, when he makes it to the dock, Koichi is shocked to discover he'll be serving on the Shinseemaru, a small wooden boat. Former Navy scientist Kenji explains that they use wood to ward off American magnetic mines. He also meets Captain Seiji and Shiro, who is too young to have served in the war. As they head out on the water, Seiji explains their work. A cable suspended between Shinseemaru and another boat called Keishinmaru allows them to clip mine wires and bring them to the surface, where they can be exploded from a distance with machine gun fire. Koichi tries the machine gun and proves to be an excellent marksman, thanks to his pilot experience, so that becomes his job in the boat. Shiro wishes war has lasted longer so he could fight too, and Koichi immediately scolds him for such a horrible thought. That night, Koichi is sleeping when suddenly he hears screaming. He comes out and sees the mechanics from the island being stepped on by Godzilla again, but at that moment he wakes up and realizes it was a nightmare. The survivor's guilt takes over again and he clings to Noriko as he wonders if he's actually dead and everything that happened since the island has been a dream. Scared, Noriko pushes him off and Koiko has a breakdown as he stares at the pictures of the dead mechanics and their families. In July 1946, an American nuclear test at Bikini Atoll causes a huge explosion in the sea as part of Operation Crossroads. Godzilla is underwater when it happens and causes him to mutate. Meanwhile, things are improving for Koichi. He continues to work with a minesweeping team while Noriko raises Akiko at home. Koichi is soon able to afford a motorcycle and major renovations to their house, and all the neighbors are rebuilding as well, slowly making a proper neighborhood out of the area again. One night when Koichi's crewmates visit for dinner, Kenji takes some nice pictures of everyone. The men assume Noriko is Koichi's wife and are surprised to learn of their living arrangement. When Akiko calls Koichi her father, he tells her not to do that, which worries the others even more. They encourage him to accept that he's found a family, but Koichi sticks to his denial. In March 1947, Noriko takes a desk job in Ginza, a prospering district in Tokyo. She explains to Koichi that she wants to be able to support herself and to be out of his way so he can find a wife. She also shares that Sumiko has already gladly offered to take care of Akiko while they're both at work. Meanwhile, the US government is hiding the fact that several of their military vessels have been destroyed by an unknown enemy. There are pictures of a strange object in the water, confirming it was Godzilla. Whenever a ship is destroyed, radioactive signals are picked up. Radars start tracking Godzilla's route and confirm he'll be reaching Japan in a few weeks. However, the US refuses to intervene because it could damage relations with the Soviet Union. By May 1947, the Shinsei Maru and Keishin Maru are sent on a special mission to the Ogasawara Islands and find a massive American ship that has been absolutely destroyed. As the crew discusses what could have caused such damage, Koichi sees dead fish in the water and tells the others about Godzilla. Shiro is horrified that the Japanese government expects them to fight Godzilla in their tiny boats, but Kenji explains that their job is simply to delay his advance until a cruiser arrives. Their orders say they must use the mines they recover as weapons and keep the mission secret. After they collect 2 mines, Koichi notices there are way more dead fish than last time and rings the alarm. He asks Seiji to send the boats back because they can't fight like this, but Seiji is determined not to let Tokyo be destroyed again. At that moment, Godzilla surges out of the water and brings down Keishin Maru in an instant, so a terrified Seiji changes his mind. The Shinsei Maru sails away as fast as possible and Godzilla chases after them, so the crew drop mine in the water. However, the explosion don't even scratch such a monster. Next, Koichi opens fire with a machine gun, but bullets don't do anything either. Since it seems the monster's skin is hard, Kenji gets the idea to attack the mouth instead. They release the second mine but the detonator doesn't work, so Koichi returns to the machine gun and makes the mine explode when it's near Godzilla's face. The blast damages Godzilla's left eye and a large part of his cheek, but it also sends a wave that rocks the boat, hurting Koichi and Shiro. Unfortunately, Godzilla's wounds quickly regenerate and he furiously rises out of the water as he roars, ready for revenge. Suddenly, the battle cruiser arrives and shoots at Godzilla, who turns his rage at it, viciously tearing it apart with his claws. The cruiser continues to shoot at the monster, causing him to fall backward into the sea. However, Godzilla starts glowing as he swims underneath the cruiser and destroys it in an instant with an explosive heat ray. Then Godzilla roars and continues to make his way to Tokyo. Sometime later, Koichi wakes up in a hospital and is greeted by his crew. He wants to alert the locals, but Kenji tells him the government is still covering up the story. When he goes home, Noriko is hurt because Koichi won't answer her questions, so he finally gives in and tells her everything, showing her the pictures. Because of his guilt, he thinks he shouldn't have survived, so Noriko assures him that everyone who survived the war was meant to live, which were her parents' final words to her. The next day, the Tokyo Bay defense sees Godzilla incoming and get permission to detonate their mine blockade. However, the explosions have no effect on Godzilla. Soon an evacuation is announced in Ginza and Koichi worries about Noriko when he hears the news on the radio. Soon the monster reaches the town and starts destroying the area, throwing a train car that makes Noriko's train stop on its tracks. Everyone is panicking and running through the streets as Godzilla advances and bites down on the train, causing it to break. Lots of people fall to their deaths and at first Noriko holds on, but as soon as she sees water she jumps to escape. Godzilla continues his vicious rampage, destroying the beloved Nippon Theater and killing several reporters broadcasting from a rooftop. Noriko reaches the street and gets pushed by people, but Koichi arrives just in time to take her away. As everyone runs and more buildings are destroyed, the tanks finally arrive and open fire, but again bullets do nothing. Suddenly Godzilla's fins begin to glow and grow before Godzilla opens his mouth and fires an atomic heat ray that strikes the tanks, causing a nuclear explosion that destroys most of the area. Seeing the shockwave coming, Noriko pushes Koichi out of the way and gets killed instead. Koichi falls to his knees in emotional pain and yells as a black rain starts falling and Godzilla calmly returns to the sea. Afterward, newscasts announce that 30,000 civilians were killed or injured, and 20,000 buildings were destroyed. The area of Godzilla's rampage is cordoned off due to the high radiation levels. Koichi's crew helps him hold a memorial service for Noriko, but Koichi is too depressed to do anything. Akiko soon begins crying as she asks for her mother and Koichi looks at the mechanic's pictures, thinking he's being punished for his cowardice. Kenji informs him that a group of private citizens is making a plan to destroy Godzilla and invites him to the meeting. Sometime later, Koichi attends the meeting with Shiro, Seiji, and many former Navy soldiers. A captain explains that Japan has negotiated the return of 4 destroyers, but sadly they'll be stripped of their weapons. Kenji then explains his idea. They should lower Godzilla above the deepest part of Sagami Bay and tie canisters of Freon gas to him. This would lower the water's buoyancy and forcibly sink Godzilla to a depth of 1,500 meters, crushing him with a sudden pressure change. Koichi asks if this will kill Godzilla for sure, but Kenji can't guarantee it, so Koichi tries to leave. However, Kenji reveals he has a backup plan. Giant balloons would be inflated under Godzilla to rapidly bring him to the surface and destroy him via explosive decompression. After a demonstration in the garden, some people are still not convinced and just leave. However, most of the group stays and agrees to work together to save their country. The Shinseemaru's crew goes out for drinks and Kenji mentions that Godzilla probably considers Tokyo part of his territory. To lure the monster to the trap point, he plans to use acoustic minesweepers to play recordings of his roar. He admits that his plan could fail in many ways, so Koichi offers to help with the luring operation if they can get him a fighter plane. Seiji wonders if Koichi has a death wish and scolds him for not marrying Noriko, pointing out she would have been home as a housewife instead of Ginza where she died. Koichi explains that he wanted to, but his war isn't over. The next day, Kenji invites Koichi to a hangar where he's acquired an anti-bomber fighter. Years in storage have left the plane inoperable and will require a top mechanic to repair it. Koichi wants Tachibana to be that mechanic, but when he checks the records, there's no current address. Desperate to make up for his mistakes, Koichi refuses to accept another mechanic and starts sending letters with a plan in mind. One night, someone attacks Koichi by surprise and knocks him out. Minutes later, Koichi wakes up and discovers his attacker was Tachibana, who is furious about the letters. It turns out Koichi wrote to the comrades from Tachibana's postings blaming him for what happened on Odo Island because he knew Tachibana wouldn't respond to begging and would only come if he was angry. At first Tachibana refuses to help, but Koichi changes his mind by revealing his idea. Since the mine did damage Godzilla's face, he wants to fly the plane loaded with explosives right into the monster's mouth. For the next few days, everyone works hard to get everything ready for their attack. One night, radiation detecting buoys indicate that Godzilla will arrive in less than a day. Kenji shares their route on a map and orders the volunteers to spend the night with their families. After the meeting, Kenji and Seiji tell Shiro, who is still injured, that he'll be staying home tomorrow. When he protests, Seiji tells him that having never seen combat should be a badge of pride. Meanwhile, Tachibana takes a closer look at the cockpit and gets an idea. At home, Akiko gives Koichi a drawing she made of them and Noriko and begins to cry. When the day comes, Koichi leaves a letter next to Akiko while she sleeps before sneaking out. Later, Akiko takes the letter to Sumiko, who finds a bunch of money and a note asking her to take care of Akiko. At that moment, she also receives a telegram with shocking news. At the hangar, Tachibana explains that he replaced some of the plane's non-essential components with 2 bombs. Sitting in the cockpit, Koichi realizes that part of him wants to live and Tachibana reminds him that the mechanics on Odo Island wanted to live too. Koichi takes out the mechanic's pictures as a reminder of what he must protect. Tachibana then shows him the bomb safety pin and one extra thing. Soon the buoys detect Godzilla is getting close and the sirens go off in Sagami Bay. Suddenly a ship on fire crashes on the port, indicating that Godzilla reached the shore faster than anticipated. While Koichi puts Noriko's picture in the cockpit and takes off, Godzilla gets to the port, but Kenji orders everyone to still carry on with the plan and puts his hopes on Koichi. As the ships take off too, the plane reaches Godzilla and Koichi opens fire to keep him distracted as he pulls off some crazy moves to avoid getting hit. Godzilla falls for the bait and follows the plane into the sea, where 2 unmanned ships are waiting. Godzilla shoots them with his atomic breath, which hurts his own body as well and sends a wave that shakes the manned ships. It'll take a few minutes for him to regenerate, so the team can carry on the plan. 2 destroyers encircle Godzilla and tie a cable attached to gas canisters around him while Koichi continues to distract him. The ships scrape against each other as they complete the circle, but nobody gets hurt. As Godzilla prepares to fire again, the canisters are busted, forcibly pulling him underwater. Once he passes the target depth, Godzilla freezes in place and stops charging his atomic breath, but sadly he's still alive. Kenji then has the balloons inflated under Godzilla to bring him back to the surface. However, Godzilla quickly destroys them to stop them. The ships try pulling him the rest of the way themselves, but the monster's weight is too great and one of the cranes collapses. At that moment, a fleet of tugboats led by Shiro arrives to help. Everybody pulls together and soon Godzilla reappears, looking heavily wounded because of the decompression yet still alive. Godzilla starts charging again and the team thinks it's finally over. Suddenly Koichi's plane flies right into Godzilla's mouth and detonates the explosives, finally bringing Godzilla down. After a second of silence, The team sees Koichi falling with a parachute. It turns out Tachibana asked him to live and the extra thing had been an ejector. Once the smoke clears, they see that the top of Godzilla's head has been destroyed and the atomic causes the rest of his body to crumble. Every person on the ship salutes as the war finally ends. When they return to the shore, the locals receive them with gratitude and excitement, and Sumiko rushes to show Koichi the telegram. Moments later, Koichi and Akako rush to a hospital and find Noriko is injured but still alive. She asks Koichi if his war is finally and he embraces her in tears, not noticing a pattern resembling Godzilla's dorsal fins on her neck. Meanwhile, in the bottom of the sea, a piece of Godzilla's flesh begins to regenerate. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 2032 in the eastern United States, Flynn checks on her brother Burton, who lives in a trailer outside the house. Burton is playing a game on his VR set and explains he has a big competition tonight that will give them enough money for their mom's medicine. Then he hands Flynn his headset so she can win the level for him. In the game, Flynn takes over her brother's avatar and immediately guides the rest of the party into fighting back with a better strategy, winning the level in just a few seconds. Then she checks the body of an opponent and discovers the important map the party had been looking for. Afterward, Flynn goes to her job at the 3D print shop. Burton's friends come by to drop a box for Burton, which contains a new kind of headset sent by a Colombian company called Milagros Calderon. The cost is absolutely free, but Flynn has to scan her eye as the equivalent of a signature to confirm she got the box. Later at home, Burton explains that he was asked to beta test this new headset since he crossed level 100 on another game. However, it had been Flynn who did that for him, and since this gig will pay well, Flynn agrees to do it. Burton puts the headset on her, and when Flynn opens her eyes, she finds herself in Burton's avatar riding a motorbike. As she explores the city, Flynn is amazed by the fact she can feel everything. Suddenly, a computer voice in her head welcomes her to the game and warns her she'll also be able to feel pain. Flynn must do whatever the voice says to earn her keep. The voice gives her directions until she makes it to Buckingham Palace, where the bike disappears as soon as she gets off. When she says the words "I've arrived," the door opens and servants appear in front of her, asking her name. After saying a code name, Flynn goes into another room and does some tricks to test the game. Afterward, she goes to the garden, where a company known as Research Institute or RI is hosting a party. The voice tells Flynn to flirt with Mariel and convince her to take her avatar home. When Flynn starts talking to Mariel, the woman pauses the game for some privacy, and she's quickly charmed by Flynn's words. They leave in Mariel's car and they start kissing while a robot servant drives. Suddenly, the voice says Flynn must take the glass vial from Mariel's pocket and open it under her nose. Flynn does so and Mariel passes out, causing the driver to attack. The robot uses kicks and fists before taking out a knife, but Flynn fights back, hitting the driver a few times before reaching the brakes to make the car stop. At the same time, she uses the knife to kill the driver. Then the voice makes Flynn take the car to a closed alley, where she says, "I've arrived," to make the wall open and meet Aelita, the person behind the voice. After some cryptic comments, Aelita announces they'll continue tomorrow. At that moment, Flynn disconnects the game and Burton tells her the company loves her and even offers more money. Flynn agrees to come back tomorrow, but when she stands up, she feels a bit dizzy. Afterward, Flynn goes to a bar to buy her mom's medicine from dealers. The guys say she doesn't have enough for even one pill and imply she should offer naughty services, only to be interrupted by Connor, a disabled man who attaches his mono-wheel to a small vehicle. Connor threatens the dealers until they agree to sell Flynn the medicine. Then he and Flynn leave while the guys go back into the bar. Their boss Corbell scolds them for being afraid of a disabled man and smashes a guy's head on the table as punishment. Sometime later, Flynn connects to the game again. The avatar wakes up in a surgery room, unable to move. Aelita tells her that Flynn can't leave the sim without her permission before the surgeons begin removing the avatar's eyeball to replace it with Mariel's. Flynn can feel the pain, but Aelita guides her through it until she falls asleep. Later, the avatar wakes up in a car with Aelita and they go to a fancy building where they use Mariel's eye to open the door. They get in an elevator that takes them through a bunch of curious floors, including one with a whale. Eventually, they reach a chamber with an inverted pyramid hanging from the ceiling. Aelita makes Flynn put her own eye on the pyramid, and when the avatar jerks back in pain, Aelita forces her to keep the head there so the laser can finish its job. Suddenly, Daniel shows up and Aelita tells Flynn to stop him because he's there to kill them. However, Daniel immediately overpowers Flynn and ties her up before using a gun that shoots sonic punches to knock down Aelita. While Daniel starts hurting Aelita to make her give up information, Flynn manages to get a hand out, only to discover the skin has peeled off and there's a robot underneath. Daniel lets go of Aelita to shoot again and Flynn sends the avatar to fight him, giving Aelita time to run away. Putting his attention on her allows Daniel to shoot the avatar in the head and Flynn wakes up in the real world, saying she never wants to play again as she throws up. Out of town, a policeman notices two suspicious cars and follows them, but they suddenly disappear. When the cop comes out to investigate, a man pulls a gun on him and tells him to stand in the middle of the road. Then an invisible car knocks the cop down. It turns both cars have advanced cloaking. The next day at work, Flynn gets a call from Wilf, who tries to warn her about some impending danger and advises her to play again, but Flynn just hangs up. In the evening, Flynn is closing the shop when the lights flicker and Wilf's voice is heard through all the machines around her. He claims her life is in danger and there is a bounty of $9 million on her head, but he can't help her unless she signs in. Terrified, Flynn runs to find Burton, who is hanging out with his friends. When they check the area with their drone, they see a group of armed people coming towards them. Flynn rushes to hide her blind mother Ella in the basement while Burton's friends hack into the assassin's drone to make it look like the boys are still sitting around the fire. Then Burton and his friends link their body implants to their drone, gaining the ability to see its visual feed. After grabbing their guns, the group sneaks into the woods and begins taking the men down one by one pretty easily thanks to their hack. The enemy tries to shoot back, but they can't do anything against the guy's implants that allow them to find them in the dark. Meanwhile in the house, the power goes out and a man comes after Flynn, who activates the Roomba to distract the guy and hit him from behind. The man immediately turns around and tries to shoot her, but he's killed first by Burton, who shoots through the window. Thinking it's over, the group checks the drone camera and discovers the enemy has hacked them back so they could secretly bring over a backup team. Another gunfight ensues and Burton's group is starting to run low on ammo, but at that moment Connor arrives and helps them out. Once every enemy is dead, the group agrees that Flynn must use the headset again to gather information. She logs in and wakes up in a body that looks exactly like her. Then Wilf approaches her and explains this isn't a game. The headset sends her mind to a robot called Peripheral in the year 2099. When she leaves the building, she's shocked to see giant statues decorating London but almost no people around. Wilf also shows her a newspaper with Ella's obituary, 4 weeks from that day in Flynn's timeline. The deal Wilf offers is simple. If Flynn helps him find Aelita, then he'll pay for the medicine to save her mother. After Wilf disconnects her, Flynn appears in the present feeling dizzy again but she still rushes into town to pick up the medicine where Wilf left it. Then she gives Ella the medicine while Burton's friends bury all the bodies. Next she logs in again and wakes up in a house in Notting Hill, where Wilf introduces her to his boss Lev and his technicians. Flynn learns that whenever they come in contact with the past branches off to create a parallel timeline known as a stub and the contact becomes the point of separation. Aelita was providing them with a connection to the stub, which they'll lose if they don't find her soon. Flynn is upset to hear the medicine only has a 57% rate of success, so she announces that she'll only help them find Aelita after they help her family for real. Meanwhile, Officer Tommy stops by the road when he sees a cup of coffee floating in midair. He pokes around and eventually realizes there's a car with some sort of cloaking device. After lots of touching he makes the car visible and finds a bullet, which he bags up and takes to Burton because Tommy knows about his expertise. Burton identifies the type of bullet but claims to know nothing. Moments later Flynn comes back and tells Burton that the people from the future are going to send them $250,000 by making their cousin Leon win the lottery. Afterward Flynn tries to search the internet for references to Milagros Calderon or Wilf but comes up empty. While doing so, her hand gets stuck on the computer mouse and she's unable to move it, so she has to use her other hand to pry it off. Later in the middle of the night, Flynn wakes up when she hears a strange noise. She goes downstairs and discovers it's Ella, who announces her eyesight is coming back. Meanwhile Corbell is using a VR set to hire virtual women, only to suddenly be interrupted by Daniel, who offers him $10 million to get rid of Flynn and Burton. Corbell thinks it's a joke and leaves the game. Later while Corbell is with a real woman, he gets a message saying that he has received $2.5 million in his bank account. Now knowing the offer was real, he agrees to kill Flynn and her family. The next day, Flynn goes to work and finds Burton and his friends printing more weapons. It turns out Burton has used the lottery money to buy the shop. Afterward Flynn logs in to visit the future. She tells Lev's group everything that happened with Aelita, and they explain that Mariel was an assistant security manager at the RI. They also tell her that Corbell has been hired to harm them, so Flynn asks to be sent back to the present to warn her brother. In the meantime Wilf parks outside his childhood home and remembers the day he and Aelita were adopted. When he finally goes inside, he hears Aelita singing, but it's only a robot with her face and voice. Then he meets his mother, who tells him she last saw Aelita a month ago in St. James. Aelita had said that she was staying where snow last fell in London. In the present, Burton meets Corbell and reveals he knows about his mission. He offers Corbell 2 choices, one of which is $200,000 every week to leave them alone. When Corbell asks about the other, Burton explains he and his friends are former Marines who are all connected as one big organism thanks to their military implants. If Corbell tries anything, he'll learn how deadly they can be. Corbell isn't scared because he's killed many criminals in the past just to control his town, so Burton points at the glass in Corbell's hand and a bullet immediately shatters it. Finally taking it seriously, Corbell shakes hands with Burton to accept the money deal, unaware that Tommy is watching nearby. Later Flynn logs in again and appears in a car with Wilf. They drive around Buckingham Palace, trying to retrace Flynn's steps from that night. They decide to walk around and Wilf links them up so they have access to each other's sensory experience, which can be controlled by moving their fingers. Now Flynn can see and hear everything Wilf can, including his hangover. Soon a police robot begins following Flynn and Wilf realizes that her robotic body isn't properly registered. Wilf tells the cop that Flynn's robot is being used by a woman from Canada who is desperate to see her long-distance lover. Then he kisses Flynn to prove the story. The cop believes it but makes Flynn log out. Meanwhile, Daniel's boss and head of the RI, Charisse, invites company's researcher Grace to her garden, where she keeps tons of bees. While they share some tea, Charisse asks about Aelita, and Grace admits she told her about the Stubb Research Department. Then Charisse reveals there was a chemical in the tea that makes her sweat mimic a pheromone released by hornets and opens the door so the bees can attack Grace as punishment. The next time Flynn logs in, Wilf tells her about the clue he's obtained. Flynn thinks Snow could be a person, and Wilf realizes it was one of Aelita's heroes. They visit the place where the celebrity died and Flynn opens the wall like Aelita taught her, allowing them to find Aelita's apartment. The place is a complete mess, meaning someone got there before them. Then Flynn notices a broken clock that looks exactly like the one in her house, so she moves the hands to make the times match. A secret door opens and they find the surgery room where Flynn had her eye replaced. There are 2 broken down robots plus a white model of her own house and its surrounding area, including figurines of her brother and friends. After taking a sample from the robots, Wilf finds Aelita's implant in a box, which she got removed so she couldn't be traced. When they're about to leave, the main door suddenly blasts open. Soon Daniel and a robot attack them, and Daniel's sonic gun seems to affect Flynn's real body too. Wilf uses a fallen scalpel to attack the robot and knock it down, which distracts Daniel and allows Flynn to disarm him. Unaware that Charisse is seeing everything through the robot's eyes, Flynn begins shooting Daniel to make him talk and he explains Charisse is after her because she took something. Before he can say anything more, Charisse makes the robot kill Daniel. In return, Flynn destroys the robot with the gun. Then a flashback reveals that in 2075, London is absolutely destroyed and Wilf and Aelita are kids living on the streets. One day they see a van distributing food, so Wilf goes to investigate while ignoring Aelita's warnings. When he comes closer, the van starts looking blurry, so he throws a stone and discovers the whole thing is just a visual projection. Suddenly 2 people in yellow suits and masks chase after Wilf and Aelita, quickly capturing them both. Back in 2099, Wilf takes the samples in the implant to Lev, who points out that Aelita won't survive long without it. Flynn returns to her time and notices blood in her eye. Suddenly her right hand spasms again and when she looks back up, the blood is gone. Later Flynn and Burton argue over how they're handling the situation and as Flynn gets more agitated, a bruise grows over her left eye and she suddenly falls into a seizure. Burton takes her to see a doctor, who says Flynn had a tonic-clonic seizure but there don't seem to be any after effects. She still wants to run some more scans and advises Flynn to stay away from the headset. When they return home, Burton tells his friends he wants to log in and put those people back in line to ensure they don't hurt Flynn. Connor seems interested in the idea of being able to control a body. In the future, Charisse has her people make a robot in the image of Daniel so he can share information about Wilf and Lev. Moments later Charisse shows up at Lev's house and accuses him of stealing something. When Lev plays ignorant, Charisse talks about the structure of their world and its 3 major forces, the kleptoligarchy that Lev belongs to, the Met Police, and the Research Institute. Charisse reminds Lev that each group shouldn't overstep its bounds and points out the last guy that tried met a traffic fate. She threatens Lev with the same fate and after she leaves, Lev notices his teacup is gone. At that moment Connor logs into the Flynn robot and tries to run away by jumping through a window, but a technician immediately cancels the connection. Meanwhile Flynn is watching childhood home movies on a normal headset when Wilf appears to tell her what Connor did. Then Flynn reveals she looked into Lev and found the name in her timeline connected to a mafia-related man whose entire family was brutally killed, but Wilf says there is no connection. Afterward Wilf tells Lev what Flynn found out about his family. Lev isn't surprised and explains that he hired Aelita because he wanted a stub of his own so it could be used for many goals like testing new medicine. Lev reveals that he was troubled by the idea of other versions of himself so he had his family killed in the other stubs. Back to Flynn, her hand continues to spasm but decides to log in again anyway. She tries to go exploring, and when the technicians try to disconnect her, Burton's friends hack into the headset to stop them. Flynn wants bodies for Burton and Connor too and demands to know why there are such fewer people in the future. After both teams cause Flynn to connect and disconnect a few times, Flynn manages to stay in the future and convince the technicians to cooperate. Moments later, Flynn meets Wilf at a graveyard, where she sees mysterious objects floating over some of the graves. Wilf explains the objects show the different phases of something called the jackpot, which was a funny name given to the apocalypse. The first one opens up to show a complete electrical blackout in 2039 that started in the USA and soon spread worldwide. The second object shows a pandemic called the Blood Plague, and the third shows a total environmental catastrophe in which 7 billion people died over 4 decades. The fourth one is called the End and it shows a domestic terror attack in which a nuclear missile silo was blown up. The visual illusion of the explosion is too much for Flynn to handle and she asks it to stop, so she's sent back to the present. A flashback then shows how Aelita convinces Grace to share her research by appealing to their former relationship. Grace takes Aelita to the room with the pyramid, calling it the God Font. Here they have access to stubs used for their research in various fields. One of their studies belongs to the Behavioral Mod department, in which they set up a shell company in the stub that made a deal with the military, giving them implants for their soldiers. Those implants were then tweaked to affect the brain's compassion center. For example, they cause soldiers to shoot random wounded animals by making them see as the enemy. Only one soldier tries to help an injured dog and gets blown up in the process. Alita is disgusted by human experimentation without consent, but Grace doesn't seem to mind. On their way out, they're seen by Mario. In the present, former assassin Robert is trying to live a normal life under a new identity until he receives a package with a phone and a sonic gun inside. He tests the gun and is shocked by its power. At that moment he gets a call from the Daniel robot, who offers $10 million to kill Flynn's family. Robert tries to decline, but Daniel forces him to accept when he threatens his daughter. Later, a bowling alley, Robert goes to see an old friend, accusing him of revealing his identity to Daniel. The guy explains he was threatened until he gave up the information, but a furious Robert still shoots him and all his sons to death. Then Robert gets in his car and Daniel sends him the information to find Flynn. Suddenly a surviving son comes out and opens fire on Daniel, who immediately rushes out of the car to hide under it. He shoots the guy a couple of times with the sonic gun and then runs him over with his car. In the morning, Flynn gets more tests done and the doctor tells her some bacteria is affecting the part of her brain related to seeing. Then she uses a spinal tap to take some fluid from Flynn's body to study it further. Meanwhile, Robert stops his car by the road and pretends it isn't working as he waits for Flynn to leave the clinic. However, Flynn's friend Billy finds him first and insists on helping even when Robert says no. At that moment, Burton and Flynn pass by in their car and stop when they see Billy, offering their help as well. Robert grabs the sonic gun and Flynn recognizes it, so she makes Burton duck right before they get shot. Then Robert tries to shoot Flynn, so Burton speeds up to escape and ends up crashing nearby. As Robert comes closer with open fire, Burton comes out and shoots back while Flynn makes the car go back to get Robert out of the way. Robert is soon ready to shoot again. However, Billy has her own weapon and brings him down first, overpowering him but not killing him because he's wearing a bulletproof vest. Minutes later, Tommy arrives and arrests Robert. He also asks Flynn about the sonic gun, but she pretends to know nothing. On the way to the police station, Robert tells Tommy about the deal he was offered and explains that those who hired him will want to cut loose ends, so he offers the money to Tommy to let him escape. Before Tommy can respond, an invisible force hits the car, making it roll over. Another car becomes visible nearby and the driver drags Robert away. By the time Tommy comes out, the mystery person is gone. Later, Flynn logs in and goes to see Charisse at the RI. Flynn asks why Charisse is after her and Charisse says she stole something, but Flynn swears she doesn't have anything. When Flynn threatens to kill her, Charisse reveals she's also using a robot body and attacks first. A fight ensues and both robots show remarkable strength, but Flynn still manages to overpower Charisse and break her neck before leaving. Another flashback shows Burton and his team in the Texas Outback in 2028. While on duty, they discover a dog stuck in a wired fence howling for help. They discuss whether or not to help it, and Burton reminds the others of the intel about the enemy using injured animals. The team isn't convinced and Connor runs out to help the dog anyway. As he cuts the wires, he sees that the dog is armed with a bomb, which blows up and takes most of his limbs. At that moment, Connor wakes up in the present, screaming at the memory haunting his dreams. Meanwhile, Tommy tries to keep investigating the accident but finds the digital files blocked. Then the sheriff tells him to take paid leave and get some rest. After the sheriff leaves, Tommy sees in a bathroom stall a pair of shoes that look like the ones he saw at the site of the accident. This makes him realize the sheriff is dirty and getting Tommy out of the way on purpose. In the future, Wilf and Flynn are on a busy street and Flynn wonders why the people seem to stay away from them. So Wilf explains it's just a visual illusion created by the RI to make the city look less bleak. Flynn moves her fingers the way Wilf shows her and all the people disappear, so she tries it on the landscape next. Tons of buildings disappear and the remaining ones look destroyed. Afterward, Wilf and Flynn go to meet the fabricators behind Alita's robots, whose location Wilf discovered thanks to the samples he took the other day. They enter a butcher shop and say the code word, but the butchers refuse to offer their real services. Then Flynn makes up a story about how she bet her body's maker that she could find a better fabricator, causing the butcher to rise to the challenge. He inspects Flynn's robot and says he can do it, offering her retractable titanium nails. Flynn then asks about replacing a robot eye with a human eye, which causes the butchers to attack. For an advanced body like Flynn's, it's no trouble to fight them at the same time, and with just a few movements, she knocks them both down. One of the butchers still tries to attack again, but Flynn overpowers her again and the other butcher tells her to surrender. Next, Wilf shows them a picture of Alita and asks about her, so the guy says she had been working with a group of revolutionaries called the Neoprims. Wilf is shocked that his sister could hide that from him. In the meantime, Lev's technicians build robots for Connor and Burton to come to the future too. In the present, Corbell and his wife are setting up dinner while an unconscious Robert sits across the table. When he wakes up, he discovers he has a metal collar around his neck. He immediately tries to attack Corbell, but the wife uses a remote to give him an electric shock through the collar. Later that night, Leon learns that Connor has been suffering from nightmares and offers to share his pain. Using the implants, they connect to each other and Leon sees Connor's memories of how he lost his limbs. The experience leaves him shaking on the floor from the pain, but at least now Connor is peacefully asleep. In the future, the technicians realize that Flynn's doctor is researching the bacteria she found in her body. At that moment they get a visit from Inspector Ainsley, who is investigating Daniel's death. Lev can't call his solicitors because the phones are down, so they're forced to invite her in. Ainsley explains she can just arrest Will for his presence at Daniel's murder site and execute him in the next 7 minutes, but instead they can just answer her questions. Back to the present, the sheriff shows Corbell the video from Tommy's car. Meanwhile in Corbell's house, Robert steals a heavy paperweight while the wife is looking away. Then he pretends to be interested in Corbell's fish tank and comes closer to smash it with the paperweight, causing water to flood the room and make the wife fall to the floor. Furious, she uses the remote to electrocute him, but he grabs her leg and the water conducts the electricity to make them both pass out at the same time. A few seconds later, Robert's eyes open. Sometime later, Connor and the siblings get a message from the future asking them to log in. When they wake up, they find Ainsley waiting for them. Lev has told her about the connection to the past, so she wants to take them to the station for some tests. Eventually they make it to a Met police training facility called the Zoo. With a flick of Ainsley's hand, the debris in front of them turns into a tall building and Ainsley sends Burton and Connor inside so they can test their new bodies. Ainsley's assistant Beatrice explains the rules. They must advance from floor to floor while getting rid of all obstacles until they reach the roof where a surprise awaits. The lights go out and 6 robot guards appear around them. The guys work together like the old times and quickly bring the guards down while Beatrice analyzes their data. Once they're done, she announces each floor will have more and more enemies. However, the guys keep advancing through the floors with no problems, beating up any enemy that gets in their way. When they make it to the roof, Beatrice informs them the 3 of them must fight until there's only one left standing. Burton and Connor immediately attack, but not even their teamwork is enough to defeat Beatrice, who only needs a few moves to force them to disconnect. Outside, Ainsley tells Flynn she's investigated her family in this timeline and shares the result. The local version of Connor didn't lose his limbs, and none of the team members had the implants, so Burton didn't survive the war. All this means that the RI opened the stub at least a decade before what they've been assuming. The jackpot seems accelerated in Flynn's timeline and Ainsley suspects the RI. When their conversation is over, Ainsley disconnects Flynn. In the present, Tommy returns to the station and asks to see the evidence he brought from the accident, but the only thing on the list is his wrecked car. Suspicious, Tommy tracks down his car in a junkyard and finds all the other evidence inside, like the sonic gun. When he presses the button, he accidentally shoots the windows off. At that moment he gets a call from the sheriff telling him to go to Corbell's place. When Tommy arrives, he follows bloody footprints to find the wife's body and the sheriff talking to Corbell. The sheriff knows Robert did this, but he wants Tommy to arrest Burton and his team as the culprits. Tommy refuses, so the sheriff tells him to wake up to the reality of the corruption in the force and to do as he says, otherwise he'll get fired or even arrested. Tommy returns to his car and while thinking over what to do, he remembers the guns and takes them back to the house. The sheriff tries to make him see reason, but Tommy shoots him a bunch of times to kill him. Then he hits Corbell with the sonic gun to throw him out the window. Meanwhile, Ella is suddenly blind again and asks for help, so Burton's friend Reese takes her to the clinic. Nearby, Robert watches them and starts following them. Later at the clinic, the doctor checks on Ella while Reese waits at the reception. Robert comes in with a bleeding arm and when Reese tries to help him, Robert stabs him a few times. Reese starts defending himself and a fight ensues, but no matter how many times Robert stabs, Reese keeps going. Eventually Robert manages to keep him in a hold and choke him until Reese dies. When the doctor and Ella come to check on the noise, Robert threatens them with a gun to keep them as hostages. Then he takes Reese's phone and unlocks it with his dead face to send a message. When Connor and the siblings return to the present, they get a message from Reese's phone saying he's at the clinic with Ella. Burton, Flynn, and Leon immediately get in the car and on the way to the clinic, they start getting suspicious of the messages because they use words Reese wouldn't use. Leon tries to connect with Reese through their implants, but he can't find Reese's vitals, so they guess a killer is there. Once they're close enough to the clinic, Leon connects to Reese's body and makes it twitch. When Robert stands up to shoot Reese again, the team sees him move with thermal binoculars and Burton immediately shoots him down. Then they rush inside to save the women and Burton shoots Robert again just in case. In the future, Lev's technicians discuss how to access the bacteria and Flynn's brain to steal it. When Lev comes by, they use an encrypted language to keep discussing a possible plan, but Lev knows that language and threatens to kill them if they don't share what they know. They explain that Ilita planned to download the stolen RI files into Burton's implants to hide them in the past so they'd be untraceable. But since Flynn posed as him, the headset transformed the data into bacteria that began to colonize her brain. The technicians plan to give the data to the Neoprim so they can burn this world down and build a new one, but Lev cuts the guy's cheek and orders them not to betray him again if they don't want deadly consequences. The next time Flynn, Burton, and Connor log in, Ainsley offers them a deal. She can give them resources to prevent the jackpot in their timeline, and in return they must work for her. Flynn says she also wants a cure for her mother, but Ainsley informs her that nothing can be for Ella anymore and she'll die in 23 days. Upset, the siblings immediately disconnect and comfort each other. In the meantime, Charisse meets with one of the technicians, who tells her that the RI's data is in Flynn's head and wants Charisse to stop Lev from getting it. Charisse says she'll accelerate the jackpot in Flynn's timeline to get rid of her and her family. Later, Flynn logs in to meet with Wilf, who wants to tell her something but worries Ainsley may be spying on them. They link up their minds, and as they say each other's names they realize they love each other. Then they decide to visit the place where Wilf used to hide with Aelita when they were kids, unaware that the technicians are spying on them. When they make it to the spot, they make the extra people disappear and find a younger Aelita robot waiting for them. She tells Flynn to go away because her robot can be used by others, and once Flynn disconnects, the technicians lose contact. Then the real Aelita shows up to explain to Wilf that the immunity implant every citizen has in their heads is used to suppress memories. When Aelita removed hers, she remembered everything. While younger Aelita digs out a skull from the ground, adult Aelita says that the oligarchy killed 5 million people in under a fortnight because of the fear of spreading contagion, including Wilf's and Aelita's families. At that moment a bunch of people show up and Aelita reveals she's been gathering survivors to form the Neoprims. Now all they need is the data in Flynn's head. In the present, Tommy tells Flynn about a warning from Homeland Security about an attack on a nearby missile silo. Recognizing the beginning of the jackpot, Flynn logs in and meets with a technician, forcing her to confess everything. Determined to stop the plan, Flynn asks Connor to log in too so he can help her open a new stub and cause a reboot, meaning Flynn is planning to self-delete so the enemy won't have a reason to accelerate the jackpot. Afterward, Flynn meets Ainsley, who can't open a new stub but tells her how to do it at one of the RI's ancillary sites. When Flynn gets there, a guard immediately tries to stop her, but Flynn quickly overpowers him and uses his eye to open the door. Inside the building she finds a pocket watch, and when she grabs it, Charisse gets a notification, so she opens the wall to release more guards. Flynn quickly fights them all and defeats them in just a few minutes with the help of the room's furniture. Then she puts the watch on a special panel and activates the stub portal. After telling Charisse she'll never find her, Flynn crushes the watch. Soon Flynn wakes up in the present and goes for a walk to the creek. Connor is hiding in the bushes with a sniper rifle, and after Flynn counts back from 10, a gunshot echoes through the air. Seconds later, Flynn wakes up in her robot in the future and Ainsley asks if they should get to work. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. On an island in the Canadian Arctic, research scientist David is recording himself while he reads some things from his notebook about sacrifice and what must be done for the sake of science. It suddenly cuts to a clip of a woman crying about an injury on her forehead, and when her friend pokes it, it causes a parasite to come out, but it goes back in before he can catch it. Next, a bunch of clips reveal the current state of the world. Global warming has become a very dangerous threat and eco-terrorism is a daily occurrence. A pandemic is also slowly spreading around the world, and scientists believe the illness escaped from the ice after the thawing of the permafrost. Some people call nature the real terrorist and think the Bible warned humanity about this a long time ago. This all started a few weeks ago. David and his team are watching a polar bear. They try shooting it with a tranquilizer gun to sedate it, only to make the bear furious instead. The animal starts chasing after them, but luckily the tranquilizer finally kicks in and the bear falls asleep. When the team goes to take a closer look, they're shocked to discover the bear had been eating the carcass of an ancient mammoth, which appeared after most of the ice melted. After they take the bear back to their research station, David calls his daughter Evelyn and begs her to come see his great discovery. However, Evelyn is still mad at him because David didn't attend the funeral of her recently deceased mother and refuses to see him. David finally changes her mind when he offers to give her all the money left by her mother instead of monthly payments. After hanging up, David learns from the other researchers that the bear has mysteriously died, so he goes to check it out. Meanwhile, at an important college, 3 students are chosen to join David's research: Ling, Federico, and Adam. 2 days later, pilot Bart gets a call from David, who asks him not to bring his daughter to the research center and promises to send her the paperwork through him. After the call ends, David stares at the mammoth inside the tent the team has put up in the area. He's then approached by Jane, who wonders if David has asked for help and if he has canceled the student trip. David lies, saying help is on the way and that no student will be coming. Then Jane mentions that the entire team feels sick, including herself. A few hours later, Jane is trying to rest in another tent, but she gets very upset when she hears a teammate shoot another as an act of mercy. Suddenly she throws up and realizes she's getting worse. Soon the students get ready to travel, and when Bart sees Evelyn show up too, he immediately tries to stop her, but Evelyn ignores him and forces her way into the helicopter. When they get closer to the Arctic, they're horrified to see how little ice is left. Eventually they make it to the research center, only to discover nobody is around. The power isn't working, there's no running water, and an awful smell haunts the room. Bart goes to check on the generator and the water tank, only to hear a gunshot in the distance. Adam and Evelyn look into the different rooms and enter a particularly stinky one. At the same time, Bart brings back the power, so they get startled by the bear's rotting body in the lab. When Bart joins them, he wants a picture with the bear and puts his arm on it, only to suddenly get bitten by a bug. Afterward, Bart privately tells Evelyn about the gunshot. In the campsite, David starts recording his video while a teammate buries their dead friend. At that moment, Jane hears the radio and is horrified to hear Evelyn's voice confirming she's come with the students. Jane rushes to warn David, who tells Evelyn that nobody should leave the building and promises to be there soon. After he hangs up, Jane asks him what he did, but David swears everything is okay. Not trusting him anymore, Jane decides to shoot David and their remaining teammate. That night, Evelyn and Adam can't sleep because they hear a weird noise, but it turns out it's just Ling and Federico doing the dirty in the other room. Their pleasure is suddenly interrupted by a bug running near them, and because Federico has a phobia, he immediately jumps away from Ling. Then he picks up his clothes and goes to sleep with the others, refusing to stay in a room with a bug. Right before dawn, Evelyn wakes up when she hears a noise and sees a vehicle approaching the building. She wakes the others up, and when Bart scratches his arm, he notices it's bleeding. Then Evelyn makes it outside and finds an ATV running but no driver. Next, she checks the helicopter and finds an unconscious Jane inside, so she yells for help. Adam and Bart run outside, but Federico goes to the other room when he hears Ling scream too. It turns out Ling has woken up with tons of mysterious red marks on her body that appear to be bug bites. While the others bring Jane inside, Evelyn tries to contact the campsite, but David is still unconscious outside the tent. Adam and Bart put Jane in bed and notice she's burning up. Evelyn finds her dad's camera next to Jane, but when she looks into it, she finds no tape. They all agree this is an emergency and they should leave, but when they check the helicopter, they discover Jane destroyed the helicopter's control panel. Getting worried, Bart retrieves his weapon just in case. Suddenly, Ling yells at the group that Jane is getting worse, so they run back to find her throwing up a strange green goo. She tells the group not to leave, but before she can explain, she starts choking on the goo and dies. After Evelyn takes a moment to grieve, the group agrees to seal up the room. Afterward, Evelyn decides to go looking for her dad and Adam comes with her. Meanwhile, Bart tries to fix the helicopter and can't stop scratching the bug bite wound, only to discover it's getting bigger and nastier. Moments later, Evelyn and Adam find the campsite, and inside a tent, they find the mammoth. There's a wound on its body and Evelyn notices a bunch of eggs in it. Adam realizes the eggs are slowly thawing with the mammoth, and both of them get startled when they notice the eggs are alive and moving. Then they search the area for David, only to find the dead teammate behind the tent. Next, they see the grave nearby, and since David's body is nowhere to be found, Evelyn assumes her dad is dead and buried. Back in the research station, Federico goes to relieve himself and feels a lot of pain as his pee comes out with blood. Then he checks on Ling, who can't stop shaking and suddenly throws up. Then Federico uses the radio to try to contact someone for help. Soon the others come back and share the bad news. Evelyn tries to go to the bathroom, only to find Ling having trouble relieving herself like it happened to Federico. Getting worried about this potential infection, Evelyn enters the sealed room and checks Jane's body more closely, finding some really nasty wounds all over her stomach. She's sure the wounds have eggs like they saw on the mammoth, which is quickly confirmed when a bug comes out of Jane's eye and hides again when it notices the humans. Evelyn concludes the bugs are parasites and there must be a bunch of them inside Jane, so they should move her to the lab because it's a separate structure. The group wraps Jane up with a bunch of bed sheets and leaves her inside the lab, where Evelyn uses the chance to take a closer look at the bear. Its wound is also full of eggs. At that moment, Federico comes to announce a helicopter will arrive in a few hours to rescue them, but Evelyn thinks they should call them again and tell them not to come because they won't be prepared. Instead, they should contact disease control and let them decide what to do. In fact, Evelyn thinks they should all be quarantined. The guys freak out and immediately disagree, so Evelyn runs out of the lab and locks herself up in the radio room. However, before she can cancel the helicopter request, Federico bursts in and shoots the radio to destroy it, scratching Evelyn in the process. Then he announces he's in charge until the helicopter comes. At that moment, a very sick Ling approaches them and throws up on the floor. Adam notices it's the same color as the puke Jane choked on, which means Ling doesn't have much time left. The group takes her to a bed and when they check her stomach, they find the same wounds with eggs in them. After locking the room, they go check on the bear again and are shocked to see Jane's body wiggling as the bugs come out of her. While Adam seals the lab in Ling's room, Bart gets too worried about his own injury and wants to stop it before he reaches the same end as Jane. He rushes to the kitchen to grab a mall knife, which he uses to try to remove the eggs. However, he finds a bug escaping into his arm, meaning he's already deeply infected. It seems the rest of his body is still fine though, so the best solution would be chopping the arm off. Evelyn and Adam don't like the idea, but they don't have any other choice and agree to help him. While in private, Federico checks his groin and finds it bleeding. Seconds later, Adam injects Bart with a sedative dart to help him with the pain and Evelyn ties some fabric above his elbow as a tourniquet. When Adam gets ready to chop, Federico comes out and says this isn't right, so he shoots at the ceiling at the same time the knife goes down. Unfortunately, the knife only goes halfway, So Evelyn takes over and keeps on chopping until the arm is fully split. The parasites immediately start coming out of the fallen arm and Adam tries to get them with bug spray but it does nothing, so he lights them on fire instead. Meanwhile, Bart passes out and Evelyn tries her best to cover the wound with a towel, desperate to stop the bleeding. She remembers there was a first aid kit on the ATV and Adam rushes to bring it in, then they put Bart down on the couch to tend his wound. When Evelyn opens the kit, she's shocked to find David's notebook with all sorts of bug drawings. Reading the notes, they learn that the eggs are the only threat. Getting bitten by a male may not equal infection. These little guys are also vertebrates, which means they're closer to humans than bugs. Evelyn also finds a bunch of tapes and volunteers to retrieve the camera for the lab to watch them, hoping they may have information that could save Ling. The guys help her get her body well covered before Evelyn enters the lab, where she notices the bear's wound has gotten bigger and nastier. Then she approaches Jane's body and she's disgusted to discover only the skeleton is left. While she grabs the camera from the bed sheets, the bugs begin coming out of the bear and go after her, so she immediately runs to the door. Federico doesn't want to let her out because he thinks she's covered in bugs, but Adam quickly fights him off and opens the door. As soon as Evelyn comes out, Federico grabs his weapon to force her to undress so they can check she isn't infected. Evelyn takes off her clothes and they see a parasite trying to get into her wound, but Adam grabs it and kills it just in time. Afterward, Evelyn decides to go looking for her dad and Adam comes with her. A parasite follows them into the other room, but they quickly kill it. Wondering where it came from, they check the lab and discover thousands of parasites covering the bear, the walls, and the floor. Suddenly Ling pounds against her door because she's also getting surrounded by parasites, saying that they're coming through the vents. Ling has a breakdown over the fear and the pain, so Adam rushes to find another sedative dart. At that moment, Bart wakes up and comes to check on them, but when Evelyn looks at his arm stump, she's devastated to discover he's still infected. At the sight of all those parasites attacking his girlfriend, Federico snaps and shoots Ling through the door, then he tells the others she asked him to because she was suffering. They look inside and find Ling still alive with the parasites using the new wound to get in. A furious Bart punches Federico, then grabs the sedative and volunteers to go in, knowing he doesn't have much time left either. Evelyn, Adam, and Federico go away while Bart goes into the room and injects Ling so she can die peacefully. Then he sits back and waits for the parasites to take him too. In the lounge, Evelyn and Adam tell Federico they should make sure everyone's clean before they leave. Federico panics and runs outside, so the others try to stop him. When Federico threatens to shoot them, he's suddenly shot first and falls dead, revealing David behind him with a weapon of his own. Evelyn rushes to reunite with her father and David tells them where to find the gasoline so they can burn the building down. Afterward, Adam and Evelyn begin spreading the gasoline inside the building, noticing that the parasites are now sneaking around other rooms too. Evelyn suddenly remembers that her father told her not to come, meaning he knew yet allowed the students to come anyway. Wanting answers, she rushes to finally watch the tapes and is horrified to learn what her dad meant by sacrifice. David thought the parasites were the perfect way to make people finally scared of climate change, so he let a parasite enter his body while being sure he could keep it contained. At that moment, David finds Evelyn and Adam watching the tapes and asks them to return them. Evelyn begs him not to do this, but David takes the tapes and leaves the building, saying only he will leave the island. As the helicopter lands nearby, David goes to meet it after locking up the building. The pilot asks if he's infected and David says no. Evelyn and Adam grab the notebook and break a window to escape. Adam manages to hold on to the helicopter as it takes off, telling the pilot that David is infected. However, David says Adam is the infected one and the pilot doesn't know who to believe. Soon Adam can't hold on anymore and falls, dying as soon as he hits the ground. A desperate Evelyn grabs Federico's weapon and starts shooting at the helicopter until she hits the pilot, causing the chopper to go down and crash into the building. Evelyn runs as the building explodes and the flames kill all the parasites. After saying goodbye to Adam, Evelyn retrieves the notebook and hides in Bart's helicopter. The next day, 2 more chops arrive because they were worried after losing contact with the first one, and they managed to save Evelyn before she could freeze to death. Sometime later, Evelyn goes viral with her story and she's considered a hero. Meanwhile, in the countryside, a hunter calls back his dog, who had been feeding on a dead bird. It's revealed the bird also has eggs, and now the dog is going home with his owner in the big city. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the near future, climate change, deforestation, and a nuclear war have caused so much damage to Earth that little by little most cities all over the world are crumbling down. There is a power and food shortage, plus a dangerous lack of oxygen. By the year 2067, one of the few remaining cities is in Australia, which has been able to hold out thanks to synthetic oxygen. However, this oxygen is polluted and causes people to get ill with something known as the sickness. Ethan White and his best friend Jude do their job as utility workers to keep the neutral reactor stabilized and bring back power to the city. After the workday is over, their boss scans them to be sure everyone is still healthy. One of the workers says he can't come the next day, so Ethan takes his shift to earn extra oxygen credits. However, the boss still fires the poor man. On his way home, Ethan sees a protester talking about oxygen not being a privilege and how they should sacrifice for the next generations. While the passers-by ignore him, Ethan is confronted by the fired worker, who is desperate for work because his children have the sickness. An argument ensues, only to be interrupted when the protester suddenly catches on fire. Later at home, Ethan sees on the news that the protester did that to commemorate the death of the last living plant. The report also mentions the increasing number of deaths due to the sickness and how Crony Corp, the oxygen producer company, promises to find a solution. However, people keep revolting because they're scared humanity will go extinct soon. Then the reporter starts talking about the Crony Corp's dead lead scientist, who was Ethan's father Richard, and this causes him to turn off the TV. At that moment, Ethan's wife Xanthi arrives and he gives her a new oxygen mask. As they fool around, Xanthi suddenly vomits blood because she's got the sickness, but Xanthi assures Ethan that she's fine. Sometime later, Ethan is summoned to the offices of Crony Corp and Jude comes along. They meet Regina, the company's chief technology officer, who says Ethan can help them save humanity before taking them to the lab. It turns out they're working on a time machine called the Chronicle, which was invented by Richard 20 years ago. They've been testing it by sending a clock for a few minutes, but they've also sent radio waves and received a reply from 400 years in the future with the words "Send Ethan White." Regina theorizes that people from the future found the cure for the sickness and will only give it to Ethan. The team doesn't know how to get Ethan back though, so he'll have to find the people who sent the message to be able to return. After the meeting, Ethan goes to a bar with Jude to think about Regina's request. Ethan doesn't want to leave Xanthi, but Jude points out that staying means Xanthi dying, while going may mean saving her for years to come. When Jude tries to bring up Richard, Ethan reminds him that his father disappeared after leaving his 8-year son with nothing but a self-deletion note and a weird device on his wrist. Ethan thinks his mother wouldn't have died if Richard had been around, so he refuses to do the same to Xanthi. However, Jude thinks that not to be like Richard, Ethan must save Xanthi. After Jude leaves, Ethan thinks about his 8th birthday. He waited all day for his dad, but Richard arrived late, and his present turned out to be a weird box. He put little Ethan's hand inside this box, telling him he'd have to make an important choice someday, and suddenly an electronic bracelet closed around his wrist, causing it to bleed. As the boy cried in pain, Richard told him that the bracelet wouldn't come off and left the house, ignoring his wife's protests. Then Ethan also can't help remembering his mother's death and decides to go home to tell Xanthi about Crony Corp's plan. He doesn't want to leave her, but Xanthi asks him not to use her as an excuse to avoid saving humanity and to have faith. She also mentions all the kids in her class that have died, saying she's afraid. Later in the evening, Ethan goes to the roof to watch the city and desperately tries to remove the bracelet as he again remembers the day his mother died on the streets. That day Jude found him and shared his oxygen mask with him. In the present, Ethan screams as he makes his decision. The next morning, Ethan leaves a metal flower for Xanthi with a promise that he'll return, unaware that she's actually awake and crying. When he makes it to the Crony Corp's office, he makes a deal with Regina. He won't go unless Xanthi gets the first dose of the cure. Regina accepts and they immediately go to the lab, where the scientists explain to Ethan how to use the special suit and a small pocket computer called Archie. Jude shows up as well to show his support, promising to watch over Xanthi. Once he's ready, Ethan steps into the machine and electricity wraps around his body until the machine shoots a blast of energy, sending Ethan into the future. A hole opens in the sky and Ethan falls at great speed until he lands in the middle of a rainforest, instantly fainting. When Ethan wakes up, he notices his suit is burning and immediately takes it off, crawling away from it right before it explodes. Then Ethan's body has to take a moment to get used to the sunlight and the clean oxygen, which have allowed vegetation to regrow in the whole area. After admiring nature for a while, Ethan uses Archie to check his location, but Archie can't connect to any satellite. He ends up releasing a magnet into the ground, which allows Archie to sense nearby structures, and she guides Archie to the nearest facility. At the entrance, Ethan's surprised to find a skeleton with a hole in the skull, but the real shock comes when he sees the skeleton is wearing the suit with his name. He also finds a rusted Archie under the leaves and Richard's bracelet on the skeleton's wrist, although this one has a green light. This means he's dying on this mission, which makes him panic. Once he calms down, he tries to open the facility's doors to no avail, so instead he asks the rusted Archie to play the last recording. The machine plays a distorted voice saying it's better this way because then nobody is suffering anymore. Then two voices arguing followed by a gunshot. At that moment the battery runs out and the rusted Archie shuts down. Then he notices a wire wrapped around the rusted Archie, so Ethan grabs some wire from his suit and wraps it around his own Archie, which allows her to finally detect a beacon signal. Ethan follows the signal through the forest and finds 2 oxygen dispensers, but not a single person. Later in the evening, Ethan starts a fire with Archie's help, although it takes him a while. He also finds some berries that Archie can't identify, so Ethan eats one and drops them because they taste awful. Next, Ethan asks Archie to use the constellations to confirm it's the year 2474, which makes him remember how he and Richard used to look at the stars together. However, the memory suddenly ends when Richard starts feeling sick, puking and hallucinating while a thunderstorm covers the area. Ethan watches a ball of light crash near his camp, and as his hallucinations get worse, he notices a man running toward him to stab him in the chest. Ethan passes out, and moments later, he wakes up to discover the mysterious guy is Jude, who injected him with medicine to cure the poison Ethan got from the berry. The next morning, Jude explains that Crony Corp is tracking Ethan's vitals and noticed he was dying, so they use their remaining power on the Chronicle to send Jude for help. Ethan shows Jude the skeleton, but Jude doesn't think that could possibly be Ethan. Afterward, they use Archie to continue to track the signal, and eventually they find another facility, which scans Ethan's eye and instantly opens the door. It's very dark inside except for a glowing screen with Ethan's name on it. When he presses enter, the bracelet on his wrist activates and extracts blood to analyze his DNA. Thinking they're being attacked, Jude reveals he's brought a gun with him. Suddenly the light on the bracelet turns green, and now that Ethan's identity has been confirmed, the computer turns on the lights. The duo is shocked to discover that they're in Crony Corp's lab, and the computer announces that the portal will open in 4 hours. Jude is relieved, but Ethan is worried because his bracelet is green just like the skeleton's. Next, Ethan checks the computer logs and finds a holographic recording by Richard from the time he worked for Crony Corp. Richard explained that they buried a monitoring station, which would send data from the future when the air became breathable. In the next entry, the team prepared to receive a reply from 2474, but they only got the words "Send Ethan White." Regina asked if they could send matter now, but the report indicated that there was a problem with the power in 2474. Suddenly the lab system goes off and the computer alerts Ethan of an issue with the nuclear core power. Ethan makes Archie run a diagnosis and they discover the power feed is corrupted, meaning they won't be able to return to 2067. The computer also warns them that if they don't fix the issue before the countdown ends, there will be a nuclear explosion. Jude rushes to find tools, but Ethan is stuck on the implications of what they've learned. Crony Corp knew about the power failure because they received the message long before calling him, and that message was set from here, meaning they've fixed this place and found a cure. He wonders why Crony Corp didn't tell them about the power failure and sent Jude instead of a medic, but Jude just says he was the only one who volunteered. Then Jude insists they should work on the repairs, but Ethan wants to analyze their situation first, which almost causes Jude to get aggressive. As Ethan steps back, Jude calms down and asks him to notice how serious the situation is, so Ethan agrees to go to the access tunnel for repairs as long as they search for the sender of the message afterward. The duo crosses the forest and heads to the city, only to find it in ruins and covered in vegetation. As they explore the area, they find a lot of skeletons, and Ethan realizes nobody survived the year he came from. The Earth just waited for humans to die and then replenished itself. Getting worried, they go to Xanthi's school and find the skeletons of the students, meaning they died right there in the classroom. If nobody was around to move the bodies, Ethan can't help assuming they'll fail the mission. Then he finds one more skeleton. It's Xanthi's, and the metal flower is in her hand. As grief takes over his mind, Ethan remembers the night Richard called them to meet somewhere, but they were followed by a stranger who killed his mother and stole Ethan's oxygen mask. Richard never showed up, but Jude found Ethan and saved him. The memory causes Ethan to have a panic attack, but Jude helps him calm down. Ethan cries and regrets leaving Xanthi alone, still thinking they won't be able to change anything. However, Jude says they're better off because no one is suffering anymore, which shocks Ethan because those are the words he heard from the rusted Archie. To confirm it, Ethan plays the recording again, and he realizes the argument ends with Jude shooting him. At that moment, Jude takes out his gun and Ethan wants to know why he has it since there's nothing to fight here. An argument ensues until Archie reminds them that there are only 2 hours left for the nuclear explosion. Jude drags Ethan to the tunnels and they notice the nuclear core is fried, so they'll have to reroute the power. Their attempts to do so immediately fail and the computer tries to shut down the door for safety. Jude manages to block it with a metal bar, but when Ethan hears the computer say that the chamber needs depressurization, he removes the bar, leaving Jude outside to save him. Then Ethan activates the oxygen purge, which restores the power but causes him to faint. A desperate Jude breaks the glass, letting oxygen back inside to keep Ethan alive. Afterward, the duo returns to the lab and learns that they only have 37 minutes before the portal launch. Suddenly Ethan opens a door and discovers it leads to his skeleton, which makes him accept that he can't change fate. While Ethan switches the batteries of the 2 Archies, he accuses Jude of planning to shoot him. Then he makes the rusted Archie play the last thing the other Ethan saw, and the recording shows Jude threatening Ethan with a gun and asking him to fight back. Jude swears he doesn't plan to shoot Ethan and an argument ensues with Jude suggesting they stay there, but Ethan refuses to leave everyone to die. Next, Ethan forces another door open to find the utility room, but there are no masks. Jude insists they can't save everyone, but Ethan pushes him away and goes to the computer to play a log recorded on his 8th birthday. Richard says he made a mistake, but the message is interrupted when Jude shuts off the power. Furious, Ethan locks Jude up in the utility room and turns on the power again to finish watching the message. Richard said he did everything for his son and wanted to tell him so he called home and asked little Ethan to take a walk with his mother to meet with him. However, before he could leave, Regina and Jude entered the lab to corner him. It turned out Regina wanted to use the Chronicle to escape to the future with a selected group of elite people and abandon the search for a cure, claiming that humans were the real virus. Richard refused to cooperate and confessed that he programmed the system so only Ethan could activate it in the future, causing a furious Regina to take out a gun and ask one of the scientists if it was possible to send at least one person to fix the power issue. When the scientist confirmed it could be done, Regina shot Richard. At that moment, Jude breaks free and tries stopping the recording to no avail, so the rest of the truth comes out. Regina sent a team to kill Ethan's mother and ordered Jude to become Ethan's guardian. A devastated Ethan jumps on Jude, calling him out for using him all these years, and another argument ensues over how to proceed. Ethan starts pulling cables to try to stop the Chronicle, so Jude attacks him, pushing him against the wall as he begs him to fight. Since Ethan refuses, Jude brings out his gun and aims at Ethan's head, but Ethan still doesn't fight back, saying he believes in his brother. Seeing Ethan in such pain remembers Jude of the night they met and guilt takes over him, so he apologizes to Ethan and then self-deletes. In the present, Regina is getting the elite group ready for their escape, and she orders a guard to kill Ethan as soon as they arrive in the future. Back to Ethan. He has a breakdown and reaches for Jude's hand, only snapping out of it when the computer reacts to the ping sent by Regina's team. This finally makes him realize that the person in the lab who has been doing all the things is himself, so he writes the Send Ethan White message with a plan in mind. In the present, Regina waits for the countdown to reach 0, but instead of a portal opening, the Chronicle shuts down. Inside the machine they find a gift from Ethan consisting of a bunch of plants, a can, and a video of Richard's murder. In the future, Ethan destroys the Chronicle so nobody will ever use it again. Soon newscasts in the present are covering Regina's arrest and how scientists are working with the plants to start ecological regeneration. A Chronic Cop employee brings the can to Xanthi because it has her name on it, and when she opens it, she cries when she sees a real flower. In the future, Ethan buries Jude's body by the river and leaves the metal flower on the grave. Suddenly he sees a butterfly nearby, and as he remembers his father teaching him that everything in the universe is connected through time, Ethan rushes back to the facility to discover his skeleton is gone. Excited about the possible changes, Ethan runs through the forest to reach the city again, and this time he discovers humanity has survived and developed buildings that safely blend with nature. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 2015, Lacey calls 911 because nobody is answering at her neighbor Dee Dee's house, and she's worried because her Facebook page had some really disturbing posts. While the police get on their way, Lacey's mother Mel enters Dee Dee's house through a window and finds a disturbing sight. Minutes later, the detectives come in and find Dee Dee dead on a bed, but the daughter is nowhere to be found. This all started 7 years ago. Dee Dee lives with her sick daughter Gypsy, who is wheelchair-bound. After the devastation caused by Hurricane Katrina in 2005, Habitat for Humanity gets them a new home in Missouri in 2008 and they get interviewed for it. Gypsy tells the camera that her mom is her best friend. Because of Gypsy's condition, they have a very strict routine. Dee Dee regularly shaves Gypsy's head and prepares dinner by blending it and injecting it into Gypsy's stomach through a tube. When it's time for bed, Gypsy uses a sleep apnea machine, and once the girl is asleep, Dee Dee takes a medicine called Sleepy Baby from a closet full of meds. They also sleep on the same bed. The next day, their neighbor Lacey visits Gypsy and offers her a makeover. While they have fun together, the girls bond, but Dee Dee is always spying on them. Gypsy shares that her father used to make fun of her walking before she got the wheelchair, although she doesn't really remember it. After Lacey leaves, Dee Dee forces Gypsy to remove all the makeup. The next day, they go out for a walk and meet the other neighbors. Dee Dee chats with Mel and keeps on mentioning how hard it's to take care of Gypsy because she has paraplegia, epilepsy, anemia, and a heart murmur. At that moment, Lacey offers Gypsy some soda, but Dee Dee rushes to stop her, informing everyone that Gypsy is allergic to sugar. Sometime later at the mall, Gypsy asks her mom for a necklace and Dee Dee steals it for her. At the last moment, she notices Mel saw everything. Later, Dee Dee tries to explain herself to Mel, but she doesn't take her seriously. While Dee Dee is away, Gypsy uses her mom's laptop to look for things like boyfriend kiss, making sure to delete the browser history when she's done. Dee Dee worries about her reputation if Mel decides to talk, so she decides to throw a party for all the neighbors. Gypsy gets to meet other teenagers and Dee Dee talks to every single neighbor to befriend them, but Mel still doesn't buy her friendly act. While Dee Dee tries to win Mel over, Gypsy grabs a cupcake and eats it, but Dee Dee sees her and rushes to inject her with an EpiPen before leaving for the hospital. Moments later, Gypsy overhears Dee Dee having a strange talk with the doctor. When they leave the hospital, Mel shows up to give Dee Dee her forgotten wallet and finally understands the terrible circumstances that her neighbors are in, so they agree to leave bad decisions in the past and have a fresh start. That night, while Dee Dee is asleep, Gypsy leaves the bed, revealing she can actually walk. Remembering the conversation with the doctor, she goes to the kitchen and eats some whipped cream with an EpiPen ready, but nothing happens. She isn't allergic to sugar at all and her mother has been lying about it. Gypsy then returns to bed and an awake Dee Dee scolds her for walking instead of asking her for help. As months pass, Gypsy gets more daring and starts sneaking out of bed to secretly watch YouTube on the laptop while eating sweets and drinking soda. One night she feels pain in her teeth, caused by all the sugar she's consumed in secret. The next morning, Dee Dee wakes Gypsy up to inform her she's been named the community's Child of the Year. At that moment Dee Dee notices Gypsy's teeth issues and gets excited over the possibility of another underlying condition. They go to see Gypsy's pediatrician Dr. Harley, and Dee Dee says Gypsy's acid reflux has returned, causing the teeth decay. While Harley calls a gastroenterologist Chandra for a consult, Dee Dee steals his prescription pad. Dr. Chandra comes over to check on Gypsy and asks her to make an urgent dentist appointment. However, Dee Dee wants to treat the acid reflux first. Getting suspicious, Chandra asks for Gypsy's medical records, but Dee Dee informs her that they were destroyed during Hurricane Katrina. Before Chandra can say more, Dee Dee hurries to take her daughter away. Afterward, Chandra asks Harley if he's confirmed Gypsy's medical history, which he didn't. Meanwhile, Dee uses the pad to forge some prescriptions and get more medicine from a pharmacy. Sometime later, Gypsy is brushing her teeth when a rotten tooth comes out, causing her to bleed all over the sink. After this incident, Dee Dee starts giving her the triple amount of medicine. Eventually, Dee Dee allows Gypsy to spend some time with Lacey, who introduces her to her friends. At first the girls find her a bit weird, but soon they accept her in the group. Gypsy explains her mouth is ugly because she's been eating sweets in secret, and the girls sympathize with escaping from parents' rules. Meanwhile, Chandra starts calling several hospitals to learn more about Gypsy's medical history, but she doesn't get clear answers, so she calls Child Protection Services. When Dee Dee sees the car at her doorstep, she immediately forces Gypsy to take Sleepy Baby to make her seem slow-witted. Agent Allison takes a look around the house while Dee Dee explains her daughter has the mental capacity of a 7-year-old. Then Allison asks to speak with Gypsy alone, yet Dee Dee still spies from the doorway. Allison tries asking Gypsy questions about her home situation, and since Gypsy is dizzy and disoriented, her lack of understanding proves Dee Dee's story. Next, Allison asks about some questionable paperwork, so Dee Dee uses the hurricane excuse again. In the end, Allison leaves without taking any actions because she hasn't found anything suspicious in this home. Afterward, Dee Dee covers the house's windows to make them blurry. Later, Gypsy is taken to the dentist, and when she hears the word extraction she says she doesn't want to do it, but Dee Dee forces her. When Gypsy wakes up from the anesthesia, she's at home and she discovers most of her teeth have been removed, causing her to cry in front of the mirror. During lunch, Dee Dee starts making exciting plans for the Child of the Year event. Gypsy doesn't want to go because she feels ugly, but a furious Dee Dee yells that she's going anyway. On the day of the event, Dee Dee surprises Gypsy with some dentures. Gypsy loves them, but finds it weird that her mother didn't give them to her earlier. When they're called to the stage, they receive a check for $5,000 in financial assistance. Dee Dee says Gypsy is shy and speaks in her behalf, then they sing together. Sometime later, Chandra calls Dee Dee to bring Gypsy to do a checkup, and a reluctant Dee Dee must accept to avoid suspicions. While Dee Dee is taken to the front desk to do the paperwork, Chandra talks to Gypsy in private and tries to convince her that she isn't allergic to sugar. She even offers a can of Coke, but Gypsy refuses to drink. Months pass and it's now 2011. Dee Dee has become an expert at collecting donations both through traditional mail and a GoFundMe page. She also keeps receiving some mysterious checks. At night, Gypsy continues to sneak out of bed to use the computer. She learns about Fantastica and cosplay, so she convinces her mother to take her to the event. While getting the tickets, Dee Dee says Gypsy was born in 1995, which confuses the girl because she thought she was born in 1993. Gypsy has a lot of fun and even runs into some of the neighbors. A man named Russ tries to flirt with Dee Dee, but she feels uncomfortable and rushes to the bathroom. Now that she's finally alone, Gypsy uses the chance to chat with a guy called Scott while pretending she's 18. They end up chatting a lot and Scott even picks her up so she can sit in the DeLorean for a picture. Unfortunately, their fun time is interrupted by Dee Dee, who announces they're going home. Before they leave, Russ shows up again and tries to get Dee Dee's attention by saying he also had a son in a wheelchair who died, but Dee Dee turns him down once more. While Dee Dee is distracted, Scott asks Gypsy for her Facebook account and finds it weird that an 18-year-old only has a shared account with her mother. That night, Gypsy decides to open her own Facebook account in secret, but she doesn't know what birth year to choose. She checks her mother's purse and is shocked to see she was born in 1991, meaning she's actually 19. Angry, she decides to steal some donation money. The next day at a gas station, she buys a cell phone, which she keeps hidden from her mom. Sometime later, Dee Dee receives a call from Russ and wonders how he got her number, but he's so nice that she lets him call him regularly and they grow close. At the same time, Gypsy starts chatting with Scott through her new phone and they also grow close. Gypsy tells him about her friends, who are the hospital staff, and Scott shares about his work with the elderly. One day Scott even sends her a wig through mail and Gypsy gets to the mailman before her mother could see it. Now she can privately pretend she has beautiful hair. After a whole month of friendly conversations, Russ offers to help Dee Dee around the house and with Gypsy. Dee Dee doesn't take it well and immediately hangs up. Meanwhile, Gypsy goes outside to use the phone and is seen by Lacey, who agrees to keep her secret. Gypsy shares her secret Facebook username and tells Lacey she met Prince Charming, so Lacey believes Gypsy may be just playing around. That night, Gypsy receives a message from Scott informing her that he's in the emergency room and won't be able to text. Worried about him, Gypsy puts on the wig and leaves the wheelchair behind to visit him. At the hospital, not even Harley recognizes her. Scott is shocked to see her walk, and after Gypsy asks her to keep the secret, she starts talking to him like her mom does, which is very infantilizing. When she hears they haven't given him medicine because he's been drinking, she says he doesn't have to tell the truth if he's sick. At home, Dee Dee wakes up and freaks out when she notices Gypsy is gone. She finds a note in which Gypsy says she ran away with her Prince Charming and signs with her real age. When Scott is released, he goes home and Gypsy comes along. She keeps saying she'll take care of him and they share a kiss. At that moment, someone knocks on the door. It's Dee Dee, who has come to pick Gypsy up. At first, Gypsy refuses to go, but when Dee Dee starts saying she's having an anxiety attack, Gypsy agrees to leave. On her way out, Dee Dee tells Scott that Gypsy is 14. As soon as they get home, Dee Dee gets rid of the wig and forces Gypsy back on the wheelchair. More time passes and it's 2013. At the hospital, a doctor tells Dee Dee she has type 2 diabetes and must receive daily shots. Dee Dee asks the doctor to reach Gypsy how to help her with the shots, that way she's making her health dependent on Gypsy staying home. When Gypsy's birthday comes, Dee Dee insists Gypsy was born in 1995 and that 1991 was a printing error. As a gift, Gypsy receives a pair of guinea pigs. Later, Lacey visits Gypsy and mentions she met a guy on a Christian dating site. Curious, Gypsy asks her to show her the website. Meanwhile, Dee Dee gets a call from Gypsy's father, who wants to wish his daughter a happy birthday. He seems a sweet guy, which proves Dee Dee's stories about him being uncaring and having abandoned them are another lie. Dee Dee tells him that Gypsy is very ill and doesn't have much time to live, then she hangs up on him. Another call comes from the hospital to inform Dee Dee that since Gypsy is now 18, any invasive procedures require her consent. Dee Dee tells the nurse she'll talk to her lawyer, then she goes to kick Lacey out. Once they're back inside, Dee Dee yells at Gypsy for leaving the house and forbids her from seeing Lacey again. That night, Gypsy steals $1 from the donation bag, and it's revealed she's been doing this for a while. By stealing a little money at the time, Dee Dee doesn't notice and Gypsy gets to save in secret. The next day they go to see a lawyer because Dee Dee wants to obtain legal guardianship of her daughter. Gypsy answers the lawyer's questions the way her mom taught her, and since she sounds competent enough, the lawyer announces that Dee Dee will have to convince a judge that Gypsy can't take care of herself. Later at the mall, Dee Dee needs to sit down because she feels dizzy and her ankles are swelling, consequence of her diabetes. Gypsy volunteers to go to the pharmacy to get some medicine, but first she stops at a tech store to buy her own laptop with the money she saved, which she then hides in the car. Afterward they go home and Dee Dee forces Gypsy to give her the injection. That night, Gypsy joins the dating site that Lacey told her about, making sure to wear a wig for the profile picture. The next day, Dee Dee scolds Lacey for putting ideas in Gypsy's head. Suddenly Dee Dee faints and must be taken back to the house, where Gypsy takes care of her. They watch Twilight together and Dee Dee covers Gypsy's eyes when the main couple has their first time. Later at night, Gypsy discovers she has messages from 10 men on the dating website and freaks out a bit when she sees a guy sent her a dirty eggplant picture. Then she starts chatting with a guy named Nick, who calls her beautiful. Sometime later Dee Dee contacts her lawyer to ask about a power of attorney. The lawyer explains such a document would only give Dee Dee power over Gypsy if she becomes incapacitated and that Gypsy must sign her consent as well. Knowing she can manipulate her into it, Dee Dee agrees. Days pass and Gypsy continues to chat with Nick in secret. Eventually they meet on webcam and Gypsy tells him about her health problems. In return, Nick confesses he has multiple personality disorder and says his other side is darker. The next day Dee Dee receives the power of attorney documents in the mail and starts planning. She pretends to feel really sick and makes Gypsy take care of her. While she's fake suffering in bed, Dee Dee tells Gypsy horrible stories about the world and scares her into signing the documents, claiming it's a way to protect them both. Afterward she calls Nick and has a breakdown as she tells him the truth about her situation, saying she's been trapped all her life. To distract her, Nick shows her a very dirty drawing. At first Gypsy freaks out, but then she hears him out. The next morning Dee Dee wakes up and sees Gypsy is gone, only to find her in another room sleeping with her laptop. Furious, Dee Dee takes the computer and smashes it with a hammer. Then she screams at Gypsy, who says she'll just get another one. This makes Dee Dee angrier and drags Gypsy to their common bed, where she ties her daughter's hands. A struggling Gypsy spits on her mother's face, causing Dee Dee to pull away as she has a breakdown. Then Gypsy tries to leave, but she hears Dee Dee's pleading words and decides to stay. That night Gypsy texts Nick sharing what happened. He promises to always protect her and teaches her how to use her hand for pleasure. The story then jumps to 2015, revealing that Gypsy has indeed gotten a new computer and uses it to have dirty meetups with Nick online that include costumes. Nick complains that they've been together for 2 years and never met in person, so Gypsy makes a plan. In the morning, Gypsy tries to convince Dee Dee to take her to Disney. However, Dee Dee's health has been getting worse because she refuses to take insulin or exercise. She snaps at Gypsy and tells her to be happy with what they have, which is ironic because the house is currently full of random hoarding and trash bags. Meanwhile in Wisconsin, Nick is starting a new job. His boss shows him how to make a pizza, but Nick accidentally drops the food twice and the boss ends up sending him to be a walking advertisement by the road. When he returns home, he calls Gypsy and they share another dirty game. They pretend to be characters that want to kill an evil stepmother, but it's clear they're implying this is about Dee Dee and that helps them finish faster. The next day, Dee Dee offers Gypsy to take her see the new Cinderella movie. Gypsy is excited and immediately sends Nick a bus ticket plus a fancy shirt, that way he can join them on the premiere and cause a good impression. She even teaches him what to say, which he has to write down. When the day comes, Dee Dee makes Gypsy wear her Cinderella costume. At the theater, Gypsy and Nick are excited to see each other in person for the first time, but when Nick approaches her he fails his opening words and Dee Dee thinks he's a creep stranger, so she takes Gypsy away from him. When they finally sit to watch the movie, Nick tries to sit behind them, however Dee Dee sees him and drags Gypsy to sit somewhere else. Then Nick tries again, but Dee Dee repeats the same process, so Nick ends up leaving. Worried, Gypsy pretends to need the restroom and finds Nick in the corridor, so they rush to hide in the bathroom and share their first kiss. Then they lay on the floor and do the naughty really quickly before Gypsy returns to her mother's side. Once the movie is over, Nick tries to approach them again on the way out, causing Dee Dee to yell at him before dragging Gypsy away. When they arrive home, Nick calls Dee Dee and tells her everything, hanging up before she has the chance to speak. Dee Dee looks calm after the call, however she sends Gypsy to bed and ties her up as punishment. In the evening, Dee Dee releases Gypsy for dinner and she uses the chance to text Nick, asking him to bring out his darker side out. Nick gets on a bus and reads the texts as he imagines Gypsy is there with him, asking him to kill her mother. The next day at the mall, Dee Dee needs to sit again because of the pain in her feet. Using the bathroom excuse, Gypsy goes to a store and pretends she needs a gift for her dad, who is a hunter. The clerk advises her on what knife to choose. Dee Dee realizes Gypsy is taking too long and goes looking for her, but she's at the toy stand and the knife is hidden. That night, Gypsy calls Nick and plays with the knife while they agree on a plan. The following night, Gypsy leaves the bed as soon as Dee Dee falls asleep and packs her suitcase. Soon Nick arrives and Dee Dee gets killed in her own bed. Then Gypsy and Nick escape in a cab and go to hide in a motel. Gypsy feels an anxiety attack coming, so she takes some medicine before getting her costume and the camera so she can record their naughty time together. When they're done, they cuddle and discuss their future. However, Nick isn't very good at chatting in person and Gypsy starts realizing he may not be the guy she thought he was. Then a flashback takes the story to 1991, showing Dee Dee giving birth to Gypsy. Her mother Emma soon enters the room and takes the baby from her arms, already giving her instructions on how to do things. Later at home, Emma keeps on criticizing Dee Dee's motherhood skills, especially when Dee Dee insists Gypsy may be sick. Emma is sure the baby is fine, but they go to the hospital anyway. The doctor informs them that Gypsy is smaller than she should be at 2 months old, but it's very common. She only needs some supplements and for Dee Dee to feed her more. Even while the doctor talks, Emma tries to control the conversation. In 1993, the cops come looking for Dee Dee and arrest her for check fraud. Emma brings Gypsy over so she can watch her mother be taken away. Later in court, Dee Dee gets sentenced to 6 months in prison. She tries to say goodbye to Gypsy, but Emma doesn't let her. In prison, Dee Dee sends letters to her daughter, but never receives anything in return. When Dee Dee is finally released, she rushes home but Gypsy starts crying when she sees her. It's clear that Emma hasn't been following Dee Dee's instructions and she even says Gypsy has been happier with her. Later Dee Dee insists Gypsy is sick, but Emma assures her the baby is fine and proves it with a thermometer. However, Dee Dee thinks Emma wants to make her look like a bad mother and secretly gives her some medicine. In 1997, Emma's health is deteriorating. She's wheelchair-bound and depends on Dee Dee for most things, yet she refuses to go to the hospital. Eventually a doctor comes to see her and informs Dee Dee that her mother's pain tolerance has failed, so she only has a few days to live. The doctor calls Dee Dee a saint for taking care of an old person and a child at the same time, which Dee Dee really appreciates. Afterward Emma calls for Dee Dee, but instead of helping, Dee Dee turns up the volume on the TV and watches a movie with Gypsy. Later Emma starts to struggle to breathe, so she tells Dee Dee that she made it impossible for her to live, then she dies. Hurt by such words, Dee Dee runs to Gypsy and promises she does love her. Sometime later, Gypsy wants to play on the trampoline with her cousins, but her mom doesn't let her. As soon as Dee Dee is distracted, Gypsy runs outside and plays on the trampoline anyway. Unfortunately she slips and falls on the ground, where she doesn't move. Dee Dee runs to her side while her sister calls the ambulance. When Gypsy is released from the hospital, she's on a wheelchair, and Dee Dee makes her stay on it even though Gypsy is better now. A few days later, Dee Dee announces she can't buy her mother's house, so they have no choice but to leave. Back to Gypsy and Nick. They check out of the motel and go to have breakfast. When two cops enter the diner, Gypsy begins to panic because they still have the knife. She tries to take the anxiety medicine and accidentally drops the bottle, so a cop picks it up for her and reads Dee Dee's name on the label. Then the couple decides to mail the knife to themselves in Wisconsin to avoid security checks. When the couple makes it to the bus station, they discover that Nick didn't reserve a seat for Gypsy too. This bus is full, so they have no choice but to book tickets for the next one, which leaves in 2 days. They return to the same motel but their room is now taken, so they end up in one with twin beds. Nick watches a very violent movie and Gypsy hates it. That night when they do the dirty, she doesn't have a good time either. Afterward, Gypsy goes to the vending machine for a snack and sees a mother with her child, which makes her feel so guilty that she runs back to her room in tears. Eventually the couple makes it to Wisconsin and are picked up by Nick's mom, Kathy. On the ride home, Gypsy learns that Nick told his family that she and her mother were homeless. Kathy begins to ask about Dee Dee, causing Gypsy to experience flashbacks full of guilt. At Nick's home, Gypsy meets Kathy's boyfriend and is given a tour. Soon she realizes that this isn't anything like Nick promised. His room is a creepy mess, there's no food in the fridge, and his parents are always rude. Later the couple goes to the supermarket and Gypsy pretends her leg is hurt so they can have an electric cart. While Nick distracts the employees, Gypsy steals food like her mother taught her, but this causes her to see her in every corner. When they return home, Kathy asks about Dee Dee again and the guilt is so strong that Gypsy rushes out of the room. She asks Nick for medicine, but they don't have any. Gypsy cries as she reveals she wants to go back, saying they could live in her mother's house after the body is taken away. First they need to make it look like someone else killed Dee Dee. Thus Nick makes Gypsy post some disturbing messages on Dee Dee's family Facebook so people could believe they had a violent stalker. In Missouri, Lacey sees the posts, so she and Mel go to check the house. When nobody answers, they call the police, who soon find the body. In just a few minutes, they trace the Facebook post to Wisconsin. Back to the couple, they receive the envelope with a knife and Gypsy asks Nick to show her where the lake is so they can get rid of it. However, Nick says it's too dark to go now, causing an argument. Their fight is interrupted by Kathy, who forces them to join dinner. That night, Gypsy finds a note in Nick's room with instructions on how to treat a girl right, confirming everything she saw online wasn't the real Nick. At that moment the cops surround the house and Gypsy panics, so she hides with Nick in the closet and they agree to tell the truth because they didn't do anything wrong. A SWAT quickly comes in and arrests them both. Later at the station, Gypsy pretends she didn't know her mother was dead and starts to cry, although the detective doesn't buy it. In another room, Nick tells another detective that he did stab Dee Dee so he could run away with Gypsy, clarifying it was her idea. Kathy is also talking to the cops, explaining Nick has a history of mental illness and that Gypsy probably manipulated him. In the end, both Gypsy and Nick are sent to jail until it's time for the trial. In the neighborhood, Mel and Lacey gather with the neighbors to light some candles for Dee Dee and say goodbye. On the day of the trial, Mel and Lacey watch it on TV and are shocked to see Gypsy walk. In court, Gypsy continues to say she didn't do anything and that she loved her mom, but her lawyer advises her to change the story or she'll be executed. She thinks they can prove Gypsy was abused by presenting Dee Dee's false medical records, but because of the power of attorney, only Gypsy's father can access them. Gypsy refuses to call the man, still thinking he's a bad person. Afterward, the prison's doctor removes her stomach tube and announces Gypsy is the healthiest person in the building. Later, Gypsy calls Lacey and asks her to visit her, saying she needs a friend. Lacey says she'll think about it and hangs up. Feeling desperate, Gypsy finally calls her dad and leaves a message. Eventually, Gypsy does get a visitor and is shocked to see her father Rod with the medical records. Rod shows her all the medical conditions Dee Dee invented through the years. Then he explains he tried to visit Gypsy but Dee Dee wouldn't let him and kept moving around. He could only send some checks, which Dee Dee cashed in secret. Gypsy doesn't believe him, so Rod shows her some pictures of him with little Gypsy before Dee Dee took her away, causing her to have a breakdown. Now they have the medical records. Gypsy's lawyer tells the judge the girl had been abused and Dee Dee's death had been self-defense. She also asks for Gypsy and Nick to be judged separately since their circumstances are different. However, the lawyer tells Gypsy in private that she'll have to admit she did it so they can ask for a deal. Lacey sees the lawyer's interview on TV and feels guilty for not seeing the signs of abuse, yet she doesn't pick Gypsy's calls. Mel sees her daughter's attitude and ends up going to visit Gypsy herself. She tells Gypsy that sometimes the only way out is through. After Mel leaves, Gypsy thinks about her last conversation with her mother and their shared love, feeling guilty again. A flashback shows Nick's arrival and how Gypsy gave him the knife. Then she pointed at the room and hid in the bathroom, where she could still hear her mother's screams. Nick came to find her with the knife and kissed her, so Gypsy had to wash blood off the weapon and Nick's skin. For a moment she was in shock, but then she hugged Nick and forced excitement about their future adventure. They went to her room and did the dirty on her bed with the plushies, which didn't last much. Before leaving, Gypsy freed the guinea pigs and took her grandmother's ring. In the present, Gypsy is sent back to her jail and imagines DD is there with her. This story is based on a real crime. After a year of incarceration, Gypsy pled guilty and was given a sentence of 10 years. Nick was also found guilty and was given a life sentence without a chance of parole. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the near future, eugenics rules society and most people are perfectly engineered in labs. Everyone is registered in a genetic database and those who were made in labs are classified as valids, while those conceived naturally are known as invalids because they're more susceptible to genetic disorders, from actual illnesses to just baldness. Genetic discrimination is technically illegal, but employers still take urine tests or even the saliva on the resume envelope, which results in genotype profiling. This meant invalids are always relegated to menial jobs. At his apartment, Vincent takes a long time to shave and scrub himself until his body is spotless, then he burns any hairs and dead skin that could have fallen. Next he takes a urine bag from the fridge and connects it to his groin so he can pass it off as his own. He also puts a bit of blood inside a fake fingertip, which he carefully attaches to his actual finger. Afterward, Vincent goes to work at the Gattaca Aerospace Corporation. Every employee must prick their finger for an identity check to be allowed in, and Vincent lets the machine take the blood from his fake fingertip. Then he sits at his desk and works on a computer, running different spaceflight plans. Every so often, he cleans all DNA traces from his keyboard with a little device. The mission director comes by and shows his respect for Vincent's cleanliness. He also confirms he's been chosen to join the flight to Saturn's moon Titan in a week. After the man is gone, Vincent secretly opens a jar and sprinkles some skin, hair, and nails around his workstation. Then he puts a hair on the comb that he keeps in his desk drawer. Later, Vincent is put through a substance test to check he's clean before the mission. Using the hidden bag, he offers the urine sample, and when the doctor checks it on the machine, the result says his name is Jerome and he's a valid. After work, Vincent goes to watch another aircraft leaving Earth and his co-worker Irene comes by to congratulate him for getting the mission. She also points out he's the only employee that watches every single launch every day. A flashback then begins showing Vincent's early life. His parents had a quickie on the beach and his mother accidentally got pregnant, so Vincent was born naturally, which was already rare back then. As soon as the doctors grabbed him, they took a blood sample and concluded he had a high chance to suffer from many conditions, so his life expectancy was 30 years. Vincent's childhood was quite difficult because every little thing like a runny nose or a little scratch were treated by his mother as a fatal threat. No school would accept Vincent as a student because insurance wouldn't cover any trouble he got in for his bad genes. Eventually his parents decided to have a second child, and this time they went to a genetic lab to do things by the book. Anton had no conditions at all and was happy to spend time with his brother, but Vincent could tell his parents had a favorite. Whenever their parents weren't looking, the brothers would play chicken in the sea, meaning they would compete to see who could swim the farthest away from shore before getting scared and turning back. Anton always defeated Vincent in this competition, which added to his inferiority complex. As Vincent continued to grow up, he became interested in space and dreamed of becoming an astronaut. His parents warned him nobody would hire him because of his genes, but he didn't listen and he went to a few interviews. To his dismay, nobody hired him, just like his parents had guessed. One afternoon, the brothers went for another swim, and to Anton's shock, this time Vincent defeated him. In fact, Vincent had to go back and help a tired Anton return to the shore. That was the last time they swam together because in the evening, Vincent left his family home to pursue his dreams. Eventually Vincent got a job at Gattaca as a janitor. As he cleaned the offices, he sometimes used the computer when nobody was watching, and he would admire the daily launches. He also learned about the blood prick that happened on the same finger every day, and stole a little sensor that fell from a machine. Vincent never stopped dreaming, and the head janitor would mock him for it. In his apartment, Vincent would never stop exercising, which could take a toll on his body. Desperate for progress, in the end he decided to contact a man in the black market who introduced him to the real Jerome, a former swimming star with great IQ and perfect health except for his legs. He was paralyzed after being hit by a car and became wheelchair-bound. The incident happened overseas and wasn't recorded, so nobody knew Jerome became an invalid. Vincent paid both men to get Jerome's identity, and a long transformation process began. He got contact lenses to replace his glasses and get Jerome's eye color. He also cut his hair and styled it like Jerome's. ID pictures wouldn't be a problem because nobody paid attention to those anymore. Everything was DNA dependent. The last issue was that Jerome was taller than Vincent, meaning that Vincent had to reluctantly undergo a painful procedure that broke his legs and extended them until the heights matched. Vincent moved into Jerome's apartment to also have his address, and during the first few days he had to rest to recover from the procedure, meaning he was often in pain. During those days Vincent learned Jerome's signature and how to write with his other hand while Jerome kept filling bags with urine and blood. One day Jerome showed Vincent his silver medal to remind him he has a lot to live up to. Jerome also told Vincent to call him by his middle name Eugene so that Vincent could get used to being called Jerome. When the day for Vincent's interview finally came, he took a urine bag and tested it on the machine only to get an error message because the urine contained alcohol. Vincent started yelling at Jerome for the consequences of his addiction, and after testing a bunch of bags, he found the last one was clean and took it with him. At the office, the doctor ran the test and the machine confirmed Vincent was Jerome, therefore a valid. They didn't send him to an actual interview, he just got instantly hired for his IQ. From that on, Vincent had to scrub his body thoroughly every day to get rid of loose skin, nails, and hair, which was all burned in an incinerator. All the clothes were kept in sealed bags to avoid contamination. While working, Vincent would spread Jerome's samples on his desk to keep up the illusion and use the fake fingertip with Jerome's blood to pass the identity check at the door. Nobody ever suspected anything. Back in the present, everyone in Gattaca is freaking out because the company administrator has been murdered with a keyboard. Jerome scratches his eye while staring at the gruesome scene and doesn't notice that an eyelash falls off. The cops soon come to pick up every single trail of DNA from the scene of the crime, which includes the eyelash. The boss tells Irene to assist the police in any way they need. The mission isn't cancelled and Vincent will still be going to space. When he shares the news with Jerome, they decide to go out to celebrate. They drink a lot and even do some tricks with smoke inside their glasses. At the office, Irene takes the hair from Vincent's drawer and takes it to a matchmaking service where they run some tests to conclude Vincent is quite a catch. By the end of the night, Jerome is so drunk that Vincent has to help him to bed. Suddenly Jerome makes a confession. He hadn't been drunk during the car crash and it hadn't been an accident. He had actually been trying to self-delete. The next morning, the police forensic department tests all the samples and discovers a mysterious invalid had been in Gattaca, so now he's the prime suspect. Back to Vincent, he puts the little sensor he stole back in his janitor days on Jerome's chest to record 20 minutes of his pulse as he whirls the wheels of his chair extra hard to simulate exercise. Later at Gattaca, Vincent is put on a running test and he replaces the office sensor with the one he brought from home. Meanwhile, the detectives investigate the invalid profile from the eyelash and discover it belongs to a janitor that disappeared a few years ago. They come to the office to ask some questions and Vincent overhears them while they talk, which makes him nervous. To make matters worse, the 20-minute-long recording soon ends and Vincent's real pulse appears, which is rather high. He immediately rushes to the locker room and collapses as he tries to catch his breath. After work, Irene meets with Vincent and admits she read his DNA sequence, which of course actually was Jerome's. She's very impressed by how perfect he is and feels inferior, admitting that she's a lab baby but still has a likelihood of heart failure. This means she'll never be allowed to join a mission. When Vincent says he doesn't see anything wrong with her, Irene hands him a lock of her hair and encourages him to test it to discover her genetic flaws, but Vincent tosses it away and claims that the wind blew it. Sometime later, Vincent is working at the computer when suddenly all the employees get the profile of the invalid from the eyelash because he's a wanted man. Thankfully nobody recognizes him, but Vincent is still afraid. When he gets home he tells Jerome that he's the prime suspect and starts throwing away all the blood and urine bags. Jerome immediately stops him, reminding him they would never look at Vincent and see an invalid. That night, Vincent decides to go out because it would be suspicious if he changed his routine. When Jerome looks out the window, he sees that Irene has come to pick Vincent up. Moments later Vincent and Irene are attending a piano concert as their first date. After the concert, the pianist throws his glove into the audience, and Vincent realizes he has 12 fingers. Irene explains such a complex piece of music could only be played by those hands. Meanwhile, the detectives are rounding up a bunch of invalids from the neighborhood in order to find the murderer, but obviously none of their DNA matches the eyelash. They decide to investigate all the buildings that surround Gattaca and they make it to Jerome's apartment, so he gets a blood test too. The detective is surprised that wheelchair-bound man could be working at Gattaca, so Jerome pretends to be offended and yells at him, saying he just got hurt during training and accusing him of discrimination. Not wanting trouble, the detective leaves. At Gattaca, some officers take away all the trash bags. On their way home, Irene and Vincent find the road blocked by the cops too because they're inspecting everyone in the area. Vincent immediately removes his contacts and avoids a spit test by saying he's been drinking. The cops take a blood sample instead and his fake fingertip tricks them as always. After they pass the check, Irene announces she wants to show Vincent something and stops the car a few miles ahead. She quickly crosses the street while dodging incoming cars, but Vincent is hesitant because he can't see well without his contacts. After lots of doubts, he runs in and thankfully avoids getting hit. Then Irene takes him to watch the sunrise at the solar panel center, which causes a beautiful effect of light that Vincent sees rather blurry. On their way out, Irene notices that Vincent's eyes look different and he blames it on a trick of the light. Sometime later, the detectives discover that a cup from the office trash has the same DNA as the eyelash. They theorize the invalid may be working in disguise and killed the administrator because he found out the truth. To be sure, they go to Gattaca and announce they're taking blood samples directly from the vein instead of fingertips. When it's Vincent's turn, he pretends the doctor has hurt him with a needle and jumps out of the seat, quickly changing his blood sample with Jerome's. The detectives run the tests again and no match is found. That night, Vincent and Irene go on a second date. Their sweet dancing is interrupted by the cops, who start picking up all kinds of things with DNA like napkins and cigarette ends. They want to test people too, So Vincent immediately escapes with Irene through the back door. A cop tries to stop them, but Vincent immediately starts beating him up until he's unconscious. As Irene gets scared and calls him insane, Vincent drags her away to escape through some dark alleys. When the other cops find their partner on the ground, they start looking for the couple, who hides in an alley. One of the detectives yells the name Vincent and Irene asks who that is, but Vincent answers by kissing her. Moments later, the couple is at Irene's apartment having their first time together. In the morning, Vincent finds a hair on the pillow, so he rushes to the beach and uses sand and rocks to rub the excess skin from his body. When he goes back, Irene asks him about his leg scars and Vincent says it was a car accident. Meanwhile, the detectives are comparing Jerome's profile to Vincent's and decide more testing is in order. They go back to Gattaca and take the keys from Vincent's keyboard while asking about him, still using Jerome's name. Irene overhears this and immediately warns Vincent, saying he looks sick and he should go home. Vincent understands she's talking in code and leaves the building while Irene tells the detective that Vincent went home because he was ill. This doesn't stop the detective, who asks Irene to take him to Jerome's home. At the same time, Vincent calls Jerome and tells him to be himself because the police are coming. Jerome has to drop the wheelchair and start climbing the stairs to the main floor by slowly dragging his legs. It takes him a while, but he makes it to the buzzer just in time to let Irene and the detective in. Then he drags his body to the chair and fixes his legs to look natural. Once the duo comes in, Jerome plays his part and asks Irene for a kiss, which she gives to him to keep up with the lie. The detective takes a blood sample and is frustrated to see this is indeed Jerome. Then he tries to go downstairs, where Vincent and the lab are hiding, but at that moment he gets a call from his partner saying they've captured the murderer, so the detective leaves. Afterward, Vincent comes out and Irene sees him next to Jerome as they call each other that name. Hurt, she rushes out, but Vincent follows her and explains his situation, swearing he didn't kill anyone. Irene is still wary and leaves. At the police station, it's revealed that the director's spit was found in the victim's eye, confirming he's the killer. It turns out the administrator had threatened to cancel the Titan mission, so the director killed him to achieve his dream. Sometime later, Vincent returns to his desk and finds the detective there, who suddenly drops a big reveal. He's Vincent's brother Anton. They hadn't recognized their faces at first because they hadn't seen each other since their teen years, but Anton started to get the clues together during the investigation. Anton accuses Vincent of fraud and wants to arrest him, so an argument ensues. Vincent thinks Anton wants to see him fail and reminds him of who won the last race, causing Anton to challenge him again. It's nighttime by the time the brothers make it to the beach. They quickly jump in the water and start swimming, going so far that they lose sight of the shore. Anton worries they're pushing their limits, but Vincent calls him a coward, so they keep going. However, Anton starts feeling the fatigue and points it out again, so Vincent finally reveals how he does it. He never saves energy for the return. Frustrated, Anton turns back only to start drowning, so Vincent goes back too and grabs him to then swim to the shore. A few hours later, Vincent visits Irene and offers a strand of his hair. However, Irene throws it away, saying the wind did it. They spend the night together at her place as a goodbye since Vincent will be gone on his mission for a year. The next morning, Vincent returns to his apartment and finds the lab covered in plastic. Jerome reveals he's had prepared enough sample bags to last him 2 lifetimes, implying he won't be around when Vincent returns. When Vincent asks him where he's going, he only says I'm traveling too. Jerome also hands Vincent a card, telling him not to open it until he's in space. Afterward, Vincent goes to Gattaca to get ready for his mission. The doctor informs him that there's been a change of policy, so a new urine sample is needed. Vincent hadn't expected this and didn't bring Jerome's bag, so he starts peeing in a cup while lamenting the loss of his dream. However, the doctor reveals he's always known and never said anything because he also has an invalid kid and thinks he deserves better. The machine offers the wrong profile, but the doctor changes it for Jerome's and lets Vincent pass anyway. Before he leaves, the doctor informs him that he knew because Vincent always grabbed his member with the wrong hand. At the apartment, Jerome grabs his silver medal and enters the incinerator, ending things for himself. At the same time, Jerome gets on the spaceship and leaves the planet. Once Vincent is far enough, he opens Jerome's card and discovers a large lock of his hair. Now Jerome has technically visited space as well. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. It's late at night when strange-looking spores begin falling from the sky all over Earth. One lands in the middle of a music festival. A larva sprouts out of it and moves to the nearest person, entering the body through his ear and causing him to pass out. Then a woman enters the room and tries to wake him up, to no avail. After she leaves, the guy wakes up and his eyes roll in a creepy way before going back to the festival. The woman sees him and tries to approach him, only for the man to suddenly transform into a tentacle-like creature with flesh blades that immediately kill her. The crowd begins to panic and running away while the creature starts killing every person its tentacles can reach. In town, Lee tries to buy meat and the cashier Sue and explains he forgot to ask the butcher for the price tag. Lee begins yelling with entitlement and swear he'll kill them all before leaving without buying anything. When Soo-in's shift is finally over, she leaves on her moped and notices that Lee is following her on a car. Suddenly the vehicle hits her from behind and makes her fall off the road. Then Lee gets out and begins stabbing her with a knife. Soo-in manages to push him off and tries to escape, but she soon falls because of her wounds. At that moment a spore falls from the sky next to her and Lee gets sliced open, dying on the spot. Then the police show up. At the station, Detective Chulmin is told about various deadly incidents that happened in last few hours and how mysterious Lee's death is. Chulmin is shocked to hear the victims is Soo-in, who he met before, but more shocking is to hear she's just fine after being hit by a car and stabbed. In fact, she has no new scars. At the hospital, Soo-in dreams of her mother, who has a new life with a son and pays Soo-in to never show up at her door again. When she wakes up, she discovers Chulmin is visiting. She tells him about the guy at the supermarket and how the stabbing felt familiar. It turns out Soo-in used to be abused by her father as a child and Chulmin was the detective to save her. After the detective leaves, Soo-in tries to remember what happened and recalls her body shaking like crazy. A few months later, a gang leader enters a club and has attacked Kang Woo, who is pretending to be an employee. A fight ensues and after lots of struggle, the gang leader overpowers Kang Woo before running out to get help. Kang Woo panics and runs through the back door, dropping the employee vest on the way out. Then he takes the bus and at the station, he sends a message to his own gang members, explaining the attack failed and he has to lie low for now. Eventually he makes it to his family home and discovers his sister Kyung-hee is behaving awkwardly and that the other one isn't around. He finds his sister's phone in a drawer but it isn't working well and a pamphlet for the Sajan Church, which has a weird logo and promotes a prayer meeting happening that night. In the meantime, Soo-in is going home on a bus when suddenly she hears a painful screeching noise at the same time a strange man comes aboard. The man stares at Soo-in as he makes his way to his seat, which makes Soo-in scared and get off the bus. Elsewhere in the city, a woman invites a guy to do the dirty at her home, however he's surprised to see he's being taken to an abandoned building. As he notices that the ground is covered with plastic, a bunch of men enter the room and start discussing how to kill him. The guy takes out his phone to call for help, only for the woman to transform into a monster and attack. Before she can hurt him, a bunch of smoke bombs are thrown into the room, allowing the victim to run away. The woman starts chasing after him, but when they reach the stairs, a bunch of special agents come in and shoot her dead. The group of men begins transforming into monsters too and a fight ensues as both groups attack each other. The agents have special nets that they use to capture the monsters and get most of them except for one that escapes through the window. As the monster runs around, he hears a high-pitched noise coming from a van. Inside he finds a man strapped to a seat with a helmet on and asks him if he's one of their kin. However, he's interrupted by Jun Kyung, who quickly opens fire on the monster. The creature gets hurt but still manages to run away. Afterward, Jun Kyung and her team search the building and find a mysterious door. They break it open and are horrified to discover tons of human body parts kept in containers. The symbol from the church pamphlet is on many walls, and Jun Kyung realizes the monsters are banding together. Back at Kang Woo's house, Kyung-hee talks to somebody on the phone about recruiting Soo-in into their organization. As she leaves to go, Kang Woo secretly follows her. Meanwhile, Soo-in hears the same weird noise again and sees the strange man from the bus. He begins chasing her and Soo-in runs into a junkyard, where the man teams up with Kyung-hee to corner her. As Kang Woo watches from a hiding place, the man and Kyung-hee transform into monsters. They take some of Soo-in's hair, causing her to transform as well but only partially. The duo gives her a pamphlet and asks her to join their organization, saying their kin must work together. After the man and Kyung-hee leave, Kang Woo tries to escape too but he makes noise and Soo-in finds him. She hits him before trapping him with the tentacle and learns that his sister is one of her kin, so she asks him to pass a message. Moments later, Soo-in wakes up from her possession and Kang Woo tells her everything. The night Lee attacked her, a parasite entered her body, took over, and killed Lee. However, because the parasite had been so busy healing her wounds, it wasn't able to fully control her brain like it's happening to other humans. The message from the parasite ends with a warning. Don't go near people that cause the noise because they're monsters. Then Kang Woo leaves, taking the pamphlet with him. When she returns home, Soo-in writes a question on a notebook before lying down. She blinks and notices several minutes have passed. There's also an answer on the notebook. The parasite has confirmed Kang Woo's words and invites Soo-in to ask questions, so writes down a bunch of them. Eventually Soo-in falls asleep and dreams of how her possessed body killed Lee. In the morning, she finds all the answers to her questions on the notebook, which she reads on the bus to work. Because the parasite failed to completely take over Soo-in's brain for good, now it can only take control for 15 minutes a day. The parasite's job now is to protect and take care of Soo-in's body since it's its home now. The parasite even left a video of the transformation on her phone as proof. At the police station, Chulmin is surprised to find a special operation going on. There are armed agents everywhere and all cops are scanned before entering. Next, all the officers are taken to a room where they meet Jun Kyung, captain of the parasite special forces known as Team Grey. She explains that the parasitic organisms have appeared all over Earth and matched up with human hosts, showing video of the festival killings to prove it. She also reveals the dead body of a possessed man, which leaves everyone in shock. The parasites take control of the host's brains and the people's consciousness are completely absorbed, making them not human anymore. The creatures that complete their mutation follow their instincts and kill humans by making blades with their tentacles. If a parasite doesn't have a living host body, it will die, so the best way to kill them is by making the host body bleed out or destroy the heart entirely. To identify them, they must pluck out a strand of hair from the host body. If the strand of hair crumbles away, then there's a parasite living in the human. Next, Jun Kyung brings out the man on the chair from earlier, who happens to be her possessed husband. The helmet has a device that dispenses a chemical capable of immobilizing parasites. It also has a sensor that monitors if the parasite transforms itself in order to escape. If this happens, the chemical dispenses and the parasite experiences a lot of pain. Parasites can use brain waves to detect other parasites that are near them, so they're keeping this one alive to use as bait and capture others. This guy has received the name Hunting Dog, and when Jun Kyung presses a button on the remote, the body wiggles in pain. One of the officers wonders if this counts as torture of a human being, so Jun Kyung removes her ear, revealing it's a prosthetic. Her husband cut off the real one, so she doesn't see him as the man she loved anymore. It's not human, just a virus that needs to be exterminated. The meeting ends with Jun Kyung telling the police force to come to Team Grey with any suspicious cases they come across. Meanwhile, Kang Woo takes his sister's phone to a repair shop and learns that the rival gang has been asking around him. Then he goes to a bike shop, and while he tries to choose a model, the mechanic makes a call. Soon the rival gang arrives at the shop, so Kang Woo starts fighting them using any object he can find in the room. He manages to push the men off, and when a second van with gang members arrive, he quickly escapes on a bike. The van begins chasing him, so Kang Woo goes through the market hoping to lose them, only to fall instead. He continues to escape on foot, and after taking a corridor, he manages to lock a door behind him to slow the men down. Then Kang Woo retrieves his bike and returns to the street, where he punches another gang member before finally leaving. At Team Grey's work site, Detective Won-sok brings Jun Kyung all the strange case files he could find, including Soo-in's. He also says that he wants to join Team Grey. Jun Kyung tells him that if he actively cooperates, she'll put in a good word for him. During lunch break, Chulmin meets Soo-in because he's worried her fast recovery may mean she's a monster. He pretends she has something on her hair to pluck a strand, but it doesn't disappear, so now he thinks she's fine. While they chat, Soo-in starts to hear the noise and sees a man staring at her, but he goes away when he sees she has company. Before leaving, Chulmin gifts Soo-in a cute keychain. After work, Soo-in is approached by Kyung-hee and the guy from the bus again, who tell her their pastor wants to see her. They force her to get in the car by threatening to hurt the humans in the area. At the same time, Kang Woo wants to find his other sister, so he goes to Sejin Church and hides among the trees to record the people arriving. At that moment, he notices a second building nearby and goes to check it out. Inside the church, the parasites awkwardly stand around to listen to Pastor Hyuk-ju, who they consider their leader. He plays a video message from the parasite that escaped from Jun Kyung, explaining that special forces are after them and that they have a parasite as a prisoner. He tells everyone that if they don't come up with a plan quick, Team Grey will eliminate them all. Then the parasite dies from the wounds made by Jun Kyung's gun. Hyuk-ju offers the crowd a long speech about how they should work together to bring humanity down. In the other building, Kang Woo finds tons of dead bodies in bags hanging from hooks. At that moment, a guard comes in and starts looking around with the eye in his tentacle, so Kang Woo carefully sneaks around, noticing that the monster face can't see when the eye is out. On his way out, he's devastated to discover his other sister is one of the bagged bodies. After taking a moment to grieve, he furiously jumps out of hiding and attacks the guard, punching him a few times before running out of the building and locking the door. This is sensed by Hyuk-ju, who sends the crowd to capture the intruder. As the parasites move, they accidentally bump into Soo-in and cause her to drop her keys. Back to Kang Woo, he's running through the woods when he encounters the rival gang. He tries to warn them of the incoming danger, but they don't listen. At that moment, Kyung-hee and the parasites arrive and immediately start killing all the gang members with their freaky tentacles. Both Kang Woo and Soo-in use this opportunity to escape, and they bump into each other, so they run away together. The parasite from the bus notices someone escaped and transform into a flying shape to go after them. Kang Woo and Soo-in make it to a gas station where Kang Woo had agreed to meet with a fellow gang member. They get in the guy's car, and as they drive away, Kang Woo realizes his friend is a traitor who told the rivals where he was. The guy takes out a knife and tries to attack Kang Woo, so the car starts moving like crazy as the men fight on the front seats. At that moment, Soo-in hears the noise and the flying parasite lands on top of the car, breaking the roof. Soo-in's parasite takes over and starts fighting the enemy while the car continues to shake. Using his knife, Kang Woo's friend tries to help, but a tentacle stabs him to stop him. Kang Woo then makes a sudden turn in the car to throw the flying parasite off, losing control of the vehicle in the process. Soo-in jumps off the car right before it hits a tree and hangs off a cliff. Then the flying parasite attacks Soo-in and their fight restarts in the middle of the road. The enemy realizes Soo-in is a mixed mutant and tries to fly away to warn the pastor, so Soo-in grabs him with a tentacle and smashes him on the ground, causing enough bleeding to kill him before passing out. In the car, Kang Woo wakes up and hears from his friend that it was their boss who put in orders to kill him. Then the guy dies. Kang Woo tries to climb out of the car, only to slip and end up hanging off the edge. At that moment Soo-in wakes up as human and comes to help him, but she isn't fast enough. As Kang Woo falls, the parasite takes over again and saves him with her tentacles. At the police station, Jun Kyung finds Soo-in's case file and concludes she's a parasite. A flashback then shows Jun Kyung and her husband had been loading their car at the supermarket when she realized they forgot something, so she went back inside. At that moment a spore landed on top of their car and the parasite immediately came out to enter the guy's ear. Minutes later Jun Kyung saw people running around in panic and her husband calmly walking by. When she tried to approach him, he transformed and attacked her, cutting off her ear. Jun Kyung ran away and helped a kit return to the mother. Then she grabbed some toxic cleaning products and ran to the fridge. Her husband followed her, so she threw the product at him to distract him, then ran out to lock the door before having a breakdown. In the present, Jun Kyung wakes up from another nightmare about the incident. In the morning, Kang Woo and Soo-in are hiding at a motel. They agree they should tell the police about the church, so Soo-in gives Chulmin's number to Kang Woo so he can make an anonymous call on the payphone. Afterward they also agree they need to lie low for now, so Kang Woo pretends to be Soo-in's relative and calls the supermarket to say she's too sick to go to work. Then Chulmin goes to see Jun Kyung, who asks about Soo-in. Chulmin assures her that he checked her hair and it was fine before telling her about the anonymous report. Both Team Grey and the police force immediately head to the church, sending out a drone first. There are no parasites around, and Jun Kyung reminds Hunting Dog to press the remote if he senses anyone coming. The teams break into the buildings and find all the dead bodies in the bags. In the church, Chulmin finds Soo-in's keys and recognizes the keychain, so he hides them in his pocket, which is seen by Jun Kyung. Later the forensic team explains all the bodies were mutilated to hide their identities. The body parts have been mixed, so it'll take a while to identify all the different DNA. The church is under Hyuk-ju's name because he used to be a pastor as a human too, and his in-laws reported him and his wife missing a few weeks ago. Won-sok volunteers to go looking for him. A few hours later, Won-sok arrives at a mysterious building where Hyuk-ju and other parasites are hiding with more bodies. It turns out Won-sok is working with them and he warned them to escape the church before the agents arrived. Hyuk-ju asks Won-sok to kill Hunting Dog and gives him a blade that simulates their tentacles. At the motel, Kang Woo is surprised nothing parasite-related is on the news. Soo-in receives a phone call from Chulmin asking to meet and they choose an abandoned amusement park. When Chulmin leaves the station, Jun Kyung sees him and follows him. Kang Woo goes with Soo-in to the park and Chulmin gives her the keys as he demands an explanation. Suddenly Soo-in hears the painful noise. It turns out Jun Kyung has brought Hunting Dog and he's telling her of a parasite nearby, so she enters the park. Soo-in tries to run away and when Chulmin stops her, Kang Woo gets in a fight with him and the detective recognizes his voice from the phone. At that moment Jun Kyung finds them, but before she can shoot, Kang Woo pushes Chulmin to make her fall. Then Soo-in and Kang Woo run to hide inside one of the abandoned rides while Jun Kyung chases after them. At the same time, Team Grey and the police arrive at the park. Won-sok also comes and looks for Hunting Dog. Inside the ride building, Kang Woo activates the game to distract Jun Kyung, but it doesn't work. The parasite takes over Soo-in and tells Kang Woo to run while she handles this. After Kang Woo leaves through the back door, Soo-in attacks Jun Kyung with her tentacle to knock her down before running out too. Unfortunately she's soon surrounded by the agents. Outside, Kang Woo watches Won-sok repeatedly stab Hunting Dog, who is using the remote to send a warning. Jun Kyung sees the light on the remote and thinks there's another parasite nearby, so he leaves with her team after telling the cops to keep an eye on Soo-in, who passes out. Chulmin immediately comes to her defense and tries to tell his men to lower their guns. By the time Jun Kyung finds Hunting Dog, he's already dead and Won-sok is gone. Kang Woo runs away through the woods and Won-sok sneaks into the building through the back, pretending he's always been with his team. A furious Jun Kyung takes the helmet back into the building and after Team Grey takes Chulmin away, she puts the helmet on Soo-in and arrests her. Later at the station, the teams are having a meeting with the higher-ups from Team Grey. Jun Kyung keeps calling Soo-in a monster, but Chulmin demands for the test results to be shared. The X-rays and a hair sample all came out negative for parasites. Currently Soo-in's in a coma and tied to Hunting Dog's chair. The higher-ups want to learn more about the parasites before telling the public, so they order the teams to bring Soo-in to Team Grey's headquarters to run more tests. Meanwhile Soo-in is stuck in limbo between life and death. She looks around and sees her parasitic self, who Kang Woo has nicknamed Heidi after Mr. Hyde. Heidi explains that since Soo-in is on the verge of dying, she split her consciousness from the outside world. As the machines in the real world detect weird brain activity, Heidi makes Soo-in some memories from her childhood. First it's the time when her father got arrested and Chulmin saved her. People looked at her as if she was a monster for her report because a child was supposed to respect her father. The other memory has how little Soo-in tried to contact her mother, but the woman looked at her in disgust and paid her to go away. Heidi tells Soo-in not to feel bad because she did the right thing and her mother was acting out of trauma since her husband also abused her. At the station, Won-sok secretly calls Hyuk-ju to tell him about Soo-in's transfer. Hyuk-ju confirms their plan is still on and goes outside to paint the organization's symbol on the door. In the meantime, two officers find clues that Kang-woo was the guy with Soo-in, so Chulmin decides to find him. Kang-woo is at the bus station reading the news on his phone, but they still don't mention the parasites. As soon as he boards a bus, Chulmin handcuffs him and drags him to his car. Desperate to buy his freedom, Kang-woo tells him about Hunting Dog's death. Chulmin shows him a picture of his team and Kang-woo points at Won-sok. He also tells him the truth about what's happening to Soo-in. Chulmin decides to free Kang-woo and explains Soo-in will probably be experimented on at headquarters, so he wants him to help him save her. If Kang-woo agrees, then Chulmin can protect them both. At first Kang-woo refuses, but Chulmin changes his mind by calling him a coward and reminding him of his sisters. In the evening, Kang-woo uses Chulmin's access card to enter the station and sneaks into the locker room. There he fights an officer, who easily overpowers him and starts choking him. Thankfully Chulmin had given him pepper spray and Kang-woo uses it to distract and finally knock out the guy. Then he steals the uniform and enters the container where Soo-in is being held. Before he can do anything, Jun Kyung passes by and announces they're leaving early, assigning Kang-woo as the guard to travel inside the container in case Soo-in wakes up. Chulmin notices this and wants to help, but he's stuck in the same car as Won-sok. A truck soon takes the container away as a bunch of police cars follow it for protection. However, when they make it to the bridge, they find it a huge traffic jam created by a car crash. This was caused by a parasite, who starts attacking and killing civilians. Team Grey immediately rushes to fight him and Jun Kyung tells the truck driver to go back before joining the fight as well. While the cops evacuate any surviving civilians, Team Grey tries to stop the parasite, only to get killed one by the deadly tentacles. Soon more parasites arrive to help their friend. They drive a van right into the truck to slow it down, then a parasite jumps on the window to kill the driver. Jun Kyung fails to shoot the monster down and is pushed out of the way when the truck moves on and crashes against the cars. Kang-woo comes out and sees Jun Kyung is unconscious, so he takes her remote and tries to rush back. However, Jun Kyung had been pretending and immediately starts fighting him. She manages to hold him down, but at that moment the parasites throw a car with their tentacles and she has to move away. Kang-woo uses the chance to rush back into the container while the parasites attack Jun Kyung, who has to stay on the bridge and shoot as many enemies as possible. While Kang-woo starts freeing Soo-in, a parasite starts breaking down the container, only to get shot by Chulmin. Inside Soo-in's mind, Heidi reminds her some people do care and shows her a memory of Chulmin protecting her before announcing it's time to go back. At that moment Kang-woo finally removes the helmet and Soo-in wakes up. Then Kang-woo and Soo-in steal a car to escape while ignoring the shots coming their way. Won-sok quickly gets in a car and yells for Chulmin to join him, so they start following the duo. However, after a few miles, Won-sok suddenly takes a different turn. At the same time, Soo-in begins hearing the noise and realizes Chulmin is in danger, so she leaves the car to go rescue him. Won-sok takes Chulmin to a deserted area and explains that as a cop, he saw the worst of humanity and that's why he joined the church. He thinks parasites are more rational than humans and could create a better society. At that moment Hyuk-ju shows up and Chulmin immediately starts shooting at him, but as Hyuk-ju falls to the ground, his parasite comes out and decapitates Chulmin in just one move. Then the parasite enters Chulmin's body, forming the head again. Soo-in sees all this and Heidi immediately comes out to throw a pipe at Chulmin, which does nothing. A fight ensues between both parasites as their tentacles keep on crashing. Won-sok gets ready to help his leader, but suddenly Kang-woo arrives and speeds up to run between the parasites, forcing them to split. Heidi uses the chance to jump in the car and they drive away. A flashback then shows Kang-woo's other sister Jin-hee going home after work. Her dog kept barking at Kyung-hee, who was meeting with Hyuk-ju. Jin-hee thought her sister was sick, but Kyung-hee refused to go to the hospital and said her church was taking care of her. This wasn't good enough for Jin-hee, who wanted to call a doctor. At that moment the flying parasite showed up and said they should get rid of her. Kyung-hee suddenly released her tentacles and tried to attack, so Jin-hee ran away. The dog attacked the parasites, only to get killed. Seeing the flying parasite following her, Jin-hee ran to hid in the sewers, but unfortunately she was found. She tried sending out a message on her phone, but she got killed before she could finish. In the present, Kang-woo calls the last number Jin-hee dialed, which belongs to a friend of the family called Ki-suk. The guy won't be home but allows Kang-woo to hide there for a while, texting him the alarm password. All the messages Kang-woo sends his friend are seen by Kyung-hee, who has access to her sister's messenger on the computer. At the police station, the higher-ups give Jun Kyung 3 days to completely eradicate the parasite organization. That way, an upcoming festival and an important national memorial to a war hero can go off without any issues. Chulmin is also there, pretending to still be human with Won-sok's help. After the meeting, Chulmin looks at Soo-in's tests and realizes she's a mixed mutant. At that moment he gets a call from Kyung-hee, who tells him where Kang-woo and Soo-in are headed. Chulmin tells her that Soo-in is a mutant and orders her to take care of her. In the evening, Kang-woo and Soo-in make it to the apartment. Soo-in announces that she won't escape with Kang-woo anymore, She wants to speak with Jun Kyung and tell her about Chulmin and Wonsok. When they watch the news, they discover that Team Grey is finally telling the public about the monsters and promises they're getting rid of them. When Kang-woo falls asleep, Soo-in takes money from his wallet and leaves. Kang-woo had only been pretending, but doesn't stop her. At the station, Chulmin and Wonsok inform Jun Kyung about their discovery of the parasite's hideout, showing a picture of the painted door. They send a few cops to watch the area and find lots of people entering a supposedly abandoned building, so Jun Kyung announces an attack at sunrise. Moments later, Jun Kyung hears a phone in the evidence drawer ringing and discovers it's Soo-in, who tells her Chulmin and Wonsok are monsters. Jun Kyung doesn't believe her, but she still asks her to meet up to talk. At the house, Kang-woo abruptly wakes up when Ki-suk arrives. He tells him Jin he had been looking for him and that she was going to send her a DM. Kang-woo checks his sister's phone and finds a message that says don't come home no matter, meaning this is what she wrote when she got killed. Feeling guilty, Kang-woo decides to find Soo-in and help her. On the roof of a restaurant, Soo-in meets with Jun Kyung and admits she's a mutant. She repeats that Chulmin and Wonsok are monsters, but Jun Kyung doesn't believe her since they helped find the parasite hideout. Soo-in tries to convince her it's a trap, but at that moment a bunch of agents come out with a helmet ready. Soo-in transforms into Heidi and jumps off the roof to escape. The agents open fire and are heard by Kang-woo, who follows the shots to find Heidi and take her away in the car. While Kang-woo drives, Heidi informs him that she won't be able to take over Soo-in's body and help her for 3 hours since she's been doing it too often. Then Heidi lets Soo-in return and Kang-woo shares what he's learned. Meanwhile, Kyung-hee enters Ki-suk's house using the alarm password he texted. Ki-suk calls Kang-woo to tell him his sister is there, so Kang-woo begs him to run. Suddenly Kyung-hee pushes Ki-suk and takes the phone to ask Kang-woo to bring Soo-in to her, otherwise she'll kill Ki-suk. Soo-in thinks she can pretend to cooperate for 3 hours until Heidi is ready again, so they go back to the house. However, Kyung-hee now knows she's a mutant and doesn't buy her acting. When Kyung-hee is about to attack, Kang-woo bursts in and sprays her with a fire extinguisher. This allows Kang-woo and Soo-in to run out, but Ki-suk decides to distract Kyung-hee and dies in the process. Soo-in drags a devastated Kang-woo to the car and they escape. At the station, Jun Kyung takes a strand of Wonsok's hair and it doesn't vanish, so she thinks Soo-in was lying. At that moment she gets a call from Soo-in and Kang-woo who try to tell her about the trap again. When Jun Kyung doesn't believe them, Kang-woo explains he saw Kang-woo killed hunting dog with a weird ball day, but Jun Kyung orders her men to begin the attack while letting the duo listen on the phone. The team breaks into the hideout and finds a bunch of parasites, who get killed one by one without much trouble. Chulmin and Wonsok even join in and kill a few monsters as well as they try to escape the building. At that moment Kyung-hee is arriving, but she decides not to get off the bus when she sees the leader has betrayed his people. Jun Kyung announces to Soo-in and Kang-woo that all parasites have been killed and hangs up. The duo is confused over this until Kang-woo notices a billboard announcing the festival. They realize the parasites wanted to trick the cops into thinking their organization is over and will strike at the festival to get to the mayor. Another flashback shows how Wonsok learned the locals were worried about Hyuk-ju because he hadn't been seen in church in a week. He drove to his house and found the door open, so he came inside and found Hyuk-ju mumbling while staring at the TV. Then he noticed blood on the bedroom floor and went in to find the pastor's wife dead. As Wonsok took out his gun, Hyuk-ju transformed and brought him down with a tentacle. Then, Hyuk-ju shared his plan to take over humanity, offering to let Wonsok live if he helped him. In the present, Chulmin and Wonsok announce on a press conference that most of the parasites have been eradicated except for Soo-in and Kyung-hee. He asks the public to report them if they see them and confirms that the festival and memorial will still be happening. Soo-in and Kang-woo watch the conference on a phone when suddenly they get a call from Kyung-hee, who wants to join forces to take down Chulmin. The duo agrees to meet with her to make a plan. At the station, Jun Kyung is finally becoming suspicious because she can't believe Chulmin has betrayed Soo-in. She confronts him about it and when he pretends he's worried about protecting the population, Jun Kyung asks him what object he tried to hide from her. Wonsok makes up an excuse and takes Chulmin away, then both men agree they must get rid of her too. Moments later, Heidi takes over Soo-in to meet with Kyung-hee while Kang-woo hides. Soo-in explains that Chulmin killed his kin as part of his plan for parasites to take over the world, but Kyung-hee doesn't care and still wants to kill him. The women raise their voices and Kang-woo comes out, only for Kyung-hee to easily capture him with her tentacles. After she drops him, they all agree to be temporary allies. Back to Jun Kyung. She asks the forensics team to study hunting dog's wounds and confirms it wasn't a tentacle blade that did it, just a knife that was simulating one. Later, the higher-ups assign Jun Kyung the task of investigating a new church marked with the parasite symbol, a clue they received from Chulmin. Jun Kyung is suspicious but has no choice but to obey. As Team Grey heads to the church, Jun Kyung gets a call from Heidi, who informs her of Chulmin's real plan. Jun Kyung realizes the mission is fake and the real intention was to get Team Grey out of the way so the cops could be in charge of the festival, so she orders his men to go back. Meanwhile, the festival is a success and the mayor arrives with Chulmin as protection. Kang Woo pretends to be a festival goer to keep an eye on things while the women stay in the parking lot since they'd be easily recognized. Suddenly they hear the screeching noise that announces a parasite is near. Chulmin fully transforms and begins attacking anyone in his way, so the cops try to evacuate the mayor. However, Chulmin quickly uses his tentacles to stop them. When Team Grey arrives, Jun Kyung sees Soo-in and Kyung-hee and goes after them while her men enter the festival. Soo-in immediately transforms into Heidi and tells Kyung-hee to go ahead without her. Then she uses her tentacles to make some cars move, and when Jun Kyung turns around to follow the noise, Heidi knocks her down from behind. Heidi announces she only wants to survive and not to hurt anyone. Then she runs away. In the festival, Won-sok pushes a food cart into Chulmin to send him into a tent, then everyone hears him open fire. When he comes out of the tent, he helps the mayor evacuate the area and Kang Woo follows them. By the time Team Grey and Jun Kyung make it to the tent, they find Chulmin's body headless. Backstage, Won-sok reveals he has the leader hidden in his jacket and releases him. The parasite jumps on the mayor's bodyguard and immediately kills him. Then he tries going after the mayor himself, only to be pushed away by Kyung-hee's tentacle. Won-sok gets ready to shoot her, but Kang Woo comes in and tackles him while Kyung-hee tries to capture the leader, who is jumping all over the room until he finds a place to hide. When Kyung-hee tries to tell Kang Woo to run with the mayor, Won-sok shoots her from behind. She immediately knocks him out, then she pushes Kang Woo and the mayor out of the way before bringing down all the furniture to force the leader out. She apologizes to Kang Woo for his family before the leader pierces her heart, killing her. After Kang Woo and the mayor run away, the leader decapitates Won-sok and takes over his body. Then he searches for the mayor, making his head really tall to look at the whole place. When he tries to attack, Kang Woo retaliates with some fireworks from a festival stand, but Won-sok reaches out and grabs the mayor anyway. Thankfully, Heidi shows up and stops him just in time. Kang Woo takes the mayor away while Heidi begins fighting Won-sok, destroying the whole room as their tentacles clash over and over. Soon Won-sok realizes he can't win and decides to run to the memorial room, where he asks Heidi to join him. She can't see that the back of his head is empty and the leader's actual parasite body is sneaking around. A new fight begins between Heidi and Won-sok that causes more destruction. The parasite jumps through a glass to knock down Heidi, then it jumps into Won-sok's body to re-energize him before splitting again so they can hide. Heidi continues to search for them, but at that moment, Jun Kyung comes in with her gun. She doesn't know who she should shoot, and the parasite is approaching her from behind. Heidi releases a tentacle to kill the leader as he jumps. At the same time, Jun Kyung sees Won-sok's empty head on a reflection, so she quickly shoots him down. After the enemy is finally defeated, Heidi says she wants to trust humans and passes out. Kang Woo runs into the room to check on her and Team Grey also comes in to arrest them, but Jun Kyung orders her men to take them to the hospital because they're both human. Weeks later, Soo-in is back at a convenience store job. After her shift is over, she meets with Kang Woo, who shares that he's now working as a member of Team Grey. He also reveals that Heidi sent him a letter asking him to read it for Soo-in. Heidi's message says she's glad to have Soo-in as a host and to have failed to take over her brain. Before leaving, Kang Woo points out Team Grey would be happy to have her. Meanwhile, Jun Kyung meets with a mysterious Japanese man who claims to be a journalist and expert on parasites. He reaches out his hand for a handshake, but Jun Kyung doesn't take it because she sees something weird on it. This is Shinichi, the protagonist of the original comic. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the early 21st century on an alternate Earth, it's discovered that 4% of the population have special abilities. The government names them powers and asks them to register their abilities to keep an eye on them. At first they're very popular in the workforce, but after the Third Industrial Revolution, all powers become poor and persecuted by the police. Soon a crime syndicate begins illegally selling an upper known as psych, which is made from the spinal fluid of traffic powers. In response, the police start using huge drones and special robots called guardians to track them down. A powered man named Connor has the ability to use electricity and uses it to do temporary construction jobs while looking for something more permanent. Soon after he gets a gig at a construction site, the police come by to make sure no powers are being used. All the workers are lined up and asked to look at the sky so the drone can scan them, allowing them to discover which workers have powers. The cops tell the powers to leave and get a permit before they discover there's a warrant for one of the guys. The police try to arrest him, so the man shoots fire at them to try to escape. At that moment the drone drops a few guardians, who immediately shoot the guy to death. Meanwhile, another police squad is raiding a powered man's apartment. When a guardian brings the door down, the man uses his super strength to throw a disc at it, breaking its neck. Then the man tries to escape through the window, but Officer Park comes in and makes him stop at gunpoint. Afterward, the cops search the apartment and discover a room filled with powered people, who are being drained of their spinal fluid. There are also many bags of psych, linking the case to a crime lord named Marcus. Later, Connor visits his mother Mary at the grocery store she works at. Mary has a brain tumor, which sometimes causes her to lose control of her temperature powers. She accidentally destroys a sauce bottle and her boss yells at her, causing Connor to come in her defense and almost use his power. The boss immediately kicks them both out of his store. Later at home, Connor tells Mary to start chemo, but Mary reminds him they can't afford it. The next day, Connor sees a truck from Lincoln Power and his friend warns him they're part of Marcus' gang. However, Connor is desperate for money, so when the driver Garrett offers work for an electric, Connor accepts. Then he's taken to a chemical plant, where Garrett asks him to disable an electric fence. Connor first tries with a bolt cutter only to receive an electric shock, so next he uses his power to overload the fence. Then Maddie melts the lock with her fire and the group finally gets inside. They start loading chemical barrels onto the truck, but soon they're found by a guard, who tries to call for backup. With his telekinetic power, Garrett takes away the radio, causing the guard to surrender and swear he didn't see anything. Unfortunately, when the group leaves, the police still get an alert and every officer on patrol is told to look for a red van. Garrett stops the vehicle under a bridge and the group removes the red sheet covering it, so now it looks white. When a police drone finds them, it quickly dismisses them because it's the wrong color. Afterward, they make it to a garage, where Rhino takes them through a secret passageway into a club. Crime lord Marcus is being scolded by Wesley for failing to pay lately. When Marcus tries to explain himself, Wesley tells him to read the mind of his associate Copperhead so he can see all the ways Copperhead knows how to kill someone. Then Wesley gives Marcus a week to pay and leaves. Next, Garrett introduces Connor to Marcus, who reads Connor's mind and agrees he should join their team. While Nia shows Connor around, Marcus informs Garrett that he can't pay for the chemicals because he must pay Wesley first and asks about Connor's powers, but Garrett thinks Connor still needs a little training. Marcus asks him to get him ready for their next job. Meanwhile, officers Park and Davis investigate the robbery and realize the chemicals were stolen to water down Marcus's psyche. They can tell electric and fire powers were used on the door, so they'll have to look up a list of people with those abilities. The next day, Connor chooses Garrett again over a construction job. To test Connor's abilities, Garrett asks him to short a car's alarm, which he activates by slamming his fist on it. Connor concentrates and uses his powers to turn it off, then Garrett announces it's time to train. They start with a simple exercise. Connor must light a bulb. Because he lacks control, Connor breaks it, so he must keep practicing and breaking bulbs until he gets it right. As days pass, Connor is given some chores like collecting money from the dealers by using his powers to keep them away or force them to pay. He keeps practicing in his free time and eventually he manages to light multiple bulbs at the same time. When a dealer tries to defend himself with his own electrical bodyguard, Connor is capable of taking the shock with no pain and quickly shooting the guy down. Feeling confident, Connor decides to visit his mom's boss and threatens him into treating Mary better. Afterward, he goes home and informs Mary that he's finally got a permanent job. Outside, Park and Davis watch Connor, including him in the list of suspects. The next day, Connor and Garrett go to a bank to gather information about the routine and the security cameras, concluding they'll have 5 minutes to pull off the heist because the police drones arrive in 7. Meanwhile, Mary goes to work and is shocked by how nicely her boss is acting towards her. Sometime later, Garrett's gang storms into the bank, knocking out all the guards before holding everyone present hostage at gunpoint. Connor immediately rushes to the vault and cuts the power so the bank can't lock it remotely. The alarm goes off while they ask an employee to open the vault manually, only to discover that most of the money is already gone. The team takes whatever is left and runs outside, where the drones are already waiting with some guardians. Connor quickly hits them with his powers and makes them crash to the ground, allowing them to escape easily. Then the gang goes to see Marcus, who isn't happy to hear they couldn't get all the money. As he and Garrett argue, Copperhead suddenly shows up and tries to shoot Marcus, only for Rhino to block the bullets with his extremely hard body. Copperhead tries shooting Nia instead, so Connor disarms her with an electric shot. Next, Copperhead attacks him with a knife and wounds his arm. Thus, Rhino repeatedly shoots at her until she's dead. Afterward, Connor finds Nia while she's consuming psych. She notices Connor was wounded during the fight and immediately heals it while explaining that she keeps working for Marcus because she owes him. Later, when Connor gets home, Mary asks Connor about the money he hid in his drawer, confessing she called the place Connor said he was working at, but they never heard of him there. Connor tries to explain he's chosen crime for her sake, but suddenly Mary loses control of her power and collapses. She's immediately taken to the hospital and the doctor informs Connor that her tumor is pressing her brain against the skull, but Connor can't afford the necessary operation. When Connor leaves the hospital, Park and Davis are waiting for him to take him to the station. Connor denies being involved in any crimes, so the cops remind him that Marcus is a very vicious criminal and mention they'll be burning up $4 million worth of psych soon. Park points out they can help Connor with Mary's treatment if he shares some information about Marcus, but Davis interrupts him to provoke Connor by insulting his father. Furious, Connor insists they have the wrong person and the cops have no choice but to let him go because they don't have enough evidence. Garrett picks Connor up and takes him to see Marcus, who reads Connor's mind to confirm he didn't tell the cops anything. Then Connor mentions all the psych the police will be taking to the incineration site, asking for a deal. He helps him get the psych and in return Marcus will hand over Nia to him. Garrett also asks to become a partner instead of crew, and Marcus agrees. Sometime later, the gang gets their plan ready by putting a bunch of roadblocks up. Soon the armored van shows up followed by drones, which will have to fly back when they reach the no-fly zone. The roadblocks cause the van to take a different road, so Maddie and Freddy follows it in their car while Garrett drives a garbage truck to block it. As the driver yells at him and Garrett tries his best to stall, Connor charges his power up and blasts the van with a powerful shot of electricity that knocks down the Guardians. Then Garrett uses his telekinesis to keep the Guardians down so Connor can short their circuits. Freddy and Maddie soon join them and help them disable the Guardians until there's no robot left standing. Next, Maddie burns a hole in the van and Freddy drops tear gas inside to make the cops get out. Because the van stops responding, the drones decide to enter the no-fly zone. Maddie takes the sight cases and hands them to Rhino, whose men begin shooting the guards. Rhino shoots Maddie as well before he and his gang turn to shoot the others, and Garrett has to move Freddy with telekinesis to save him. Then Rhino leaves with the psych, leaving 2 men to kill Garrett's group. At that moment more Guardians arrive and the gangsters have to defend themselves from them, which allows Garrett, Freddy, and Connor to run away. Normal bullets can't hurt the Guardians, who kill Rhino's guys in seconds. As the trio runs, Freddy is hit by a stray bullet and Garrett has to carry him to the car. Unfortunately, Freddy doesn't make it, and while they escape, Connor blames Garrett for everything, saying Marcus betrayed them because Garrett asked for too much. Meanwhile, Rhino takes the psych to Marcus, who says he can't let Nia leave because her father still owes him money. Afterward, Connor visits his mom and promises he'll get her the treatment, but Mary thinks it's time for him to let go. Later, Connor meets with Park at a diner to ask for the deal, promising to turn himself in but wanting the cops to get Marcus first. At the bar, Marcus starts coughing pretty badly and asks Nia to heal him. Suddenly, the police shut the bar's power down and storm in to open fire on them, so Marcus escapes with Nia and Rhino through the passage that takes them to the garage. However, Garrett is waiting for them and shoots Marcus in the chest. Rhino immediately fires back only for Garrett to disarm him with his telekinesis before opening fire on him. Garrett's bullets unfortunately do nothing and Rhino starts to charge after him, so Garrett uses his power to slow him down. At that moment, Connor arrives and hits Rhino with an electricity blast. Rhino grabs Connor and slams him on a table, and Connor retaliates by using as much charge as possible on him, but sadly his power isn't strong enough. Then Rhino begins strangling Connor, so Garrett uses a sharp tool to stab him in the eye, allowing Connor to finally finish him with a shot of electricity through the head. Meanwhile, Marcus threatens Nia as he asks her to heal him, but when Nia comes closer she takes his gun. Then Garrett uses his power to finally kill Marcus and take the gun from Nia, which he gives to Connor as he tells him to take what he wants. At that moment, Nia reveals she has a wound matching Connor's from the other day, explaining her body absorbs the injuries she heals. If she cures Mary, she'll die of cancer instead. Connor ignores this and takes Nia to the hospital at gunpoint, but when Nia is about to heal Mary, Connor notices she's in pain and stops her. When Mary wakes up, Connor holds her hand and watches her die. Later, Park and Davis find Marcus' body in the garage. Connor gives his van to Nia so she can escape, then he turns himself over to the cops and is sent to prison. After such a mess, the government forbids any use of powers in the city. 5 years later, Tarek is in need of money to support his little sister Pavina's education. He works selling psych for Garrett and one afternoon Tarek approaches him to show he's been practicing his camouflage powers, hoping it could get him a raise. However, Garrett refuses and a gang member pushes Tarek away. Afterward, Garrett goes to see a presentation by Police Sergeant Kingston, who is showing the locals the latest K9 units. Lately, people have been complaining about how aggressive Guardians are and how many powers they killed, so this is the friendly solution. The K9s will jump on a person if they see them armed, however they'll immediately back away if the person raises their hands. Pavina is also watching the presentation and her eyes glow as she looks into the robot dog. That night, Garrett sends one of his men to drop the bribe money in the usual hiding spot. Tarek follows him and after the guy is gone, he takes the money for himself. At that moment Kingston arrives, so Tarek rushes to hide while Kingston gets furious over the missing money. Kingston makes his men search the area so Tarek uses his powers to hide, but an officer still manages to notice the shape of his face and Tarek has to run away. At the same time, Pavina notices her brother hasn't come home yet and goes looking for him. The officers send a K9 after Tarek and a desperate chase ensues. After lots of running, Tarek hides inside an abandoned building and when the K9 gets closer, he uses his powers to pass off as a pile of fabric. Thankfully, the K9 scanner doesn't notice the difference and the robot soon goes away, allowing Tarek to escape. However, when Tarek is about to get home, the K9 finds him again. Terrified, Tarek raises his hands and the dog sits, but the cops see this through the robot's cameras and make it inject Tarek with a special poison that kills powers. Tarek wiggles in pain until he dies right as Pavina arrives to see everything. She calls out her brother's name and the dog goes after her, but when she screams, the camera goes black. In the morning at the police station, Kingston checks on the K9 that was taken down last night, but the IT guy has no idea what happened. His only clue is the last second of the recording, which shows a young girl. Multiple officers are immediately sent out to find her. Meanwhile, it's shown that Connor has gotten out of jail and been living a very boring routine as a janitor at the community center without using his powers. When he goes out to take out the trash, he discovers the lock in the back shed has been broken. He checks inside and finds a terrified Pavina, who throws trash at him. Connor swears he won't hurt her and manages to get her inside, where his boss Mina comforts her and gets her to share what happened. Suddenly an officer starts knocking on the door, so Mina goes to distract him while Connor escapes with Pavina through the back door. As Mina argues with the cop and closes the door in his face, Connor and Pavina find the road blocked by more cops and take an alternate route, only to end up on a security camera. Connor takes Pavina to his apartment and they learn on the news that the cops are saying Tarek died of overdose. Pavina gets furious as she calls out the lie, causing her powers to go crazy and start affecting the television. Connor has to turn it off before something could explode. At that moment, Pavina picks up radio signals and announces the cops are getting closer. Soon the officers enter the building with a K9, only to find Connor's apartment empty. He and Pavina have been hiding in another apartment, and as soon as the coast is clear, they try to run away. Unfortunately, when they make it outside, two guardians jump out of a drone and land in front of them. Connor immediately uses his electrical powers to shoot a robot down, but he hadn't done this in so long that it leaves him very weak. A voice from the drone tells them they're arrested, causing Pavina to activate her powers again and make all the drone systems fail so she can run away with Connor. Seeing no other choice, Connor meets with Garrett and asks for the favor he owes him. Connor wants a new ID, cash, and a safe place for a secret friend of his, but Garrett immediately reveals he knows everything about Pavina and what happened with the cops. He explains he has a deal with Kingston. The cops get some money from his sales, and in exchange the gang gets to operate freely. Connor is using this to keep the community safe and pay the donors properly. This way they won't be hunted down. Then Connor agrees to help with all the fake paperwork, but he also points out that Pavina must forget what she saw or the police will never leave them alone. At first Pavina refuses, but Connor explains this is their only chance to survive. Afterward the group goes to see a woman who has the power to delete people's memories. When Pavina touches her hands, the woman's eyes go black and she starts to work on Pavina's mind. At first she only deletes the memory of Tarek's death, but soon she starts moving into all other memories that involve Tarek. Pavina immediately protests because it isn't what they agreed on and Connor tries to stop the process, but the gang holds him down while it's explained that any lingering thought of Tarek could bring the others back. That's why he should be completely erased. A furious Pavina refuses to lose the memories of her beloved brother and starts fighting back against the woman's power to block her. At the same time, a gang member with flame powers tries to burn Connor, but he manages to hit the guy's arm and make him shoot at a pipe on the ceiling instead. Now there's water falling everywhere and Connor uses it as a conductor to knock the whole gang down with his electricity. Afterward Connor and Pavina go to Mina, who agrees to take them away in her car. Her license plate is found by the police drone and they get suspicious considering how she treated the cop earlier, so they send men after her. Soon Mina's car is surrounded by Garrett and his gang and when they try to take another road, the car gets stuck in a bunch of rocks under a bridge. Connor immediately uses his electrical powers to shoot a robot down, but he hadn't done this in so long that it leaves him very weak. Nearby two guardians record everything for the cops, who want this done quickly before someone else sees another case of police brutality. Garrett has orders to shoot Pavina, but Connor puts himself between them and Garrett can't bring himself to shoot him. Time runs out and the guardians open fire, quickly killing a bunch of gang members while everyone else runs to hide. Garrett receives a bullet that wounds him severely and another shot hits Mina, who just removes the bullet with her hand because her power is thick skin. A gang member tries to save one of her friends, only to get killed as well. Then Garrett uses his power to take a mirror from the car, but the guardians shoot it down too. Desperate, he tells Connor they have no choice but to work together to survive. Mina agrees and tells Connor and Pavina to leave while she steps out to act as a distraction and Garrett brings up some rocks to use as a shield. Both men and Pavina run to Garrett's car and manage to escape while Mina keeps getting shot over and over until she falls. By the time Kingston arrives, Mina is still alive thanks to her thick skin, but she doesn't have long. Kingston offers her medical attention in exchange for information, but Mina responds by spitting on his face before dying. In the evening, the trio makes it to the abandoned orphanage where Garrett grew up. Connor and Pavina hold Garrett down so he can use his powers to remove the bullet from his chest. While having a snack, Connor tells Pavina that they should head to the border, but Pavina is tired of running. The next morning they're found by Davis, who explains that bringing down Kingston is impossible because he has too much power in the force. Pavina explains she could use her ability to access the recording of all the corruption and put it on national television. She just needs one of the K9s. Davis remembers Kingston has his own robot dog at home, so the guys make a plan to reach it. A few hours later, Garrett and Connor show up at Kingston's house pretending to be union reps from the police who want to show their support to the sergeant. Kingston's wife Stephanie doesn't know anything about her husband's shady business and gladly lets them in. When Kingston arrives, Pavina watches from the car how he leaves his K9 in the garage. As soon as he makes it inside he can tell this is a trap, but he can't say anything in front of Stephanie and lets the guys interview him as if they were old friends. Meanwhile, Pavina uses her power to open the garage door and reach the dog. As soon as she touches it, the K9 activates and alerts the police IT guy, who tries to call Kingston to warn him. When his cell phone rings, Garrett subtly uses his powers to nudge a knife on the table, silently warning Kingston not to pick up the call. The technician tries the house phone next, so Stephanie goes to take the call while Connor pretends to go to the bathroom. As soon as they're left alone, Kingston reveals he also has telekinetic powers and tries to throw the knife at Garrett, who immediately blocks it. Both men push their powers against each other's, but since Kingston hadn't used them in a while, he lost practice and Garrett easily wins, making the knife drop. In the garage, Connor guides a very scared Pavina so she can concentrate on her powers and get what they need. Then Stephanie comes back and tells Kingston he has an urgent warning about his dog, so Garrett decides to leave while still playing nice. Afterward, Kingston rushes to his garage and discovers his K9 is gone, so he orders all his men to search for it. The trio leaves with the robot in the car and Pavina confirms she can see all the recordings. Garrett takes them to a safe apartment promising a computer they can use, however they find a bunch of gang members instead because Garrett has betrayed them again. Furious, Connor tries to attack Garrett, who brings him down first with his power. It turns out Garrett wants the information to control Kingston and keep having the leadership of the neighborhood and the psych business. Next, Garrett uses his power to tear off the dog's head and gives it to a gang member, telling him to guard it with his life. When Kingston and his men arrive, Garrett meets them outside and shows them the robot's body, threatening to release the information if his people aren't left alone. However, Kingston responds by stabbing Garrett and cuffing him before sending his man and another K9 into the building. In the apartment, the group notices that reporters are already arriving in the area and Pavina points out they can still pull off her plan, so Connor convinces the guy to give him the robot head. At that moment, a K9 unlocks the door and the cops burst in, so Connor tries shooting electricity at them, but unfortunately their shields have been modified to absorb it. The officers immediately open fire, so Connor runs away with Pavina while the gang members fight back with a variety of powers, including telekinesis and flames that create a fiery barrier between them and the cops. Sadly, the K9 quickly puts the fire out and the cops attack again, causing a fierce fight to ensue. Thanks to their powers and excellent teamwork, they manage to bring down the cops one by one. However, when a man with super strength tries to attack Kingston, he stops him with his own power and shoots him in the head. Meanwhile, Connor and Pavina make it to the corridor, where they're approached by a K9. Connor keeps shooting electricity at it, but it isn't enough to stop it, and the robot tackles him to the ground to try to inject him with the poison. A desperate Connor unleashes all his power to hit the dog, causing the power to go out as well. When the emergency lights activate, Connor sees the K9 is frozen and thinks he's won. However, the robot suddenly moves and starts injecting him. As the poison slowly goes into Connor's body, Pavina comes over and concentrates until she can take control of the robot, making it stop. Connor doesn't die, but he's weak by the little poison he's received. At that moment, the IT guy appears in the elevator with another K9, so Pavina sends the first one out to fight, easily destroying the new arrival in a quick move. Terrified, the cop opens fire, but bullets do nothing and the K9 tackles him to the floor, cutting his fingers to disarm him. When Connor finally stands up, he discovers a stray bullet has hit Pavina and she's heavily bleeding. While more cops enter the apartment and manage to overpower the gang members, Connor picks up Pavina and takes her outside, but he's too weak to keep going and puts the girl down on the ground. At that moment, they see the reporters nearby and Connor asks them to come closer. The police try to send another K9 after him. However, Garrett uses his telekinesis to fold it into a useless metal ball. Suddenly, Davis finally arrives and makes all the cops step back, allowing the reporters to reach the duo. With her last energy, Pavina touches both the robot head and the camera to transmit Kingston's corruption to the whole country. At home, Stephanie is devastated to see the truth about her husband. Kingston comes out of the building and tries to shoot Pavina. However, Garrett controls his hand and keeps him at gunpoint, giving Davis time to approach Kingston and arrest him. With their goal achieved, Connor and Pavina pass out. 3 months later, Kingston is being investigated and the reporters start to follow the trail of corruption into higher positions. Garrett is in jail and watches the news with satisfaction. Connor returns to his janitor job and opens the youth center for all the children in the neighborhood, including a recovered Pavina who thanks him for everything. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. After escaping a planet with an alien nest, the spacecraft Silico drifts through space while its crew is frozen in hypersleep. Unfortunately, there's a stowaway alien egg on the ship that soon hatches and causes an electrical fire. While the alien attaches itself to one of the crew members, the automated systems send all the cryotubes into an escape pod and eject it into outer space. The vehicle's navigation system takes it to the nearest planet called Fiorina 161, an all-male exile colony populated by only the most dangerous criminals and owned by the same company behind the ship. The inmates find the pod and discover Ripley is still alive, so they take her to the infirmary. Dr. Clemens takes care of her and gives her an injection that helps her with the pain. He also shares bad news. She's the only survivor from the crash. The other two humans died and the android was damaged beyond repair. Meanwhile, the inmates use a crane to take the destroyed ship into the building. Their dog Spike takes the chance to look inside and begins barking when he sees the alien, which is gone unnoticed by the locals. Afterward, Warden Andrews announces to the prisoners that they now have a woman in the building. Some of the men point out this will bring trouble, but Andrew assures them he's already talked to the company and asked for a rescue ship. Ripley is left under the care of Clemens with strict orders of not leaving the infirmary until the ship comes for her. Meanwhile, Murphy checks on Spike and is shocked to see the poor dog has a bunch of wounds on his head, which is strange because none of the prisoners would dare hurt him. Once Ripley is feeling better, she demands to see the wreckage, so Clemens takes her there while explaining how each person died. The little girl died in her sleep, but Ripley notices a scorching mark on the side of the cryotube. Remembering the aliens have acid for blood, she gets suspicious and asks to see the girl's body. Next they go to the morgue and Ripley begins inspecting the little girl's body, wanting to be sure she doesn't have an alien inside. Then she demands an autopsy under the excuse of a possible infection, so a suspicious Clemens opens the body up. To Ripley's relief, the girl did die of drowning and there are no signs of alien life. At that moment Andrews comes in and scolds Ripley for leaving the infirmary, but Ripley distracts him by asking him to burn the bodies using the infection excuse. Moments later, the bodies from the ship are cremated and inmate Dylan offers a very heartfelt eulogy. At the same time, in another room, Spike starts convulsing and suddenly explodes as an alien comes out of his body to then run and hide somewhere in the building. Afterward, Ripley washes up and shaves her head because it's prison policy. Then she goes to the mess hall and tries to thank Dylan for his eulogy, but Dylan warns her not to befriend him because he's done horrible things to women in the past. Ripley sits down and has lunch with him anyway. Later, Ripley asks Clemens how he ended up being a prison doctor and if he committed a crime because he also has a barcode on his skin like the inmates. Clemens dodges the question and in return asks about the real reason for the autopsy. To distract him, Ripley flirts with him and they end up doing the dirty. In the meantime, Murphy is working in an isolated tunnel when he finds a shed skin. Suddenly he hears a noise and thinks it's Spike, but when he takes a closer look he's shocked to see the alien. The creature attacks by throwing acid at his face, causing Murphy to stumble back and fall into a gigantic fan that immediately destroys him. Soon Clemens is called to investigate Murphy's remains. Andrews thinks Murphy was distracted and came too close to the sucking fan, but Clemens concludes that the fan was blowing in Murphy's direction. He also finds a burn mark like the one Ripley saw on the hypersleep pod. Wanting answers, Clemens goes looking for Ripley and finds her searching the ship wreckage for the flight recorder. When he tells her about Murphy, Ripley begins to suspect there's an alien around and Clemens demands to hear the whole story, but before sharing that information Ripley wants to recover the remains of the android. Clemens tells her to go to the garbage dump, but he can't escort her because he has a meeting with Andrews. When Clemens meets with Andrews, he immediately gets scolded for letting Ripley wander alone. He also shares that they've received high-level communication from the company regarding Ripley, who apparently is extremely important for the higher-ups but Andrews doesn't know why. An argument ensues on how to proceed and Andrews tells Clemens to behave or he'll tell Ripley about his dark past. Meanwhile, Boggs, Rains, and Golik are on a survey assignment that has them placing candles to measure various tunnels and rooms in the building. However, some candles in the distance keep getting blown out. Assuming it's the wind, Rains goes to relight them only to find the now fully grown alien, which grabs Rains and begins biting him. Boggs and Golik hear screaming and run to check on their friend, but as soon as they see the creature they run back to the entrance. There they find Rains' dead body. Suddenly Boggs is attacked from above by the alien, which rips out his throat. The blood sprays on Golik, who after a moment of frozen shock runs away in panic. Back to Ripley, she searches the garbage dump and finds the remains of the android. When she tries to leave she's cornered by 3 prisoners, who quickly jump on her and bend her over, intending to take advantage of her. At that moment Dylan comes in and beats the inmates up with a piece of steel, threatening to re-educate them. Before leaving, Ripley punches one of her attackers in the face. Afterward, Ripley connects what's left of the android to a power supply in the infirmary and reactivates him. Using the android's system, she accesses the ship's flight recorder and learns that a fire caused their ejection from the ship and an alien traveled with them when they escaped the planet. This information has been shared with the network, so the company knows about it. The android is in great pain and asks for mercy, so Ripley permanently disconnects him. At that moment, Golik is dragged into the infirmary as he swears that he didn't kill anyone, a dragon did. Andrews and the others dismiss him as insane, but Dylan defends him, saying that Golik has never been a liar. Ripley overhears everything and comes out to confirm the story, but Andrews is still skeptical. They end up having a meeting in his office and Ripley shares everything she knows about the aliens. Unfortunately, Andrews reveals that aside from some knives and fire axes, there are no weapons in the prison. He also confines her to the infirmary until the rescue ship arrives, still not believing her story. Later in the infirmary, Ripley isn't feeling well and Clemens gives her another injection. Golik hears her and says she'll also die soon. To distract her, Clemens finally admits that he used to be a prisoner too, sentenced after a medicine addiction caused him to take a bad medical decision and several deaths. When the prison was turned into a lead shielding factory and the population reduced, he decided to stay with the inmates, knowing no one else would hire him as a doctor ever again. Suddenly a shadow appears behind the curtain and the alien reveals itself, killing Clemens in seconds. Then it approaches Ripley and corners her against a wall, but after taking a close look, the alien steps back and leaves through the ceiling, taking Clemens' body with it. Ripley rushes to the mess hall, where Andrews is trying to form a search party for Boggs and Rains. She tells them the alien is here and Andrews doesn't believe her, but when he tries to shut her up, he's snatched from above by the alien, leaving the vent dripping with blood afterwards. After some initial panic, the prisoners gather in the assembly area and argue over who should take over as a leader. Ripley interrupts them to tell them what she knows about the aliens, although this one moves a little differently. The lack of weapons or a surveillance system makes planning difficult and Morse gets furious, blaming Ripley for bringing the alien to the prison. Dylan shuts him up and the group agrees to hear her out. Ripley asks for a floor plan and notices a large system of tunnels plus a toxic waste containment unit that can be completely sealed off. There are also barrels of highly combustible material behind a thick steel door. They decide to use that material to burn the alien out of the tunnels and force it into the containment unit to trap it indefinitely. Soon the inmates start making preparations by mopping the tunnel with the fuel. They also search for working batteries for the flashlight that will give the signal. Smoking is forbidden because even a small spark can trigger an explosion. While they work in the tunnels, they find areas with holes caused by the alien's acid. One of the inmates is taking a ladder and accidentally drops his flare, but he retrieves it before it can cause an accident. Unfortunately, this distraction gives the alien the chance to attack him by surprise. The flare falls and ignites the fuel, causing a huge explosion that starts a fire and kills various prisoners. Some men try to run away but the flames get on them anyway and burn them down. Ripley and Dylan save as many people as they can and eventually someone manages to start the sprinklers, but although the fire is gone now, the group is severely smaller. Afterward, the survivors move through the tunnels to collect the bodies. While the prisoners argue over what to do, Ripley begins feeling unwell, so she goes back to the wrecked ship to use the biomedical scanner. Aaron helps her handle the machine and after a quick scan, they're shocked to discover Ripley was impregnated by the alien. This explains why the alien didn't attack her, it's protecting its offspring. Then Ripley asks Aaron to send a message to the company, stating that the whole base has gone toxic and they should stay away. Aaron is confused because the rescue ship is their only hope, so Ripley explains that the company will take the alien to Earth to make weapons. When Aaron refuses to send the message, Ripley furiously shakes him, but she doesn't change his mind and decides to leave to search for the alien. At that moment, Aaron receives a message from the rescue ship saying they'll arrive in 2 hours and that the highest priority is to keep Ripley quarantined. With a flashlight in hand, Ripley looks for the alien through dark corridors, following any strange noises. When she finally sees the creature, she attacks it with a rod, only to discover she mistook a rusty pipe for the alien's head and the noise came from the bugs inside. Suddenly the alien appears right behind Ripley. Moments later, Dylan is startled by a presence, but it's just Ripley. She explains she searched for the alien and didn't attack her because of her pregnancy. She also realizes that the shape she saw on the scan is a queen, meaning her alien baby can make thousands more. Ripley asks Dylan to end things for her since she won't survive the birth anyway, so Dylan gets ready to kill her. However, at the last second he changes his mind and points out that Ripley's immunity can be used to their advantage. Ripley agrees to fight but makes Dylan promise he'll end things after they defeat the alien. Afterward, Dylan gathers the inmates and Ripley explains the company thought her old crew and even Marines were expendable, so the chance they'll let criminals live is zero. Everyone agrees to fight and come up with a plan. Some men will serve as bait and guide the alien to the corridors of the lead works, closing off all the entrances until the alien is forced into the mold. While everyone gets the doors and switches ready, Aaron sneaks away. Dylan explains to Ripley the structure is old and hasn't been used for 5 years, so some parts may not work. This means they only have one chance to do this right. Morse tries to close the last door but it isn't working, and soon the alien attacks an inmate to kill him. Another prisoner sees this and gets the creature's attention to trigger the chase. As they run through the corridors, the others close the doors to force the alien into the right path. However, the maze-like design of the area confuses everyone and they aren't sure what doors to close anymore, not to mention the alien breaking the window of one of them. After they lose track of the creature, an inmate goes looking for it and gets its attention again with a flare. The chase restarts and although they keep on closing doors, 2 more guys get killed. A guy panics and almost activates the piston too soon, but Ripley stops him just in time. Outside, the ship with the company workers finally lands and Aaron receives them, telling them that Ripley is in the furnace area. The group makes their way inside while carrying a huge steel cage. Then Dylan enters the tunnels and finds the alien killing another prisoner, so he drags the body away from the creature's clutches and drops him near the mold as bait. The alien comes closer and a prisoner activates the piston. However, the alien realizes it's a trap and drags the body back into the tunnels without stepping into the mold. Now they have 5 minutes to bait the alien again before the piston shuts the mold off. The team runs through the corridors in different directions, trying to find the alien. While Ripley keeps on finding bodies, An inmate runs as fast as he can only for the alien to grab and kill him before he can enter the mold. In another corridor, Morse bumps into a prisoner and they both fall. While they laugh at the false scare, the alien uses the chance to kill the other man. Morse moves away from the alien while Ripley arrives with a flare and starts struggling with the alien, trying to force it to attack her. At that moment Dylan arrives and drags her away as she screams, so the alien follows them to protect its offspring. This finally makes the creature enter the mold and Morse closes the door to trap it. While Morse runs to the lead platform, Ripley tries to stay in the mold too, but Dylan pulls her away and promises to kill her later. The duo starts to climb out only to notice the alien is following them, so Dylan decides to stay in the mold to keep the alien there. While the alien attacks Dylan, Ripley climbs out and tells Morse to pour the hot lead into the mold, completely covering both the alien and Dylan. Thinking it's finally over, Morse celebrates, however the alien comes out of the mold and starts chasing after Ripley. She starts climbing a series of chains, but the alien climbs after her at great speed. At that moment Morse shouts to Ripley to remind her of the sprinkler system, so she jumps to activate it. The water falls on the alien and the sudden cooling causes cracks all over its body until it finally explodes. Then Ripley joins Morse on the platform, only to be suddenly surrounded by Aaron and the company employees. To Ripley's shock, she can see the same android from her last crew, but this guy is actually human and the designer that gave the androids his face. He swears they'll destroy the fetus after removing it from Ripley's body, but she doesn't believe him and closes the fence between the platform and the group. Morse tries to move away, but one of the guard soldiers immediately shoots him in the leg. Seeing Ripley was right, Aaron hits the designer in the back with a pipe, causing the soldiers to shoot him and kill him. Meanwhile Ripley asks Morse to help her one last time, and he moves the platform over the boiling furnace. Determined to end it all, Ripley falls off the platform. At that moment the alien bursts out of her chest, but Ripley holds tightly onto it and they both die as soon as they land in the flames. In the end, the scientists bandage Morse and take him with them. In the wreckage of the ship, Ripley's recording from her first adventure can be heard saying she's the last survivor. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the year 10,191, humanity can travel through space thanks to a valuable substance called spice, which is only found on a planet called Arrakis. The locals are known as freemen and are treated cruelly by the Empire because nobles have come to the planet to colonize and control the supply of spice. For many years the Harkonnen family was in charge of Arrakis, but one day the Emperor kicked the Harkonnens out and the Atreides family took over. However, the Harkonnens never stopped plotting revenge and eventually send an attack on Arrakis to regain the leadership of the planet. Most of the Atreides family is killed except for the son Paul and his mother Jessica, who escape to the desert and meet with the freemen. Jessica belongs to the Bene Gesserit, an organization that has secretly made up a prophecy that makes some freemen believe Paul may be the chosen one who will save them from the Empire. Paul proves himself in a fight and the freemen agree to take them to their town. However, everyone else in the universe thinks there are no members of the Atreides family left. The leader of the Harkonnen family, Vladimir, rewards his nephew Robin for completing the mission by putting him in control of the spice production on Arrakis. In the desert, Paul's group rushes to hide when they hear a spaceship drop a bunch of Harkonnen soldiers. They leave a body behind as bait and when the soldiers come closer, a thumper begins calling for the giant worms. The Harkonners hear the noise and guess the plan, so they fly to the nearest rock formation. At that moment an eclipse makes the sky dark and the freemen use the chance to shoot at the soldiers with their laser weapons from afar. One of the soldiers comes down to check on the fallen bodies, so Paul rushes to steal a blade and starts fighting the guy, showing off great skills before killing him. A second soldier appears behind Paul, but Jessica immediately beats him to death with a rock. Once the battle is over, the freemen extract all the water from the dead bodies. Jessica suddenly throws up and the others think she's disgusted by the sight, but she's secretly pregnant. Then all the soldiers' bodies are piled up and the freemen call a giant worm to devour them. Meanwhile, Robin is told that he should move his troops away from freemen territories because they're losing too many men there. Furious, Robin begins beating up his assistant while yelling that they're losing men to rats. Eventually Paul's group reaches the freemen's town. Many people aren't happy to see Paul and are wary of him, but some locals believe the prophecy and bow to him. Stilgar tries to convince the council that Paul is the chosen one, but they don't take him seriously. Paul and Jessica are still given food, and the spice in the dish makes Paul have a vision he can't understand. Afterward, Jessica is called to watch the ritual in which they extract the water from the warrior Paul killed and add it to a lake in the cave. Stilgar explains that this is one of thousands of water caches created by the freemen to help terraform the planet. Then he reveals their Reverend Mother is dying and they would like Jessica to take her place. Jessica accepts for the sake of helping Paul. She's taken to a cave where the Reverend Mother touches her face while the freemen outside pray. Next, the freemen give the water of life to drink, explaining that the poison frees the soul and will kill her but will also help her see. Jessica takes a sip and immediately starts having a convulsion as the fetus inside her changes. As her eyes turn blue, the Reverend Mother realizes she's pregnant and calls the ritual a mistake. After the Reverend Mother dies, an argument ensues among the freemen. Some think it was a miracle that Jessica survived while pregnant and it proves the prophecy, while others thinks the prophecy is a lie created by the big families and that their savior shouldn't be an outsider. Paul interrupts the fight to explain his mother had been trained to survive poisons, so it wasn't a miracle. He also says he has no intentions to lead and that he only wants to fight beside them, but his humility only makes Stilgar more sure that he's the chosen one. When Jessica wakes up, she tells Paul that the baby can now talk to her and that he should drink the water too. Sometime later Paul is given a tent and some food to make a trip through the desert so he can learn the freeman's ways. Paul carefully walks on the sand but he isn't very good at it, so Chani joins him and teaches him how to improve his technique. She also teaches him many things about the desert and being a freeman, and as they start spending time together, they begin falling for each other. In town, Jessica continues to talk to her baby and begins planning how to make the non-believers change their minds. A few days later, a harvester appears in the desert to gather spice. The freemen come out from their hiding spots in the sand for a surprise attack, killing a bunch of soldiers while moving expertly on the sand, which gives them an advantage. The enemy has also brought an aircraft along that opens fire on them, so the freemen rush to take cover under the harvester. Chani and Paul come out and bring out 2 more soldiers, then Paul acts as bait to get the aircraft's attention on him and Chan brings it down with her laser gun. Now the way is open for more freemen to come out of hiding and shoot at the harvester at the same time, finally destroying it. That night the group celebrates their victory and finally accepts Paul as part of the freemen. They give him a warrior name and hug him as an official welcome. The next day Paul watches Stilgar ride a worm and takes off his family ring, accepting he isn't an Atreides anymore. Then Chani joins him and they share a kiss. For the next few months, the group keeps traveling together through the desert and bringing down any harvester they can find, slowly causing great losses to House Harkonnen. When Vladimir hears about all this trouble, he kills 2 assistants in fury. He calls Robin to his chambers and informs him that if they keep on failing, the Emperor will take spice out of their control. Robin must make things right or he'll be punished. Back to Paul, he wakes up from another nightmare. He tries to share it with Chani but he doesn't remember much. He sees himself following a woman into war while hundreds of people die around them. Chani tells him weird dreams are just a consequence of being exposed to spice for so long. Afterward Paul gets ready for the freeman's rite of passage, which consists of summoning and riding a sandworm. Paul tests the sand on a few spots until he finds the perfect place and puts down a thumper. Soon a worm bigger than usual appears, yet Paul isn't afraid. He jumps on top of it and using some hooks, he manages to hold onto the worm before he falls off. After some struggling, he gets on the right spot and connects the hook to start riding the worm properly, gaining the respect of the freemen. Everyone cheers for him but some of them also bow since this is also part of the prophecy. The news quickly reaches Jessica, who asks her followers to spread the word. She decides to travel to the south to gather followers there, but Paul doesn't go with her. When he says goodbye, he realizes she's the woman in his dreams. Sometime later the freemen attack a spice depot, which destroys 80% of the enemy's harvest. Furious, Robin gathers his troops and flies to the desert to look for the freemen. They can't see them anywhere, but Robin makes his men shoot down the rocky formation anyway, causing a huge explosion and a thick dust fog. Then Robin and his soldiers leave their ships and begin walking through the fog, giving the freemen the chance to surround them and start killing them one by one. Terrified, Robin and his men try to escape, however the freemen start shooting at the aircraft too. Robin barely manages to hold on and almost gets killed in the process, but a guard shoots the attacker off the ship and they get to escape. Meanwhile the Emperor is worried about the freemen gaining power and his daughter Princess Irulan advises him to let the conflict turn into a full war. Later in private, Irulan tells Reverend Mother Helen that she suspects the freemen's new prophet is Paul. Helen confirms it but tells her not to tell anyone, especially the Emperor, because if the great houses find out about the massacre of the Atreides family, her father could lose the throne. She's also making plans for the Emperor's nephew Fade to take over Arrakis. Speaking of Fade, he's getting ready for a fight and tests his new blade on a servant, quickly killing her yet still complaining about the sharpness. At the same time, his opponents are given a mysterious injection and it's revealed they're 3 prisoners from the Atreides family. Then Fade enters the arena, where Vladimir and thousands of people have come to watch his battle on his birthday. He kills 2 of 3 opponents in just a few seconds, but the third one wasn't given the poison and offers a fair fight. Fade realizes he's being tested, so he takes off his bond shield to show off and continues to fight the prisoner, telling the guards not to help him. His opponent tries his best but Fade is still a better warrior and Fade kills him as well, gaining an ovation from the crowd. Later that day Fade complains to Vladimir about the trick, but Vladimir tells him he passed the test and can have Arrakis. Vladimir also explains he plans to bring down the Emperor and wants Fade to take over. On his way out, he notices he's being followed by Margot, a member of the Bene Gesserit. Fade realizes he's seen her in his dreams and Margot manipulates him into following her to her room and they get dirty together. The next day Margot informs Helen and Irulan that the bloodline has been secured because she's pregnant with Fade's child, just as planned. At the same time Vladimir declares Fade the new governor of Arrakis. In the desert, a band of smugglers lands a harvester to gather some spice, but the Freemen immediately activate hidden mines and open fire to destroy all their equipment. Paul jumps on one of the smugglers, but he stops his attack when he notices it's Gurney, the War Master that used to work for his family. Paul tells the others not to attack anymore and reunites with his old friend with a hug. Afterward, Gurney and his men start traveling with Paul's group. Gurney tells Paul that he should use his power to control the Freemen and get revenge, but Paul is scared of doing so because his visions lead to a holy war with millions of deaths. Sometime later, Gurney reveals he knows where the Atreides family hid all their firepower. Paul starts seeing things different because all that power could help him get freedom for the Freemen. They tell the others and travel to the hidden cave, where only Paul's DNA can open the door. Inside they find 92 atomic warheads. In the meantime, Jessica arrives at the south and continues to spread the word about Paul's achievements. She also meets with the Maker Keeper, who shows her how the water of life is done. Inside a temple, the Keeper summons a baby sandworm that she drowns in a small lake to then extract its poison. When the poison is done, Jessica uses her power to force the Keeper to share the water with Paul when he comes, which is forbidden. Sometime later, Paul finds Chani staring at the sun and discovers her face is burned. Suddenly he wakes up and finds all the Freemen looking around because they can hear explosions. It turns out Fade is attacking their town, effectively bringing it down with heavy artillery shot from aircraft. When Robin arrives, he confronts his brother Fade for taking his place, but Fade quickly knocks him down and forces him to kiss his feet. Then Fade meets with a friend of Chani's who was captured during the attack, but since she refuses to share any information, she gets killed. Back to Paul's group, they rush back to their town to help the few people that managed to survive the attack. They receive a message from the south saying the leaders are gathering to discuss the situation, but Paul refuses to go because he's afraid of his visions. When he touches the sand, he has the same terrible visions again, but Chani convinces him they have no choice if they want to survive. The entire group rides a bunch of sandworms and finally make their way to the south. Paul enters the temple and the Keeper gives him the water of life, which he drinks without hesitation. He has a vision of his future sister standing on a beach and telling him the truth about their family. By the time the rest of the group arrives at the temple, Paul's vitals are so low that he looks dead. Chani is furious and tells Jessica she should fix it, but Jessica uses her power on Chani to force her to finish the ritual. Chani combines her tear with a small amount of the water of life, then she drops that liquid on Paul's lips to make him wake up. Everyone bows because they consider this a miracle, but Chani slaps Paul and then leaves in a huff. Afterward in private, Paul explains to Jessica he can see all the futures and understand the past. He's also seen his entire bloodline and learned that Jessica is Vladimir's daughter. Jessica claims she didn't know either until she drank the water. Paul announces that if they're Harkonnens then they shall fight as them, marking the beginning of Paul's descent from savior to tyrant. Paul then makes his way to the War Council, where all the Freemen are praying. Chani tries to tell them they're being manipulated by the prophecy and that this will end up badly, but nobody believes her. As Paul walks to the middle of the room, the locals discuss if Stilgar should die so Paul can take his place as a leader, but Paul yells at them for wanting to get rid of a fantastic warrior. Then he offers a grand speech, talking about himself as a prophet and surprising everyone by mentioning things from a random person's past he only knows thanks to the water. Everyone is impressed and falls to their knees again, accepting Paul as their leader for good. Then Paul puts on his father's ring again, calls himself the Duke of Arrakis, and promises to bring green paradise for the Freemen. Everyone except for Chani chants his name, ready to fight for him. Moments later, the Emperor receives a message from Paul challenging him for the throne. In private, Helen tells Irulan that her father will lose the throne no matter who prevails, but her family can remain in power if Irulan marries the victor. Sometime later, the Emperor's army arrives at Arrakis. Paul makes a plan with the Freemen and reminds them to capture the Emperor alive. Vladimir sees the arrival too and tells Fade to warn all the great houses. Soon the Emperor meets with Vladimir and his nephews to demand information, but since Vladimir knows nothing about what's happening in the south, the Emperor makes a guard punish him. At that moment the Freemen open fire, destroying the enemy shields thanks to the atomic warheads and causing sand to blow everywhere, providing cover. They also set up a bunch of thumpers to summon an army of worms, which they ride right into battle to kill hundreds of soldiers at the same time. Many Freemen come out of the sand as well, attacking from behind structure so the enemy is surrounded on all sides. The soldiers try to fight back but they aren't used to the desert and their loss is inevitable. Soon the Freemen make their way inside and Paul walks through the room without anyone reacting because they are protecting the Emperor. Paul finds Vladimir trying to crawl away, and after calling him grandfather, he kills him. On his way out, he tells the others to feed Vladimir's body to the desert and take everyone prisoner. For the next few hours, the battle carries on and the Freemen are clearly winning. Robin tries to escape, but Gurney finds him and challenges him, killing him in just a few seconds as revenge for losing his duke and friends. The battle ends that night and all the bodies are burned down except for Vladimir's, who is thrown in the sand. The next morning, Paul learns that the Great House's ships are above them, waiting to attack. He gets Gurney to send a warning, saying that if they don't honor his ascendancy and attack him, their warheads will obliterate the spice field. Then Paul announces he'll marry Irulan so they can rule together, but he wants the Emperor to answer for the massacre of his family. The Emperor refuses to negotiate, so he gives Fade his blade and chooses him to represent him in a fight. Paul calls Fade cousin and the duel begins. Both men are amazing warriors and the fight is pretty equal, but soon Fade knocks Paul down and mocks him while calling Cheney his pet. Refusing to give up, Paul attacks again, and in just a few moves Fade manages to stab him twice. However, this was a trick by Paul, who has made himself vulnerable to bring Fade close and stab him right in the heart, killing him. As the freemen chant Paul's name, Irulan has no choice but to accept the marriage and give Paul the throne. Paul extends his hand and forces the Emperor to kiss his ring, causing everyone to bow. Upset, Cheney leaves the room while Gurney informs them that the great houses have answered that they'll honor Paul. In the end, Paul orders Stilgar to take the freemen to paradise. Cheney doesn't join them and goes to the desert to escape on a worm. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the middle of a lake, Kevin suddenly resurfaces and swims out as it's revealed he isn't from this reality. He walks down the road and activates a bracelet to jump into another world, desperate to find his wife. This all started over a decade ago. Kevin loses his job at the bank, so he goes to a bar to drink and forget. Here he's approached by Molly, who was dared by her friends to talk to him. It starts as a prank, but the two quickly hit it off and start dating, eventually getting married and having a child. Unfortunately, the couple loses their son and this puts lots of strain on their marriage. Kevin is stuck in a desk job he hates, and Molly has become an alcoholic. One day, Kevin's boss gets tired of Kevin's attitude and tells him to take the rest of the day off, throwing a hint that he may be fired soon. Then Kevin gets stuck in traffic and calls Molly, which ends up in another argument. While he's distracted, a vehicle hits Kevin's car and he passes out. Moments later, Kevin wakes up and sees people running around the car on fire while a strange man checks on him, only to pass out again. A few more moments pass and this time Kevin wakes up in an alley with the same guy watching over him, who introduces himself as the benefactor. Kevin keeps on hearing a ringing in his ears and when he stands up, he's so dizzy he almost falls. He's about to pass out again so the benefactor punches him to snap him out of it. Once the ringing disappears, the benefactor says he has a job offer for Kevin, mentioning he may be unemployed soon. Kevin is creeped out by a stranger knowing this and tries to leave, but when he reaches the street, there isn't a single person or car around. Next, he thinks of calling Molly or the police, but the benefactor mentions it won't work and that this isn't the first time they've done this. Finally snapping, Kevin pushes the benefactor against the wall and demands to know where everyone went, but the benefactor says it's Kevin who has moved. Afterward, Kevin is dragged into a restaurant, where everyone including the owners and the waitress Tina seem to be scared of the benefactor. At that moment Kevin realizes that the benefactor is actually Satan, and when Tina brings the food, the benefactor makes her sit next to him by threatening her with a knife. The benefactor explains how each choice we make creates countless realities where a different option was chosen and that his power is to shift people, meaning he sends them to other universes. In the case of Kevin, he's brought him to this place and in exchange he sent Molly a husband that actually cares. The Molly of this reality was also sent away after Kevin gifted her a special necklace. Kevin refuses to believe any of this and asks for proof, so the benefactor uses a bracelet to send Tina into another dimension. Her parents fall to their knees in grief as a shocked Kevin steps away from the table. The benefactor insists he has a job offer for Kevin. In every reality he has a shifter to do his devil work while he's universe jumping, and he wants Kevin to be one of them. In fact, the Kevins of other realities have already accepted, and they have everything they want in their lives, they only had to sell their souls. The benefactor even offers Kevin to give him back a perfect Molly, however Kevin responds by praying. At first the benefactor finds it amusing, mentioning how God won't ever care, but eventually he becomes angry at being ignored and disappears. Feeling lost and confused, Kevin apologizes to Tina's family and goes to the street, where he starts learning more about this reality. This version of society is living under a totalitarian regime, and officers wearing futuristic armor patrol the streets. When some cops see Kevin, he gets scared and runs away. Time starts to pass and Kevin has to adapt to this new society and learn its history. War and hate took over this society to the point of almost destroying the world. One day the shifters showed up, working in secret to get rid of anyone they considered problematic like politicians, pastors, and soldiers. Millions of people disappeared and peace was restored until the benefactor came to this world as well, and the few remaining leaders gave him control. Now this world has no hope and no faith, also religion is illegal. It's been 5 years since Kevin was brought here. He's perpetually sick and known as the Kevin who refused, so he uses a fake name to work for a construction company. His only friend is Gabriel, who knows the truth about him. Kevin writes any Bible passages he can remember on a typewriter and distributes them through Gabriel in secret as a way to rebel against the no-praying law. In his free time, Kevin likes to help as many people as possible, wanting to make a better place out of this depressing city. Most of the world is destroyed by war and most people are poor while the benefactor's secret police rules the streets with brutality. By wandering around the city being kind, Kevin gets to see the little beautiful moments that remind him of Molly and keep up his faith in God. Unfortunately, sometimes those memories transform into nightmares that show him losing Molly and his son over and over. Kevin also likes to visit the theater to experience something called Vika viewing, which is a live feed showing the viewer alternate realities. The owner of the theater is Russo, who has been looking for his lost cat for 4 years. There's a chair in front of the screen, and Kevin sits with a remote control that allows them to change the reality he's seeing. His goal is to find where the benefactor has sent Molly. Most of the time he only gets to see how brutal other realities also are, but one afternoon, Kevin gets emotional when he finally sees Molly again. In that world, she's a single mother working as a nurse. Crying, Kevin tries to touch the screen, but the recording goes off, so he has to step back and respect the boundaries. Soon his time is over and he rushes to Russo to ask for more, but his schedule is fully booked, so Russo tells him to come back in a few days. On his way back home, Kevin sees lots of people protesting at the bridge because the cops won't allow anyone to cross into the south end. It turns out that the area has been scheduled for demolition, meaning many citizens will lose their homes. Suddenly a man jumps over the barrier and past the cops to reach the middle of the bridge, where he suddenly disappears, meaning he was a shifter. The crowd begins panicking and pushing back against the cops, causing the officers to throw gas bombs and open fire to get them all to leave. As everyone runs away, Kevin is cornered by a cop who almost shoots him, but Gabriel drags him away just in time. The duo hides inside an old factory and Gabriel tells Kevin that God has abandoned them. Afterward, Kevin goes to the grocery store, and while waiting in line, he sees a kid walk away from his mother. He immediately goes after him, but when he walks around the shelves, the kid is gone, which triggers awful memories of the time he and Molly lost their son in the supermarket. Thankfully, the boy appears again next to his mother, but Kevin can't help scolding the mother for not noticing the kid was gone. Everyone in the store looks at him as if he was crazy, so Kevin panics and runs away. As he runs through the streets, Kevin thinks again about the time he lost his son. He and Molly turned around for 2 seconds to say hello to some friends, and that was enough for their kid to disappear. They looked for him all over the building to no avail. Sometime later, the police informed the couple that they found the child's backpack but not him, so it was safe to assume he was dead. Afterward, Molly and Kevin fought all the time. Molly also drank a lot while Kevin escaped to a support group. One day he tried gifting Molly a necklace that said he lives as a symbol of hope, but Molly found it distasteful. She wanted Kevin to grieve with her and move on, but Kevin still thought there was a chance they could find their son. The ensuing argument caused them to separate. In the present, Kevin is grabbing some alcohol from a trash can when he's seen by his neighbor Rajit, who invites him to have dinner with his family. Kevin is having a very nice evening when suddenly Rajit reveals he knows Kevin's real name because he overheard Gabriel say it. Rajit also knows Kevin has been sharing Bible verses, so to thank him, he makes his girls sing a sweet little tune. Kevin is so touched by this ray of hope that he cries, and when Rajit asks him to teach the girls, Kevin immediately agrees. That evening, Kevin shares as many stories from the Bible as he can remember. After he's done, Rajit notices Kevin has a tattoo, and Kevin explains it represents an empty tomb. It happens to match the design of Molly's necklace. At that moment, a siren begins echoing through the city and people on the streets run to hide. Kevin and Rajit's family check the TV to watch an emergency broadcast announcing that the benefactor has returned. The mayor reminds the citizens that if the benefactor needs them for anything, they need to cooperate or the punishment will be death. Sometime later, Kevin returns to the theater and begins looking at the Mollys from different universes until he finds one wearing the necklace, meaning that's the one from his world who got shifted. An excited Kevin rushes to the control room to celebrate and ask for that universe's address code, and when Russo says he can't give it to him, Kevin gets rather aggressive. Russo immediately scolds him and explains he lost the connection when Kevin got off the chair, so he doesn't have the code. Kevin wants to try again, yet Russo refuses, saying that even if they manage to find the same Molly, which could take hours, the address is pointless if Kevin doesn't have the special bracelet, also known as Deviator. A desperate Kevin runs out until he finds Gabriel, dragging him into an alley to talk. Kevin wants Gabriel to get him a gun so he can go after the benefactor, but Gabriel reminds him weapons are illegal and trying to kill the devil is crazy. When Kevin gives him an envelope with more Bible stories and says these will be the last ones, Gabriel gives in and offers Kevin his own gun. The next day, Kevin tries to approach the area where the benefactor is visiting a restaurant to recruit his next shifter. The police have put up barriers on the streets, yet crowds are forming everywhere to see the benefactor, to the point some people get into fights over the closer spots. While the cops are busy dealing with those fights, Kevin sneaks around and runs into the restaurant to catch the benefactor. However, to his shock, he enters his motel room instead. Confused, Kevin steps outside and sees the front of the restaurant again, where the benefactor is dining with another version of him, meaning the door is a teleporting trap. At that moment, the police open fire on him and hurt Kevin's arm, so he rushes back in to hide. Whenever he peeks outside, he can see the cops waiting for him. Furious, Kevin drops the gun and starts destroying all the things in his room as he calls out God for testing him so much. When he falls to his knees to pray, the benefactor appears in the room and takes the gun before making Gabriel appear in the room too. Gabriel immediately denies knowing Kevin, so an amused benefactor makes the gun disappear and orders Gabriel to clean up the room. Then the benefactor gives a speech about how God doesn't care and offers Kevin the job again. Kevin replies by asking about his son, so the benefactor tells him to leave the room so Kevin can learn he isn't a good person. Kevin immediately rushes outside and finds the cops looking for him. Rajit tries to cover for him, only for the police to quickly shoot him down. Then the cops come after him, so Kevin runs back into the room and hides behind the bed. Gabriel doesn't move fast enough, and when the officers open fire from outside, Gabriel also gets killed. When his body falls, Kevin sees a deviator on his wrist, meaning he was a shifter all along. Kevin carefully sneaks around the bed and steals the deviator, pressing some random buttons to be teleported out of there. He appears in the middle of a desert and notices that the deviator isn't working very well, so he hits it until he jumps into another universe and lands in the middle of the lake. After swimming out, he activates the deviator again and appears inside a random room where he finds some supplies to take care of his wound. When he looks around, he discovers he's in an insane asylum and that the Tina of his world is there. The benefactor sent her to a reality where she doesn't exist, so she's seen as insane and kept with other crazy people. Kevin tries to follow her and finds another Gabriel, who begins chasing after him with open fire. Multiple Gabriels appear in the corridors thanks to his shifter abilities, but Kevin manages to lose them all by hiding in a room. Afterward, Kevin sneaks around and waits for Tina to be alone to approach her. At first she only speaks gibberish, but when she finally recognizes him, she freaks out and asks about her family, begging to be taken back. The guards immediately hold her down only to suddenly be shot by two Gabriels, who turn toward Kevin next. Fortunately, Kevin manages to activate the deviator and disappears. This time he appears in a reality with a Kevin who did accept the benefactor's job and is living with luxury and any woman he wants. Main Kevin tries sneaking around, but other Kevin finds him and points a gun at him, shooting at the ceiling to make him talk. As the women run away in fear, Main Kevin reveals his face and his deviator, so a furious other Kevin opens fire to try to take it from him. At that moment, Main Kevin manages to travel back to the depressing world and discovers the police has taken over the area. Luckily, Rajit is still alive, and before the ambulance takes him away, he gives his wife a drawing matching Kevin's tattoo plus the word hope. At that moment, a woman sees Kevin and alerts the cops, who immediately begin chasing him. Kevin runs as fast as he can and makes it to the theater, where he immediately grabs the remote to start looking for Molly. By some miracle, he finds his Molly on the first try, and Russo tells him the address code while the cops burst into the building. Using the deviator, Kevin disappears just in time. In another reality, Kevin finds his Molly, who doesn't want anything to do with him. Kevin tries to say he never gave up on them and that he's changed, but it's not enough for Molly, who has already moved on and only keeps the necklace as a memento. Suddenly someone drags Kevin away by the shoulder. It's the benefactor, who brings Kevin back to the theater. Another Gabriel shoots his deviator and the benefactor brings over Tina before admitting he did shift Kevin's son, causing a furious Kevin to try to attack him. The cops immediately hold him down and the benefactor makes a final offer. Kevin must choose between going back to Molly for good or sending Tina back to her family. As Kevin hesitates, Russo is shocked to finally find his cat again, which is the sign of hope Kevin has been waiting for from God. He chooses to send Tina back to her family, and as she reunites with her loved ones, the benefactor takes Gabriel's gun to try to shoot Kevin. At that moment, a miracle blesses Kevin for his choice and sends him to the reality where Molly is a single mother and nurse. Since he's been healed up and his ring is missing, Kevin approaches this Molly in the bar like the other her did to him the first time, and they immediately hit it off. They soon start dating and Kevin starts a new life here, saying it's not his world but it is his home. Eventually he marries this Molly and he becomes a father to her daughter. They also have a child of their own. Kevin is so happy with this new family that he believes God rewarded him with the double of what he lost. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 1904, the New York Fire Department arrives at the Manhattan Adventurers Society because of a room that is expelling a lot of smoke. However, when the firefighters arrive, the smoke is sucked back inside. One of the men touches the door and his hand begins to freeze, so his partners have to pull him away. Then the firefighters break the door down and are shocked to find dozens of frozen corpses and ice everywhere while an unknown language plays from a phonograph. Among the ice spikes, a mysterious figure in armor holds an orb containing an ancient evil. When the firefighters try to grab it, the orb opens and causes all the bodies to shatter. Inside the orb, a pair of eyes glow with malice. In the present, Callie, her boyfriend Gary, and her children Phoebe and Trevor have moved to New York from Somerville to become full-time Ghostbusters. Callie is the daughter of one of the old Ghostbuster team members, so it's become a family business. A terrifying ghost has escaped from the sewer and is causing trouble all over Manhattan, so the new team starts chasing it in the car as it hits other vehicles with manhole covers. A special seat is pulled out so Phoebe can shoot the proton blaster at the ghost, but the driving causes her to miss a lot and her shots end up damaging various buildings. Once they're close enough, Trevor releases a remote-controlled trap, but this is still not enough to catch the ghost, so a drone trap comes out next. Callie guides the drone toward the ghost and successfully captures it. The family celebrates and Gary gets distracted, causing him to lose control of the car and crash into a rack of city bicycles. People on the streets record everything with their phones and soon the team appears on the news. The damage they've caused is seen in a negative light, so Mayor Peck calls the team to his office to scold them for what they've done to the city and for bringing along Phoebe, who is still a minor. Afterward, the team returns to headquarters, which is the same office the old Ghostbusters used to work in. Remembering the mayor's threats, Callie and Gary decide that Phoebe should have a normal life and is kicked out of the team. Phoebe doesn't take it well, but her complaints are ignored. Then Gary and Callie put the ghost in their containment unit, which takes more effort than usual, but they don't know why. Thankfully, the light turns green, meaning the ghost is successfully contained. Meanwhile, Ray from the old Ghostbuster team and podcast have an online show. Using an horoscope, they measure the spiritual energy of everyday objects to try to find a connection to the afterlife. A woman brings a watch from her late husband, but Ray gets no readings and podcast just smashes it with a hammer. Later, when Phoebe comes to visit, she discovers that their shop has a bunch of little entities known as marshmallow men running around his room. She thinks they're cute, but podcast smashes one down as he explains they're a plague. Suddenly, Nadim enters the shop and the mere sight of his box sends all the marshmallow men running to hide in fear. The box has a bunch of family antiques that Nadim wants to sell and Ray is immediately curious about the orb, noticing the glyphs on it. He uses the horoscope on it, but the energy emitted by the orb causes a surge that breaks the device and triggers a short earthquake. A freezing energy can be seen moving through the street and eventually hitting the wall with the ghost container. Ray immediately buys the orb and Nadim leaves with the money as fast as possible, noticing the flame on a food cart outside suddenly growing larger than usual for no reason. At the Ghostbusters headquarters, Gary finds the damage on the wall and calls Janine, the secretary of the previous team, who promises to send an expert to check on this. Upstairs, Trevor notices some green slime leaking through the roof and goes to the attic to investigate. He finds a pile of empty food packaging that moves as something naps underneath, so he takes a closer look and is shocked to find Slimer, who jumps out, flies through Trevor, and escapes by passing through the wall. Sometime later, the team gets a ghost alert and leaves on a mission, but they refuse to take Phoebe. She ends up going to the park to play chess by herself, but suddenly the pieces start moving on their own. A ghost named Melody appears, and her shape looks flamey because she died in a fire. While they play, Melody admits she has very low chances of crossing over because she has unfinished business. The next day, parabiologist Lars comes to check on the damaged wall, and when the unit shakes they confirm the ghosts are trying to get out. Former Ghostbuster Winston brings the original design of the containment unit, which was created by Callie's late father. They conclude the unit is running out of space after 40 years of compiling spiritual waste. Winston also informs them that the blast that caused the earthquake created a rift which could potentially act as a gateway to the other side. Since obviously this building won't hold for long, Winston takes the team to a secret lab where he's keeping the Paranormal Research Center. All kinds of scientists gather here to study supernatural phenomena. Trevor gets to reunite with his friend Lucky, who is working there as well. Whenever Ray finds an item with supernatural energy, he sends it to the lab, and Lars puts them in a machine that separates the ghost from the object. Using the original design as a guide, they've also built a bigger container unit, so they'll have to start moving the ghost from headquarters by bringing them with traps. Not all the ghosts are kept in the unit, some of them are in special cells for further study. Phoebe is freaked out by a skull while Gary and Kelly step back when a ghost pukes at the glass. There's also a possessor that likes jumping from device to device. Later in the evening, the team gets another mission and leaves without Phoebe again. At that moment a second emergency call comes in, so Phoebe and Podcast go to take care of it behind the adults' backs. They make it to a restaurant and discover the ghost is Melody, so Phoebe doesn't dare to shoot. Melody immediately escapes and Phoebe reacts too late, causing the windows to break. Meanwhile in the lab, Lars and Lucky are working with Ray's objects. When it's the orb's turn, all the ghosts in the cells feel rather disturbed. The machine fails to remove the spirit and suddenly the lab goes through a power surge. Some cell windows break and the ghosts start moving to escape, but at that moment Lars fixes the power and everything goes back to normal. Then he grabs the orb, only for his hand to start freezing. Lars drops the orb right before he can lose his arm. Moments later, Melody visits Phoebe in her room. Phoebe shows her around and Melody almost touches the containment unit but stops just in time. Melody also keeps playing with some matches, so Phoebe explains that's the object that's anchoring her to this world. It turns out these matches started the fire that killed her family. In the lab, the orb sends out a freezing blast that hits the unit again and shuts down the power in the city. The blast moves near Melody, who says she's working as fast as she can but sounds hesitant about having to use Phoebe for the plan. The following day, Trevor puts down a trap in the attic and covers it with junk food before hiding with a proton blaster ready. Slimer comes out to eat, but before Trevor can shoot it, another earthquake hits the city. The team rushes to the containment unit and finds a huge hole in the wall plus frost all over the place. Afterward the team returns to the lab and learns that the orb is also freezing. Grabbing it with a tool, Lars shows the orb to the Marshmallow Men, who feel so attracted to it that they splash against the window. Apparently the orb can mind control ghosts. It also freezes certain devices when it gets too close. Desperate for more information, Lucky, Trevor, and Lars go to see Nadim, who shows them his grandmother's special room. There are lots of antiques there, like some weird horns in the armor from the beginning. Lars realizes that everything in the room is made out of brass, which can trap ghosts. When the trio uses the horoscope on Nadim, there's a strong reaction, so they bring him to the lab with them. After connecting Nadim to a machine, former Ghostbuster Peter starts asking some strange questions. Suddenly he throws a pen at Nadim, who gets angry and causes a nearby flame to grow bigger. As an argument ensues and Peter throws more pens, Nadim's anger grows and so does the flame, which means he has the power to manipulate fire. In the meantime, Podcast is reviewing the video he took at the lab and discovers a weird ancient language coming out of the orb. He, Phoebe, and Ray decide to consult an expert and leave on Ray's old bike. They go to the New York Public Library and talk to a scientist who translates the words from the video while showing them a carving on an old book. Centuries earlier, a power-mad king sought help from a powerful entity called Garaka, who had his own plans to bring a new ice age. Nadim's ancestors were a team known as the Fire Masters, who used their abilities to imprison Garaka in the orb and steal the horns that gave him his power. If Garaka becomes free, New York would experience the death chill, which kills people with a cold formed from chilling fear. The scientist also shows them some wax cylinders with old recordings, including one from the Manhattan Adventurers Society. That group used to love stealing relics and many years ago tried opening the orb, which killed them all. The group hears the recording and finds the same words from the video. Suddenly the cylinder starts shaking and jumps out of the machine to land in a trash bag, which starts going crazy around the library. The team starts following it and when Ray walks among the shelves, he's blocked by the same library ghost from the 80s. The group follows the ghost outside and finds it resting on the lion statue. Ray tries to reach for it, but suddenly the lion starts moving because the ghost left the bag to possess the statue instead. As people run away in panic, Phoebe gets a proton blaster from the bike and shoots the lion, causing it to explode. Moments later, Peck announces that he's shutting down the Ghostbusters, which has been his wish since the old days. Phoebe tries to protest, but Peck says it's either this or going to prison. In the evening, the team returns to headquarters and discovers all their equipment has been taken by the police. While Phoebe argues with her parents, Ray shows Nadim the damage on the containment room and tells him he's the next Fire Master, so he needs to start training to save the world. The first exercise is to move a flame from a lighter to a candle. As Nadim moves his hand, the flame moves as well, but it doesn't do much yet. Meanwhile, Phoebe goes to the park again and meets with Melody. The girls chat and get to bond, so Phoebe admits she would like to be a ghost, giving her an idea. They go to the lab and Phoebe enters the machine, then Melody activates it to temporarily separate her soul from her body. The procedure works, but Melody apologizes and looks sad. It turns out she's working for Garaka, who can't control living beings, only ghosts. Since he needs a living person to open the orb, now he can control Phoebe's ghost to make her say the words. The ghost is still connected to her body, so it repeats the words as well and the orb begins opening while Melody explains she had to do this because it's her only chance to see her family again. Soon the orb comes apart and a deep darkness takes over the room. Garaka appears and says he'll destroy the world while his power forces Phoebe's ghost back into her body. At that moment Lucky shows up and tries to fire a proton blast at Garaka, but he quickly freezes and shatters the stream before disappearing. While the rest of the team comes to free Phoebe, Garaka enters the shop in Nadim's building and freezes the clerk to death. Then he makes his way to Nadim's apartment, where he retrieves his horns. As soon as he puts them on, he regains his true form and all his power. Soon a dark cloud appears over the city and starts freezing the whole area, causing ice spikes to appear to destroy property and kill people without mercy. Both the old and new teams gather at headquarters to discuss ideas and Nadim shows off his training, but he still can only do the basics. Fortunately, Lars has some equipment in his van, so the team starts getting ready to fight while Lucky points out their weapons won't be enough considering what happened in the lab. Phoebe remembers that brass can trap ghosts and the orb was made with it, so she starts melting some brass to reinforce her blaster. On the roof, Trevor and Lucky see a tricycle rolling on its own on the deserted street, so they guess it's the possessor ghost that escaped from the lab and rush back inside. As the storm outside gets worse, the tricycle hits the door, causing it to blow out of its hinges. A red light that represents the possessor hits the Ghostbusters sign and makes it fall before going inside and possessing the car. The vehicle moves back and everyone jumps out of the way just in time. Lars goes into another room because he heard a noise, but it's one of the little ghosts from the lab, who shoots goo at his face. The red light soon leaves the car by possessing a paper plane, then it jumps into Lucky's proton pack. It raises the blaster and tries to shoot Trevor, but Gary pushes him away and Nadim uses his power to redirect the blast out the window. Podcast smashes the pack with his hammer and the ghost jumps out to possess a pizza, only to end up devoured by Slimer. At that moment the ice starts covering the headquarters building. Phoebe goes to the unit room and finds Melody, who swears she didn't want to hurt anybody and only wanted to see her family. Furious, Phoebe makes her see that nobody can help her move on, Melody has to find it in herself. Then Garaka finally arrives and blocks the front door with more ice spikes. As the building starts shaking and coming apart, the Ghostbusters shoot all their proton blasters at the same time, but Garaka freezes all the streams in seconds. Suddenly Nadim appears wearing the Fire Master armor and tries to use the lighter to summon a flame, but it's not working because he used all the fluid in training. Garaka grabs the lighter and destroys it before shooting a blast that creates a chasm in the floor and traps everyone with more ice spikes. Then Garaka says an incantation to release all the ghosts from the unit, which makes a huge energy blast to shoot up into the sky. All the ghosts from the unit escape and start terrorizing the city, but Phoebe can't see Melody anymore. She rushes upstairs and fires her blaster at Garaka, who can't freeze this reinforced energy, so he shoots Frost at Phoebe instead. The girl instantly freezes and Garaka tries to extract her soul, but at that moment Melody reappears and lights her last match. Now Nadim can create a fireball that he shoots at Garaka, and the strong heat melts the ice in the room, releasing everyone. Phoebe shoots her blaster again and has trouble standing still with so much power in her hands, so her family helps her hold it. While the combined effort of the reinforced blast and Nadim's fireball overpower Garaka, Podcast rushes to the car and releases the drone trap. However, the Marshmallow Men have also escaped the lab and mess with him, causing him to lose control of the trap and allowing Garaka to knock it down. The older Ghostbusters realize that since Garaka released all the ghosts, the containment unit is now empty. They run to the basement to activate it, and thanks to everyone working together, Garaka is dragged into the unit and the light turns green, confirming the bad guy has been successfully sealed. Afterward, Melody gives Phoebe her matchbox and says goodbye before finally moving on. The team comes out and discovers all the ice is melted. Perk appears to try to scold them again, but all the locals are showing their support and Perk has no choice but to play along, allowing the Ghostbusters to function for now. Now all the ghosts that Garaka released are loose in the city, so the team jumps back into action to start cleaning. On their way out, Phoebe calls Gary Dad for the first time. Some time later, when a truck driver stops at a gas station, the Marshmallow Men use the chance to steal away his vehicle. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. A spaceship on an important mission has crashed on the moon and the situation is dire. Oxygen levels are declining, engines are down, a crew member is hurt, and they're too far from the research station. When Dr. Song awakens, she falls from her seat and notices the water, which means there's a leak. She wants to fix it, but when she looks out, she discovers the spaceship is resting on the edge of a massive chasm. This all started a few weeks ago. The year is 2075 and Earth is going through a serious water shortage. Sea levels are falling, it never rains, and infant mortality rates have spiked as people desperately consume contaminated water. Food shortage keeps getting worse because vertical farms can't do enough, and having pets becomes illegal. The government establishes a supply regulation to control the situation, rationing water depending on social class. The most important citizens get gold cards with unlimited access. This has caused hundreds of riots from the lower classes. At the Environment for Human Survival Research Center, Song is working with plants and animals. She gets a visit from Section Chief Kim of the SAA, or Space and Aeronautics Division, asking her to join their mission. At first she refuses, but she changes her mind when she hears it's about the Balhi Lunar Station, where her sister died 5 years ago. Because of her death, the government compensated Song with a gold card. Song attends a meeting to learn the mission details and meet the crew. The Balhi station had to be closed because of a radiation leak 5 years ago, so now the new team has to retrieve some important samples in capsules to bring back to Earth for research. Once they land on the moon, they have 24 hours to complete the mission, and the capsules must be transported in low temperatures. If they have any damage, they need to be extra careful with them. The team isn't told the capsule's contents or their location, so it's all very suspicious. Moments before takeoff, the crew is shocked to learn the usual co-pilot has been replaced at the last second by a stranger named Lee. The spaceship leaves Earth and reaches orbit right on schedule, and their flying goes smoothly until they get closer to the moon. The alarm starts ringing and they learn that the docking system is having trouble, meaning the bolt won't last if they get into the landing orbit. Since they can't reach the SAA, they decide to release the landing module early. Unfortunately, the main engine won't ignite and they have to change to thrust controls, which don't work either. The spaceship crashes on the ground and slides down until it gets stuck upside down on the edge of a chasm. Back to the beginning, the crew suits up and tries to open the door, which causes the ship to slide down a little more. Some furniture starts falling and the crew dodges it, but it breaks a window instead. Song slips out and manages to hold on at the last second, and the others carefully grab her hand to bring her back inside. Afterward they get out only to watch the spaceship slide down and fall into the abyss. There's no communication with the SAA and the station is a little over 7 kilometers away, but considering the limited oxygen, they have no choice but to start walking toward Balhi. Moments later, Huang collapses because of his punctured lungs. His suit is out of water, but when the others try to give him some, Huang stops them and throws up blood before dying. The crew decides they'll pick up his body later when they get rescued and keep moving after leaving a vial of water in the guy's hand. By the time they make it to the station, their oxygen levels are at 1%, so they hurry inside on the verge of collapse and shut the airlock just in time. Then a flashback reveals Song in her old lab trying to decrypt a message left by her sister. An old conversation helps her guess the password is silent C in Latin, and once the message is decoded, it reads "Find Luna." Later she asked Wong about it and he explained that Luna is the data storage at Balhi Station. In the present, the crew recharges their oxygen supplies before going out to explore the station. Since it's dark, their first goal is to find the power supply. As they walk through the hallway, they're shocked to find a body on the ground. There have been many attempts to break out into the station since it was shut down, and the suit and weapon indicate the man is a mercenary, probably working for the resource mafia. A quick scan indicates he drowned, which doesn't make sense. As they continue to wander, the crew gets another surprise. The radiation levels are normal. Song is getting too suspicious of the government's lies and wants to do an autopsy on the mercenary to check for any potential danger they may encounter, but Captain Han orders her to keep moving. Eventually the team reaches the main hub and turns on the power. The communication system is still down, but the radiation levels are okay and there's plenty of oxygen, so they take off their helmets and activate the air filtration system in the rest of the base. Afterward they examine a map of the base and discover some red areas that require level 1 authorization and were closed because of the supposed radiation contamination. There are 3 storage areas and 8 gates, so Han decides to split the group into 3 teams. Han's team reaches storage 1 but the door won't open, so they have to force it by hand. They only get to open it a few inches before an arm falls through, and when they open it completely, they find all the bodies of the previous crew. They're in the same state as the mercenary, so they didn't die from radiation either. There are blood handprints on the walls indicating the crew tried to escape, but it seems the area was shut down in an emergency. This means the crew died after the shutdown and not before, as the government said. Afterward Han's team enters storage 1 and notices someone had already been there. There are some capsules on the ground but they're all empty. Song's team heads to storage 3, but they stop when they find a strange biosignature on the scanner. Since it's moving alone, it can't be a crew member, so Chief Gong decides to investigate and tells his teammates to wait. Since this is getting too weird, Lee tells Song that she was right to be suspicious and offers to cover for her while she heads off to the infirmary to find the medical records. As soon as she's gone, Lee enters storage 3 to discover the power isn't working here and the capsules are empty. He accidentally drops his flashlight and when he reaches under the furniture to retrieve it, something takes the flashlight away. After the initial shock, Lee tries again, only to find a capsule full of water. Meanwhile the team heading to storage 2 finds some creepy drawings on the ceiling. This storage door won't open either, so they have to hack the lock. Once inside, they discover that someone already searched the place and the remaining capsules are empty. There are bodies on the ground but this wasn't radiation death either because the levels are fine. When he looks more closely, Suchin realizes one of the bodies is holding a capsule. When he pulls it from the stiff fingers, he accidentally presses the body's chest and causes it to cough up a strange spore that enters Suchin's eyes. The capsule he grabbed is empty too, so the team begins heading back. On his way out, Suchin feels strange and water droplets can be seen moving under his skin as he starts hallucinating things like a starfish on the wall. Another flashback reveals that before the mission, Song had already been researching the Balhi station and noticed a weird sign. Later Kim surprised her by saying that the sign wasn't on the door, it was on the floor. In the present, Song gets a message from Gong telling her that he lost the weird signal and is going back, so she has no choice but to return without finding the symbol. When she makes it to the storage, she finds Lee at the door and sees how suddenly something pulls him back into the room. Song immediately goes inside and discovers Lee being choked against the ceiling. Once he's dead, the mysterious entity drops Lee on the floor and takes the capsule away. When Song tries to take a closer look, the entity disappears. At that moment Gong returns and calls the rest of the crew. Dr. Hong inspects the body and discovers Lee has fractures all over, which matches Song's weird story. Han is still suspicious so he watches the footage from Song's body cam, confirming the existence of the strange entity. They move the furniture where it was hidden and discover a very long vent system, so they must decide if searching it. Meanwhile some crew members return to the main hub and Suchin suddenly starts vomiting water all over the floor, unable to stop. His teammates call the others and as Hong rushes back, she tells them to put on hazmat suits and stop the water. The teammates put Suchin on his back, but water still drips off the corners of his mouth. Soon Hong arrives and tilts his head back, causing the water to keep coming out. The doctor cuts Suchin's throat to insert a tube that makes the water spurt out like a fountain, then she takes a sample of his blood only to see it come out all watery. Water keeps coming out of the tube with no end in sight and eventually Suchin dies, drowning just like the bodies they found earlier. Once the filtration system clears the air, the team can take off the hazmat suits. Hong will do an autopsy of Lee's body and Song will check out the data storage, not caring about Han's refusal anymore. The other crew members want to quit because it's become too dangerous, but Han announces the mission is still on and takes some men with him to search for the entity while telling the rest to re-establish communications at any cost. Han's team enters the vents and finds the same creepy drawings on the walls. Suddenly their scanner finds a biosignal approaching them, however it seems to be in another part of the facility because it passes right over them. The team tries to follow the same direction and comes across a door, but it's locked. At that moment they get a call from the men in the main hub saying they made progress with the comms, so the team decides to go back. Meanwhile Suchin's body is taken to the infirmary, where Hong begins opening him up. Song checks the medical records, but they're all locked, so she goes to gather tissue samples from the other bodies. Minutes later while Song is working, she thinks she's found the body of her sister, but when she checks the tag she notices it's a different woman with the same surname. Afterward Song returns to the infirmary, where Hong confirms that the body was filled with water from the inside with no signs of external damage. Song mentions the other bodies had similar symptoms, and when she checks the samples, she discovers the previous crew were in perfect health when they died, with no signs of virus or bacteria. Not to mention Suchin's blood appears to hold a separate layer of something unrecognizable. Back to Han, he learns from the others that they need to fix the digital unit. Usually the elevator would take them there, but it's out of order so someone will have to climb down, which is very dangerous. Han volunteers to go, and when he stops by to inform the doctors, Song shares a theory. The creature didn't hurt her and is familiar with the internal base structure, so she thinks it may be a survivor. However, Han thinks it isn't possible. Afterward Song and Hong examine the vomited water and notice it's distilled. It seems the water itself could be the virus, probably extraterrestrial, and it could be the solution to the drought on Earth. It's not in the air, so something happened 5 years ago that made it spread among the old crew. At the chasm, Han starts carefully descending to reach the unit. Suddenly the elevator starts moving on its own and the computer controls are unable to stop it. Han holds on tight and moves out of the way just in time, so the elevator keeps going and disconnects Han's rope in the process. Then it crashes into the station, causing the power to go out only to return a second later. Then the crew begins lowering the rope again, but Han asks them to throw the whole thing off because the elevator is now falling. Moving quickly, Han connects the rope to one of the shafts and dodges the elevator again, but this time his body bounces against the metal and his oxygen system is damaged. After dreaming of his sick daughter back on Earth, Han decides to keep going instead of returning and successfully finds the unit. He quickly changes a panel so the team can reboot the system. Then he passes out. Thankfully, the crew quickly saves him and brings him back, but they have bad news. The comms still aren't working. The computer is completely functional, yet for some reason there's no signal. Suddenly they detect an unknown signal coming from Storage 3, so they go there to investigate. The room turns out to be empty, but when they check Lee's body, they find an old communicator indicating he's a rogue agent. Using this communicator, they manage to make the comms work and get in contact with Director Choi of the SAA. After Han updates her on everything, Choi orders him to concentrate on finding the intruder, and Han asks for the codes to access the restricted areas. He also points out Choi isn't surprised by anything he mentioned, so he suspects she knows more than she lets on. Meanwhile Song wanders around the station and finally finds the door with the sign on the floor, but she can't open it without the right code. She returns to the lab and decides to try a new test. She drops some blood on a sample of vomited water, and it immediately starts multiplying at an amazing speed. They immediately hit it with extinguishers and all the drops instantly freeze, confirming that the water can only multiply as long as its host is alive. Song rushes to see Han, announcing the sample they had to pick up has always been water and accusing Han of knowing everything. A flashback reveals what Kim and Choi told Han before the mission. Song's sister Won Kyung had found water on the moon, so the Belhi station was built to study it. Han tells the others of this and says he kept the secret to protect them from moles like Lee, but Song immediately corrects him. She points out the lunar water is what killed everyone because it can't be controlled, but the government is hiding that information because they probably want to commercialize it without caring about the consequences. Then in private Song tells Han that her sister wanted her to be there and asks him for the access codes. They go to the door with the symbol and after Han removes their body cams, he uses the code to finally open it. The walls are covered with the database, and on a hatch on the floor, they're shocked to see some leaves. When they open it, they discover a long tunnel covered with plants. Song and Han immediately bring the rest of the crew and they agree to go investigate. While E2 stays by the hatch to guard it, the others carefully climb down and find multiple storage rooms filled with plants. They also notice this area isn't on the map. Eventually they find a control room with tons of sample capsules, including a broken one on the floor from which all the plants grew out. The team begins gathering capsules to take back, and Han notices something moving among the vines. Other crew members notice something in the hallway only to suddenly scream and run away. The creature tears off E1's arm to steal his capsule, so Sun shoots it to make it drop the sample. The creature runs to hide in the vines and Hong approaches E1 to discover he's died. The others approach the vines and open fire when the creature moves, jumping and climbing around like a monkey. It doesn't stop moving until a stray bullet hits a bursting pipe, making the entity fall. The crew approaches the creature and they're shocked to see it's actually a young girl with a weird protuberance on her jaw and reptile eyes. When she sees them come closer, she quickly runs away and leaves through the upper tunnel, knocking out E2 in the process. The others try to follow her, only to discover that the sample she dropped before is broken and now the water is making contact with E1's blood, multiplying at a crazy speed. The crew rushes to retrieve the sample briefcase and runs to climb out while hearing an alarm go off in the control room. They pick up E2 and make sure to lock the hatch again before rushing to the infirmary. Afterward, Hong and Song operate on E2 because there's blood in his lungs, and Ryu has to donate some blood to help. Once he's left alone in the infirmary, Ryu reveals he also has an extra communicator and sends someone a message saying he has a sample. The mysterious person replies with orders to eliminate all witnesses. Then the crew discusses what happened and Song theorizes that the girl is trying to stop them from taking the water. Han calls Choi to confirm they have the samples and informs her the intruder is a young girl, but Choi tells him to kill her anyway. After she hangs up, Choi reveals that she has a picture with the girl from many years ago. Next, Han authorizes Song and Hong to go back into the tunnel to gather information while he returns to Storage 3. He goes inside the vent and this time he opens the door, allowing him to find the broken vent the girl used to move around and a bunch of blood stains. Han follows the blood while two of his men find another vent opening in a hallway, so they go inside and find an area not on the map. There are more bodies here and they start following the blood too, only to suddenly be startled when Han falls in front of them. It seems the girl has complete knowledge of the station and can move through it effortlessly. In the mysterious tunnel, Song and Hong access the database and Song admits that she had no idea her sister was on the lunar base until she was informed of her death. Won Kyung had called her once before the accident, but Song didn't pick up the call and now regrets it. When they finally breach the computer's security, they're shocked to see all data has been erased. The duo returns to the infirmary and finds Ryu taking the samples, pretending that he has orders from Han. Song gets suspicious and stops him, and when Ryu takes out his gun to kill them, they all step back when they see the girl at the door. Ryu tries shooting her, but the girl dodges all the shots and jumps on Ryu to knock him down. While the rest of the crew arrives, Song carefully shows she means no harm and puts down a capsule for the girl, who has a tag with the name of Song's sister. When the girl grabs the sample, Ryu destroys it with a shot, and the girl collapses as she has a seizure. Song notices the protuberances on her cheeks moving like gills, but the girl runs away because she can take a closer look. Afterward, Song puts away all the other capsules and tells the crew that the water can't kill the girl. Some crew members want to kill her but Song forbids it because the girl is the only chance they have to save humanity. Then Han calls Kim, who confirms Choi was the one who ordered the station to be shut down and not everyone in SAA agreed. He refuses to share more information. He only urges Han to work with Song to find the truth. When Kim leaves his office, he discovers some rioters have managed to break a storage wall and now everyone is rushing to collect water. Meanwhile, Ryu sends a message asking for support forces. He gets a call from his contact, revealing it's an American man who insists he should kill everyone and go to Gate 7. Ryu grabs all the samples and as he leaves, E2 wakes up and sees everything. E2 tries following Ryu, who immediately shoots him and hides all the evidence. Back to Han, he tells the others they'll lure the girl out to capture her alive. They find the girl's location with the scanner, and then Song stands in the middle of a hallway with a sample in her hands. Suddenly the girl comes out of the vents, so Song puts down the sample and begins walking away. Han closes the first gate and drags Song out so he can close the other one, causing the girl to run out and get her leg caught in the door. Song tries to help her and as the girl bites her, she reveals a tag on her neck that says Luna 073. When Song calls her that, the girl starts crying, and Han shoots her with a sedative. Then Song opens the door and rushes to comfort the poor girl. At that moment, Ryu activates closure for all the gates from the main terminal. Luna panics and rushes to escape through a vent, so Song grabs the sample and follows her right before the gate closes between her and the team. Hong is locked up in the infirmary and when she checks on the samples, she finds E2's body inside the freezer, so she informs the others. Sun runs to go through an entrance right before the gate comes down, so he starts making his way to the command center. Han and Gong manage to run through a few doors as well, but soon they also get stuck so they decide to take the vents. In the meantime, Song moves through the vents. Her map is broken and she can't contact the others, but Luna waits for her to show her the way. After lots of wandering, Song finds an office that Luna transformed into her personal hideout. There are drawings on the walls, a bunch of capsules, and pictures of the old crew including Won Kyung. Song shares some candy with Luna and after the girl falls asleep, Song finally finds the missing data brick. She connects it to a computer and watches a video called Water Response Test, in which the previous crew tested the lunar water on a fish. The little animal survived and the water filled a small tank. There's also a video called Luna and Song is horrified to discover the previous crew had done genetic experiments on human clones. Whenever a Luna died to another failed test, they would bring out a new one, making the number on her name go up with each test. The current Luna is the 73rd clone and the only one who survived. The next video is from Won Kyung, who explains she did all this to save humanity but isn't proud of it. Then Song injects Luna with the water sample, which instantly heals her wounds. At the same time, Hong escapes the infirmary through the vents and after wandering for a while, she's shocked to discover a storage with hundreds of Lunas in bags. She screams when someone touches her, but it's just Han. Together they find a door at the end of storage that takes them near to the control room, but they'll have to use the vents to access it. Meanwhile, Sun makes it to the command center, only for Ryu to welcome him with his gun out. Ryu pushes Sun and shoots him once before checking the map, allowing Sun to jump on him and disarm him to then start a fight. The men struggle for a while, and once Ryu manages to push Sun off, he retrieves his gun and shoots Sun again. Noticing he's fallen next to the suitcase, Sun retrieves a sample before he gets shot once more, causing the capsule to fall and break. Ryu locks Sun up and watches how the water starts multiplying with his blood. Sun gets infected, and after hallucinating a starfish, he starts throwing up huge amounts of water before drowning to death. Then Ryu tries to turn on the air filtration system, only to discover an anomaly in the pressure system. This is caused by the water in the plant rooms, which has spread and flooded the area. Ryu ignores the warning and opens the filtration system anyway, giving the water room to keep on growing. At that moment, Han and Hong drop down from the vent and find Sun's body but no Ryu in sight. Han immediately opens all the gates, and now the water has even more room to keep on expanding. Gong is still in the vents and eventually finds Luna's hideout. He wants to shoot the girl, but Song gets between them. When Gong informs Han, he also wants him to keep them alive and bring them over to the main hub. Afterward, Han finally finds Ryu and jumps on him, starting a fight. The men struggle to gain control of the gun and keep accidentally shooting it, creating holes in the ceiling. Eventually, Han manages to overpower Ryu and tries to choke him, but Ryu punches him and gets away as he accidentally drops his communicator. At that moment, the filtration system gives in and water begins sprouting out of all the vents, leaking out of the base and freezing under space's cold temperature. The water also begins to dribble through into the hallways and creates a wall between Ryu and Han, giving Ryu the chance to escape. Then a flashback shows the incident 5 years ago. Everyone was working normally when suddenly the alarm started ringing, so the crew ran to evacuate while the water found a little seed on the floor, instantly making it grow. The computer kept closing the gates and not everyone made it out on time. Others found the hallway blocked by guards who would shoot at them to keep them back while the gates closed. In the present, the water is starting to flood the station. The crew reunites in the medical bay and discusses how to proceed. Suddenly, Song starts feeling sick and runs to lock herself up in another room, not wanting to infect the others. Then she starts vomiting water and passes out as she sees herself drowning. But while thinking about her sister, Song sees a light and starts fighting against the water. Minutes later, Song is shocked to wake up in the infirmary. Hong theorizes that Luna's bite filled her up with antibodies. Then Han and Gong read Ryu's messages and call Kim, who confirms the SAA rescue ship has detected a second spacecraft approaching the base. Song wants to know what will happen to Luna, and Kim explains she'll be taken to the Ministry of National Defense and the government will continue with the experiment. Song refuses to bring the water back to Earth, and Han reveals he asked Kim to gather the other officials to go against Choi, but Kim explains nobody wanted to join him because Choi is powerful. After the call ends, Song says they should go to the International Institute of Space Biology because it's a safe and neutral space station where they can buy time to make a better plan. Meanwhile, Ryu wanders around the station as he starts to hallucinate because he's infected too, seeing the people he killed blocking his way while the water continues to leak through crevices. Back to the crew, Han manages to gain Luna's trust because she sees the sticker his daughter put on his badge. This allows Han to put a tracker on her ankle just in case. Then the team starts making their way out, but Luna suddenly drops to the ground and hears the water flooding the hallway under theirs. Panicking, she runs in the opposite direction and the crew follows her right before the water reaches their hallway too. Vent lids continue to snap out all over the place and more water keeps coming in, but thankfully the crew runs fast enough to reach gate 7 and close it behind them. Here the crew finds a delirious Ryu, who shoots in the air to keep them back and starts crying as he apologizes for all the people he killed. It turns out he was one of the guards that kept the scientists from escaping 5 years ago and even pressed the button to close the gate. Noticing the water about to bring down the gate behind them, Gong shoots Ryu multiple times to bring him down, but Ryu manages to land a bullet on him too. Now the crew can step forward and bring down another gate that stops the water just in time. While Ryu vomits watery blood and dies, the team grabs his samples and rushes to the airlock, where they start suiting up. Gong is very weak, so Han closes his wound with tape and helps him put on his suit, but his efforts are in vain and Gong dies anyway. Once everyone is ready, Han tries to activate the air depressurization, but the system isn't working and he'll have to do it manually. Ignoring Song's pleas, Han sneaks out and activates the lever right before the water reaches this area too and brings him down. At that moment, Song and Hong notice that Luna has already gone out without her suit. Both women immediately leave the station, running for their lives as the water brings down the last gate and reaches the outside, instantly freezing. Afterward, both women go looking for Luna and find her watching Earth. It seems she doesn't need oxygen to live. Nearby, the water drops Han's body, and when Luna approaches him to try to return the badge, he dies crying for his daughter. Then finally a rescue shuttle comes to pick them up. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In Tokyo, the police are chasing after a criminal whose wanted posters are all over the place. The guy makes it to a crowded street and takes a random girl as hostage, threatening to shoot her. At that moment his chest begins hurting and he falls to the ground, where he quickly dies of a heart attack. The next day, the deputy director of foreign affairs is walking out of his office only to be surrounded by a bunch of reporters. Before he can tell them off, he also falls and dies of a heart attack. Nearby, a congressman accused of murder is released over lack of evidence, but he dies of a heart attack as he's also surrounded by reporters. As days pass, more and more criminals begin suddenly dying of heart attacks all over the city, even inside their cells. As the police and the media realize this can't be a coincidence, everyone starts talking about the person behind this and calls him Kira, which is the Japanese pronunciation of the word killer. Some people are in favor of what Kira does because crime is going down, while others think no human has the right to play God like that. Some religious groups actually think it's God behind this, finally passing judgment against sinners. One night, a newscast informs that a guy has broken into a financial company and is holding the employees hostage. When Light sees the name and picture of the criminal on TV, he immediately takes out his notebook and writes the name down. In just a few seconds, the reporter announces that the criminal suddenly died of a heart attack. The next day at college, Light and his girlfriend Shiori discuss the subject of Kira. Shiori is against Kira's actions and believes in the law, pointing out Light will help people more fairly when he becomes a lawyer. However, Light shares that he has lost faith in the law. A few weeks ago, he hacked into the police system and discovered lots of cases were dropped without catching or punishing the criminals. Refusing to believe it, one night he went to a bar where he overheard the criminals talking about how much they loved killing. Soon they noticed Light staring at them and threatened him with a knife as they pointed out nobody could put them behind bars. Shiori is disgusted by the story too, but Light doesn't share the real ending. When he left the bar, Light threw his law book into a pile of trash, disgusted by the current state of the system. Nearby he found a mysterious notebook with the words Death Note on the cover. He took it home and read the first page, which said that whoever's name was written in the notebook would die. Light thought it was a joke, but when he saw on the news a murderer on the loose, he wrote the name on the notebook just for fun. The next morning, he read the newspaper and was shocked to discover the criminal was dead. At first he thought it was a coincidence, but later while he was taking a walk, he saw the criminal from the bar and decided to try again. Light wrote the guy's name on the notebook while watching from across the road, and to his surprise, the guy suddenly fell and died from a heart attack. Now that he was sure the notebook was powerful, Light read the other rules. The notebook only worked if the writer could visualize the person's face in their mind, and if the cause of death wasn't specified within 40 seconds after writing the person's name, they'd die of a heart attack. Afterward Light headed home, only to come across a terrifying creature that introduced himself as Ryuk. It turned out he was a Grim Reaper and only people who touched the notebook could see him. He was the one who dropped the notebook for Light to find and wanted to see what a human could do with it, so Light was free to use it as much as he wanted. After hearing this, Light swore to use the Death Note to create a world without crime. 4 months later, the police are still investigating the Kira case but they have no leads. One of the detectives involved is Soichiro, who is also Light's father. The cops are desperate for any clues so they agree to work with L, a mysterious genius that communicates with them through a laptop handled by his butler. L has analyzed the data of all the mysterious crimes that have been happening all over the world and has concluded that L is in Japan. To prove it, he makes a plan with the cops. Sometime later, Light is watching a special worldwide broadcast in which a detective swears he has enough evidence to catch Kira. His name is on the screen, so Light immediately writes it on the Death Note and the guy dies on television. Suddenly L's logo appears on the screen and his voice explains it had all been a trap. The guy who died was just a criminal from the death row, and the broadcast wasn't truly worldwide. It was presented as such to trick Light, but it was actually only transmitted in Japan to confirm his location. L ends the broadcast by promising to catch Light and give him the death sentence. Light wants to strike back but doesn't have L's real name or face, so he's powerless. Ryuk explains his Reaper eyes are capable of seeing people's names in time of death. That's how he collects souls. He can share this power with Light but he must pay with half of his remaining lifespan, so Light turns it down. The next day L presents the cops with the new calculations he's made, revealing that all the timings of the deaths match a college timetable, meaning Kira is a college student who doesn't kill during classes. Since Light keeps hacking into the police system to keep up with their case, he quickly learns about their conclusions and remembers that the notebook's rules state he can establish the time and cause of death, so he writes down a bunch of deaths and programs them to happen during a whole day. When L sees this, he can tell Kira is covering his tracks and concludes there's someone in the force leaking information. He has no choice but to start investigating all the cops and their families. A few days later, Light is taking a walk with Ryuk and notices someone is following him. Ryuk says that the same person has been following Light for 2 days already. He didn't say anything because he must stay neutral. Sometime later, Light and Shiori take the bus and the guy sits behind them. Light immediately confronts him, but the man pretends he doesn't know anything. At that moment a crazy man gets on the bus and takes the passengers hostage. Light recognizes him as a wanted criminal who recently escaped from prison and he wants to help, so he writes on a piece of paper that he's about to tackle him. When the man behind him sees this, he immediately warns him of the danger and tells him to trust him because he's FBI. Light doesn't believe him, so the man shows him his badge and Light can see his name is Ray. Noticing the guys talking, the criminal comes closer and snatches the piece of paper from Light, which turns out to be a torn portion of the death note. This allows the guy to see Ryuk, so he immediately panics and opens fire. Bullets can't hurt Ryuk and the criminal gets more scared, so he rushes out of the bus only to get hit by a car and die instantly. Light isn't surprised by this turn of events. He wrote all this down in the notebook to kill the criminal and get the agent's identity at the same time. Now Light knows the cops are looking for the information leaker. He wants to kill Ray but can't because he become the prime suspect, so he'll have to gather the identities of every FBI connected to the case first. Sometime later, Ray says goodbye to his fiancée Naomi after suddenly canceling plans for the day. Finding this suspicious, Naomi starts following him and boards the subway with him. Meanwhile, Ray grabs an envelope that someone left for him and finds a bunch of paper sheets together with a radio. At that moment, Light contacts him from the other train car, using a distorted voice to say he's Kira. When Ray asks for proof, Light kills the man sitting next to Ray, who is also a criminal. Light threatens to kill all the passengers on the train if Ray doesn't do as he says, so Ray follows his instructions. On his laptop, he accesses the police database and looks at the list of FBI agents involved in the case. Then he copies all the names on the paper sheets while looking at their profile pictures. All the FBI agents start dying at the same time, and after seeing Ryuk in the window, Ray steps out of the train, but he also has a heart attack. Naomi rushes to his side, but it's too late. Light watches this from inside the train and smirks in satisfaction while recovering the envelope, revealing the papers he had given Ray were pages from the death note. Later at the police station, Soichiro tells the other cops that Kira has begun to kill agents, so nobody in the force is safe. Everyone involved is allowed to leave now without getting punished or judged for it. Most of the team immediately leaves the room and only a few officers stay behind to help. Since things are getting serious, the team demands to meet L in person. Their request is accepted and they soon visit an apartment where they finally meet L, who turns out to be very young. L has deduced Kira can manipulate the time and cause of death, but he also needs the victim's name, so he tells everyone to use fake names from now on. L looks at all the security camera tapes from the subway station and notices Ray pointed at someone on the train before dying. He then tells the cops that their families are suspects and will be monitored for a week. Meanwhile, it's revealed Naomi used to be FBI too and even worked for L. She wants justice for Ray and starts investigating on her own, eventually getting some details about the bus incident from the driver. Getting suspicious, she goes to confront Light at college, but he denies knowing anything. Before leaving, Naomi admits she gave him a fake name as part of her plan to prove Light is guilty. When Light returns home, he notices the pencil leads he had put on his door are on the floor, which means someone was in his bedroom. He goes inside and works on his homework while ignoring Ryuk, who he gets more annoyed by the second. Later, when Light goes out for a walk, he explains to Ryuk that his room was probably bugged. His theory is right, and now Al and the cops are watching his room 24/7. For the first few days, nothing happens. Eventually, a criminal dies in mysterious circumstances and Soichiro thinks it's enough proof, but Al points out Kira can manipulate the time of death, so they need to wait for the death of a recently caught criminal. A few days later, Light goes to his room after dinner with a bag of chips, which he eats while studying. At that moment, the newscast talks about a case involving a new criminal, who soon dies from a heart attack. Soichiro is delighted to see this because it proves his son is innocent, and L has no choice but to let them remove the cameras even if he's still suspicious. The next day, Ryuk confirms there aren't any bugs left and Light explains how he did it. He hid a tiny TV and piece of the death note inside the bag of chips, then wrote with his hand inside the bag. Sometime later, Naomi calls L to tell him she'll give the evidence they need. Meanwhile, Light goes to an art gallery for his date with Shiori, only to discover Naomi has taken her hostage. A furious Naomi tells Light to confess, but he continues to deny he's Kira and begs for Shiori's life. Getting desperate, Naomi reveals her real name to see if he'll kill her and Light grabs a pen while Elle watches everything through the security cameras. At that moment, the police arrive and Naomi gets distracted, giving Shiori the chance to free herself and run towards Light. Naomi panics and fires her gun, accidentally shooting Shiori instead of Light. He runs to her side and Shiori kisses him before dying. Feeling guilty, Naomi decides to use her gun to self-delete and reunite with Ray. Afterward, Ryuk asks Light about Shiori, only to notice Light isn't sad at all and he has been acting. It turns out this was part of his plan to clean his name. He had discovered Naomi's name by investigating Ray's engagement and finding the church where the couple had a reservation. Then he made her do all the things she did a moment ago, including shooting the gun randomly and the self-deletion. He also wrote Shiori would be nearby and would be killed by a gunshot at the same time, and since almost nobody in Japan carries a gun, the death note naturally linked the deaths. Even a grim reaper like Ryuk is disgusted by Light's coldness. With his name clean, Light pretends to be very upset and want to catch the criminal behind Shiori's death. Since Light has helped the force in the past, Soichiro agrees to let him help with this case too. Then Light is introduced to Elle, who meets him while eating the same bag of chips Light used for his plan. In the meantime, a celebrity named Misa is running away from a crazy coworker who wants her all for himself. Suddenly the guy drops dead from a heart attack, and Misa sees a death note on the ground. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a futuristic dystopia, people are known as members and their lives are controlled by the administration known as the collective. Most illnesses have been cured, and there's no violence or crime, but in the process they've also got rid of emotions, and now it's forbidden to show any feelings or make any contact with other members. There's no love or marriage, and babies are born through artificial insemination whenever a particular woman is summoned to do her part for society. There are no colors or decorations either. Everyone wears white and lacks a personality. Even their meals are dull, and the only hobbies they have are basic repetitive tasks like solving bland puzzles. They also have chips on their arms so computers can watch over their daily lives, and that chip must be scanned every time they use the train or enter their work building. One of these members is Silas, who follows the same routine as everyone else. Wake up and let the bed make itself, have a bland breakfast, and go to work. Nobody talks as they travel on the train, and they stay silent while they work as well. Everywhere around them, screens remind members to report any deviant behavior, including minor things like a faint smile. The screens also talk about an illness called SOS, or switch-on syndrome, which makes people regain their emotions. Members are reminded to see the doctor if there are any signs of a symptom. Silas works for a company called Atmos as an illustrator, so he spends the whole day drawing on a screen. His art is quite a contrast to the world he lives in, probably because he's inspired by a documentary he listens to while he works. This documentary is about the Great War, a period during which the collective fought to split from the peninsula, a chaotic place where emotions aren't suppressed. There are 2 moments in the day during which workers talk to each other. First, it's during project meetings so they can discuss ideas, and Silas listens to Nia's suggestions with utmost attention. The other moment is lunch, during which everyone makes sure to sit with enough distance among them. Their conversation isn't very lively though, and they stick to factual topics like the coworker that returned from conception duty. At the end of the day, Silas goes home and watches how officers arrest a sick couple. Later at his apartment, Silas continues his bland routine, a meal prepared by the home AI, solving another generic puzzle, and going to bed. It's the same routine everyone else in the building has. The next day, Silas watches the news and learns that the sick couple will be sent to a defective emotional neuropathy facility or DEN. Members are reminded again to report any signs of SOS, be their own or their coworkers. Later at work, an employee self-deletes by falling off the roof, which happens often in this society. The employees go to the window to look at the body but nobody isn't disturbed except for Nia, who makes very tiny gestures that are noticed by Silas. However, he keeps this information for himself. Afterward, all Amos employees gather for another meeting. While everyone has their attention on the screen, Silas uses the chance to watch Nia, trying to decide if she's sick. In the end, watching a pretty woman for so long starts to change something in him. Later at home, Silas is nervous while he eats his dinner because he can't stop thinking about Nia, and he even has trouble finishing his puzzle. The next day during another work meeting, Silas keeps zoning out and has to be scolded. That night, he dreams that he's standing on a roof, and when he's about to fall, he wakes up. This is the first time he's ever dreamed, so he feels so confused and disoriented that he runs into a wall. The following morning he discovers a bruise on his forehead and goes to the health center, where he sees a woman cry while watching a video about SOS and its 4 stages of symptoms. A man called Jonas asks Silas what stage he's on, but Silas denies being sick. Then Jonas explains he's on stage 2. Afterward Silas sees the doctor and tells him about the nightmare, so he immediately gets tested and the doctor confirms he does have SOS. Silas is scared for a moment because he thinks he'll be sent to a DEN facility, but the doctor assures him they're working on a cure so he'll be fine as long as his symptoms don't get out of hand. Then Silas checks his home computer and notices his profile already says he has stage 1 SOS. Later at work, someone asks Silas why he has a bruise, so Silas lies and says he got it from a Tai Chi class, not wanting to reveal his illness yet. His coworker doubts him, but to Silas' surprise, Nia cuts in and confirms his story. During lunchtime, a bumblebee lands on their table and Nia traps it in a glass before letting it go. As she explains how strange it is that bees can fly, Silas can't stop looking at her. After work, Silas must pick up shades and medication from the health center. At home he watches a video for members with SOS explaining it's a genetic problem. The gene that is supposed to suppress emotions is malfunctioning and only inhibitor medicine can delay worse symptoms. The next day at work, Silas keeps feeling lots of new things that distract him from his chores. He loses focus and has depressive moments. He also becomes very sensitive to light. When he does manage to work, his drawings are very unconventional. Later during a bathroom break, Silas bumps into Nia and they have a very awkward conversation. Afterward Silas starts following Nia without her noticing until she disappears into her apartment. This experience makes Silas decide to stop taking the medicine. The following day, Silas switches roles with a coworker on purpose so he can ask Nia to check on his work. Nia does notice is strange, but she helps him anyway. This is noticed by his superior, who makes sure they aren't interacting out of enjoyment. Nia provides very good feedback, but Silas is more concentrated on watching her face. He's becoming so obsessed with her to the point that later in the night, Silas enters the empty office and uses Nia's computer to listen to her recordings. During the next work meeting, Silas accidentally spills his drink, and when a coworker helps him, his shades are discovered as well. Now Silas has no choice but to admit he has SOS, and even though he swears he isn't contagious, they decide to separate him from the group. Silas is hurt because Nia agrees with the idea. From then on, Silas works in a corner far away from the others. After work, Silas continues to follow Nia. This time she notices and surprises him from behind, threatening to report him if he doesn't stop. When Silas says Nia also has SOS, she tries to deny it, so Silas points out that if she wasn't affected she would have already reported him. Not knowing what to say, Nia leaves. The next day, Silas and Nia pretend nothing happened, and Nia tries to avoid interacting with him as much as possible. However, Silas notices she fidgets a lot with her hand, confirming his theory. Later, when they're alone in the office, the tension is so thick that Nia rushes to hide in the bathroom. Sia follows her, and the two awkwardly stand in the same stall as they try to understand what they feel. After some hesitation, Silas touches her hands and face, not believing how amazing it feels. Finally giving in, Nia leans against him and they share the first hug in their lives. As they enjoy the warmth, Nia admits she's been sick for a year. She's very scared and waiting for the cure, so she tells Silas that they can't be together. Silas accepts this but can't stop himself from kissing her before leaving. The following day, Nia can't stop thinking about Silas even though she asked for distance. Silas returns every look and follows her around until they're alone again in the bathroom stall. They are so close that they're almost melting into each other as they experience the warmth of human touch. Unfortunately, the moment is interrupted when someone enters the bathroom, so Silas leaves the stall alone to discover it's his manager, who asks Silas if he's thought about self-deleting yet. Silas explains he'll only consider it when he reaches later stages. On their way out, the manager sees that Nia's computer is on and reveals there have been rumors of Silas snooping on Nia, so he must stop if he doesn't want to be reported. The next day after work, Nia waits for Silas in the stall but he doesn't show up. Later they meet in a pathway and discuss the manager's threat. Silas announces he'll ask to be transferred to another job, and Nia leaves without saying anything. When she arrives at her apartment, she has a full breakdown. The following morning, Silas reports his resignation, saying he needs to find a job where his illness won't cause trouble to his coworkers. Soon Silas starts working at a nature sanctuary and Nia has to deal with his replacement. She isn't handling the situation well as she thinks of Silas every time she sees his cup, which she ends up taking back to her place. Her performance at work starts to decline as well. Sometime later, Silas bumps into Jonas and finally shares all that he's feeling lately with Nia. Jonas immediately understands because he also used to have a connection with a woman, but unfortunately their story didn't end well. Then Jonas invites Silas to a support group for people with SOS, and Silas gladly attends a meeting. The people there are scared of the DEN facility, and when Silas asks about it, Bess explains that half the people sent there end up self-deleting while the other half are forced to go through an emotion-suppressing treatment. Bess is a doctor who hides her SOS so she can be there for the patients at the facility. When Silas returns home, he finds Nia waiting for him. She's incredibly nervous and frustrated, so Silas holds her to calm her down. This simple touch grows into more and soon they end up doing the naughty together. Once they're done, they're so amazed by the experience that they discuss the subject of love and vow not to be apart again. From then on they act as strangers during the day, but at night they reunite as lovers. They go on secret dates and get to know each other better, sharing aspects of their lives like dinners and showers. Nia soon regains her mood and her work performance improves. Sometimes when they cross each other on the street during the day, they let their hands brush against each other. One day, a group of officers appear to make a huge announcement. The collective has found a cure for SOS. Silas and Nia agree that neither of them wants the cure, and Silas takes Nia to the support group so they can share the news together. They plan to escape to the peninsula. The others try to convince them it's a bad idea, and Bess shares the story of a man who died trying, but the couple doesn't change their minds. Seeing their strong love, Jonas agrees to help, and he makes arrangements for them to escape in 3 days. The next day when Nia arrives at the office, an alarm goes off and an officer immediately takes her away. Later Nia meets Silas with some terrible news. She's getting summoned for conception duty. This means Nia can't leave because she won't be allowed in trains. However, Silas has an idea. She should go to see a doctor and get tested because once they see she has SOS she won't be eligible anymore. The following day at the health center, the doctor tests Nia's blood and is shocked to discover she's pregnant. Naturally occurring pregnancies are one of the worst crimes in this society. Meanwhile, Silas is waiting for Nia at their meeting spot, but she doesn't show up and he gets worried. He goes to the health center and is devastated to discover Nia is being taken away to the DEN facility. Once there, she's restrained and treated like a pariah for what she did. Bess soon discovers she's there and contacts the others. Back to Silas, he goes to Jonas for help, and Jonas assures him he and Bess are already working on it, so now he must wait. In the morning, Bess uses her doctor privilege to take Nia from her room and takes her to meet with Jonas and the others. Bess explains they'll exchange Nia's body with a woman who recently self-deleted and inserts a new chip in Nia's arm to give her the dead woman's identity. Once she's dressed up and feeling better, Nia thanks Bess and runs away, managing to go through the station gates thanks to the new chip. Jonas' group also tries to get out and find their way blocked by officers, so they try to take the elevator instead. Unfortunately, they find a member who immediately snitches on them and they get arrested. Soon Silas sees the news of Jonas' group getting arrested, so he runs to the DEN facility to ask about Nia, and the guard informs him that she died. Not being able to deal with a broken heart, Silas goes to the roof of the company building and considers self-deletion. However, after lots of hesitation, he steps down. Meanwhile, Nia goes to Silas' apartment to wait for him, but he doesn't show up. Eventually, she gets tired of waiting and goes looking for him at the sanctuary, but he isn't there either. Now knowing what else to do, she returns to Silas' place. When night falls, Silas finally returns and Nia runs to his arms, but he barely reacts. Nia takes a closer look at him and discovers he's taken the medicine to cure the SOS, so he only has 5 hours left of emotions. Determined to win this, Nia tells him to fight the medicine as she continues to touch him, and they agree to escape anyway. In the end, they fall asleep together, hoping her cuddling will keep him feeling. In the morning, Nia wakes up alone in the bed. Silas woke up early following the routine, so he's already all dressed up and ready to go. He explains he remembers the love they shared, but he doesn't feel it anymore. However, they still leave together because Nia won't give up. As they go to the station, Nia feels a huge distance between them and worries if this will work. Once they board the train, they sit silently as if they were back at the beginning, and Nia's worries get worse. However, hope slowly returns when Silas reaches out to touch her hand. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. An asteroid called Agatha 616 is heading straight for Earth, so all nations come together to shoot a bunch of rockets at it. The asteroid is effectively destroyed, but this causes chemical compounds to rain down on Earth, which mutates the animals into gigantic and violent monsters. In just a year, Earth loses 95% of its population, and the remaining survivors must hide in bunkers, caves, and panic rooms. 7 years later, Joel is still living in a bunker, where he's the only one without a romantic partner and has to listen to everyone getting naughty near him. Since he isn't good at fighting monsters, he doesn't join the group when they go to the surface to look for supplies. Instead, he helps by preparing dinner and doing handy work like milking their cow. He also keeps a diary and draws the monsters he's managed to see so far as a survival guide. The group ran out of bullets a few years ago, so nowadays they use weapons like axes and crossbows. One day while Joel is trying to practice shooting a crossbow, the power suddenly goes out in the bunker and they discover some monsters have breached their security. A few guys go into the tunnels to fight them while the others watch the progress on the screen of their sensor system. It seems the group is getting in trouble, so Joel goes out with a crossbow to help. As he wanders around the area, he bumps into a monster, who finishes eating one of his friends and then immediately comes for him, but Joel can't help freezing. The creature is about to kill him, but thankfully it gets killed first by Joel's friends. Then a flashback shows Joel before the apocalypse hanging out with his girlfriend Amy. After he made a funny portrait of her, they started to kiss, only to be interrupted by an alarm that warned them of the pieces of rockets and asteroid falling on Earth. They had no choice but to rush back to their families. Back in the present, Joel uses a radio to chat with other bunkers and keep in contact with Amy. Today he's telling her about the letters he wrote for her, but their connection suddenly is cut when Joel's radio breaks. This triggers another flashback, showing Joel saying goodbye to Amy and exchanging I love yous before each of them escaped with their families. In the present, Joel asks the others about Amy's colony and learns it's 85 miles from there. It would take 7 days to reach it, and it's impossible to survive out there for that long. Ignoring his friend's warnings, Joel decides to stop hiding and go looking for Amy. As he explores the outside, Joel finds lots of pieces from the old city spread in the area with plants and monsters covering every inch. After a few hours of walking, he hears a monster nearby, so he hides inside a house. However, when he opens the fridge, another monster roars at him, so he runs out into the garden. Unfortunately, a giant mutated frog comes out of the pond, attacking Joel with its long tongue. He dodges just in time and is shocked to fall next to a dog, who begins barking at the frog like a good brave boy. Joel tries to use the chance to escape, however the frog shoots its tongue again and captures his leg, making him fall. Then it starts dragging Joel into its mouth, but thankfully the dog bites the tongue and frees Joel. Afterward, Joel starts running away and follows the dog into a bus where the dog closes the door with a rope, showing he was trained. As the frog leaves the area looking for them, Joel looks around and realizes the dog used to hide here with his owner, who probably passed away. The dog's name is Boy and he keeps his owner's clothes close because he misses them. Joel spends the night on the bus, and in the morning, Boy decides to leave with him. He even brings some of his owner's clothing. and Joel puts it in his bag for safety. As they travel through destroyed cities and overgrown forests, Boy and Joel enjoy each other's company and sometimes even play, although Boy doesn't know how to catch. However, he does know how to stop Joel from eating poisonous berries. After wandering around for a while, Joel accidentally falls into a hole in the ground, and the bones under his feet indicate this is a monster nest. He can hear the creatures in the tunnels and dodges an attack just in time, but he isn't sure he will be able to fight. Thankfully at that moment, a rope falls into the hole, courtesy of Clyde and Minnow. They pull him out of the hole at the same time all the worms come out, and when a monster jumps out of the hole, they kill it with a katana. Then they throw a grenade in a hole to finish the rest of them. Afterward, the four of them start traveling together. Minnow teaches Joel how to shoot the crossbow and she and Clyde give him lessons on survival. They also share they're heading to the mountains where it's too cold for monsters to live. Suddenly their trip is interrupted when they're approached by a giant snail monster, so Clyde takes Joel's shirt and hides it in its shell. This snail is very peaceful and while it continues on its journey, it'll carry Joel's scent, hopefully making the monsters follow it instead of them. Clyde and Minnow tell Joel he can know if a monster is nice or not through its eyes. When they stop for the night, Clyde shares a few details about the monsters so Joel can add them to his journal. For the next few days, the group keeps traveling together and Joel finally gets good with the crossbow. He also keeps learning lots of things about the monsters and survival, adding it all to his journal. Eventually they reach the point where they must split to go to their different destinations, and Clyde says goodbye by gifting Joel a grenade. Joel and Boy continue traveling together and later they reach a swamp that Boy refuses to cross. As Boy runs to hide under a duck-shaped playground piece, Joel hears a noise and suddenly a huge centipede monster rises from the ground. Joel gets his crossbow ready, only for the centipede to push him off. Then the monster starts surrounding the duck with Boy still inside, which makes Joel remember the day of the tragedy. The family car crashed and his parents were stuck, so they told Joel to run away. Joel got out of the car and had to watch a monster kill his parents before some survivors dragged him into the back of a truck to escape. At that moment the monster moves the duck and finds Boy, but Joel refuses to keep losing loved ones and finally shoots the crossbow, killing the centipede with an arrow to the head. Sometime later, it starts to rain so Joel and Boy seek shelter in an abandoned building. There they find a robot called Mavis, who only has 51 minutes of power left and uses her GPS to show Joel he's only 10 miles away from Amy's colony. Robots were a very recent thing before the monster attack happened, so Joel never got to talk to one until now. Mavis uses her radio to help Joel get in touch with Amy, who is doing well. She explains some survivors have shown up and will rescue the entire colony, but before she can say more, the communication ends because Mavis' battery is about to die. With her last minutes of energy, Mavis accesses her social media database and shows Joel some pictures and videos of his family. Crying, Joel hugs Mavis and together they watch the glowing jellyfish flying by. When Mavis finally shuts down, a grateful Joel gives her a proper burial. The next day, Joel and Boy keep going and almost fall into a huge pit. Boy runs away as Joel sees a queen sand gobbler appearing underground. He throws a toy to distract it and starts running with Boy, only for the queen to chase after them. After lots of running through the woods, Joel trips on a stick and falls down a hill near a river, causing the clothing of Boy's owner to fall in the water. Joel rushes to hide with Boy behind a hollow trunk and the queen comes incredibly close, but they wait in silence until it goes away. At that moment Boy sees the clothing in the water and jumps in to retrieve it, which gets the attention of the monster. As it rushes toward them, Joel runs to his bag and grabs the grenade, throwing it into the queen's mouth before jumping into the water too. The monster explodes and nobody gets hurt. Afterward, Joel reaches the shore, only to discover his body is covered with leeches. He pulls them all off before he starts yelling at Boy, blaming him for the queen's attack and causing him to run away. Joel tries to keep going alone, but soon the leech's poison starts making him hallucinate all kinds of crazy things. He sees a plant that Clyde taught him was an anti-venom and eats it before he starts seeing a bunch of people approaching. It turns out it isn't the hallucination. It's Amy and her fellow survivors, who were brought by Boy. Excited, Joel kisses Amy before passing out. Sometime later, Joel wakes up in Amy's bunker. He's already feeling better, but he also learns that he actually kissed a random survivor instead of Amy. She explains her colony was found by a yacht captain and his crew, who have promised to take the survivors to a safer place. Everyone is busy packing up and getting ready to go, so Amy can't spend too much time with him. Then Joel takes a look around the bunker, learning about this colony's habits and seeing they're right next to a beach. He also meets the people from the yacht, Dana, Rocco, and the Captain Brooks. Later when Joel finally gets a private moment with Amy, he's devastated to hear she moved on some time ago because she thought she would never see Joel again. Amy started to date another survivor, who sadly died last year. Afterward Joel tries to contact his colony to no avail. When he looks at the map they gave him, he's shocked to find support messages that he didn't see before, and he realizes he left a beloved family for nothing. At that moment the radio finally contacts his colony, and everyone is proud of Joel for surviving. They also share that there have been multiple breaches, but before they can say more, the communication ends. Joel decides he must go back to his family and ignore the yacht idea. On his way out, he discovers that the plate of food they gave him has poisonous berries in it, meaning the crew is hiding something. He immediately runs to warn Amy, who is getting drunk with the other survivors thanks to Brooks's homemade beer. Before Joel can say something, Dana knocks him out. The next morning, Joel wakes up to discover he's been tied up to a barrel with Amy, and all the survivors were captured while they were drunk. After Dana blows up the radio tower, Brooks reveals that he and his crew go around robbing the supplies from different colonies, and they move the yacht by making a monster crab pull it. Brooks controls this monster through electric manipulation. At that moment the crab comes out and everyone runs to hide, so Amy takes the lid from the barrel and uses it to free herself and Joel. Then she runs toward Rocco, who opens fire on her. She stops the bullets with the lid to then tackle him, causing them both to fall unconscious. Meanwhile Joel finds a trident and runs to stab the crab, causing it to trip and fall on its back. However, it's still alive and an electric pulse from Brooks causes it to knock Joel down. At that moment Amy recovers and starts fighting Dana, landing a few hits but unfortunately still getting overpowered because Dana has more experience. Soon the crab also recovers and starts destroying the colony. Boy comes out to bark at the monster and Dana tries to shoot him, but Amy hits her arm and makes her hit the crab instead. Using the element of surprise, Amy manages to overpower Dana, so Brooks cuts in and knocks her down before ordering his crew to get to the boat. As the crab continues its destructing ways, Boy dodges its attacks and reaches Amy, licking her face to wake her up. Brooks keeps on electrocuting the crab to make it angrier, and the monster roars at Joel, who looks at its mouth and finds its weak spot before getting captured. Amy soon comes over with the weapon Dana dropped and hands it to Joel, who is about to kill the crab only to look into its eyes and discover it's actually a kind creature being controlled by an actual monster. Joel shoots the chain instead and frees the crab, who immediately releases Joel and jumps into the water. In just a few seconds, it reaches the yacht and eats Dana, Rocco, and Brooks, destroying the yacht in the process. Moments later, once everyone is safe, Joel says goodbye to Amy by sharing a hug and gifting her his journal so she can also learn about the monsters. Even if they didn't get together, he's grateful for the trip because it made him a better man. Before he leaves, they share one last kiss. For the next 7 days, Joel and Boy travel together and survive, thanks to all their new experience. Eventually they make it to Joel's colony, where they're welcomed with open arms. Afterward Joel sends a message through the radio to all the other bunkers, teaching them how to survive out there and inviting them to go to the mountains where the cold will keep monsters away. Then Joel, Boy, and his fellow survivors leave together to reunite with Clyde and Minnow, and soon other colonies are doing the same, eager to start a new life. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. At the airport, U.S. Marine Mike says goodbye to his girlfriend Jenny before flying to North Africa for a special mission. 3 months later, Mike and his spotter Tommy are still in the African desert, waiting on top of a cliff for their assassination target. Eventually they see 2 groups of people approaching from opposite directions. One group is coming on foot while the other is a convoy full of armed vehicles. The groups meet in the middle and Tommy plus his commanding officer in the radio urge Mike to take the shot, however he hesitates. It looks like a sweet reunion between families, not like a terrorist making business. Then Mike realizes this is a wedding and his target is the groom's father, who is now standing behind the couple. He tells his commanding officer about the situation and gets orders to kill the groom to reach their target at the same time. However, Mike refuses to cruelly kill a civilian and lies to his commanding officer, saying he's lost the target. At that moment a glare off the sniper scope gives off their location to the guards at the ceremony, who immediately open fire. Mike shoots a few bullets back before running away with Tommy while the guards rush to evacuate their boss from the area. Some of the guards start making the way toward Mike and Tommy in their vehicles, so the duo has no choice but to jump and roll down the hill. They run to hide behind a rocky formation and Tommy calls his commanding officer to ask for rescue. However, his GPS has broken and he can't offer their exact position. The enemy is getting closer, so Mike shoots at the hill to make them go in a different direction. Suddenly their enemies leave because they see there's a sandstorm coming. Mike and Tommy decide to use it as cover and walk through it as Tommy makes another call. His commanding officer tells them to reach a village located 5 hours to the west so they can be picked up. Eventually the duo manages to get out of the storm and starts walking under the unbearable desert sun. Tommy talks all the time and shares stories about his son and wife at home, but Mike still doesn't say much. Frustrated, Tommy points out that something is obviously eating Mike on the inside and asks about Jenny, wondering about the possibility of marriage. Mike explains he does want to marry her but he can't yet because it's complicated. Moments later they get a message on the radio explaining that the main team has had complications and the new pickup spot has been chosen, meaning the duo will have to cross the desert to get there. Because of the dunes, the radio won't always work so they'll have to be extra careful. After lots of walking, Mike and Tommy encounter the sandstorm again and stop to wait it out. They can see a guy with a child at the end of a rope walking through the storm, but they don't seem to notice them back so the duo doesn't shoot. As the wind blows, a warning sign comes off its pole. Once the sandstorm is gone, Tommy and Mike continue to walk under the scorching sun. Suddenly the warning sign lands right in front of Mike's feet. He can't read it, but the skull obviously means danger and he remembers that the USA has buried tons of landmines in this area. However, Tommy thinks Mike is taking it too seriously and explains it's a trick from the locals to keep enemies away from their villages. Tommy also points out that turning back means dying of thirst, so he just keeps going, confident that the sign means the village is near. After a few hours of walking, Mike freezes when he steps onto something, but it's just a little toy soldier. He puts it away in his vest before noticing that Tommy is out of water, so he shares his own. Desperate to keep the mood up, Tommy begins walking backward as he keeps teasing Mike for overthinking things. Suddenly a click can be heard and Mike tries to warn his friend, but it's too late. Tommy takes another step and a landmine explodes. As his ears ring, Mike takes a step towards Tommy, only to hear another click. He freezes in shock as he realizes he's standing on top of a landmine and can't move without activating it. Once the sand from the explosion clears out, Mike can see Tommy has survived but lost both his legs. He can't stop yelling in pain and begging for help, so Mike yells back to calm him down and explain the situation. Under Mike's guidance, Tommy tries reaching for his bag with the radio, but the pain is too much. His mood gets worse when he looks down and discovers he's missing his legs, causing him to freak out. Mike calms him down by reminding him of his family and mentions the medicine injections they carry in their vest. Tommy immediately takes both instead of saving one for later like Mike says. Then Tommy tries for the bag again and this time he reaches it, but unfortunately the radio isn't working. Getting desperate, Mike considers stepping away from the landmine because there's a chance it's old and broken. However, the risk is high and Tommy wants him to live, so he takes out his gun and asks Mike to send his love to his son before self-deleting. Mike yells in frustration and grief, but quickly stops himself as he realizes freaking out may make him fall. Then he starts lowering his body extremely carefully until he's down on one knee and uses his knife to gently move the sand. He finds some round metal under his foot, confirming he's on top of a landmine. Unbeknownst to Mike, a man is watching from afar but leaves without helping. Next, Mike puts together his shoelaces, the strap from his gun, and his axe to create a hook. He throws it a couple of times to try to get the bag but it won't reach far enough. Moving carefully again, Mike stands up and almost falls when throwing the axe, but thankfully he recovers just in time. Now he finally can drag the bag toward him and grab the radio, only to discover the battery is dead and the spare is in Tommy's vest. At least the radio can be sun-powered, so he leaves the small panel on the ground to let it charge. Afterward, Mike keeps himself busy by going over his supplies. A few hours later the radio finally charges and Mike gets to talk to his commanding officer, explaining the situation and requesting extraction. However, the officer isn't happy about the failed mission, and since Mike doesn't have GPS and has one leg in Death's realm already, he isn't considered high priority. The helicopters can't fly because of the sandstorms, so Mike will have to wait 52 hours for a convoy to pick him up. Mike isn't sure he can survive that long, but he has no other choice and starts a timer on his watch. The commanding officer reminds him lots of mines are old and broken and that there's a trench technique to survive this problem. However, the communication cuts off before he can finish explaining. A few hours later, Mike eats some of his rations, noticing he doesn't have much left. Suddenly the sandstorm starts approaching again, so Mike quickly covers his face, grabs his things, and bends over to wait as still as possible against the wind. His body trembles a lot, but Mike is strong and gets through it without activating the landmine. Once the storm has passed, Mike looks around and discovers the wind pushed Tommy's body right next to him. After covering his friend's face with his hat, he opens the vest pocket and finds a picture of Tommy's family. He takes a minute of silence and puts it back before finally grabbing the battery. Unfortunately, the wind has blown the bag too far and now he doesn't have access to the radio. The depressing irony makes Mike laugh. As time passes, Mike can't do anything but wait. He covers his head to protect it from the sun and drinks the last drop of water. Getting desperate, he shoots a few bullets at the sky and yells for help to no avail. He begins considering self-deleting as his only option, but at that moment he sees a Berber man pass by. Mike points his gun at him and asks him to stop, but the Berber doesn't listen and keeps moving. Thinking he may not speak English, Mike makes exploding noises to indicate this is a landmine area. However, the Berber just mocks him. Then the guy starts walking toward Mike in a zigzag pattern. Suddenly he asks why Mike is stuck, revealing he understands English. Mike explains the situation as he continues to ask for water and the radio. However, the Berber mocks him for not moving. He does take his flask but doesn't help with the radio. He just leaves while ignoring Mike's yelling and questioning if his weird movements help him avoid mines. Hours later, Mike forces himself to pee in a bag to drink. He barely takes a sip before a little girl shows up, running toward him in the same zigzag pattern. She gives him his flask full of water and Mike drinks as he guesses she's the Berber man's daughter. Then the girl takes out a toy soldier from her bag and Mike shows her the one he found in return, so she uses both to represent him and Tommy. Without using words, she pushes the toy to tell Mike he needs to move on. Mike says he can't move and starts yelling for the radio without meaning to, so the girl just leaves. Later, as the sun starts to go down, Mike plays some songs on his phone and starts a fire. He can hear animals howling in the distance, so he distracts himself by looking at pictures of Jenny on his phone and watching a video she specially made for his departure as a good luck charm. Eventually the fire goes off and Mike falls asleep while looking at his watch. His father appears in front of him and punches him, triggering a memory of the abuse he suffered as a child. This causes him to wake up right before he falls. Then Mike tries to restart his fire, but at that moment he hears the growling of wild dogs coming closer. He starts shooting in the dark, but none of his bullets hit. Deciding to risk using the flashlight, he discovers one of the wild dogs is taking away Tommy's bag and there's another walking toward him. After changing guns he opens fire again, hurting the dog. As the creature steps back, it activates a landmine, and the resulting explosion scares the pack away. The next day the Berber visits Mike again, calling him a lucky man for surviving so far. The Berber explains he doesn't know where the landmines are and he just walks like that to get better chances. He thinks Mike is afraid of moving on physically because he isn't able to do it in his soul and asks why Mike became a soldier, to which Mike answers that he had no reasons to stay anymore. At least this time the Berber brings over the radio and Mike quickly changes the battery, but it still won't work. Then the Berber grabs Mike's face and tells him to be a free man. This causes Mike to hallucinate the man as Tommy telling him to live, but once he blinks the Berber is far away. A few hours later, Mike cuts his boot because his foot is red and swollen. He also uses his knife to kill a scorpion. Eventually the heat becomes too much and he takes off his vest. It's clear that the whole experience is affecting him mentally. He starts seeing hallucinations and interacts with them as if they were real by yelling at them, punching them, and even shouting in frustration. Every time this happens a clicking sound can be heard. He even sees Tommy's body standing up and announcing they're going home, but he quickly disappears. In the evening, Mike continues to try to contact the base while Tommy's hallucination tells him that he's just killing the battery. At that moment his phone starts ringing and Mike sees it's a call from his dad, so Tommy has to point out it isn't real. Mike snaps and pushes him away, so Tommy reminds him this is happening because Mike never worked through his inner demons. Mike says that having left Jenny makes him as bad as his father, but Tommy reassures him he isn't. A flashback reveals that Mike asked Jenny to marry him but she turned him down because she also thought he had some self-healing to do first. In the present, Mike almost falls asleep, but at that moment the wild dogs arrive again. They activate a landmine and move away from the explosion, but this time they don't leave. Mike shoots in the dark ahead of him, only for Tommy to warn him to watch out. Suddenly a dog approaches him from the side and bites his arm, so Mike shoots it. Then Tommy convinces him to try the technique his commanding officer mentioned, thus Mike desperately starts to dig in the sand. Unfortunately the dogs jump on him to attack and push Mike away before he can finish the trench, causing the landmine to explode and hurt him. As he falls dead, Mike blinks and realizes the explosion was a hallucination, but the dogs are truly attacking. Determined to survive, he grabs his knife and starts killing them one by one, getting several bite wounds in the process. During the fight, he keeps thinking about the times he was punched in the past. By morning time, all the dogs are dead and Mike has survived. At that moment the radio finally activates and Mike learns that the convoy is delayed because of an attack, so he'll be picked up in 17 hours. Knowing the chances of survival are low, the base connects Mike to Jenny, and he immediately begins apologizing for destroying everything he touches while seeing her in front of him. The communication ends before Jenny can reply and Mike finally passes out, but he's caught by the Berber just in time. While the man puts an ointment on Mike's wounds, he explains a landmine took his leg, showing his wooden one. He had been very scared in the hospital, but a nurse showed him enough sympathy to help him keep going and eventually she became his wife. Then the Berber makes Mike drink some medicine, warning him it'll help with the pain but will also make the hallucinations worse. Mike mentions the little girl, but the Berber reveals he was the one who brought him the flask. He only has 3 sons now because his daughter died when a landmine took his leg. They used to gather landmines together to sell them to guerrillas, and the girl was very good at retrieving the landmines by replacing them with old cans. The Berber thinks he isn't as lucky as Mike, but at least he's free because he learned to move on. Afterward the man leaves, and Mike sees his daughter walking by his side. Suddenly the medicine kicks in and Mike watches the walls of his childhood home come out of the ground. He opens the door and his child self appears watching his father being extremely violent to his mom. When his dad noticed him, he said he'd teach him to be a man and punched him too. The hit causes Mike to return to reality for a second only for the flashbacks to quickly start again. He sees his happy life together with Jenny, but a clicking sound interrupts with a memory of his mother in a hospital bed. Mike had escaped his house in fear and left his mother with his father, which resulted with her in the hospital. Another memory shows Tommy and Mike at a bar watching how 2 men are harassing a waitress, who turned out to be Jenny. Furious, Mike came to her defense and began beating the guys up with lots of pent-up aggression. The hallucinations mix again and his dad reappears to punch him. Mike's mind changes between the desert and the memory of his mom dying in the hospital, which makes him feel guilty to this day. It's the Tommy vision that finally makes him snap out of it to warn him the convoy is coming. A voice in the radio is also trying to contact him, but Mike's dry throat can barely speak. He tries waving a hand, but he's too far to be seen. Then Tommy reminds him of the smoke grenade and when Mike is about to grab it, he's suddenly shot by an enemy hiding in the dunes. Thinking about Jenny as encouragement not to give up, a bleeding Mike bends over and finally grabs the smoke grenade, but before he can activate it, the enemy shots again and causes him to drop it. Memories of arguments with Jenny and his departure fill his mind as Mike fires back, shooting as many enemies as he can before running out of bullets. His father appears again and Mike remembers his mother telling him to let her go. Confused and overwhelmed, Mike points his gun at his father, who encourages him to do it. However, he thinks of Jenny and how he asked her out after the fight at the bar, so he decides to be good for her and not shoot. His father hugs him at the same time he remembers a hug from Jenny, helping him to finally move on. The convoy won't stay much longer and the grenade isn't close enough. Mike remembers the Berber's words and carefully steps away from the mine, but nothing happens. Shocked, he digs out the mine only to discover it was one of the girl's cans all along. Inside the can, he finds a toy soldier. Mike laughs in relief and finally gets the grenade, activating it just in time for the convoy to find him and rescue him. Sometime later, a healed Mike returns to the USA and reunites with Jenny, ready to start a better life for her. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. An old video shows a U.S. Air Force commander explaining all their efforts to identify and analyze the recent phenomenon known as UFOs, assuring reporters it has nothing to do with any secret projects as rumored. One of the majors even wrote a book about it and points out that extraterrestrial life shouldn't be taken lightly. In a small town in Pennsylvania, a family is having dinner when suddenly the house starts trembling and a huge explosion happens outside, making them lose power and knocking the family out. When they wake up, they begin hearing some weird noises and become incredibly sick. One by one, each family member dies while the youngest girl rushes to hide in the cupboard. Meanwhile, Nobel Prize winner and NASA exobiologist Lauren is in her home after getting arrested for driving while drunk. Now she takes medicine for her depression, yet she keeps on drinking. Tonight she's watching the news and learns of the explosion, although there's no explanation for it yet. A reporter explains that the explosion left no survivors and the air is considered toxic, so the area has been closed and nobody goes in without a hazmat suit. Sometime later, some soldiers show up at Lauren's apartment and ask her to come to the site of the explosion because they need her expertise, threatening her with violence if she doesn't agree. When she gets there, she meets an astrobiologist named David and Colonel Emmerich, who explains that the explosion and the released toxic gas were caused by a meteorite that somehow dissolved into the ground. He wants Lauren and David to investigate the area and hopefully offer a solution. Once they've put on the hazmat suits, Lauren and David are taken on a bus to the site of the meteorite crash. David thinks there's nothing interesting, but Lauren discovers a small red plant growing in the middle of the crater. She's fascinated by it, but she doesn't include it in her report. In the evening, Lauren is at home and can't stop looking at a picture of the strange plant. She searches the web for stories of other meteorite crashes and finds a video of a similar incident in Russia. Something fell on Earth, and then the area was closed up because the air was toxic. A citizen who knows someone in the military explains that Russia kept this information hidden because the object that fell was a seed, and some kind of tree grew out of it which killed everything in its surroundings, including plants and animals. The Russian government already destroyed the tree, and the woman in the video was shot in front of her kids a few days later. There are lots of pictures from concerned citizens discussing theories about the barricaded town and the fact neighboring places were being evacuated too. In the end, the town was incinerated. The next day, 2 doctors get ready to perform an autopsy on Rob, the father from the beginning. Rob's skin appears too normal for a dead person and there isn't the usual stiffness either. When the doctor makes the first incision, a strange glowing liquid starts coming out of the body, only to quickly be reabsorbed until the wound heals itself. Suddenly Rob sits up and one of the doctors flees in fear while another one tries to communicate with him, but he won't move or talk. The doctor checks his pulse and discovers there's no blood or blood pressure, and the body is rather cold. At that moment everyone's phones start ringing at the same time and see a bunch of employees running down the corridor. They go to check what's happening and discover that some of the dead people from the toxic town are now standing. Soon the rumors spread and lots of reporters appear outside the facility discussing possible theories and the actions of religious groups. Lauren isn't taking it well, but she refuses any help from David. The doctors try to get the dead people to react by showing them pictures of their families, but nothing happens. After some testing, they theorize that only 49 bodies have been reanimated from the 1,300 dead people because of their proximity to the meteorite crash. They inhaled the toxic air and also particles from the meteorite, which seem to be transforming their internal organs. Sometimes these resurrected people suddenly move, but it's only to face a different direction. When Lauren meets with Emmerich, she mentions the incident in Russia and says they're probably connected, but Emmerich is wary because she got her information from the dark web. Later at a White House meeting, a full report is presented on the reanimated people. They have no heartbeat and no brain activity. They don't breathe, eat, or sleep. Their organs contain unfamiliar compounds and their DNA has been mutated into a different life, probably alien. The same new sequence is repeated in each victim, which shows this isn't random. A military leader proposes incinerating the bodies, so Lauren shares her theory about Russia and points out that maybe they're being targeted. If they don't find an answer, a big city may be attacked next. Since her proof is only internet pictures that may have been edited, she isn't taken seriously, but the president still votes against incineration and orders the scientists to keep studying the bodies. This whole situation makes Lauren's depression worse, and she ends up drinking alone in her car while remembering her childhood. Her father had taken her to a secret location and asked her to keep it secret from everyone, including her mom. However, the memory ends there because she suffers from amnesia. This leaves her so upset that Lauren ends up mixing her medicine with the alcohol. Afterward, Lauren goes back to the facility, where the doctors are allowing the relatives to talk to the bodies, but it still gets no reaction. Desperate for answers, Lauren goes to the room where all the reanimated bodies are, and shows a little girl her favorite childhood book while sharing the story of her mother's death, admitting that she didn't cry. At that moment, she gets a call from David, and when she grabs her phone, a picture of the crater plant can be seen as the wallpaper. This causes the girl to suddenly grab Lauren's arm. She immediately tells Emmerich and David about it, and David finally realizes that the bodies turn to always look north where the crater is. Their chat is interrupted when a soldier reports that information leaked, and now news outlets are showing pictures of the giant tree-like structure that has grown out of the crater in just 2 days. Taking Rob in a secure box, the scientists fly to the crash site and admire the strange tree, which is responsible for making the area toxic. The group sits Rob in front of the tree, and after a long moment of waiting, he gasps and opens his eyes, which now are a very bright blue. Then he starts looking around as if seeing everything for the first time. His own hands, the tree, the snow. Guessing he's an alien now, Lauren welcomes him to Earth, and Rob explains he can't go back with the team because he won't survive the normal Earth environment. Afterward, during a press conference, Lauren explains the same way Earth's plants provide oxygen for humans, that tree is life-giving for these aliens. The current theory is that the aliens reach Earth by traveling through wormholes. Some reporters try to derail the conversation by asking Lauren about her arrest, which is seen on TV by a mysterious man. Later at home, Lauren hears a message from her therapist, who is worried because she has been missing sessions and they're part of the court order. She's also interested in discussing Lauren's flashback dreams, which often include flying. Lauren ignores the message and grabs lunch until she hears knocking on the door. It's her father, Jim. He makes Lauren feel very awkward and she doesn't say much, but Jim keeps talking, mentioning how as a child Lauren was obsessed with space and asked for her own lab, which they built in the shed. Jim says he's lonely and that he misses her, but Lauren avoids being hugged and stays cold, so Jim just leaves. Soon Lauren is called to the toxic area again because the alien refuses to talk to anyone except her. Once she's suited up, Lauren sits with Rob, who explains that his home planet became uninhabitable and forced his species to seek a new world. This tree won't grow anywhere else, and they were given the coordinates to reach Earth by a human called Supernova 94. This person sent messages to space with the purpose of finding them, even giving them a list of humanity's strengths and weaknesses. At that moment, the scientists try to take a sample from the tree and Rob asks Lauren to make it stop, but she can't. Lauren explains they won't let the tree stand for much longer because it's damaging Earth's environment, but Rob says his people will change the environment. He also reveals he has special abilities before taking control of a scientist's body to make him open his hazmat suit. A few guards rush to tackle the man down while others surround Rob, demanding for this to stop while they take Lauren away. Rob's eyes turn black and the scientist breaks a soldier's mask, causing him to quickly become infected and cough up blood until he dies. The other soldiers get ready to shoot Rob, but he uses his powers again and a screeching sound causes everyone to squirm on the ground in unbearable pain while all the lights go out. The suffering drives the soldiers crazy and they remove their masks before they start attacking each other with no mercy. One by one, all the soldiers are killed by bullets or knives from their own teammates, and when only one is left standing, the soldier self-deletes. After a truck arrives to take away the bodies and the scientists, including Lauren, the military launches an attack against the tree, only to discover it's being protected by a huge force field. The missiles explode against it without causing any damage to the tree, and the planes have no choice but to retreat. Soon, news outlets begin talking about the force field and the name Supernova 94. The mysterious man is shocked to hear such a name on the radio and goes looking for an old notebook of his in which he wrote the same word. Sometime later, reporters begin recording various weird incidents from all over the world. A strange sound can be heard in some cities, while a mysterious fog is spreading through certain towns and killing people. Martial law has been declared in multiple countries, and to make matters worse, crops have been dying overnight. There are also reports of the ground vibrating, and people are starting to panic. Meanwhile, Lauren decides to return to her childhood home. Her old lab is still there, but it's locked up. Jim is indeed lonely and sitting in his room in a very depressed state, but instead of visiting him, Lauren keeps on traveling. She feels like she doesn't know who she is and that she doesn't belong anywhere. She's also aware that the world is ending, yet she feels relief as if she was being put out of her misery. Eventually, Lauren returns to the alien tree, which has been transforming more. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking and Lauren puts her ear on the snow, hearing the same strange noises. Rob says it's life growing and then reveals that this is all happening thanks to Lauren, offering his hand for her to touch. As soon as Lauren grabs Rob's hand, she begins seeing her suppressed memories. It turns out Jim used to work for a senator and he took Lauren to Area 51. While the adults discussed business, little Lauren wandered around and overheard them talk about an alien that landed on Earth, who could fly but didn't survive the local environment. Apparently the creature had been trying to plant something on Earth. Curious, she went further inside and found the alien inside the pod, which she didn't hesitate to touch. This contact triggered a process that transferred the alien's consciousness into Lauren's body and mutated her DNA, making her an alien too, like it happened to Rob in the present. As soon as she returned home, little Lauren began showing amazing intelligence, writing complicated calculations on the wall and even designing a rocket. She kept saying that she was an alien and that she wanted to go home, but nobody believed her, and that's how she became very awkward and socially isolated. Eventually she built a radio and started sending messages to the aliens using the nickname Supernova 94 inspired by her space calendar. When her mother discovered all this, she locked up the shed and forbade her from sending out more messages to strangers. Furious, Lauren destroyed her whole room and wrote on the walls before telling her mother that she'd die a most horrible death. It was her alien abilities that killed her mom. Afterward, Jim let government scientists run some tests on Lauren and they found the alien DNA mixed with hers, but Jim didn't tell her anything. In the present, Lauren is crying over recovering her memories when suddenly Rob removes her mask. To her shock, she can breathe the toxic air because of her mutated DNA. Meanwhile, the mysterious man also remembers his younger days, revealing he used to work for the CIA and he accidentally picked up Lauren's messages with his equipment. He tried to warn his superiors, but they brushed it off as just a girl playing around. In a random forest, a dog runs among the trees to follow the weird noises. When its owner follows it, she's shocked to see a huge egg-like pod that emerged from the ground, explaining the noises. Soon these things appear all over the world, from beaches to mountains and even human-made tunnels. Suddenly all these objects explode at the same time and expel a black smoke that starts spreading through the land and killing people. Everyone begins talking about aliens, and a teenager theorizes the pods have roots underground connected to the main tree, which killed the crops. Eventually Earth can no longer support life for humans and one by one every person on the planet dies as the environment mutates to be alien-friendly. The only survivor is Lauren, who has finally found her wings. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. A group of college students is using their school lab for their experiment to prove that the multiverse exists. After lots of failed attempts, they use the latest model of their device on a bowl with a goldfish and discover there's a recurring pattern of particles in the water. It's not enough to make contact yet, but they conclude they just need more water and leave for the lake. While driving, they continue to check the computer screens and get excited when they see flares. Jerry decides to speed up, and when they turn around a curve, they almost hit another car. Thankfully, Jerry moves his car out of the way just in time and stops it next to the hill, but the other car isn't so lucky and now it's stuck on the edge of the cliff. The car's wheels keep on turning and they can hear the group inside panicking, so Loretta goes to check on them while the others call for help. When she reaches the window, Loretta is very shocked by what she sees inside the car. Then a hand reaches out and Loretta grabs it right before the car finally falls down the cliff, killing everyone inside and Loretta too. Jerry and Amy have to hold Danny as he has a breakdown over his dead girlfriend. 5 months later, the team is testing a new device to measure emotional reactions to different pictures. Jerry thinks they should get the full emotional spectrum, but photographs of Loretta and a car put Danny in a really bad mood, so he angrily takes off the headset to leave. Then Jerry notices on the screen the reaction Danny had when Amy touched him, and she confirms they've been seeing each other. Later at the library, Danny thinks he sees Loretta behind the shelves. He rushes to go after her but follows the wrong woman, only to see Loretta leaving through the main door. Danny tries to follow her again, but unfortunately she's already gone. In the evening, the friends go to a bar. Jerry admits he's bored and misses the old experiments because those pushed boundaries, so Danny has to remind him they stopped because of a death. Suddenly Jerry gets distracted because he sees a girl that looks a lot like Loretta and Danny rushes after her, but once again she's gone. Then Danny goes to Amy's house, apologizing for thinking so much about Loretta. Amy wonders if he would like her more if she wasn't deaf-mute, but Danny assures her he likes her just the way she is and he's just having trouble handling his grief. That night, Amy has nightmares of someone drowning. The next day at the lab, Jerry is shocked to find a second fish in the bowl. At that moment he gets a call from Loretta's number, and when he picks up, Loretta's voice talks to him about the usual group activities. Angry, Jerry says it's a distasteful prank and hangs up. After class, Amy meets with Danny and they share a kiss. Suddenly a woman slaps Amy. It's Loretta, who is shocked to see her boyfriend is cheating on her. Danny and Amy can't believe what they're seeing and take her to the lab, where together with Jerry they explain she's been dead for 5 months. Jerry theorizes she's been wandering around with amnesia, but Loretta assures them she's been seeing them every day as usual and that she never died or got hurt. Curiously, she doesn't understand sign language anymore and swears Amy has always talked to her. At that moment Loretta sees the second fish and gets excited because she thinks it came from another dimension. She concludes this world's Loretta is indeed dead and she comes from another universe similar to this one but with small differences, like Amy being able to talk and hear. Since in her universe she didn't die, they never stopped working on the experiment, so the machine on that side pushed her and the fish over. To prove it, she pulls up her sleeve and shows them her new tattoo, explaining all four of them got the same one recently. Afterward, Danny drops Amy at her home and apologizes for not staying together tonight, explaining he needs to be there for Loretta. The rest of the ride is quite awkward, and since Loretta can't go to her home because she's supposed to be dead, Danny allows her to stay with him but without sharing the bed. Danny ends up sleeping on the floor and when Loretta tries to ask about Amy, he ignores her questions. Seconds later in their respective homes, Jerry, Amy, and Danny begin feeling unbearable pain. They wiggle on the floor as thousands of voices echo in their head, and after lots of screaming, the pain just stops. The next day Amy is upset to hear Danny brought Loretta over, not knowing how to handle the situation. They go to the lab and find a worried Jerry, who explains someone broke in and searched the place, leaving a mess behind and a dead fish in the bowl. Amy and Jerry wonder if it was Loretta, but Danny immediately defends her. When Loretta joins them with coffee, she notices that the dead fish is the one from the other reality, and she worries about what it may mean for her own life. Later when Jerry returns home, he finds the door of his house open and the alarm off. As he notices some abandoned food and beer, Jerry hears a noise and rushes upstairs, where he sees his bedroom has been searched too. After noticing there's money missing, Jerry hears another noise and runs to the front door, but the thief is gone and has dropped his science trophy nearby. Meanwhile, Loretta decides to spend the night in a motel. She decides to call her parents but doesn't say a word. Instead, she hears them yell at her for using their daughter's number as a sick prank before hanging up. The next day, Loretta goes to see Amy and makes an effort to use a few words in sign language as she offers a pact, telling her about the motel and saying they both should stay just friends with Danny until they figure out what's going on. Amy agrees and the girls become best friends again. In the afternoon, Jerry brings Danny to the janitor's secret room to share a drink. While they discuss Loretta, Danny accidentally drops the flask, and Jerry asks him about potential muscle weakness, comparing it to the dead fish. Danny is confused by such a statement, so Jerry pulls up his sleeve and reveals the same tattoo Loretta has, meaning he's an alternate Jerry from her universe. To make matters worse, Danny starts to feel sick because Jerry puts something in his drink. Jerry begins explaining Loretta opened a door to this world and now they're all stuck here because there's no machine to send them back. One universe isn't supposed to hold two identical versions of the same mass because it goes against the laws of physics. That's why a fish died and the friends have been feeling unwell since last night. It's time healing itself. Loretta is fine because her local version is already dead. Jerry wants to keep the Danny from his own world, so he walks behind this Danny and keeps him from breathing until he dies. Meanwhile, the Jerry and the Amy of this world notice their hands are shaking rather ominously. At a bar, Loretta is chatting with the real Jerry when they're suddenly interrupted by alternate Danny, who greets Loretta with a kiss. She feels very uncomfortable by this and leaves, so Jerry calls Danny out for behaving weirdly and mentions Amy, causing Danny to get offended by these weird accusations and he leaves as well. When he gets to his car, Danny finds alternate Jerry, who explains to him what's going on because Danny hadn't realized he's crossed over until now. As Danny freaks out, Jerry shows him his hand is shaking and asks him to kill the local Jerry for him. Danny freaks out again and tells him to do it himself, but Jerry says he tried and wasn't able to. It turns out it was him who broke into Jerry's house and grabbed the trophy as a weapon, but when he saw his own face, he ran away. However, Danny still refuses to do any killing and Jerry gets furious as he yells, making Danny realize that Jerry is off his meds. Later in the afternoon, alternate Jerry sneaks into the house again and steals a gun. At the motel, Loretta watches the news coverage of her death, causing her to cry deeply. Meanwhile, Amy visits Danny and tries to kiss him, but he immediately pushes her away. Amy realizes this isn't her Danny and runs away, seeing her hands shake while she starts her scooter. Moments later, Amy comes home and is very rude to her mother, who is also deaf-mute and can quickly tell her daughter is acting weird. Amy ignores her preaching and rushes upstairs, where she notices the television doesn't have sound. As she looks around, she finds a school diploma for deaf people and a newspaper clip about Loretta's death, and she curses aloud. This is alternate Amy, who is finally realizing she's jumped into another reality. Freaking out, she calls Jerry to discuss what's going on, causing Jerry to also freak out when he hears her talk. Realizing this isn't her Jerry, Amy quickly hangs up. Then Jerry gets a text from his Amy, asking him to meet at the library. They exchange information and realize all four friends have crossed into this world. Remembering the fish, they start fearing for their lives. Meanwhile, alternate Jerry is taking Loretta for a drive, making her scared by going too fast. Eventually he stops the car in the middle of the road to show her the tattoo and prove he's her Jerry, so Loretta shakes his hand, agreeing to be partners. She also notices his fingers are shaking, which reminds him of what he must do. On their way back, Jerry drives even faster as he rambles like a maniac. Eventually Loretta gets off and refuses to tell Jerry where she lives, pointing out he truly is losing it. In the meantime, real Jerry goes to see Danny, demanding to know where his real friend is. Danny pushes him away and tells him that the other Jerry killed him, pointing out that in his world Jerry always had a foot in a crazy bucket. Back to Amy. She rushes back to her house and finds her mother sleeping. At that moment she gets a text from Jerry, warning her that his alternate self is a killer. Then she starts going upstairs, noticing the pain gets worse the closer she gets to her room. Amy finds her alternate self waiting on the bed, which scares her. Alternate Amy explains her mother is also deaf-mute and the odds of passing it down were 90%, so it seems she got lucky. When she was younger, she was ashamed of her mother and it made her mad for not having a normal family, so alternate Amy wasn't very nice to her. However, in this world she can see that her other mom and local Amy are very close, and she refuses to ruin that, wanting at least one mother to be happy. Then alternate Amy leaves, and when real Amy comes down, her mother is confused because she's seeing her again. Amy tells her that hadn't been her and it's just a misunderstanding, promising her she's the real one and that she won't abandon her. Afterward, Amy follows her alternate self and finds her walking into the ocean where it all started. Amy remembers her dream and tries to stop her, but alternate Amy thinks the ocean can take her back to her world and tells Amy to take care of her mom before diving in. Little by little the water pushes her down until she disappears, and Amy has a breakdown over seeing herself down, but she also notices her body isn't shaking anymore. Meanwhile, Loretta goes to see Danny to warn him about Jerry, only to see the tattoo and discover the truth. While they text Amy in order to meet, Jerry goes home and finds his alternate self, who takes out the gun. Real Jerry pushes him back as he grabs his hand to smash it against the dresser, triggering a fight that causes them to fall to the floor. At that moment the other three arrive and see a Jerry choking the other, so Loretta picks up the gun and asks them to stop, but she doesn't know who to shoot. Danny jumps in and checks Jerry's arm, quickly finding the real one so Loretta can knock out the other one by hitting him with the gun. Once real Jerry has caught some air, he furiously jumps on his alternate self and starts beating him up with a trophy until he kills him. Afterward, the group travels to a bog to get rid of the body. On their way back, they almost crash against an oncoming car, and a sudden turn to dodge it causes their vehicle to end up on the edge of the cliff. It turns out they're the car that caused the accident from the beginning, and now the original Loretta comes to check on them, getting shocked when she sees her own face. Alternate Loretta reaches out to confirm this is real and the accident happens again with the car going down, dropping the whole group and the other Loretta into their deaths. Suddenly the day resets and the four friends are back at the university, getting ready to try the experiment again. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. It's a stormy night in New Jersey and the police are guarding the road outside the city, looking for a criminal. They stop a speeding truck and a cop approaches the driver to ask for an ID, which the driver doesn't have. The other cops check the back of the truck and are shocked to find a large group of dogs. Moments later, psychiatrist Evelyn arrives at the police station to evaluate the driver and decide between jail time or a mental institution. When she enters the cell, she finds the driver in a wheelchair and notices a fresh wound. The person turns around and Evelyn learns he's a drag queen named Doug, who explains the dogs in the truck were his children. Then Evelyn convinces him to share his story. Doug grew up in a religious redneck family. His father Mike raised dogs for fighting, and he would even starve the dogs a few days before each brawl to make them more aggressive. Mike also used any excuse to hit his wife and Doug, especially if they tried to feed the dogs. However, he was fond of his older son Richie because he took after him. The dogs were aggressive during the fights but they loved Doug, who would lie down next to the cage to talk to them and pet them, sometimes even sneaking food for them. Unfortunately, one day Richie caught him red-handed and told Mike, who confronted Doug during lunch. Doug admitted he liked dogs better than his own family, so a furious Mike dragged him out and threw him in the cage with the dogs, who immediately came closer to him to cuddle him and comfort him. From then on, Doug lived his life in the cage, including during the freezing winter, eating any scraps his dad would throw him. One day his mom brought him some cans and told him to bury them to hide them. Then she announced she was running away because she was pregnant and she wanted to give the baby a better life. Doug tells Evelyn that he doesn't resent her for it. Sometime later, Richie put up a sign on the cage that said "In the name of God," saying his mom leaving was Doug's fault. However, Doug smiled because he saw the sign backwards and God spelled dog. After Evelyn leaves for the day, a flashback reveals what happened before Doug's arrest. A man named Juan entered an abandoned college building and found a Doberman guarding the corridor. He asked for the dog man and a door opened to Doug's secret quarters, which looked quite nice considering the sorry state of the building. It was Juan who installed all the cameras a few months ago. Now he gave Doug a puppy found by Martha, an old lady in charge of the local laundromat who did Doug's laundry. He explained that a gangster known as the Executioner had been taking money from local businesses every week, but Martha couldn't pay him anymore and she was forced to sell some beloved family belongings. Doug told him not to worry because he would take care of it. Sometime later, Douglas dressed up as a widow and waited on the street near the club where gangsters hung out. He sent a small dog inside with a phone in its mouth, and the dog gave the phone to the Executioner right before it rang. The gangster picked up the call as a bigger dog also entered the club and put its mouth on the Executioner's groin, causing him to yell in pain. Doug told the guy not to move or the dog would make permanent damage. Then he explained he wanted the executioner to leave Martha alone or the dog would enjoy a meal full of nuts. The executioner agreed to the deal, and as soon as the dogs ran out of the bar, he sent his men after them. In the present, morning comes and Evelyn visits Doug's home while the police are collecting evidence. There are bodies and blood all over the place, not to mention the bullet holes. After picking up a few things, Evelyn returns to the station, where Doug has already washed up and changed. He's grateful to her for bringing his things and continues his story. Little Doug had to live in the cage for months, and he got his education from magazines he found hidden behind a plank, probably left by his mother. One day one of the dogs got pregnant, so Doug hid the puppies away from his family's eyes. Unfortunately, Richie again saw him and told his dad, who immediately came out armed and ready to take care of the puppies. Doug immediately latched on the cage door and started yelling at Mike while the dogs barked and growled along. Furious, Mike shot Doug through the door and made him fall. The bullet hit his hand and made him lose a finger, then it ricocheted and hit Doug in his spine. Worried this could escalate into actual death, Richie took Mike inside after dropping a handkerchief for Doug. Unable to move much, Doug put the handkerchief around his bleeding hand and the finger inside a little bag. Then he reached for a magazine and showed his dog a picture of a police car as he gave it the bag with the finger, telling the dog to leave through the hole left by the shot and find the cops. The dog ran away with the bag in its mouth and crossed the town until it found a police car, on which it sat until the cops paid attention to it. Soon a bunch of officers surrounded Doug's house and stormed in, finding the poor boy in the cage and Richie clinging to Mike in fear inside. An ambulance quickly took Doug away, but the doctor didn't remove the bullet. In the present, Doug explains to Evelyn that with the leg braces he can walk a little bit, just enough to do things like getting into bed. He can also stand, but only for a few seconds. The doctors didn't remove the bullet because if they move things around that area they may leave him completely paraplegic, which is also a risk every time Doug stands up. Mike was given a sentence of 20 years, but he self-deleted after 2 weeks. Richie was given 12 years and was released after 8 for good behavior. On the day that he came out, a few dogs were waiting for him outside the prison and started to follow him. As Richie walked through town, more and more dogs joined the first ones until Richie finally noticed them. He tried to escape through an alley, but the dogs jumped on him and mauled him to death. After he was released from the hospital, Doug was sent to an orphanage, but he was unable to make friends. The other kids were always playing outside, so he stayed in his wheelchair in the library and read a lot. The only person that befriended him was Salma, Doug's first and only love. She was a young woman who helped around the orphanage and loved Shakespeare. Since she heard Doug liked to read too, she introduced him to all her favorite books and even convinced him to do small plays for the other kids. Most of their props were cheap or handmade, but they put lots of heart and passion into their acting, so the other children loved it. Doug had lots of fun dressing up and really enjoyed Salma teaching him how to put on makeup because she said it helped him be whoever he wanted to be. Salma was bright, creative, and had a unique view of the world that made Doug quickly fall in love with her. Unfortunately, one day she left the orphanage to pursue a career in acting, and through the following years, Doug would collect every news article he saw about her plays, carefully adding them to his scrapbook. Eventually Doug became an adult and attended college through online courses, getting a bachelor's degree in biological sciences before getting a job at a dog shelter. When Salma finally made it to Broadway, Doug went to see her play and tried to approach the stage, but everyone was standing up and he couldn't access it. Luckily he was allowed backstage, and Salma immediately recognized him. She was very happy to see him and really appreciated his flowers, but she got even more excited when he gifted her the scrapbook. Salma was so flattered that she thanked him with a kiss, causing his hopes to go up. Doug was about to confess his feelings when suddenly the director came in and complimented the scrapbook as well. Doug was devastated to hear Salma was married to him and they were already expecting a baby. Heartbroken, Doug congratulated them and went back to the shelter, where he stood up to be able to yell and hit the cages to deal with his fury. The dogs barked at him and when he fell on the floor, one dog struggled with the latch until it managed to open the cage, causing all the dogs to come out and cuddle Doug to comfort him. Afterward, Doug cut his hair as a symbol of letting go. Sometime later, 2 men from the government showed up to inform him that they were closing up the shelter under the excuse of budget cuts. Doug pointed out that the budget was cut every year since he took the job and he still kept the shelter up because he lived off donations, so the only municipal funding he had was the building itself. Feeling caught, the men admitted that the site was being sold to a developer to make a profit. Douglas had until Monday to move out, and the dogs would hopefully be sent to other shelters. However, when Monday came, the authorities found the building empty because Doug had run away with the dogs. That was when Doug moved into the abandoned college building, where he spent time reading to his doggy family. He soon started to look for a job, but every place would turn him down because of his wheelchair. One afternoon Doug went to a club that was looking for a barman and arrived just in time to watch the drag queens rehearsal, immediately falling in love with their costumes and their art. The owner told Doug that he already hired someone for the bar, but Doug announced he wanted to act instead, sharing his experience. The man pointed out people wouldn't be interested in a performance done in a wheelchair, so Doug got off the chair and explained he could stand for a whole song. The queens were very impressed and found him cute, so they convinced the owner to give Doug a chance. The following Friday, the Queens helped Douglas get clothes, makeup, and a wig for his performance. Wanting to make a good impression, he removed his leg braces and asked his new friends to be ready to catch him when he was done. The Queens helped him reach the stage and he waited behind the curtains, which opened when he was introduced as Edith Piaf. Doug started singing in French while doing slight movements with his hands, and both the public and his co-workers were enchanted by his voice. Everyone could hear the raw emotion in the lyrics, and by the end, everyone clapped and cheered for Doug, wanting more. The curtains closed and the other queens rushed to catch Doug right before he fell. From that on, Doug was allowed to perform in the club every Friday night. Obviously this didn't pay enough to live, so Doug started a service that matched lonely people with the right dog for company and protection. He also gave them extra help if they needed it, implying illegal activities like what he did with the executioner. One day while he was cooking, the dogs would bring him any ingredient he needed from the pantry, and this made Doug realize this could be used to do what he called fair redistribution of wealth. His smallest dog would sneak inside rich people's houses through windows or ceiling hatches that were left unlocked because of their small size. Then the dog would open a bigger entrance so all the other dogs could come in too. Together they would steal all the jewelry they could carry and nobody ever suspected animals were doing it. Things went well for a while until one day, a rich lady called insurance agent Ackerman, who thought she was trying to commit insurance fraud. Supposedly every window and door in her house had been locked except for a tiny bathroom window, not to mention her dogs didn't bark. However, the lady gave him the security camera tapes, and when Ackerman started to watch them, he saw a dog running out with something in its mouth. It looked crazy, but then he remembered the other mysterious cases from the last few months and checked the other recordings as well. He was shocked to discover that the same dogs were always on the screen and they had been dismissed as random strays by the other agents. In one particular recording, Ackerman found a guy pretending to be a guard waiting for the dogs with a truck. He investigated the license plate and found Doug's profile, eventually discovering he was working at the club. One Friday night, Ackerman attended Doug's performance and to his shock he was wearing one of the stolen necklaces. After the show, Ackerman went to the dressing room with a flower, pretending to be Doug's fan. He asked him out for dinner, but Doug turned him down because he had to go home to feed his kids. When Doug left the bar, Ackerman discreetly followed him. As he entered the old building with a gun, the dogs warned Doug, who immediately asked them to hide. Ackerman found the Doberman guarding the corridor and considered shooting, but at that moment Doug opened the door and told him the jewelry was in the safe. Once he had the box, Ackerman took a seat to check everything was in there, and Doug used the chance to order his dogs to kill him. Now that most of his life has been covered, Doug shares why he got arrested. The evening after Doug helped Martha, the executioner and his gang found the abandoned building because they beat up Juan until he talked. Once they were sure they were at the right place, they killed Juan with a shot. The sound alerted Doug of their presence and he told the dogs to get in position for war while he grabbed a weapon from his collection. The executioner ignored the Doberman and started to shoot the metal door to no avail while Doug escaped through a narrow hidden corridor. At that moment a little dog ran by the corridor and a gangster followed him into a hole, only for the bigger dogs to drag him in and kill him. Then the gang split and started to follow the different dogs that kept peeking into the corridor. A guy followed a dog into a bathroom with a wet floor, and the dog released a cable to electrocute him. Another guy followed a chihuahua into a locker room and when he got close enough, Doug shot him through the wall. A man entered the wrong room and found himself surrounded by huge dogs that immediately mauled him to death. While chasing a small dog, another guy fell inside a hidden pit, and when his friend tried to help him, the dog pushed him down as well. Then Doug came over and shot them both. In the corridor, a gangster stepped on a trap and was left hanging from the ceiling for a dog to catch. Nearby another gangster also fell in a trap and got mauled as well. The executioner started to get nervous and asked his men to bring him a better weapon. At that moment Doug opened fire through the wall, bringing down a few men. When the executioner shot back, a bullet hurt Doug's back before he managed to duck. A desperate Doug dragged his body through the floor and took the narrow corridor to return to his quarters while the executioner used the bigger weapon to finally open the door. He came inside and tried to shoot Doug only to discover he ran out of bullets, and the dogs used the chance to kill him too. Afterward Doug and his dogs escaped in a truck and that was when the police caught them. While Doug waited in the police car, he gave the dogs a sign and they immediately ran away. In the present, Evelyn tells Doug she's heard enough and leaves. Then Doug smokes near the window and smiles when he hears a dog howl. It turns out his dog has been waiting outside, and at the sound of the howl, all the other dogs come to the area too. While Doug dresses up nicely with the things Evelyn brought him, the dogs enter the station and scare the front guard into passing out. Then a very slim dog steals the keys and crosses the bars to drop the keys by Doug's door. Afterward Doug escapes and leaves his chair behind, determined to walk to the church across the street. He asks God to pass his judgment and then he falls on the ground as he takes his last breath. Soon all his dogs surround him and every dog in town also comes to say goodbye. Meanwhile the Doberman goes to Evelyn's house to protect her from her violent ex-husband. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In England in the middle of the night, 3 animal rights activists break into the Cambridge Primate Research Centre, where chimps are being experimented on with videos of human rage, violence, and destruction. As the activists start taking pictures, a scientist finds them and rushes to call security. The group stops him just in time and captures him, so the scientist begs them not to do anything because the chimps are infected with a highly contagious and very dangerous virus called rage. However, the activists don't take him seriously and release one of the chimps, who immediately attacks and bites a woman with unbound fury before one of the others kills it. While the other chimps go crazy in their cages, the woman begins vomiting blood on the floor at his friend's face. The scientist says they must kill her, but it's too late. She transforms into a zombie and attacks all the people in the room. 28 days later, Jim wakes up from a coma in an empty hospital. He leaves the room and wanders around looking for people, but he doesn't find a single soul, just chaos everywhere. After grabbing some drinks from a vending machine, he leaves the building to explore London, finding the city in the same condition. No people at all, but lots of destruction. When he finds a newspaper, he learns that Britain has gone through a mass exodus, and on a huge bulletin board he finds thousands of missing people signs. Eventually Jim enters a church, where he finds creepy messages on the walls. When he reaches the main room, he's shocked to see it's full of rotten bodies. He says hello and a few people suddenly move, staring at him with blank faces. At that moment the priest comes out, but he's a zombie and tries to attack Jim, who hits him with his bag full of cans. The priest is unbothered and tries to chase him, so Jim runs away. The other zombies also leave the church and start chasing Jim, who runs as fast as he can until he reaches a gas station. There, survivors Mark and Selena begin throwing Molotov bombs at the zombies to burn them up, and once Jim is safe with them, they throw a bomb at the gas station to blow it up. Afterward the duo takes Jim to their hideout, which is an abandoned sweet shop in the London Underground. When Jim tells them he had been in a coma because of a car crash, Selena explains that a highly contagious virus escaped from a research center and continues to spread uncontrollably, turning people into zombies and collapsing British society. Most of the population is now dead or affected, the army was overpowered, and the government doesn't exist anymore. Jim wants to go to his parents' home to check on them and ignores Selena's warnings that they most likely are dead, so she and Mark agree to go with him to stick together. In the morning, the trio carefully makes their way across a very empty London and safely arrive at Jim's old home, where a devastated Jim discovers his parents self-deleted to avoid becoming zombies. They even left a note for him saying don't wake up. As Jim cries, Selena and Mark tell him he should be grateful his family died peacefully, because they had to watch their own families become monsters. They spend the night in that house but Jim can't sleep and decides to look at old family videos. The light he's turned on gives his location away and suddenly 2 zombies jump through the window to attack him. As Jim struggles to defend himself, he screams and gets the attention of Mark and Selena, who immediately jump to action and defeat both creatures with brutal yet efficient ferocity. Then Selena makes sure Jim wasn't bitten and didn't get even a drop of blood in his mouth. Unfortunately, the injured one is Mark, whose arm wound is covered with zombie blood. Without hesitation, Selena hacks Mark to death with her machete before announcing they must leave because more zombies will come. After washing up, changing clothes, and gathering all the supplies they can find in the house, Jim and Selena leave the area, and Selena warns Jim that if someone is infected they must be killed immediately, no matter if it's a relative or a friend. Later they see flashing lights coming from an apartment nearby and go to investigate. The building is in a sorry state and the lobby is full of trolleys, but the duo just climbs over them to reach the stairs. There are several floors to climb, and when they stop to take a break, they hear screeching from zombies that have entered the building. They also jump over the trolleys to take the stairs, so Jim and Selena begin climbing faster as the zombies come after them. After going up a few floors, they freeze when they find the way blocked by a man wearing protective gear, who gives them the number and location of his apartment. The guy stays to fight the zombies, stopping them with a shield while he beats them up with a bat. The duo makes it to the apartment, but the girl inside doesn't open the door until the man comes back in one piece. Once everyone is inside, Frank and his daughter Hannah introduce themselves, giving the duo a warm welcome. This is the apartment with all the lights, and Frank is glad his signal has finally brought over some company. The next day, Frank shows Jim all the buckets he has on the roof, explaining that it hasn't rained in a while. Resources get scarcer every day and at this rate they won't be able to stay in this apartment for much longer. Then Frank shows Jim and Selena a repeating military radio broadcast that claims that soldiers are offering other survivors protection outside Manchester and even promising the answer to the infection. Frank wants to travel there but Selena is skeptical, saying it's probably a trap or an old recording that doesn't hold true anymore. Hannah offers a heartful speech and convinces everyone is worth the risk. Then the group takes Frank's taxi to travel to Manchester, taking all the supplies they can carry. As they travel through London, they see all the destruction and the bodies on the streets. When they try to cross a tunnel, the way is blocked by bodies and crashed cars, but Frank decides to just drive through it and push it away. They actually manage to cross the mess, however the car suffers a flat tire in the process. When the group comes out to change the tire, they hear a very weird sound and suddenly see hundreds of rats running toward them, which makes them realize the zombies are coming. There's no time to use extra tools, so the adults lift the car while Hannah changes the tire. They can see the shadows of the zombies approaching and soon they're jumping over the crashed vehicles, but the group finishes changing the tire just in time and manages to drive away. Afterward they keep driving for a few hours and when they make it to the countryside, they stop at a burger shack to take gas from an abandoned truck. Curious, Jim decides to enter the building and finds a dead family. Suddenly he's attacked by a zombie child, and he has no choice but to kill him to survive. Then they continue to travel through the countryside, which still looks beautiful. When they stop for dinner, they watch horses run around without a care for the world. Selena admits that this was better than she expected, and even kisses Jim on the cheek. That night, the group stays in an old castle in ruins. Hannah and Jim can't sleep and wake up Selena to ask how she does it, so Selena shares her medicine with them. In the morning, Jim wakes up and discovers he's alone, so he begins panicking. However, Frank wakes him up, revealing it was just a dream. The next day, the group resumes their journey and can see Manchester burning in the distance. Eventually they find the blockade from the message, but while there are military trucks and equipment, it's all empty. Selena thinks they should leave, but Frank refuses to admit defeat and continues to search the area. He grows so angry that when he hears a crow nearby, he kicks the wall it's on to make it go away. The crow had been feeding on a zombie and when it moves, it causes a drop of blood to drop into Frank's eye. Knowing what's about to happen, he tells Hannah he loves her and asks her to stay away from him. Hannah still tries to approach him, and as the virus reacts, a furious Frank pushes his daughter away. Then he moves back as he starts transforming, so Selena tells Jim to kill him while she holds Hannah down. Jim doesn't want to hurt a friend and freezes, but luckily they're saved by the sudden arrival of some soldiers who shoot Frank down in seconds. Afterward the soldiers take Jim, Selena, and Hannah to a secured mansion in the woods where a few surviving soldiers have set up a new base, fortifying the place against zombies. The leader Major West welcomes them and offers them food and a shower. Once they've settled down, Hannah is left napping and Selena has a breakdown in front of Jim. He tries to comfort her with a kiss and at first Selena kisses back, but when she realizes what's happening she leaves the room. Then Jim goes to Major West to ask about the answer to the infection that the radio message mentioned. It turns out they don't have a cure. West considers his answer to be all the extra security plans they've installed around the house and the supplies in the kitchen. West also reveals he even has captured a zombie soldier, who is being kept chained up in the mansion's courtyard for study. Jim thinks it's cruel, but West says he wants to learn what it takes to starve a zombie to death, which may be the real answer they need. In the evening, Jim's group has dinner with the soldiers, and they're a bit creeped out by their harsh macho behavior. West wears his full uniform and insults the guy who made dinner for making a mistake. He also assumes Hannah can take over kitchen duties. Suddenly the alarm rings, so all the soldiers run outside to defend the mansion from the incoming zombies. The men quickly get to their assigned positions and open fire, killing dozens of zombies and creating some big explosions with their weaponry that defeat their enemies in just a few minutes without breaking a sweat. When the soldiers come back inside, Mitchell tries to take advantage of Selena, so Jim tries to push him away. Because of his training, Mitchell easily overpowers him, and Sergeant Farrell has to hit him to make him stop. At that moment West arrives and tells everyone to go clean the bodies, then he has a talk with Jim in private. West explains that a few days ago, he found a soldier called Jones about to self-delete because there was no future. To bring back hope, West promised his men he would bring them women to repopulate after starving the zombies to death. That's why he sent out the radio message. Horrified, Jim rushes to grab Hannah and Selena and tries to leave with them, but they're immediately knocked down and captured by the soldiers. Farrell tries to defend them because he disagrees with West's plan too, only to get captured as well. Jim and Farrell are locked up together, and Farrell mentions that the infection couldn't have crossed the seas, so most likely the rest of the world is just fine and they're only quarantining Britain to keep the infection on the island. Hearing this gives Jim hope. In the morning, Mitchell and Jones take the prisoners to the forest to be executed next to a pile of bodies. Farrell calls them out for turning on their own sergeant and an argument ensues. Jones wants to shoot them to make this quick, but Mitchell wants to stab them and enjoy it. A desperate Jones shoots anyway, killing Farrell but also hurting Mitchell in the arm. While Mitchell jumps on Jones to yell at him, Jim uses the chance to disappear. As soon as the soldiers notice they go looking for him, but it turns out Jim has been pretending to be a body on the pile. Then Jim manages to escape by jumping over the wall, leaving his shirt behind. The soldiers see this and decide to leave him be, thinking he can't survive the zombies that wander beyond the walls. As Jim escapes into the woods, he suddenly trips and falls, causing him to look up. To his surprise, he sees a jet flying by, meaning Farrell's theory that the rest of the world is fine is correct. In the mansion, the soldiers want to put Selena and Hannah in pretty dresses to prepare them for a night of breeding. Selena tries to fight against them to no avail, so she changes tactics and kisses a soldier, flirting as she asks him to give them some privacy to change in peace. The soldiers accept and after they leave the room, Selena gives Hannah some of her medicine to make the experience less traumatic for her. The soldier overhears this and rushes back inside, but before he can do anything, they hear the alarm going off again. It turns out Jim is at the blockade and sounding the alarm on purpose. Soon West and another soldier arrive and start searching the area, so Jim carefully sneaks around and ambushes the soldier to knock him down. When West realizes his partner is missing, he looks around and finds him dead in his Jeep, so he opens fire without aim just in case. Then he tries to leave in the Jeep but it's been disabled, and at that moment a zombie jumps on top of the vehicle. West immediately shoots him down before coming out of the Jeep to also kill all the other incoming zombies. Once he's done, he runs back to the mansion. Meanwhile, Jim also returns to the mansion and with the weapon he stole from the Jeep, he frees the chained zombie, who immediately jumps through the window to attack the soldiers guarding the girls. While Selena uses the chance to drag Hannah away, the zombie vomits blood on a soldier and then starts chasing after Jones. The first soldier now becomes a zombie as well. Selena and Hannah try to leave the house, only to be blocked by Mitchell. Suddenly Jones runs by with a zombie behind him, so Mitchell sends a soldier after them while he takes care of the girls. Jones manages to hide in the kitchen and when the zombie is about to get him, Mitchell's friend appears to shoot him, only to be jumped on by the new zombie and get infected too. Jim happily watches all this through the window, and inside a cupboard, Jones cries because he can't help. After the zombies leave, Jones tries running away, however Jim finds him and kills him on the spot. Then Jim goes inside a secret door to hide from the zombies, who take the stairs instead. Upstairs, Hannah manages to run away from Mitchell and enters the changing room to find a picture of her dad among her things. When she hears a zombie coming, she hides behind a mirror just in time. The zombie gets confused by his own reflection and leaves. Back to Jim, he runs around the mansion looking for the girls and enters a room where he finds a soldier hiding because he has no bullets. Jim ignores his begging for help and jumps out the window, leaving the soldier to be eaten by the zombies. By running the roof, Jim sees the room where Mitchell is about to take advantage of Selena and enters through the window. Mitchell immediately takes Selena hostage, but Jim still jumps on him and makes him let go of Selena before attacking him quite furiously. Mitchell doesn't get to struggle much before Jim smashes his head against the wall and then throws him on the floor to crush his eyes. Horrified by this violence, Selena grabs her machete and almost kills Jim thinking he's a zombie too, but her hesitation allows Jim to prove he's fine and the two of them kiss. Suddenly Hannah hits Jim with a vase, also thinking he's infected. Thankfully Jim is fine and the trio immediately runs out of the building, but when they approach Frank's taxi, they find West inside. Saying he wants revenge for his men, West shoots Jim, so Hannah quickly drives the taxi backward into the building. The previously chained zombie breaks the back window and drags West out to get his own revenge, and Hannah immediately takes off picking up Jim and Selena on her way out while the zombie kills West. The gates that surround the mansion are locked, but Hannah just drives through them anyway. Jim's memories of what happens afterward are blurry, but he remembers Selena giving him CPR in a hospital and begging him to live. 28 days later, it's shown that the trio has been living in a cottage in the countryside. Selena has been working hard on sewing lots of fabric and when they hear a plane fly by, the trio rushes outside with the fabric, revealing she made giant letters that spell hello. The plane sees this and turns around to rescue them. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In an alternate version of Earth, the Great Plagues are killing millions of people. They are diseases born from alchemists experimenting with genetic science, thinking they've discovered God's secret code for life. However, one of these plagues also creates a new kind of being that some people call vampires. They aren't supernatural creatures though, they are an improved version of humanity. Born from human mothers, the transformation happens when a specific virus interacts with a specific genetic mutation. They call themselves brothers, and by using science and taking over the church, they help humans fight against the plagues and offer spiritual guidance. Brothers drink only donated blood from churchgoers and live long disciplined lives as priests. Whenever a brother is born, he is immediately taken away to be brought up in the church, although lately not many brothers have been born and all the ones that exist so far have always been male. One day, young Silas is introduced to his newborn brother Edgar, who won't stop crying. Brother August tells him that since Silas and Edgar come from the same mother, Silas must guide him as he grows. 100 years later, an adult Silas is in the slums using his super hearing to track down a crime. He hears the blood drop from a woman's body and follows a metallic noise to find Edgar escaping through a window. Silas tries shooting him, but Edgar dodges and escapes by jumping on the roofs. The next day, Silas shares a bloody drink with Augustus and expresses his wish to team up with the human police to go after Edgar, but Augustus refuses. He's been covering up all of Edgar's murders since the guy went crazy and started feeding on humans, which the Brotherhood hasn't done in centuries. If the truth comes out, people will panic and won't trust the brothers anymore, meaning they'll be treated as monsters again. Meanwhile, in a poor neighborhood called Jamestown, there's an influenza vaccine shortage. The vaccines are supposed to be offered for free by the government, but criminals steal them for the black market. Captain Lily lost her husband and daughter to the influenza, so she works extra hard with Detective Jones to go after the illegal sellers. Today the duo is kicking down a door to burst into an apartment building, where they arrest the landlord. The man swears he's been giving out the vaccines to his tenants, but when the police enter a creepy old basement they discover dozens of sick people. As Jones gets aggressive with the landlord, Lily notices he won't move from his spot and they check under the carpet, where they finally find all the vaccines. The landlord just keeps asking for a lawyer, so an annoyed Lily punches him. The following day, a street kid is wandering around when he suddenly hears a woman screaming for help. He looks inside an alley and discovers Edgar feeding on a human, but as soon as Edgar sees the child, he escapes by climbing the walls and jumping on the roofs. At that moment a man finds the kid and thinks he killed the woman, but the child immediately says it was a brother. Moments later the police arrive, and a reporter tries to ask Lily about the rumors of a brother being the murderer, so Lily just tells the officers to arrest her. Next they check on the victim, confirming that her wound is a bite. Lily talks to the kid to confirm his story and tells her co-workers not to tell anyone about the evil brother to avoid causing panic in town. All this is seen by Silas from afar. Afterward, Lily informs Chief Anderson that she's quarantined the neighborhood and people believe there's a new influenza outbreak. Anderson points out that they can only keep the reporter arrested for 2 days and then the story will be out, so they need to solve the case fast. To her surprise, Anderson reveals that the Brotherhood will send a brother to help them with the investigation. Soon Silas arrives at the station and everyone acts as if he was a celebrity. Silas gives Lily a file with Edgar's information while his supervision studies her every move. Lily is angry that the Brotherhood has been covering up crimes, calling out the privileges of the church because they won't be punished for it. Afterward, Lily puts together a team of detectives and asks them to keep the secret before introducing them to Silas, who makes a whole presentation on Edgar. He explains that until 3 weeks ago, Edgar was a respected scientist in the Brotherhood and was the one who created the most recent influenza vaccine. His 3 victims are women in their early 20s but have no other connection. However, Silas does know where the rest kill will happen. It turns out Edgar is treating this as a game and has set a recording in which he says that he'll take his next victim from an area called Bridge Square. The team is divided into smaller groups to patrol the area and Silas stands on a roof to use his supervision. Meanwhile, Edgar is sneaking inside a building through the vents. He finds a woman he likes and tries to break in, but the lead is stuck, so he goes to the neighboring apartment and waits for the male tenant to leave the room. At that moment 2 cops patrolling the building hear violent noises and alert the rest of the team. While Silas notices blood splashing on a window, Lily and the team enter the building only to find the 2 cops dead on the floor. They kick down a door and find the male tenant dead as well, so while the officers search the rest of the floor, Edgar surprises Lily from behind and pushes her into an empty room, where he starts feeding on her. At that moment Jones notices Lily is gone and comes looking for her, causing Edgar to escape through the vents before he could kill her. Then Silas arrives and offers some of his blood to Lily to help her survive. Once she's stable, Silas gets inside the ventilation shaft and uses his super hearing to follow Edgar, who ends up coming out when an angry Jones starts shooting at the vents. Edgar quickly runs down the corridor to then hide in the attic, only for Edgar to jump on him and push him through the floor. Suddenly Jones shows up and opens fire, hurting Edgar's cheek and causing him to run again. Then Silas shoots as well, and this time Edgar is hit by a tranquilizer, causing his head to break the wall. Jones wants to kill Edgar but Silas doesn't let him, and Edgar is taken to the church. The next day Lily is at the hospital and keeps having horrible visions about Edgar. Silas visits her and they have a sweet bonding moment. On his way out, Silas is approached by Jones, who shows him the newspaper with the cover-up story. The authorities have told reporters that the killer had delusions of being a brother but he's now dead. Later at the church, Silas meets with Augustus and Dr. Lipsky, who is keeping Edgar in painful restraints because he decapitated a guard even though he was sedated. However, Lipsky doesn't think Edgar is insane. He thinks he's infected. The doctor shows Silas an insane woman tied to a bed, who tries to attack Silas when he comes too close. It turns out Edgar was secretly experimenting with a new virus, which is supposed to be illegal. However, since not a single brother has been born in 70 years and never a female, the Brotherhood higher-ups allowed Edgar to be an exception so he could genetically control the birth of more brothers. In the end, Edgar was successful because the women in the secret ward all transformed, but soon the virus changed and now most of the test subjects are dead while the survivors don't have much time left. Edgar is infected with the same virus and his brain is slowly decaying, meaning he'll be the first brother to ever die. Then Silas visits Edgar, noticing how the restraints are causing him to bleed from various spots. Edgar wants to finish Lily, and when Silas defends her name, Edgar makes fun of him for having fallen in love, which brothers aren't supposed to do. Later in the evening, Jones and Lily break into a house to bring down a dangerous operation. As the cops arrest anyone in sight, Lily checks the back room and finds a bunch of girls that were about to be sold. On her way out, she feels like somebody is watching her, but Silas disappears before she can see him. At the church, Edgar is freed from the restraints but locked up inside a metal chamber. The only spot that isn't a wall is the window through which 2 guards are keeping an eye on him, so Edgar starts running toward it over and over to slowly make it crack. When Silas is interviewed on TV, Edgar hears it through the speakers and learns that his brother will be made cardinal in a special ceremony. A few hours later, Lipsky is called to check on Edgar because he killed the guard who gassed him to calm him down. They had thought Edgar was unconscious, but it turns out he learned to trick them. Now Edgar is studying the map of the building, and once he memorizes it, he runs back to jump through the window, finally breaking it. After quickly killing the other guard, Edgar chases Lipski and corners him against the wall, where he forces him to drink his blood before kicking him to death. At that moment more guards arrive, but Edgar kills them all in seconds. Soon he makes it to the front desk, where he kills the receptionist too. Meanwhile Silas is made cardinal, and the ceremony includes using a sword for a blood offering. Sadly he doesn't have time to celebrate because he comes back to find the massacre left by Edgar. The next day, Detective Kelly is walking through town when she hears a woman crying for help. A man named Freddy is threatening to mutilate his victim, so Kelly surprises him with her gun to make him let the woman go. At that moment Edgar jumps on her and knocks her out, revealing this was a trap to capture Lily and Freddy made a mistake because both detectives look alike. Then Edgar feeds Kelly some of his blood, causing Freddy to ask for some as well because he enjoys the visions caused by it. Moments later, Jones brings the news of Kelly's kidnapping to Lily, who is staying in her apartment while Silas watches over her. Guessing Edgar's intentions, the team argues over how to proceed, and Lily volunteers to be bait. In the meantime, Freddy continues to drain Kelly of her blood while Edgar stands on the roof, using his super senses to find Lily. In the middle of the night, Silas watches Lily sleep and can't help smelling her hand before kissing her, only to realize it's a dream when he hears Jones nearby. Edgar is in the apartment under Lily's, causing Silas to sense him and leave through the window to look for him. Lily looks out and notices something moving behind another window, so she and Jones go to check out the apartment. After kicking down the door, they look around and Lily approaches the window, which is immediately broken by Edgar to drag her out. Then Edgar holds Lily against the wall, ready for revenge, only for Silas to show up and threaten him with his gun. Edgar drops Lily to attack Silas, and she has to hold onto a pipe to save herself. A powerful kick from Edgar causes Silas to fall and hit a few pipes before fainting on the ground. By the time he wakes up, Edgar and Lily are gone. When Edgar returns to the hideout, Freddy informs he and Kelly are feeling very sick. Edgar ignores him and gives him new orders, causing Freddy to protest. Annoyed, Edgar kills him by removing his heart. Afterward Edgar places Kelly out in the street with a note that says everything flows from me, my blood will change the world. Soon Stephanie is found and taken to the hospital, where she behaves violently and crazy. More cases are appearing by the hour, meaning Edgar is spreading his virus around. In just a few hours the hospital is filled with insane and violent women who also start dying one by one. Obviously they can't keep the secret anymore, so the authorities announce that a new plague is spreading. Jamestown is quarantined and martial law is instituted, which means any person wandering around after hours gets shot. Meanwhile Lily is handcuffed to a pipe in the hideout and asks why Edgar hasn't killed her, so he confesses he wants to force Silas to drink from her. Eventually a crowd gathers outside the church, demanding a solution. Silas wants to look for Edgar, but Augustus forbids it and informs him that the Brotherhood and the government have reached a difficult decision. The areas around the quarantine zone will be evacuated and the slums will be burned down. That way they can eliminate both Edgar and the infection for the greater good. Refusing to lose so many innocent souls and especially Lily, Silas breaks the rules and visits Jones, who is very dismissive of him. Silas grabs him by the neck and explains he's come to help before hearing the water in Jones's sink. This reminds him of Edgar's message that mentioned flowing, and Silas realizes he must be contaminating the water supply with his blood. Silas tells Jones to inform the press of the water and the Brotherhood's plan. Then he sneaks around the soldiers guarding the slums by breaking through a building's window. On the streets, he finds a dedicated brother tending the dead who shows him something important. Afterward Silas arrives at the water supply and Edgar leaves Lily alone to meet him. Lily notices that the pipe is a bit loose and starts kicking the wall, making a loud noise that alerts Silas. However, he sees a female shadow running around and follows her instead. Desperate, Lily moves down the pipe and manages to kick the door open, then she starts yelling Silas' name. At that moment Silas realizes he's been following a random infected woman and Edgar uses the distraction to attack him from behind. Both brothers fall from a platform and hit a bunch of pipes before landing on the floor while the crazy woman follows Lily's voice. The woman tries to come inside to feed on her, so Lily starts kicking the door to keep her out. Unfortunately the woman comes in anyway and starts pulling Lily down, causing the pipe to finally break. By sliding the handcuffs down, Lily is finally free and when the woman tries to attack her she just uses the handcuffs to choke her to death. Back to Edgar, he tries to give Silas his blood, but at that moment he wakes up and tries to shoot him. Edgar immediately kicks the gun away and a fight ensues, during which Silas keeps asking about Lily. No matter how many times Edgar tries to attack, his sick body is too slow and Silas easily overpowers him, so Edgar buys time by begging for mercy. Once Silas is distracted, Edgar kicks him and impales him on 2 steam rods. An injured yet alive Silas falls to the ground and Edgar threatens to burn his face down with the steam. However, he dies first when Lily stabs his brain with another steam rod. On their way out, Silas kisses Lily before showing her the important thing the other brother is guarding. It turns out an infected woman has given birth to the first female vampire, so Lily accepts to leave with the baby to keep her a secret and protect her from the Brotherhood. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. It's a normal day at the office, and Vincent asks the intern to bring him coffee in a very rude manner. Moments later, the intern stares at Vincent while he works at his desk and suddenly starts beating him up with his laptop. The other employees immediately drag the intern away and Vincent is sent to take care of his wounds. Afterward, the boss says stress must have affected the boy and that she won't hire interns anymore. She also explains filing a complaint usually goes nowhere but still offers Vincent to talk to HR. However, Vincent is fine with forgetting about the incident. When he returns to his desk, Vincent can't help feeling that everyone in the office is watching him. In the evening, Vincent goes home and spends some time looking for a potential girlfriend on a dating app. He also takes a picture of his injury and uploads it to social media with a cheap quote to get lots of sympathetic comments. The next day at the office, Vincent is working at his desk when suddenly a coworker grabs his hand and starts stabbing his arm with a pen. Once again, the others must pull them apart and Vincent immediately runs away, causing the attacker to regain clarity. Later, after Vincent was given an arm sling by a doctor, both he and the attacker go to HR to discuss the incident, bringing a video a coworker recorded with their phone. The attacker says he wasn't in his normal state and swears he can't remember anything before he starts crying. The HR manager blames it on stress and too much workload and Vincent doesn't want to fill a complaint, so the meeting ends with the attacker and Vincent shaking hands. Afterward, another boss asks Vincent to work remotely since obviously something about him is unnerving people. Before going home, Vincent asks a coworker to check social media to see if there are any bad rumors about him, but they find nothing. In the evening, Vincent has a date with the woman he met on the app at a restaurant. Their chat goes well and they hit it off, but Vincent can't help glancing at the window because a hobo keeps staring at him. Suddenly the man starts walking toward the restaurant, but when he crosses the street he gets hit by a car. Terrified, Vincent decides to leave. On his way home, he can't stop feeling that everyone on the street is watching him, so he ends up taking a cab. The next day, Vincent goes for a ride on his bicycle and when he stops at a red light, he notices a driver in a car staring at him without blinking. Scared, Vincent ignores the red light and rides away as fast as possible, but soon the car comes chasing after him. He ends up accidentally falling off his bicycle, but at least this allows him to hide off the road and the car goes away without seeing him. When he returns home, Vincent searches the internet for news related to mysterious cases of violence and finds many examples of people suddenly dissociating and attacking whoever is around them. There are also many videos filmed by people with their own phones of such incidents happening in sports events and stores. The following day, Vincent goes to see a psychologist. Unfortunately, the man doesn't believe the part about the attackers having blank faces and says Vincent may want any kind of attention, causing the others to react. Vincent goes home and starts organizing the details he knows so far on a board. The attacks start with eye contact, so he needs to know how they stop. He goes to the balcony and says hello to the neighbor, who at first returns the greeting with good manners. However, after some staring, his face goes blank and he throws things at Vincent, who immediately hides. After waiting for a few seconds, Vincent looks out again and notices the neighbor is confused over what happened. He adds to the boards that ending eye contact also ends the attack. Later, Vincent receives a package with his latest purchase, a taser, some handcuffs, and paper spray. Then he spends a few moments practicing how to react fast with the taser in hand. Feeling safe now, Vincent goes for a walk while keeping his hood up. When he returns home, the neighbor kids see him arrive and suddenly attack him. Vincent tries pushing them away without hurting them, but the kids keep trying and even bite him, so Vincent has no choice but to throw them to the floor. At that moment, he's seen by the mother who immediately calls him an abuser, but at least she stops the attack and Vincent can run to hide in the apartment. Soon all the other neighbors are gathering outside the door and they don't believe him when he says the kids attacked first. Scared, Vincent puts some furniture against the door to keep them from breaking in. When the neighbors finally give up and leave, Vincent packs up his most important things and leaves, making sure to keep his hood up. He takes a cab to his childhood home, where he learns that his father Jean-Pierre is living with a new girlfriend. Vincent borrows his dad's car and the keys to the family's country house, but when he asks to spend the night, Jean-Pierre informs him his childhood room is going through renovations. Vincent's options are the couch or the garage, where all his old things are in boxes. Seeing he's clearly being a third wheel, Vincent decides to leave, but first he stops by the garage to get some of his old stuff and a hammer for defense. After a few hours of driving, Vincent stops at a store to buy some food. He eats it at a table in the park, where he's suddenly approached by a hobo named Joachim and his dog. Thinking he's about to be attacked, Vincent tries to leave, but Joachim asks him to stay and promises it's safe. Joachim watched him buy the food and how he avoided looking at anyone, so he can tell Vincent is like him. Vincent agrees to share his food while Joachim shares his story. This has been going on for 7 months for him, and it got so bad that he had to leave his job as a university professor. He doesn't know what caused it, but he knows there are others like them that chat on forums and blogs. Joachim recommends him the one he uses, called the Watchman blog. There they discuss techniques to survive alone, since even going to the hospital is dangerous. In fact, Joachim isn't his real name, it's the username he uses on the forum. Before leaving, Joachim tells Vincent to get a dog because it won't attack him and can warn him of any danger. Afterward, Vincent goes to the gas station and fills up his tank while trying to hide from other drivers. Unfortunately, a man parks next to him and sees him to the point he grabs a shovel from his truck, ready to attack. Vincent immediately gets in his car and escapes without paying. After driving the entire night, Vincent finally makes it to the family's country house and locks the front gate with a chain. Then he uses his laptop to find the website Joachim told him about. However, to leave a message he has to create an account. To do so, the website asks him to delete all his social media accounts first. Without hesitation, Vincent deletes all his accounts and makes a new one on the mysterious website, using Dave17 as a nickname. Sometime later, Vincent orders food online, and when the delivery guy comes, Vincent makes him drop the box by the gate and doesn't pick it up until the guy is gone. At that moment, a neighbor sees him and comes to say hello. The woman is pleasant, but her daughter's face is slowly changing and she tries to reach for him, so Vincent rushes back inside. Then Vincent gets on the website again and finds Joachim's profile, so they start talking to each other through DMs. The next time Vincent goes to the bathroom, he discovers the toilet is clogged. He goes out to check the septic tank that he shares with a neighbor, finding it flooded as well. At that moment, a repairman called by the neighbor arrives and Vincent tries his best to avoid eye contact, but unfortunately the man reacts anyway and jumps on Vincent. The men start fighting, and after lots of struggle, the attacker throws Vincent on the pile of poo to beat him up. Vincent quickly makes the man fall too, and they roll on the poo until the guy starts choking Vincent, who manages to find a rock and uses it to hit the man's head until he's dead. Then Vincent quickly washes off the worst of the dong and drives away with the body in the trunk of his car. Once he's far enough, he opens the trunk and discovers the man is still alive. Vincent wonders if he should spare him, but the man attacks again, so Vincent furiously finishes him off with a hammer. After throwing away the body, he returns home and takes a thorough shower. He finds some cuts in his body, so he stitches those too. The following day, Vincent goes to the dog pound to choose a pet. All the dogs are barking except for a good boy who smiles at him, so Vincent adopts him and calls him Sultan. They go to the beach and play some games together, but soon a family arrives and starts walking toward Vincent. Sultan immediately barks to warn him and they run away together. At home, Vincent takes a picture with Sultan and the taser and sends it to Joachim. One evening, he drives to a fast food restaurant and makes an order on his phone, asking them to bring it out because he's disabled. Margot is the one who brings his order and realizes the raw meat is for Sultan, so she calls Vincent sweet. When she asks what's Vincent's disability, he confesses he lied, but Margot doesn't mind because she likes having an excuse to catch a break from the clients inside. Later at home, he looks for Margot's profile on social media and a crush starts to grow. The next day, Vincent starts exercising and watching self-defense videos. When he hears his neighbor speaking loudly outside, he looks through the window and finds the mother scolding her daughter for getting violent. Soon the people in the forum start talking about barricading their houses or even escaping to the mountains. For now, Vincent chooses to cover up all his windows. He also asks Joachim if he ever met someone, so Joachim confesses he's married and he had to leave his wife. He misses her a lot but always fights the urge to go see her. In the evening, Vincent goes out in his car and finds the road blocked by the cops. He does his best to avoid eye contact while an officer explains the situation and tells him to take a different road. Luckily, Vincent manages to drive away without trouble. Afterward, he goes to the fast food restaurant and Margot brings out the food for him again. At that moment, two bikers arrive at the restaurant, so a scared Margot gets in Vincent's car and asks him to drive away. To thank Vincent for the favor, Margot tells him to stop by a bar so she can buy him a beer. She brings out 2 pints and while they drink together, the bikers show up and ask Margot for the money she owes them. When they see Vincent, one of the guys goes blank and Sultan starts barking, so Vincent uses the taser to knock him out. Then the other thug tries to punch Vincent, but he hits him first and rushes to get in the car with Margot to escape. Suddenly Sultan starts growling and Margot jumps on Vincent to attack him. Vincent tries his best to push her away while still driving in a rather clumsy way, and after a few hits he manages to knock Margot out just in time to avoid crashing. Moments later, Margot wakes up in a room at Vincent's house and finds the door locked. Outside the room, Vincent asks her to close her eyes, then he guides her out and takes her to his car, where he handcuffs her. Eventually they make it to a supermarket and Vincent gets out of the car to approach a man nearby, but the guy is weirded out and goes away in his own vehicle. Then Vincent gets inside the supermarket and Margot is surprised to hear Sultan growling. At that moment Vincent runs out while dozens of people are chasing him and throwing things at him. He manages to get in the car before getting caught, but the crowd surrounds the vehicle and even breaks a window. Vincent makes them move by starting the car and the group gets to escape safely. Margot finally understands what happened to her last night and believes the story. Moments later they arrive at Margot's home, which turns out to be a boat. They share some drinks and food, and after chatting for a while, they end up kissing. Things quickly escalate and they decide to do the naughty, which is kinda awkward and uncomfortable because they keep handcuffing one of Margot's hands to various surfaces in case of another attack. By the time they're done, night has fallen and Margot is craving a smoke. Vincent goes out to get them from his car and receives a call from Joachim, who announces he's cured. He doesn't know how or why, but nobody attacks him anymore. Joachim wishes Vincent good luck and hangs up before going to finally see his wife again. Afterward, Vincent and Margot share some joints and fall asleep together. In the middle of the night, Vincent wakes up when he hears Sultan growl and finds Margot attacking him, so he hits her to knock her down and runs outside. Minutes later, Margot calls him back, but she doesn't blame him for defending himself. While Vincent takes care of the wound he gave her, Margot wonders if they can make their relationship work. Suddenly, Sultan starts barking and they hear a voice, which Margot recognizes as the owner of a neighboring boat. Soon more and more voices can be heard yelling in the distance, so the group decides to leave. They drive back to town and are shocked to find a fire that has taken over a house and its surroundings. When they take a closer look, they're horrified to find a body that Vincent recognizes as his neighbor. Then they go around the house to enter Vincent's home through the back door while avoiding the fire, only to find Jean-Pierre with his weapon out. His face has multiple wounds and he explains a bunch of violent people killed his girlfriend. Retelling the story makes him have a breakdown and Vincent manages to make him drop the weapon before hugging him to comfort him. Afterward, Jean-Pierre and Margot go to sleep while Vincent checks a message from Joachim. He says things didn't go well with his wife and that destroyed his soul, so he writes to say goodbye before self-deleting. He also drops a map with the coordinates to all the shelters organized by their website. Devastated, Vincent tries to call him but Joachim doesn't pick up, meaning he's already dead. In the morning, the group leaves in the car and heads toward a shelter, keeping Margot's and Jean-Pierre's hands tied to the doors. During the trip, they hear the news on the radio talking about a wave of violence taking over the country and the minister advising everyone not to leave their homes. Eventually, they find the road blocked by a bunch of cars because everyone is trying to escape at the same time, and Vincent can't drive back because cars appear behind him as well. People's anger grows with the situation and soon everyone is fighting on the road. Jean-Pierre wants revenge for his girlfriend, so he unties his hand and joins the scuffle. Vincent goes after him to save him, and as he runs around, he finds lots of people killing each other in the most brutal ways. When he finally finds his dad, Vincent sees the blank look and gets ready to defend himself, but Jean-Pierre attacks a woman instead and kills her. Sultan appears next to Vincent but he doesn't make a single sound, which makes Vincent realize nobody attacks him anymore. More people fill the area and Vincent pushes them out of the way, but he can't find his dad. Meanwhile, Margot has to watch how a person kills another one on the hood of Vincent's car. At that moment, she finds the handcuffs key and frees herself to go after Vincent, who refuses to leave without Jean-Pierre. Margot points out they'll get killed if they stay, so they run away from the main road and take a trail through the forest. After a few hours of walking, Vincent's face suddenly goes blank and he attacks Margot. As he chokes her, she struggles against him and manages to cover his eyes, making him stop. Vincent feels terrible and lets Margot blindfold his eyes with a piece of her shirt before they keep going. When they reach town, there are snipers on the roofs who shoot in the air to scare them away. As they run down the road, Margot sees an abandoned car, so she throws out the driver's body and takes the vehicle to drive back to the river. There she removes the blindfold and kisses Vincent before going back to her boat. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Vincent and Sultan join her, and the group sails away together. Margot blindfolds Vincent and handcuffs his hand just in case, but she also hugs him as they promise to start a new life together. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the middle of the ocean, a woman's body falls into the water, floating for a few seconds before her eyes open in panic. Suddenly, Brandon wakes up and realizes it was a nightmare. He works as a bodyguard for the governor's daughter Ava and he's been dealing with internalized guilt since he failed to protect her mother. Brandon and Ava arrive at the airport, where Ava meets with her friends Jed and Kyle. They're going on a trip together, and the boys aren't happy that Brandon is coming too, but Ava explains her father wouldn't have let her come without security. Once they board the plane, Ava and the guys sit in the back for privacy, and Ava can't help noticing it's strange for a flight to have so few passengers. Shortly after they take off, the plane shakes a little bit, but it's considered normal. Moments later, the plane starts shaking again, and the engine can be seen heating up. The pilot tells the passengers that they accidentally hit some birds and there isn't anything to worry about. However, soon the plane starts shaking again, and an engine catches on fire. At that moment, the pilot asks everyone to fasten their seatbelts, and as everyone starts to fear for their lives, a part of the engine breaks and flies off to hit the side of the plane, killing a passenger. The crack in the wall causes a pressure change and everything starts flying off or shaking inside the plane too, with all the bags falling off and hitting people on the head. Passengers who didn't fasten their seatbelts are pushed off their seats and thrown across the plane even when they try to hold onto other people's hands. In just a few seconds, a wall blows off and creates a huge hole on the side of the plane, causing tons of people to fly away to their deaths. Brandon tries to hold onto a floating man, but the wind is too strong and the guy is blown away as well. Another guy tries to hold onto the seats, however the metal can't hold on for much longer and the few seats fall off with the guy still on them. A flight attendant tries to help a guy who is about to fall, only to end up falling with him. After losing most of its passengers, the plane starts falling at great speed and crashes into the ocean, where the water immediately starts flooding it. As Brandon is stabbed by a piece of metal, The seats are pushed forward by the impact and kill many passengers by crushing them. The plane sinks for a few minutes and eventually comes to a stop when it gets stuck on the seabed. Thanks to the plane being stuck in an angle, an airlock is formed at the back, so Ava and her friends plus flight attendant Danilo are alive. However, Kyle has a broken bone in his arm. The group stares at the water, worried about the weird noises they are hearing. Suddenly Brandon comes out, bringing Rosa and her grandmother Marty to the safe area. Marty is unconscious, so Danilo starts doing chest compressions and after a few minutes of nothing, Marty wakes up. Then Rosa asks about her grandfather, and Brandon has to tell her and Marty that he sadly didn't make it. The group starts to panic, so Brandon immediately takes over leadership to calm everyone down. The airlock means they're safe for now, so they need to stay calm and wait for rescuers to find them. Ava checks her phone, but there's no reception under the sea. She points out there's a hole in the plane and that they should swim out, but Brandon explains their chances to survive like that are low, so they must stay and wait. Danilo informs them that the pilots must have called for help before the crash, so help should be here soon. Afterward, Brandon explains they should have backup oxygen just in case. Danilo says the plane has 2 tanks in the back for emergencies, but when he checks on them he finds them empty. At that moment Marty remembers that one of the passengers had a medical oxygen tank, so Brandon volunteers to jump in to find it. Before he leaves, Marty asks him if to bring her husband's hat. Brandon dives in and swims through the corridor as he checks the passengers who died in their seats. He finds the husband's hat and takes it, not noticing something swimming by the window. Then he finds the oxygen tank and takes it as well before checking on the hole. He decides to swim further to search for anything else he can take, and to his shock, he's suddenly attacked by a shark that enters through the hole. The creature immediately bites Brandon and he struggles against it, trying his best to get it off him. Meanwhile, the group gets worried because they see the ripples in the water indicating something is going on. Suddenly the ripples disappear and Brandon resurfaces, telling the others to stay back while revealing some severe wounds on his body. Breathing heavily, he hands the others the oxygen tank and the hat before apologizing to Ava. Then he's dragged back into the water and the group sees the shark's tail peek out while the creature eats the poor man. Terrified, the group moves back to hide in the employees area and agrees they should keep on waiting as Brandon says. Then Marty offers to take care of Kyle's arm, explaining she used to be a nurse during wartime and that's how she met her husband. Kyle screams in pain when Marty pushes the bone back into place, and using some thick magazines and bandages, she improvises a splint. Outside, a helicopter is flying near the area in search of the fallen plane. They have priority orders because they know the governor's daughter is among the victims, but for now they don't see anything. Back to the survivors, they hear some creaking and the plane moves for a few seconds, indicating it may fall again at any moment. Jed is starting to get too negative, and Danilo opens the oxygen tank Brandon retrieved. At that moment they see the water getting red and the noises make them realize the sharks have come inside to eat the drowned bodies. Suddenly the plane shakes a little and they see the sharks swimming by their window, hitting random plane parts as they move. Rosa is getting too scared and Ava tells her not to worry because she's sure they'll be rescued. However, the helicopter still hasn't found anything and doesn't have much fuel left. The group keeps track of the water level and calculates they still have around 3 or 4 hours before the water reaches the back. However, they also keep hearing the metal creaking and notice some water leaking through the ceiling, so they can't be sure if the plane will hold up that long. Suddenly the plane starts falling, sliding down for several minutes and causing a bunch of rocks to fall off until it gets stuck again. Thankfully the group holds on and nobody gets hurt, but this new angle is causing the water level inside the plane to rise faster. Since the seabed obviously isn't as solid as they thought, the group agrees they have no choice but to swim out of the plane. They'll need to find some way to distract the sharks, and Rosa says she learned at school that sharks don't like bubbles. There's still the problem of being able to hold their breath for that long, and Kyle suddenly remembers something. Some passengers were traveling with scuba equipment. Danilo explains those things are in the baggage hold and there's a hatch that would give them access. However, the oxygen tanks are probably empty, otherwise they wouldn't have been allowed in the plane. Ava thinks the rest of the scuba equipment could still be useful, but Jed is too pessimistic, so Ava pretends she needs to pee and hides in the bathroom, where she has a breakdown as she hears the plane creak. When she comes out, Ava teaches Rosa it's okay to be frightened. Outside, the helicopter only has 15 minutes of fuel left. At that moment they finally find plane parts floating around, so 2 divers jump into the water to start the search. It doesn't take them long to find the plane, and as soon as they come closer the group starts making gestures at the window. One of the divers swims toward the hole while the other approaches the window to tell the survivors it's all fine now. Suddenly the shark appears behind him and he doesn't notice it, so the group tries to warn him. The diver turns around and finds nothing, but when he looks at the plane again, he's pulled down by the shark and killed. After hearing lots of noises above the plane, the group looks out the window and sees the diver's leg floating away. Remembering the other diver, the survivors check out the corridor, but nobody shows up, so they assume the guy is also dead. Outside, the helicopter is almost run out of fuel, so they have no choice but to leave. At least they have the coordinates and backup is already on its way. Back to the survivors, Ava points out that if the other diver is dead, they could take his oxygen tank. She looks underwater and notices a shadow, but she can't know for sure. Jed tries to get a closer look by standing on the seats, only to slip and fall into the water. The group worries because they can't see him, but he then surfaces laughing because he had been pranking them. However, he doesn't come out in time and the shark soon finds him, catching with his toothy mouth. As Jed struggles against the shark's attack, the group comes closer to grab his arms and pull, managing to get Jed away from the shark and into safety. Unfortunately, they discover that Jed is missing a leg, so Marty makes Rosa stand behind the curtain while she takes care of the wound. Using some seatbelts, Marty makes a tourniquet to stop the bleeding, and Jed cries when he realizes he won't be able to participate in any more triathlons. Still determined to get out of there, Ava volunteers to go search for the scuba equipment. Danilo opens the hatch and they discover the baggage hold is also flooded, but Ava dives in anyway. With a flare, she looks around the area, unaware that something else is swimming behind the bags. Eventually she finds the scuba equipment, only to suddenly be startled by an octopus at the same time the flare goes out. The others begin getting worried when they see no more light, but thankfully soon Ava returns with the equipment. The group opens the bags to find diving suits and masks, but there are only 4. At that moment they hear something hitting the plane and rush to check the window, but no diver is around, so it must have been a shark. By the time they turn around again, Jed is already dead. A desperate Ava tries to do chest compressions, but Marty pulls her back, making her see the truth. Suddenly the plane slides down again, but this time it stops quickly because the cockpit breaks and acts as an anchor. Water is rising faster, so they need to get out fast. Remembering Rosa's fun fact, they plan to use the small oxygen canisters from the emergency masks to blow bubbles at the sharks. There's still the matter of swimming such a distance, and Kyle breaks down, confessing a childhood accident that left him traumatized and made him a bad swimmer. However, with Ava and Rosa's supporting words, he agrees to try. Then Ava gathers all the oxygen masks she can find without going too deep into the water. The sharks are still hitting the plane, and the ceiling is starting to crack. The group starts changing and Marty volunteers to be the one without a suit because at her age, she would only slow everyone down anyway. After saying a final goodbye to Jed, the survivors get in the water, noticing the plane is slowly starting to slide down again. Suddenly the cockpit finishes breaking and falls into the abyss, meaning the plane will fall soon as well. Marty asks Ava to go first and take Rosa with her. The girls start swimming through the corridor only to find it blocked by a shark, so they immediately open an oxygen canister to scare it away. Once the way is cleared, they keep on moving, and soon Kyle and Danilo also join them. Marty watches the young people go as the water rises inside the plane and knows she won't be able to make it, so she stays back and waits to be reunited with her husband. At that moment Kyle panics and swims back to put his head out in the small pocket of air left. Danilo tries going back for him, but suddenly a shark comes out of the baggage hold and attacks Kyle, eating him in seconds. A terrified Danilo swims to meet with Rosa and Ava, who find the dead diver and take his tank so they can fill up their lungs. Then Ava sends Rosa and Danilo through the hole with the tank, but when she's about to leave too, a shark blocks her way. Ava swims back and freezes, so the shark swims inside without noticing her. However, her tail smacks off her mask. Then Ava discovers more sharks are coming through the hole, so she starts swimming toward the front. At that moment the plane starts falling faster and the water pressure keeps her from moving, but luckily Ava holds onto the seats and pushes through, managing to leave through the front hole right before the plane falls into the abyss. Now Ava can start swimming to the surface, however she soon runs out of air and passes out. Her body obviously stops swimming, but thankfully the floaties push her up and as soon as she reaches the surface, she breathes and immediately wakes up. Ava panics when she doesn't see the others, but at that moment the helicopters show up and finally pull her out of the water. Danilo and Rosa have already been rescued, and when Rosa asks about her grandmother, Ava gives her the bad news. As a last goodbye to her grandparents, Rosa throws her beloved plushie into the water before falling asleep in Ava's arms. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a magical land of the continent, Geralt is fighting against a monster called Kikimora. Geralt is a monster hunter known as a witcher, meaning he's a mutated human with special abilities. He manages to cut off one of the monster's legs, but the Kikimora disarms him and pushes him down into the water. After lots of struggle, he manages to retrieve his sword and cut another leg to then stab the Kikimora in the head, finally killing it. Afterward Geralt goes to the town of Blaviken and enters a tavern, but all the locals discriminate against him for being a witcher. Some men get ready to attack him, but Renfri makes them back away with just a word and even shares a drink with Geralt. Next a young girl takes Geralt to a tower, saying he can sell the Kikimora there. Geralt immediately notices the door is magical and just walks through it only to discover the sorcerer Stregobor has created an illusion that simulates a paradise filled with beautiful women. Stregobor wants Geralt to assassinate Renfri because she was born with the curse of the Black Sun. All the women who carry the curse were born mutated and are predicted to bring the extermination of the human race. To prevent this, sorcerers have been killing these women and Renfri is the only one left. Renfri's mutations make her immune to Stregobor's magic, which is why he wants to hire Geralt's service. However, Geralt refuses, saying he only hunts monsters and is neutral to society's squabbles. Geralt leaves Blaviken, and in the forest he's approached by Renfri, who wants to know where Stregobor is. She explains that the assassin he sent abused her and robbed her, which is why she killed him, and now she wants revenge on Stregobor. Geralt stays neutral, but he bonds with Renfri over being discriminated mutants, and they end up doing the naughty. That night Renfri tells him not to run from the girl in the woods because she's his destiny. In the morning Geralt wakes up and sees Renfri's gone, so he rushes back to Blaviken, where he's surrounded by Renfri's gang. A guy shoots an arrow at him, but Geralt easily deflects it before meeting them in a fight. With incredible strength, fast and precise movements, and the use of magic signs, Geralt kills the gang members one by one, sometimes even using their own weapons. After decapitating the last guy, Geralt hears a girl asking for help and discovers Renfri is holding her hostage. Geralt tries to use a magic sign to make her obey him, but magic doesn't work on her. After pushing the girl away, Renfri attacks Geralt, who corners her against the wall because he doesn't want to hurt her. Renfri stabs him in the leg and forces him to fight, exchanging multiple hits of their swords but with only Renfri causing any damage. Eventually Geralt manages to corner her again, yet Renfri keeps on trying, so Geralt has no choice but to kill her. Then the locals and Stregobor show up. When Stregobor says he wants to do an autopsy on Renfri, Geralt threatens him with his sword, so Stregobor mentions he butchered a bunch of men to make people around them angry. Everyone starts calling Geralt butcher and throw stones at him, so Geralt has to leave town with his head down. Many years in the future in the kingdom of Cintra, Queen Calanthe is holding a feast when a knight suddenly informs her that the Empire of Nilfgaard is coming to invade. She immediately gets her army ready and rides with her husband Ice to the battlefield, where they meet the Nilfgaardian army and a vicious battle begins. Bodies start falling all over the place as soldiers kill each other with no mercy, and while at first the Cintrans put up a good fight, eventually Nilfgaard's numbers overpower them. Ice thinks they should retreat, but Calanthe refuses to surrender Cintra. Suddenly Ice takes an arrow through the eye and dies, causing Calanthe to have a breakdown before trying to go after the archer. Later at the Cintran castle, advisor Mousesack and Princess Cirilla meet with a wounded Calanthe, who has finally retreated and is dying. Outside, the Nilfgaardians are invading the city, so Mousesack puts up a magical barrier around the castle to keep the soldiers at bay for now. The Nilfgaardians spend the whole day shooting flaming arrows at the barrier, tiring Mousesack until he can't hold his magic up any longer. The enemy breaches the gates and another furious battle begins while the Nilfgaardians kill soldiers and citizens alike with sadistic brutality. Calanthe tells Cirilla to escape because Nilfgaard came for her and she screams in protest, which makes the entire room shake. Unmoved, Calanthe tells Cirilla to find Geralt because he's her destiny. Meanwhile, the royal knights give everyone a bottle of poison to drink so they can die honorably instead of being butchered by Nilfgaard. As people die in every room, Calanthe goes to the window to end it all as well. In the castle's secret tunnels, Mousesack and a knight guide Cirilla out, only to see some Nilfgaardians coming. Mousesack tells Cirilla to take a horse and leave with the knight while he buys them time, but the duo barely gets to ride for a few minutes before they're chased by Care, the archer who killed Iced. He quickly kills the knight with an arrow and Cirilla falls off the horse, giving Care the chance to capture her. As they ride out of Cintra, Cirilla sees her kingdom burning down and gets so angry that she starts screaming. The horse gets scared and they both fall to the ground, so Cirilla keeps yelling to make Care's head hurt but also causing a huge monolith to collapse between them. This opens a huge rift in the ground that allows Cirilla to escape into the woods. Back to Geralt. Many years after Blaviken, he's taking a break at a small tavern while the bard Jaskier sings about monsters. When Geralt tries to leave, a farmer approaches him and pays him to kill the monster that has been stealing his grain. Jaskier starts following Geralt because he wants an adventure, and doesn't stop even when Geralt punches him to shut him up. When they make it to an open field, Geralt is suddenly hit by a little projectile from a creature hiding in among the plants. Then Jaskier is knocked down by another projectile before the creature comes out to hit Geralt with his horns. His name is Torque, and he's a Sylvan who is tired of humans trying to poison him. Geralt attacks Torque and punches him, only to be ambushed from behind and be knocked out too. Later Jaskier and Geralt wake up tied up inside a cave. A sick elf has fun hitting them while the king of elves Filavandrel explains that Torque has been stealing food and medicine for his people. Jaskier is confused because elves live in golden palaces, so Filavandrel has to tell him that's propaganda. The elves were kicked out of their lands by humans and now they live hiding. Geralt points out that by attacking humans the elves are only proving them right, so they should leave and rebuild instead of losing more elves in fights. Seeing Geralt as another victim of humans, Filavandrel decides to let him and Jaskier go, and Geralt thanks him by giving him the farmer's bounty. Many years in the past in a small town, a hunchbacked girl called Yennefer is attacked by two teens for being ugly, which causes Yennefer to unconsciously teleport. She appears inside a strange place and meets Sorcerer Istred, who calms her down and explains she's in Aretusa, the college to learn magic. Thinking he wants to attack her too, Yennefer slaps him, but Istred just opens a portal for her so she can go home. Later at the farm, Yennefer is being abused by her stepfather when they're suddenly interrupted by Tissaia, a teacher from Aretusa who offers to buy Yennefer for a few coins. Her mother protests, but her stepfather accepts the deal and Yennefer is taken against her will. In Aretusa, Yennefer is locked up in a room and has a breakdown during which she breaks a mirror. The shards give her an idea and she tries to self-delete. However, Tissaia saves Yennefer's life and as soon as she wakes up, she's sent to class. Tissaia demonstrates the use of magic, explaining that it always has a price. Fringilla tries a spell to make a rock float and her hand starts mutating, so Tissaia demonstrates how to pay the price by making a flower die to levitate the rock. Then all the students try it, but Yennefer is the only one who fails. Feeling down, Yennefer looks for Istredd and befriends him. Days pass and Yennefer continues to fail at doing magic. In her free time she visits Istredd, who comforts her and teaches her how to read his mind. One night, Tissaia takes her students to a cave with an open ceiling. Their task is to bottle lightning, but the first two girls fail, and so does Yennefer. Only Sabrina pulls it off, and it makes Yennefer so angry that she shoots some lightning, which Tissaia has to redirect. Sometime later, Istredd feeds Yennefer a special flower that allows her to open a portal, causing her to reveal her real father was half-elf and Istredd kisses her. Afterward it's revealed that he's working for Stregobor and tells him that Yennefer is a quarter elf. Later Yennefer hears some noises and follows them to discover Tissaia transforming 3 classmates into eels. Then Tissaia asks Yennefer to push them into the water, which immediately lights the school up with magic. In the future, Cirilla hears a bunch of soldiers looking for her and hides just in time. Then she tries to grab some berries but suddenly she hears a noise and meets Dara, a boy who warns her those berries are poisonous. Dara hunts some rats and shares them with her, agreeing to stick together. Eventually they come across a Cintran refugee camp and Cirilla runs to it, but this time Dara doesn't follow. While trying to get some food, Cirilla meets a boy who has elf ears hanging on his neck because he killed a bunch of them. It turns out Cintra used to be the land of the elves and Calanthe ordered her people to kill any elf who tried to take it back. The boy invites Cirilla to stay in his family's tent, where the mother notices Cirilla doesn't have shoes so she orders the dwarf servant to give her his. In the middle of the night, Nilfgaardians attack the camp. As the family grabs their stuff to escape, the mother slaps the dwarf for dropping her things and insults him, causing the dwarf to finally snap and stab her multiple times. Suddenly someone cuts the tent and Cirilla is pulled out, only to discover it's Dara. They run together through the massacre in the camp, where they see the other boy dead and Kara looking for her. The kids run into the forest, and when Dara takes off his hat, she discovers he's an elf. Sometime later, Cirilla wakes up when she hears weird voices whispering to her. She follows the voices into the Brokilon forest, ignoring Dara calling her name. When he tries to follow her, he's stopped by arrows coming from the trees, and a bunch of corpses in the area reveal the locals don't like visitors. Back in present time in Temeria, a young dying boy is telling Witcher Remus about the monster that attacked him. The father pays him to kill the creature, so Remus follows a trail of blood and bodies into the butcher's shop. He carefully sneaks around with his sword out as he hears the monster run in the dark until the creature waits for him to turn and kills him from behind. Rumors of what happened soon reach Geralt's ears, who travels to Temeria to investigate. The local workers want to revolt against the king for doing nothing, so courtier Ostrid and the royal knights have to show up to stop them. Then Geralt tries to offer his services, but Ostrid makes his men kick Geralt out instead. On their way out, the guards suddenly fall asleep and fall off the horses. At that moment royal sorceress Triss reveals herself, saying she wants Geralt to save the creature. Later at the castle, she explains that the attacks have been coming from the crypt of Princess Ada, who rumors said was killed while pregnant. The monster may be Ada's cursed unborn child. She also allows Geralt to examine all the bodies of the creature's victims, including Remus. Geralt discovers the bodies are only missing the heart and liver, and the only monster who eats like that it's a Striga, a cursed female. This confirms the creature is the unborn princess. The next day, Triss introduces Geralt to King Foltest, and Geralt shares the truth about the monster. Annoyed, Foltest asks everyone to leave, but Geralt waits for the others to be out to suddenly lock the door and interrogate Foltest. He wonders why the king hasn't reacted to the news of his sister being murdered and asks who is the baby's father. Foltest refuses to answer and kicks Geralt out of his kingdom. Instead of leaving, Geralt sneaks into the crypt with Triss. After Geralt sniffs the bed, they find a bunch of letters inside a music box. The queen wrote to Ada asking her to stop getting naughty with Foltest, which confirms he's the baby's father. They take the letters to Ostrid and Geralt mentions he smelled Ostrid's scent on the prince's bed. Ostrid admits he used to be jealous of Ada because she chose her brother over him and he was the one that sent the curse. He had been trying to curse Foltest but it backfired, and Geralt punches him for it. In the evening, Geralt returns to the crypt and finds Foltest, who begs him to save his daughter. Inside, Geralt ties Ostrid to the bed and forces him to share what spell he used, making him realize he'll have to fight the Striga until dawn to break the curse. Geralt takes his special potions for a boost and then leaves the room, allowing the Striga to find Ostrid and kill him in seconds. Afterward the Striga searches for Geralt, who must fight her without killing her. He throws a chain to capture her, but the Striga easily breaks it and attacks him. Geralt fights her without using his sword, pushing her away with a magic sign instead. However, the Striga easily knocks him down and starts throwing around. With another magic sign, Geralt destroys the floor, causing them to fall into an underground area. Then he places a magical barrier on the entrance before he's attacked by the Striga again. When he's down, the Striga tries to escape, but the barrier keeps her at bay. At that moment the sun starts to come out, so Geralt runs to push the Striga and prevent her from returning to her crypt. Instead he goes inside himself and locks it with a magic barrier, leaving the Striga screeching outside in frustration. In the morning, Geralt finally comes out and discovers the Striga has become a young girl, meaning the curse is gone. When he comes closer, the girl jumps on him and bites his neck because she doesn't know how to be human. Moments later, Geralt wakes up after being healed by Triss. She tells him that Foltest made up a story about how Ostrid died while killing the Striga and that locals consider him a hero. Geralt just takes his money and leaves. Back in the past, Yennefer and Istredd are having their first time while Yennefer keeps up an illusion to practice her magic, which makes it look like they have an audience clapping for them. Afterward, Yennefer meets with the enchanter who will modify her body to be beautiful because all sorceresses must look good while working as royal advisors. Sometime later, Yennefer learns that instead of advising the king of her homeland as planned, she'll be sent to Nilfgaard. She angrily demands an explanation, and Tissaia shares that Stregobor told the rest of the council that Yennefer is part elf. Sometime later, Istredd notices Yennefer has missed the initiation and goes looking for her, only for Yennefer to yell at him because she's realized he manipulated her. An argument ensues, but Yennefer refuses to forgive him. While a ball is being thrown to introduce the new sorceresses to their kings, Yennefer goes to see the enchanter. Since there isn't much time left, he can't prepare the herbs to put her to sleep, so she'll have to go through it awake. Like all sorceresses, she must pay the price of the transformation with her fertility. As the enchanter removes her womb and begins working on fixing her body, Yennefer screams in pain but never gives up, letting every bone and inch of skin reform itself. Moments later, Yennefer shows up at the party and shocks everyone with her stunning beauty. She immediately dances with the king of her homeland and gets the position she wants, making everyone else seethe. In the present, Jaskier is in a tavern hearing the alderman describe how Geralt lost to a monster. Jaskier doesn't believe him, and soon Geralt enters the tavern covered in monster guts. Everyone considers Geralt a hero while Jaskier makes them sing his Witcher song, which has helped clean Geralt's reputation and made him famous. In return, Jaskier asks Geralt to be his bodyguard for an incoming royal party. When they arrive at the castle, Mousesack immediately recognizes Geralt and asks him to chat in private. He explains lots of people are gathered here to ask for the hand of Calanthe's daughter Pavetta, although Iced is there because he's more interested in Calanthe herself. When Calanthe finally arrives, the party truly takes off. Two drunk lords begin arguing about manticores, so Geralt throws some sass at them to shut them up. Amused, Calanthe invites Geralt to sit with her. While they dine, Calanthe asks Geralt if he'll help her out if things get violent, but Geralt refuses, reminding her that Witchers are neutral. As the party progresses, they're suddenly interrupted by a man sneaking past the guards to ask for Pavetta's hand. Iced immediately takes his helmet off and everyone is shocked to see that this Lord Urchin looks like a humanoid hedgehog. Calanthe orders Geralt to kill him but Geralt refuses, saying this isn't a monster but a cursed knight. Then Calanthe orders the guards to get him, yet Urchin beats them up in seconds before announcing that Pavetta belongs to him under the law of surprise. A whole army of guards tries attacking him again, and while at first Urchin can defend himself, more guards keep coming and he's overpowered. When he's about to get killed, Geralt cuts in to defend him, and the battle restarts with Urchin and Geralt fighting together. One by one the soldiers go down all over the dance area, and soon the other lords come forward to take over the attack. However, Ice takes Urchin's side, saying the law of surprise must be respected. Total chaos ensues and eventually Calanthe grabs the sword to save Iced before yelling for everyone to stop. Suddenly Pavetta runs to Urchin and hugs him, revealing they've been having a secret affair. Then Urchin explains he saved the king's life years ago and as a reward, he asked for the law of surprise, which gives you what a person has but doesn't know yet. Later that day the king discovered Calanthe was pregnant with Pavetta. The king may be dead now but Calanthe reveals she knew about this. That's why she tried to hire Geralt in advance. Urchin had never intended to claim Pavetta, but one day he bumped into her by accident and they fell in love. Pavetta says she wants to marry Urchin, and Iced, Mousesack, and Geralt tell Calanthe that a promise must be honored. Cornered, Calanthe approaches Urchin with fake acceptance and takes out a dagger to kill him. At that moment Pavetta starts screaming and a magical pulse blasts through the room, knocking everyone except Urchin away. The couple floats in the middle of a magical vortex of wind, which may destroy the building soon. Geralt tries to break the vortex with his sides, but he's only pushed back. Then he drinks a potion, and with the help of Mousesack's magic, he manages to break through the vortex and make Pavetta stop. After a few seconds of darkness, everyone confirms they're fine, and Calanthe has no choice but to accept Urchin as Pavetta's husband. Iced also asks Calanthe to marry her, so they have a double wedding. The couples have a lovely ceremony, and when Urchin and Pavetta kiss, Urchin becomes human because true love breaks his curse. When Geralt tries to leave, Urchin insists on rewarding him, so Geralt asks for the law of surprise to brush him off. Suddenly Pavetta throws up, revealing that she's pregnant, which means Geralt has a claim on her child. However, Geralt doesn't care and leaves, ignoring Mousesack's warnings against ignoring destiny. In the past, years after the initiation, Yennefer is escorting Queen Callis and her seventh daughter across the countryside. Suddenly their carriage stops and they hear screaming before several swords begin poking through the carriage. Yennefer looks out and sees all the guards being slaughtered by a mage assassin controlling a creepy monster. The creature comes after them, so Yennefer opens a portal so she can run with Callis and the last standing guard. The group appears in a desert and Yennefer realizes the mage was sent by the king to kill Callis because she was unable to have a male heir. The assassin appears behind them and the monster immediately kills the guard while Yennefer opens another portal for her and Callis to escape again. They appear in a town and Yennefer begins taking Callis' jewelry off because the king probably gave her something to be traced. The mage shows up again, so Yennefer uses her magic to freeze the monster in midair while opening a portal with her other hand. Once Callis runs through it, Yennefer follows her, only for the queen to call her useless. The mage appears again, and this time an angry Yennefer escapes alone. Callis is immediately killed by the mage and when the creature is about to kill the baby too, Yennefer shows up and decapitates it. Then she throws a magical attack at the assassin to distract him while she grabs the baby and runs through a portal, only for the mage to throw a knife at them. Seconds later, Yennefer lands on a beach and realizes the baby is dead, so she buries her in the sand. Afterward, Yennefer begins living off the grid, traveling to random towns to make money with her powers. In the future, Cirilla continues to follow the voices and finds a bright light before finding herself surrounded by dryads. They also have Dara, but they're just healing his arrow wound. In private, Dara asks some questions that make Cirilla admit she's the princess of Cintra, which makes Dara angry because his family died during Calanthes' elf slaughter. That night, Cirilla has a nightmare about the Cintra massacre, people dying everywhere, and Care's crazy face trying to kill her. When she wakes up, a dryad takes her to see an ancient tree and makes her drink its sap. Cirilla takes a sip and appears in a desert, where the tree asks her what she is. In Cintra, the Nilfgaardians continue to burn everything down, capture Mousesack, and find Calanthes' body. A servant cuts a piece of her skin to eat it, and while he has a vision, Fringilla kills him. Then she reads his entrails and discovers Cirilla is in Broccolon, so she sends Care after her. Sometime later, Care enters the room of a man who keeps people's body parts in jars. This guy is a Doppler, meaning he can take the form of any person, and Care hires his services. He takes him to see Mousesack, who tries to run only for the Doppler to jump on him and copy his appearance before killing him. In the present, a few years after the Cintran feast, Jaskier finds Geralt fishing for a djinn so that he can wish for a cure for his insomnia. When he finally finds a bottle, Jaskier fights him for it, and the bottle accidentally breaks. Geralt wishes Jaskier would shut up and a cut appears on his arm as a strong wind begins blowing around them. Guessing it's the djinn, Jaskier makes two dumb wishes, only to suddenly be pushed by magic. Geralt uses his sign to send the djinn away and when he turns around, he finds Jaskier puking blood with a tumor on his throat. On his horse, Geralt takes Jaskier to the nearest camp and asks for a healer. The man inspects the tumor and gives Jaskier a potion that will buy him a few hours, but they'll need a powerful mage to take care of this. Apparently there's one in the mayor's house. Geralt rides to the mayor's house and knocks down the guard to get inside. The mayor appears before them naked only to fall asleep on a chair, so Geralt and Jaskier go deeper inside where they discover Yennefer is throwing a naughty party, meaning their timelines have finally collided. When she hears about the djinn, she immediately accepts to help. Jaskier is quickly healed, but he'll be unconscious for a few hours. When Geralt checks on him, he notices Yennefer is preparing a ritual to capture the djinn and tries to warn her against it. However, Yennefer kisses him to take control of his mind. When Geralt wakes up, he's in a cell with the healer, who explains that Geralt went on a rampage through town under Yennefer's control. The healer tried to stop him from attacking the citizens, only to get arrested as well. Meanwhile, Jaskier wakes up and panics when he sees Yennefer getting ready for a ritual. She corners him against the wall and threatens him until he makes a wish. At the same time, the mayor's guard appears at the cell to start beating up Geralt, who wishes this guy would burst. Suddenly the guard's head explodes and a second cut appears on Geralt's arm, revealing he's the real master of the wishes, not Jaskier. Geralt's wish makes the djinn appear in front of Yennefer, so Jaskier takes the chance to run away. He bumps into Geralt and tells him about the ritual, so Geralt rushes back inside. Yennefer is on her knees having trouble controlling the djinn's humongous power, yet she refuses Geralt's help. With no other option, Geralt makes his last wish, asking for his life and Yennefer's to be connected. Since the djinn can't hurt Yennefer without hurting his master too, it disappears in a big shockwave that brings down half the building. When Yennefer and Geralt wake up, they start arguing, only to suddenly get dirty together while Jaskier watches from the window. In the future, Cirilla is out of the tree's illusion and sees a dryad arrive with the heads of Nilfgaardian scouts. They get ready with their bows for an attack, but the one that shows up is the fake Mousesack asking for Cirilla. The girl is happy to see a familiar face and leaves with him and Dara. As the trio starts making his way back, Dara asks lots of questions, finding Mousesack suspicious. When Mousesack answers incorrectly, Cirilla finally sees through him. Furious, the Doppler tries to drag her by force, so Dara attacks him. Dara's silver knife hurts the Doppler, who quickly disarms him and tries to choke him. Cirilla picks up the knife and starts burning the Doppler again, causing him to show his real face. Then Dara takes his knife back and pushes the Doppler against the tree, asking questions instead of killing him. Cirilla grabs the knife to do it herself, giving the Doppler the chance to knock Dara down. Terrified, Cirilla runs away, only to be caught by the Doppler in the form of a Nilfgaardian soldier. Moments later, Cirilla finds herself tied up inside an inn room where she meets with Care. However, as soon as Care turns around, Cirilla changes forms to copy Care's because it's actually the Doppler, who is angry at Care for not telling him how dangerous Cirilla is. A fight ensues and Care has trouble fighting the Doppler because he's copying his skills. The men fight all over the room, using any object available as a weapon. Care cuts the Doppler's face with a broken bottle, forcing him to run away. When Care comes out too, he sees a bunch of locals and can't guess who the Doppler may be disguised as, so he gives up. Meanwhile, Cirilla is tied to a tree in the forest and found by Dara, who quickly frees her. He scolds her for leaving the safety of Brokilon, saying she only brings terror and death just like Calanthe, then he abandons her. Cirilla travels alone and ends up in a small town, where she steals a horse to travel faster. That night, she's camping on an open field when she's suddenly approached by some guys. She realizes they're people she knew from Sintra, but they aren't here as friends. They want to capture her and bring her to Nilfgaard for the reward. Terrified, Cirilla falls to her knees and her powers take control of her. With a creepy voice, she shares a prophecy about the end of the world and screams. In the present, a few years after the Djinn incident, Geralt and Jaskier meet with Bork and his 2 bodyguards. Over a drink, Bork explains a dragon has appeared in the kingdom, and the locals tried to attack it to get its gold. In revenge, the dragon has destroyed half of the countryside. The king has now put a price on the dragon's head, so lots of teams are getting ready to go after it. Bork wants Geralt in his team, but Geralt refuses, saying dragons are intelligent creatures and he doesn't kill them. However, he immediately changes his mind when he discovers Yennefer is coming along with a knight. While all the teams are going up the mountain, Jaskier finds a monster among the bushes and panics. Geralt explains it's a peaceful monster that probably is just hungry. However, the knight comes forward and viciously slays the poor creature, decapitating it before continuing to hit it with his sword. Later, when the group stops to rest, the knight roasts the monster and eats it, which makes him feel sick and run to relieve himself in the woods. The next morning, the group discovers that the knight was murdered while pooping. Yennefer is furious because she lost her sponsor and Geralt asks her why she wants to kill the dragon. She explains that a dragon's heart can cure infertility, but Geralt just laughs at her, saying it's an urban myth. Then the dwarf team announces they don't trust the team of mercenaries, believing them to have killed the knight, so they'll take a shortcut. Geralt's team and Yennefer go with them, discovering the shortcut is a very small path around the mountain made for dwarves. They still cross it very carefully, however their weight makes the wood break and Bork and his bodyguards fall, managing to hold onto the chain at the last second. Geralt holds onto the chain wanting to save them, but the wood is breaking under him too. Not wanting more deaths, Bork lets go and his bodyguards quickly follow him. Moments later, the group stops to make camp and Geralt visits Yennefer in her magical tent, where they end up getting naughty for the rest of the night. The next morning, Yennefer and Geralt discover the dwarves left without them, so they go after them. When she catches up to the dwarves, Yennefer uses magic to make them freeze. Then she enters the cave and discovers the dragon has already died protecting her egg. Yennefer tries to approach her only to find her path blocked by Bork's bodyguards, who are actually alive. The women are about to fight but Geralt interrupts them, soon followed by a second dragon. It turns down this is Bork's real body and he never hired Geralt to kill his wife, he wanted the Witcher to protect the egg from the other teams. At that moment the mercenaries arrive, so Yennefer and Geralt help the bodyguards protect the egg. A battle ensues during which Geralt and Yennefer kiss as they attack their enemies together. One by one all the mercenaries are defeated, but unfortunately more keep coming. Yennefer and Geralt fight the enemies outside while the bodyguards fight those who manage to enter the cave. A guy sneaks around and almost reaches the egg, so Bork breathes fire to kill him. Outside, a mercenary throws dirt into Geralt's eyes to distract him, but Geralt catches his weapon and allows Yennefer to kill him, ending the fight. Moments later, the dwarves finally snap out of Yennefer's spell. Back in his human form, Bork gives them a bunch of dragon teeth, which they can use to prove to the king that they killed the dragon. After the dwarves leave, Bork reveals to Yennefer what Geralt's wish was. Yennefer gets angry because now she doesn't know if what they have is real, and after an argument, she breaks up with him and leaves. Many years later, Geralt sees the Nilfgaardian army marching towards Sintra, meaning he's finally in Cirilla's time. He travels to Sintra as well because he's worried about his child of surprise, so Mousesack explains Cirilla is fine although her parents died years ago. Suddenly Geralt hears a noise and checks the tunnels to see 2 men, realizing Calanthe sent assassins to kill him if he ever showed up in Sintra. Then Geralt takes Mousesack hostage to force all 8 assassins to come out of hiding. Wanting to avoid a fight, Mousesack opens a portal to teleport himself and Geralt away. Afterward they go to see Calanthe, and Geralt explains he's come to take Cirilla away to protect her from Nilfgaard, promising to bring her back when the battle is over. Calanthe reluctantly agrees and introduces him to a fake princess, saying she'll be ready in a few hours. While waiting, Geralt sees a mysterious wind open a door and goes outside, where he sees the real Cirilla playing with some kids and being called Your Highness. Realizing he's being tricked, Geralt rushes to confront Calanthe, who ignores his warnings and orders Ice to escort Geralt out of the kingdom. On their way out, Ice stops by an arch, where 2 gates suddenly fall to capture Geralt. Soon the Battle of Cintra happens and the city is already shown. When the guard runs by, Geralt knocks him out through the cell door and steals his keys to escape. Outside, Geralt starts fighting off Nilfgaardians, killing a few before hiding to watch the soldiers storm the castle and Calanthe falling to her death. Geralt decides to sneak into the castle to find Cirilla, but after killing more soldiers, he discovers she's already gone. Meanwhile, Yennefer is approached by sorcerer Vilgefortz, who convinces her to return to Aretusa. All the sorcerers are having an emergency meeting to discuss Nilfgaard's attack on Cintra. An argument ensues over whether they should help or not, only to be interrupted by Fringilla, who is working for Nilfgaard and asks them to stay out of the way. Yennefer and Tissaia want to help Cintra, but the group votes and it's decided not to intervene. In secret, Vilgefortz gathers those who voted yes to fight anyway. The sorcerers leave on a boat to reach a keep on Sodden Hill, the location that Nilfgaard will try to push through to continue further north. There are lots of refugees here, so the sorcerers must protect them as well. Both groups start working together to prepare a bunch of traps and weapons, like enchanted bottles. Yennefer magically multiplies the feathers so they can make more arrows. A few hours later, everyone is asleep but Yennefer wakes up just in time to see a fireball coming at them and deflects it with her power. While she alerts the other sorcerers, Fringilla orders another fireball to be thrown, and the mage dies in the process just like the first one because fire magic is forbidden. The fireball is deflected again, so Fringilla creates a box and gives it to another sorcerer. In the morning, the sorcerer walks through the forest while spreading a thick fog that the Nilfgaardian soldiers march through. While everyone gets ready in the keep, Triss goes outside and makes a bunch of mushrooms grow in the forest. When the soldiers step on them, a dangerous gas is released, killing them all. Another group of soldiers approaches from a different direction and a sorceress uses her magic to snap all their necks. A third group is coming, so Sabrina and her archers throw the enchanted bottles and hit them with arrows, causing a bunch of explosions to rain down on the Nilfgaardians. After the final group starts marching, Vilgefortz teleports to the Nilfgaardian camp and starts fighting the few soldiers left there, using his magic to control his sword. Kaer finds him and a duel starts, during which Kaer keeps disarming Vilgefortz and he keeps calling his sword back with magic. Eventually he runs out of energy, allowing Kaer to kick him down a hill. Next, Fringilla opens a portal that connects to the keep's entrance, and her archers shoot arrows through it to kill a bunch of people. The Nilfgaardian sorcerer uses the distraction to sneak inside and drop the box as he dies. Tissaia goes to confront Fringilla, who throws Dimeritium powder at her to block her powers. Then Fringilla activates the box, which releases a bunch of parasites. Soon the Nilfgaardians surround the keep and kill any sorcerer outside. Triss rushes to the entrance and creates a barrier out of vines that gets the enemy stuck. A soldier manages to reach through the vines and burns Triss' chest, burning the vines too. Meanwhile, the worms take control of Sabrina and a few kids, who take some of the enchanted bottles. Sabrina surprises Yennefer and stabs her before the kids drop the bottles, causing a huge explosion that causes dozens of deaths. The tower also falls and Yennefer and Sabrina are thrown to the ground, where Sabrina passes out. Yennefer sees all the death and destruction that surrounds her and goes outside to start killing soldiers left and right. In the forest, Vilgefortz wakes up and finds a wounded mage from his side who killed a bunch of Nilfgaardians. The poor guy asks for help, but Vilgefortz kills him instead and ignores Yennefer when she tries to contact him telepathically. The Nilfgaardian soldiers keep coming, so Yennefer absorbs all the flames from the keep and releases them on the hill, setting the whole forest on fire but protecting Tissaia. The huge flames kill all the Nilfgaardians, winning the battle. In the meantime, Geralt leaves Cintra and eventually finds the destroyed refugee camp, where a guy is trying to give the dead Cintrans a proper burial. Suddenly the man is attacked by necrophages, monsters that haunt places with lots of dead bodies. Geralt quickly saves him and tells him to run before more necrophages come out to attack him, starting a vicious fight. Their numbers allow them to overpower Geralt and they even bite his leg, but Geralt pushes through and kills them one by one until there are no monsters left. Then Geralt collapses and wakes up later to discover the man came back for him on his wagon. Because of his wound, Geralt keeps having hallucinations of his childhood and his mother, but also of Bort telling him it isn't real. Geralt drinks some of his potion and throws the rest on his wound, only to start hallucinating again. He remembers how his mother abandoned him in the middle of the road for the Witchers to take. A few hours later, Geralt wakes up to a woman healing him. At first he hallucinates it's Renfri or Yennefer, only to then discover it's actually his mother. He calls her out for giving him to the Witchers, who painfully experimented on him to give him his powers, but his mother tells him to move on. In the meantime, Cirilla wakes up and discovers her magic killed her horse and all the men. A woman finds her and takes her home, promising she only wants to help. That night Cirilla dreams of Geralt calling out for Yennefer, and remembering he's her destiny, she decides to leave to find him. Soon the wagon arrives because this is also the home of Geralt's savior. He hears the wife mentioning a girl in the woods, and remembering Renfri's words, Geralt jumps off the wagon and runs into the forest. There's Cirilla and Geralt finally meet and they embrace as their destinies come together. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In 2039, the oxygen levels on Earth are so low that it's become uninhabitable. There aren't any plants left, cities have become wastelands, and only a few people are left around the world who survive using masks connected to oxygen tanks. In Brooklyn, engineer Darius has left the family bunker to clean the solar panels while his father goes into the bookstore to get new stuff to read for his granddaughter. On the way out, the father steps on rotten wood and falls through the floor, which leaves him hanging off the reception ceiling. The fall damages his oxygen pack and he starts having trouble breathing. Darius hears the issue over the comms and runs to the bookstore, where he tries to release his father from the hole to no avail. He goes upstairs to grab him by his feet instead and it works, but it's too late, the man is dead. Afterward Darius returns to the bunker, where he gives the bad news to his wife Maya and their daughter Zora. Thanks to Darius' engineering knowledge and Maya's farmer experience, the bunker has enough oxygen and plants to keep a decently comfortable life. Darius announces he wants to bury his father next to his mother, who is in a cemetery more than 5 miles away. Zora protests because of the potential danger, but Darius points out they haven't seen anyone in 3 years so he should be fine. In the evening after the others fall asleep, Darius runs some maintenance on the machine that keeps the bunker running and discovers the oxygen reserve will only last 2 months. The computer even says that the system has been compromised, so Darius has a hard choice to make. The next morning, Darius says goodbye to Zora and gives her the book her grandfather got her. Then Zora watches Darius leave with the body on the security camera. Not wanting to lose contact with him, Zora uses the radio to try to reach him, sharing random stories like the fact he predicted the oxygen shortage and nobody believed him, but at least he got to build the bunker in time. Unfortunately Darius never answers, and 5 months pass without any news from him. Maya and Zora try their best to survive on their own. Now it's their duty to leave the bunker and keep up with the device's maintenance. They always make sure to bring a gun when they go out, but Maya still gets angry whenever Maya wanders away on her own just to get close. Luckily the bunker has a very thick steel door and a password lock, so they should be safe for the time being. They keep each other company as much as they can, but in quiet moments Darius' missing presence is very obvious. Zora never gives up and continues to send messages through the radio talking about family memories from before the apocalypse. Maya doesn't give up either and often goes outside to plant seeds, hoping one day one will actually grow. She also runs fake errors on the computer to teach Zora how to fix any issues they may come across. Sometimes Zora says she'll go out to look for her father, but Maya reminds her she's already tried and forbids Zora from leaving. This often ends up in the same arguments. One afternoon, the duo is outside after finishing maintenance when suddenly they see 2 people approaching with a shopping cart. They run to hide behind an old car and watch how the strangers try to enter the bunker. They're unsuccessful, but it's weird that they knew exactly what door to go to. At that moment, Maya and Zora's system reminds them of their oxygen levels and one of the strangers called Tess hears the noise, so she comes looking for them with her weapon out while her partner Lucas climbs to the roof to search for other entrances. Tess carefully approaches the car but doesn't find the women. At that moment she hears Lucas trying to warn her of something on the radio, but it's too late. Maya and Zora tackle her to the ground. Then they run to the bunker to get inside and close the door before the strangers can follow them. Then Maya gets on the comms and demands an explanation. Tess swears they mean no harm and that she and Lucas live in a bomb shelter outside Philadelphia with 25 other people. Their air filtration system recently started failing, so they traveled for 3 days to find Darius. Tess claims to be a physicist who worked with him at the university and she only wants to take a look at the system he created to copy it. She even knows Maya's and Zora's names, but Maya still doesn't trust her because Darius never mentioned her. Suddenly Zora mutes the mic and starts fighting with Maya over how to proceed. Zora doesn't want the people at the shelter to die, but Maya doesn't think the shelter exists at all. After lots of arguing, Zora convinces her mom to help because if Tess truly can copy Darius' technology, they could bring big changes to the world. Maya tells Tess and Lucas to leave their weapons by the door and wait on their knees. She comes out with her gun out and asks Tess to tie up Lucas' hands, then she ties Tess' hands as well. Next Maya checks they aren't hiding any other weapons before guiding Tess toward the shelter. When they're about to enter, Micah comes out of hiding and tells them to stop, so Maya opens fire at the same time that Zora comes out and shoots as well. Micah is wounded but he still runs and tackles Zora into the bunker, so Maya runs inside too and closes the door, leaving Tess and Lucas outside. Mother and daughter point their weapons at Micah, and as soon as they enter the main room, they tie him up. Afterward, Maya uses the comms to talk to Tess, who explains this is just a misunderstanding. Micah is her lookout, so when he saw her tied up and being taken away, he thought she was in danger. Maya doesn't believe anything she says and tells her to leave, so Tess announces she'll get Darius' machine no matter what it takes. With a knife, Tess releases herself and Lucas, then she announces they're using the drill. Inside, Maya and Zora take care of Micah's wound while still arguing if his story is real or not. Suddenly the alarm goes off and the computer announces the system was compromised. Zora and Micah try to look at the camera, but Tess has covered it with tape. She's also retrieving the weapon Micah dropped while Lucas is using a drill to try to bring down the bunker door. Luckily, Zora gets an idea and she grabs a few mechanical pieces to put together a little contraption that she then puts against the door. By activating it, she sends an electromagnetic pulse and breaks the drill. Refusing to give up, Tess climbs to the roof and injects carbon dioxide into the bunker, bringing the oxygen level severely down. As the alarm goes off, Zora and Maya rush to put on their masks. Maya leaves to take care of the problem and Zora stays to keep Micah at gunpoint, but she feels uncomfortable when he starts talking about his young daughter. After lots of hesitation, she decides to share a mask with him as long as he answers her questions. Micah swears they didn't kill Darius and that Tess truly knew him before the apocalypse. Outside, Lucas is supposed to wait by the door to attack, but he gets distracted when he sees something in the garage. He drags Tess there, but before they can enter, the emergency lock kicks in. At that moment, Maya gets on the roof and opens fire, forcing them to hide. In a few seconds, the duo comes up with a plan, so Tess starts firing back at Maya while Lucas runs toward the bunker. Inside, the air becomes clear again and they can drop the masks, so Micah uses the chance to start fighting against the rope. Tess suddenly comes out of hiding, pretending to surrender. However, this is a distraction so Lucas can jump on Maya from behind, starting a fight that breaks Maya's leg. In return, she hits him with a mop and hurts his ear. Unfortunately, Tess surprises her from behind and knocks her out. At the same time, Micah frees himself and attacks Zora, who pushes him off by pressing her thumb against Micah's wound. However, Micah finds her weapon and holds her at gunpoint. Minutes later, Lucas and Tess uncover the camera while holding Maya hostage. Micah ties Zora up and tries to open the door, but he can't without the code. Suddenly he starts feeling dizzy because of all the blood he lost and falls dead on the spot. Outside, Lucas threatens to shoot Maya if Zora doesn't open the door, but the microphone is still muted and Zora can't explain herself. Thankfully, Micah's radio is nearby, so she drags it over with her feet and tells the group that she's tied up and Micah is dead. Tess demands Maya to open the door from this side, but she reveals a special badge is needed together with the code and that badge is inside to prevent people from entering. Desperate to help her daughter, Maya eventually admits there's another badge, but it's far from there. She has a working car, so Tess agrees to leave with her while Lucas stays to keep watch. During the ride, Maya explains they're going to find Darius. It turns out that after he left to bury his dad, Maya found a note in which he explained the machine couldn't keep the air clean for 3 people anymore, but with only 2 there would be more time for Zora and Maya to figure out the seeds. This means Darius truly is dead and he didn't return on purpose. Back in the bunker, Zora tells the computer to play some music, which Lucas appreciates. A few hours later, Maya finds Darius' body and takes a moment to grieve before finding the badge. The duo is ready to go, but at that moment the car runs out of power. Tess asks for the badge as she points out Maya can barely move with her broken leg, so there's no way she'll survive a trip back on foot. She confesses she also used to have a daughter and promises to take good care of Zora, so Maya agrees to give her the badge and the code. Before leaving, Tess promises to come back for Maya when she has more oxygen in her tank. Then Tess starts running back and eventually finds a bicycle in the middle of the city, so she uses it to reach the bunker safely. With the code and the badge, she and Lucas get inside right before they run out of air. Zora demands to know where Maya is, so Tess tells her everything, including Darius' sacrifice. Tess wants to go back with a new mask and get Maya, but Lucas threatens to kill Tess if she doesn't start working on the machine. With a drill, Tess opens a panel in Darius' invention and finds a very advanced system, so she has no choice but to admit she doesn't understand enough to recreate it. Lucas starts losing his mind, causing Tess to finally admit she lied. She never met Darius before. She only learned about him and his family because her radio picked up Zora's messages. She knows enough about technology to help back in the shelter, but she hadn't expected the machine to be this level of complicated. Furious, Lucas shoots her on the spot. As Zora has a breakdown, Lucas sits next to her and points out that she knows enough about the machine and the bunker, so he wants her to teach him how to use it yet refuses to untie her. Back to Maya, she sits in the car while thinking about her family. She notices she only has 21% of oxygen left, concluding nobody will come for her before it runs out. At that moment she's shocked to see something on the ground. It's a little plant starting to grow out. She removes her mask for a second and confirms the air is getting cleaner, which gives her hope. Inspired to keep on surviving, Maya tries to recharge the car's solar battery. At the bunker, Lucas throws Tess and Micah's bodies out to get rid of the smell. Then he grabs a can of food, but Zora refuses to tell him where the opener is, so he smashes the can to open it. Zora calls him out for staying here instead of going back to help his shelter, but he doesn't care. Suddenly the alarm goes off announcing a problem with the cables. Lucas agrees to untie Zora so she can take care of it, but only gives her enough oxygen for a few minutes so she can't run away. Zora gets to the roof and puts the cables back together, only to discover it was Maya who messed with them. After a warm reunion, Zora tries to get back inside, but Lucas won't open the door because he wants to see her suffer. The duo then makes a plan. Seconds later, the alarm goes off again, so Lucas comes out and sees Zora unconscious on the ground. He throws dirt at her and starts praying, only to suddenly be shot by Maya, which damages his oxygen tanks as well. When he tries to move, Zora reveals to be awake and makes him trip. Then Maya and Zora run back into the bunker, but Lucas manages to stand up and follows them. He passes through the first door and tackles them to get through the second one as well, causing the bad air to get into the shelter. As the alarm goes off, Lucas demands oxygen while threatening the women with his weapon. However, Zora points out that if he shoots he'll cause an explosion. He lets them move to fix it, but instead Zora and Maya go outside and close the doors, leaving Lucas in a broken room. Not wanting to die slowly, Lucas shoots his weapon and the resulting explosion kills him. Outside, Maya and Zora survive thanks to the masks and escape in the car. However, they don't have much oxygen left. Remembering Micah's story, Zora drives them through the city and tries to find the shelter, but they find the doors closed and they pass out on the stairs. Moments later, Maya is shocked to wake up clean and rested. The people from the shelter heard them and rescued them, and now Zora is sharing Daria's machine with them. With the survivors' help, mother and daughter work together to start planting the new seeds and bring back vegetation to the world. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. 10,000 years ago at the end of the Ice Age, a machine came to Earth from outer space to change humanity into mutants. A warrior called Neechstain united all the ancient tribes and together they sealed the machine deep underground. Afterward, Neechstain's descendants formed an order in Eastern Europe to keep the knowledge of the machine alive in myths and in the sacred book of the Chronicles. However, by the year 2707, people have forgotten about the machine and Earth's natural resources have been exhausted. The world is now controlled by 4 corporations that keep going at war against each other to gain control of the few remaining resources. In Europe, the Bauhaus Corporation is getting ready for another battle against the Capital Corporation, unaware that they're fighting in the area where the machine was buried. Bauhaus Commander Steiner orders his men to keep on bombarding the enemy with artillery while Capital Commander Nathan reminds his team to be brave and not give up. However, the mood in the Capital side is incredibly low because they've already lost tons of soldiers and their chances aren't very good. Sergeant Mitch takes the dog tags of every fallen man, determined to honor their memory. At that moment, Bauhaus sends out their tanks, so Capital fires back with a large cannon. Another fight begins and the resulting explosions reveal the spot under which the machine is buried and even cracks the hatch, but nobody notices. Bauhaus responds with grenades and poison gas that quickly spreads into the Capital trenches, immediately poisoning all the soldiers who don't manage to put on their masks fast enough. Soon the Bauhaus soldiers break into the Capital trenches, killing every soldier in sight. Mitch is almost killed too, but Nathan saves him at the last second by shooting the attacker. They refuse to give up and quickly start fighting back. Another huge explosion happens and the roof of the cave with the machine finally starts to crack until it collapses. A strange creature crawls out of the resulting hole and runs to the nearest soldier to take him down. Soon more mutants begin crawling out of the hole and attack the Capital trenches, obliterating most of the soldiers in seconds. When the Bauhaus advance into that area, they're surprised to see the massacred bodies, and the mutants take advantage of their distraction to attack them as well. Meanwhile, Nathan and Mitch are sneaking around to survive. They don't see the mutants, so when they find the bodies of their comrades they think Bauhaus did it. Eventually Nathan comes across Steiner and they blame each other for the current situation, so a knife fight ensues. They barely get to move before soldiers from both sides surround them. Mutants continue to come out of the hole and use the sword-like hands to kill every soldier in their path. Finally, taking notice of the monsters, Nathan and Steiner agree to team up and both armies open fire against the creatures. In the struggle, Jesus gets seriously wounded. Thankfully, an evacuation plane soon arrives, so Nathan grabs a machine gun and runs off to distract the mutants while the survivors retreat safely. Mitch manages to carry Jesus to the plane and watches in horror how Nathan runs out of ammo and is surrounded by the monsters. Sometime later, the news of the mutants' release reaches the Order of Neechstain. The leader brother Samuel and a silent nun named Severian go to the monastery's secret room to check the Chronicles of Mutants, hoping it will tell them how to destroy the machine. The book says that mutants carry injured and undead people to the machine to turn them into monsters, and no army in the world can defeat them because they're too strong. However, the book also predicts that there's a chosen one who will be able to destroy the machine. Then Samuel organizes a meeting with the leaders of the 4 corporations to discuss the situation. The mutants have taken over many of the big cities, so they propose to evacuate humanity to Mars, but Samuel points out they don't have enough spaceships for everyone. He's also sure that the mutants are smart enough to follow them. Samuel thinks a better plan is to send a team to the cave and destroy the machine, but the corporation leaders continue to argue and can't agree on a decision. Under the unstoppable mutant attack, life in cities is getting worse every day and evacuation soon begins. However, it's impossible to take care of everyone just like Samuel predicted. The monsters kill any soldiers that try to protect the streets, and families are split if they don't have enough evacuation tickets for everyone. Sometimes the explosions that are supposed to reach the monsters bring down the evacuation ships as well, killing every civilian inside and the monsters that it crashes on at the same time. In private, one of the leaders tells Samuel that he can't fly to Mars because of his poor health, but he's still determined to help. He gives Samuel his ship and evacuation tickets to attract volunteers for the mission by promising their relatives will get to escape. After Samuel leaves with the paperwork, the mutants surround the leader and quickly kill him too. In the meantime, Mitch goes to visit Nathan's family to bring the bad news. Nathan's wife has a breakdown, not knowing how to protect her daughter because they weren't chosen for evacuation. Mitch comforts her the best he can, but he feels useless. In the evening, Mitch goes to a bar and dips his teammates' dog tags in whiskey while he gets drunk. At that moment, he's approached by Samuel, who asks Mitch to join the mission. At first, Mitch refuses, but he changes his mind when Samuel offers him the tickets. The next day, Nathan's wife is preparing some poison as she considers ending things for herself and her daughter to avoid becoming victims of the mutants. However, Mitch arrives just in time and gives her the tickets so they can escape. Sometime later, Samuel gathers a small team of fierce warriors who have agreed to join the mission to discuss the plan. They'll have to go through a series of underground tunnels and plant a special bomb in the center, which must be activated with a key that should be in the machine, but they aren't sure. Samuel thinks the chosen one is in the team and will solve the issue when the time comes. Then Steiner takes the group to a cell where the military has locked up a mutant to teach the others how to kill it. Severian demonstrates her great skills to kill the mutant while Steiner makes a list. A phosphorus bomb, gunfire, or a sword aiming at the right spot will do the trick. As the mutant dies in the demonstration, Mitch thinks he saw the creature turn human for a second before its end. Afterward, the team gathers weapons and supplies and gets ready to go. Before boarding the aircraft, they received a set of sacred swords. The airship shakes quite a lot but manages to take off safely. During the flight, the team shares stories about the loved ones they gave the tickets to. Suddenly, they notice a civilian ship coming right at them, so they try to contact them to ask them to change course, but there's no answer. It turns out the civilian aircraft has been hijacked by mutants, so Samuel's group opens fire at them. After a few failed shots, they lose track of the enemy ship in the clouds, only for their own vehicle to suddenly get hit with a big explosion. The aircraft catches on fire and the team is forced to run to the escape pod, which is stuck and won't detach. The pilot is severely injured and uses the manual lever with his last breath, allowing the escape pod to finally go loose. The parachute is released to help with the landing, but the capsule is too heavy and the parachute soon breaks. The capsule starts falling at a very dangerous speed and the team argues about when to open the backup, only for the capsule to suddenly crash into a building. After going through, the team opens the spare parachute and the capsule lands in an open field. Everyone is fine except for the captain, who has been stabbed by a huge piece of shrapnel and can't be saved. Mitch gives him a grenade and as the group walks away, they hear the explosion that kills the captain. Moments later, the team finds itself crossing a city occupied by mutants, so they move as carefully as possible. However, Mitch notices that the evacuation here isn't going well because two soldiers are asking for crazy amounts of money to let people board and hit those who complain. Furious, Mitch makes his way through the crowd to confront the soldiers, and when they refuse to cooperate, he kills one of them. The other soldier is terrified and allows every civilian to get in for free. Then Mitch returns to the team, only for Steiner to scold him for putting the mission in jeopardy. Following a map from the book, the group keeps going and in the evening they reach an abandoned church. According to the chronicles, there are secret tunnels underneath that could take them to the machine. They enter the church by lowering themselves through the roof with some rope and are creeped by all the religious statues, not to mention the thousands of bones in every corner. Following the chronicles, they cross the catacombs and eventually find the lost city of the ancients. According to the book, the elevator shaft will take them to the tunnels, meaning now they have to rappel 60 stories down. First, Kim Woo sets up a foothold at the top to provide cover from the elevator cabin, then the team secures the rope and begins the descent. Moving carefully, they reach the distance mentioned in the book, however they don't see any entrance. Samuel decides to consult the chronicles and gets so distracted that he slips and falls. Mitch tries to grab him, however the chain breaks and Samuel falls down. Fortunately, it's not a long fall and Samuel is fine, but there are tons of mutants waiting for them. Mitch jumps down to protect Samuel with bullets and flames, closing the elevator door to gain some time. Steiner hears the noise and throws a grenade, which Severian catches just in time and throws into the hole below so Samuel won't get hurt. The noise causes more mutants to come out and when the rest of the group joins Samuel, a vicious fight begins. They fight as many mutants as they can, but they're obviously overpowered so the team tries running to the next room. The mutants immediately chase after them and corner them. At the top, Kim Woo furiously fires his machine gun, killing as many mutants as possible until he runs out of ammo. Then the mutants climb into the elevator to attack him, so Kim Woo shoots some fire and cuts the rope, causing the cabin to start falling. Kim begins fighting with his swords, but changes to his gun until he gets the mutant's knife arm and kills it with its own limb. At the bottom, the team is ready to go down by fighting with their swords, but at the moment the cabin crashes on top of the horde. Another explosion occurs, yet not all the mutants are dead yet. The team gets ready to keep on fighting until Kim's hand emerges from the rubble and activates a grenade, which kills all the remaining mutants and Kim as well. After taking a moment to pay respects to Kim, the team continues their journey. Samuel checks the chronicles again, which annoys Mitch because he doesn't understand what can be so special about a book. Samuel tells him to have faith and pours some water on the ground, which falls down 2 little holes that finally reveal the entrance to the tunnel. The group quickly crosses it to reach another room where they carefully walk on an edge against the wall while watching the monsters under them. The mutants are dragging wounded people to the machine, and Mitch is shocked to see Nathan among the victims. Steiner can guess Mitch will want to save him and orders him to stay, but Mitch leaves anyway. Then Steiner considers shooting him to stop him, but he can't bring himself to do it and instead keeps on moving with the others. Mitch climbs down and sneaks around to shoot a stalactite, which kills the mutant that is dragging a very weak and bleeding Nathan. Then the friends finally reunite and Mitch carries Nathan to safety. Nathan asks about his family, so Mitch tells him they're on Mars. Now that he knows his wife and daughter are fine, Nathan can die in peace, so he tells Mitch to leave him and finish the mission. Finally accepting his friend is in deep pain, Mitch decides to put him out of his misery. Meanwhile, the rest of the team makes it to a narrow bridge, which they must cross as quietly as possible to avoid alerting the mutants underneath. Suddenly a pebble falls and when everyone turns around to check, Steiner slips and falls, barely managing to hold on at the last second. His yelling gives away their presence to the mutants. Steiner's the one carrying the bomb, so Severian carefully hangs on the edge to take it from him before Steiner falls to the bottom, where he's attacked by the mutants. As Steiner opens fire and tries his best to defend himself, Samuel thinks they should leave him and carry on with the mission, but the others refuse and jump in to help him. A vicious battle begins as the team fights the monsters with all their might, but there simply are too many mutants and it's impossible to go against such a big army. Every member of the team gets badly wounded, and sadly Samuel is killed. An explosion also burns one of them down. Then the mutants drag all the bodies to the machine. Minutes later Mitch arrives and is devastated to find Jesus' dog Tag. Suddenly he's attacked by a mutant, which he quickly kills off, thanks to a warning from Severian. The nun had managed to hide and that warning was the first time she spoke in years. After she shares what happened, Mitch picks up any pieces he can find of the book and asks her to read it so they can know where to go next, but it turns out Severian can't read it, she just has faith in it. Furious, Mitch decides to go to the center of the cave anyway and improvise. The duo advances until they find the mutant lair and immediately sets up an explosive while watching how their teammates are dragged to the machine. The explosive blocks the entrance and kills a few mutants off, so Mitch can run to release Valerie and Steiner. Then Mitch looks inside the pit in the center of the cave, finding a strange mechanism with people attached to it. Apparently it turns people into mutants after a complete rotation. Severian and Valerie tie themselves with a rope and head down to the heart of the machine while Mitch and Steiner hold them from above. Soon the mutants start breaking through the rock pile at the entrance, so Steiner leaves Mitch to handle the rope alone and goes to confront the monsters. With one last salute, he activates a grenade and goes down as he kills all the mutants in the process. The weight of the rope is too much for Mitch to handle alone and he's dragged to the edge of the pit until he falls. The women fall too and land safely, however Mitch ends up in the mechanism, which activates to hold him down. Mitch gets exposed to radiation and a mechanical arm inserts various chips in his body. The last chip is supposed to go into his head, so Mitch keeps bending his neck to dodge it. The machine misses and breaks the bindings instead, so Mitch is free to grab his gun and destroy the mechanical arm. Then Mitch joins the women and uses a knife to remove the chips. His face is still a bit mutated, but he never goes full monster. The group finally reaches the heart of the machine and while Mitch prepares the bomb, Severian and Valeria fight off the monsters that come from both sides. Mitch doesn't understand the device well and can't guess which hole the detonator goes in, so he has to figure out the few book pages he has. Severian takes care of a few more monsters but freezes when she sees a mutated Samuel approach her. However, she reacts when Samuel attacks her and forces herself to fight him. On the other end, Valerie kills one more mutant yet falls in the process, so her body gets cut in two by the spinning device. Mitch takes over her spot and fights the other monsters while urging Severian to kill Samuel, but she can't bring herself to do that to her precious mentor and Samuel stabs her before pushing her off. Afterward, Samuel and Mitch begin fighting hand to hand. They exchange a few hits before Mitch manages to push Samuel to the ground and starts punching him with his team's dog tags. Samuel pushes him off and Mitch falls next to a page from the book and a sword. Seeing them together makes him realize the sacred sword is the key, so he immediately uses it to stab Samuel and inserts it in the machine at the same time. The hatch on the ceiling opens and the structure starts shaking, so Samuel tells Mitch to do a jump of faith. After some hesitation, Mitch jumps down and falls into an underground river. When he resurfaces, he watches the machine take off, flying off into space to finally leave Earth for good. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In New York, the Sanford family decides to go on vacation, so they rent a house on Long Island next to a forest. The house is beautiful, but the alcohol cabinet is locked. While the family settles down, the mother Amanda drives to town to buy groceries, and she can't help noticing Danny loading his truck with a great amount of supplies. Later the family goes to the beach, and the daughter Rose notices a huge oil tanker ship sailing in the distance. At first they think nothing of it, but soon they realize the ship is approaching the beach. People start to panic and run away as the ship crashes against the sand, but thankfully nobody gets hurt and the beach is closed for the day. When the family returns home, they realize the Wi-Fi is not working, and there is no service on their phones or television. Amanda and her husband Clay are also surprised to see some deer in the backyard, which they see as a good omen. In the evening, Amanda hears a noise outside and suddenly someone knocks on their door. Clay gets ready to fight a potential intruder, but two people shock them by knowing their names. It turns out this is businessman George and his daughter Ruth, who are the actual owners of the house. It was George whom Amanda talked to through email to arrange the rent. He apologizes for turning up unannounced, but all phones are out. They went to the symphony in town and on their way back to the city, there was a total power blackout. Since they live on the 14th floor and George has a bad knee, they thought they could stay in this house for tonight. Amanda hates the idea and doesn't trust them, so George tries to offer her a 50% refund and promises he and Ruth can sleep in the guest room in the basement. To prove his identity, he reveals he has the keys to the cabinet and opens it to take out an envelope, not letting the others see there is also a gun in there. The envelope has $1,000 that he offers as compensation, but Amanda is still wary, thinking he could have the keys because he is the housekeeper. Clay has to convince Amanda to give the duo a chance. George shares the alcohol from the cabinet and tells them the story of this house, explaining Danny was his contractor. He also explains his wife is away traveling for his job. Amanda interrupts him to demand an ID, but George left his wallet and his other coat, which he forgot at the theater because of the commotion. This puts Amanda on the edge because George had said he didn't know about the blackout until later. Suddenly they hear an alarm ringing. Ruth has turned on the television and they discover that a national emergency has been issued. Now Amanda has no choice but to let the duo stay in the house. When George and Ruth go to the basement room, it is revealed George knows something because a client warned him. The next morning, Amanda wakes up to see 4 emergency messages on her phone. 2 talk about the blackout, 1 mentions hackers possibly being behind it, and the last one is just random symbols. Worried, she wakes Clay up to show him the messages, but they disappear before he can see them. Clay decides to drive to town to get a newspaper for more information. However, since the GPS is not working either, he soon gets lost. He stops the car and gets out to check if he can catch a signal on his phone, so he doesn't hear the car radio activating for just a few seconds. The reporter informs that the cyber attack has caused a serious environmental disaster in the south, which has impacted animal migration patterns. With no luck with the phone, Clay decides to keep on driving, and moments later he finds a woman waving her arms by the road. It seems she needs help, so Clay stops the car, but the woman can only speak Spanish and he doesn't understand her. Feeling disturbed by her pleas, Clay decides to ignore her and keep going. Suddenly he sees a drone flying nearby with red smoke on its tail, so he speeds up, but when the drone comes closer, Clay realizes the smoke is actually red leaflets. Meanwhile, George also drives out to visit the neighbors, keeping his gun at hand. He keeps checking his phone because he hasn't heard from his wife since yesterday, and she was supposed to fly back today. Sadly, not a single message has been delivered. The neighbor's house seems to be empty, and strangely there are tons of random things spread in the garden. The door was left open, so he goes inside and finds a complete mess. George tries using the neighbor's satellite phone, but it is not working either, which means all American satellites are down. When he is about to leave, he notices there are more things spread near the beach, so he follows the trail and finds an expensive watch in the sand. When he tries to pick it up, he is shocked to find a whole arm and falls, only to discover the body of a pilot. As he looks around, he realizes a plane has crashed on the beach. At that moment he hears another plane coming closer, so he runs away and hides in the house right before this plane crashes too. At the house, Rose is very frustrated because she wants to watch the final episode of Friends, but none of the devices are working. She runs outside and is shocked to find a huge amount of deer in the backyard. She convinces her brother Archie to go to the forest, where they find an old shed. They go inside and Archie tells Rose that someone must live there and can watch her sleep through the window. Rose gets startled and accidentally hits her head as she realizes that Archie is just messing with her. On their way back to the house, Archie is bitten by a bug and Rose sees another deer. She also notices all the birds flying away. When George comes back, he admits to Amanda that he had guessed something was coming because he saw the market behaving weirdly. As he explains what he saw on the beach, Their conversation is interrupted when they start hearing explosions in the distance, followed by a loud screeching noise that hurts their ears and cracks the windows. Amanda immediately rushes into the woods to find her children, but the noise becomes so unbearable that she drops to her knees in pain. Luckily, the noise ends soon and everyone goes back into the house. Amanda remembers he saw Danny buying too much stuff, and thinks he also knew something would happen. At that moment, Clay comes back and shows them a leaflet, which turns out to be written in Persian. Archie recognizes it from more video games and explains it says "Death to America." Terrified, Amanda and Clay decide to go to a relative's house in New Jersey, ignoring George's warnings. As they drive away, they keep hearing sirens, and eventually they find the road blocked by a bunch of white cars. Amanda goes ahead to investigate and notices there are no people around. In fact, all these cars are the same self-driving model and brand new. Suddenly more automatic cars appear behind them, so Amanda rushes back to her family and moves her vehicle just in time before the speeding cars crash into the ones blocking the road. The family goes away as they dodge more incoming cars, and in the distance it can be seen that the mess goes all the way into the city. The Sanfords have no choice but to go back to the house, and George allows them to stay. As it starts to rain, Archie stays in his room to get naughty while looking at pictures he took of Ruth, but he starts feeling sick and decides to sleep instead. Ruth invites Clay to smoke with her, and Clay admits feeling bad for leaving the poor woman on the road. Suddenly they hear a splashing noise and discover there are flamingos in the pool. Inside, Amanda and George share a drink, and George makes a confession. He came to this house because a powerful client who works for the Pentagon told him that an evil cabal runs the world. That client asked George to move around his money out of the blue and said that he was going away for a while, which made George realize that something was about to happen. Tired of all this depressing talk, George takes Amanda to the room with his music collection and they dance for a while. They get too close and share a hug, so Amanda points out they are drunk and have spouses. George agrees not to do anything, but he also fears that his wife is probably dead. At that moment, the screeching sound begins ringing again, breaking all the lights and scaring the flamingos away. Now they have to use candles for light, and each family decides to share a bed for comfort. The next morning, they realize Rose is missing and she may have taken one of the bikes. Suddenly Archie wakes up with a fever and starts puking blood. When he checks his mouth, he's shocked to discover all his teeth are falling. Archie thinks it has to do with the bug bite, so George volunteers to take Clay and a puking Archie to see Danny and ask for medicine while Amanda and Ruth go into the woods to look for Rose. After lots of searching to no avail, Ruth and Amanda take a break at the shed, only to start arguing. Neither of them likes the other very much and an argument ensues, but by sharing their worries, at least they manage to understand each other a little better. At that moment they hear a strange noise indicating something moving outside. Amanda comes out and sees bike tracks, but when she is about to follow them, she hears a noise again and discovers Ruth surrounded by a herd of deer. With no hesitation, Amanda rushes to Ruth's side and starts yelling at the deer, prompting Ruth to do the same. The trick works and the deer run away, so Amanda and Ruth hug each other for comfort. Meanwhile, the men arrive at Danny's place, but to their shock, Danny makes them step back and comes out with a weapon in hand. He explains the same noise happened in Cuba a few years ago and caused radiation, so that's probably what made Archie sick. He also knows that the Russians recalled their people from Washington, so he assumes they are at war. However, Danny doesn't care if George is an old friend and Clay is willing to pay. His priority is to help his own family, so he refuses to help them. If they want help, he thinks they should go to the neighbors, who are supposed to have a bunker. George refuses to leave without the medicine, so he takes out his gun and an argument ensues as they aim at each other. Clay moves to get between them and admits he's a useless man, but he begs for the medicine as he gives a speech about him and Danny having one thing in common. They just want to protect their families. Danny finally agrees and gives them the medicine in exchange for money. While Archie has the medicine, Danny shares some more information. This was done by the Koreans. Clay responds by showing him the leaflet to prove as the Iranians, but Danny has more intel. Before the phones went out, a friend of his in San Diego told him a drone dropped leaflets there too, but those were in some East Asian language like Korean or Chinese. The friend is a veteran of Iraq, so he would have recognized it if it had been Persian. Danny's theory is that since the US has lots of enemies, they are teaming up to destroy the country. The guys return to the car and George admits that Danny's information confirms a rumor he heard before. This is a three-stage maneuver used to destroy a country's government from the inside. First, they isolate citizens by disabling all their communication and transportation. This makes people scared, causing stage 2, synchronized chaos. As it happened with Danny, people will start turning on each other to survive and won't trust any information outlets, which would be fed by hackers and things like the leaflets. Then stage 3 will happen on its own. Citizens will end up planning a coup or a civil war, which collapses the country. Clay and George agree to stick together and take their families to the neighbor's bunker. In the woods, Amanda and Ruth keep searching for Rose, only to freeze when they see the skyline of Manhattan on fire as explosions and gunfire are heard all over the city. Meanwhile, it is revealed that Rose has been in the neighbor's house all along. She broke the front door to get in and she is now enjoying lots of food, but she stops when she hears her mother calling out her name. Rose is about to leave but then notices a light coming from the basement, so she follows it and finds the emergency bunker stocked with everything that a person could possibly need, including a gym and a greenhouse. There's also an emergency alert system, which suggests seeking shelter because the White House and major U.S. cities are under attack, causing radiation levels to rise near many population centers. Rose discovers there is a huge collection of DVDs that includes Friends, so she grabs the disc and finally gets to watch the last episode of her favorite show. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. The year is 1899, but on this alternate Earth, the great nations of Europe are on the brink of war as new weapons are being developed. In London, a group of cops is shocked when they see the first tank crash into the Bank of England, destroying everything in the rooms while being unaffected by bullets. The tank uses its cannon to shoot the vault door open before the terrorists come out with their leader the Phantom. There are lots of treasures in the vault, but what the Phantom wants are the blueprints of Venice's foundation. Britain accuses Germany of the robbery, but soon afterward, the Phantom and his men show up in Berlin, where they kidnap a bunch of scientists and blow up all the Zeppelins. Countries begin pointing fingers at each other and war is imminent. Sometime later in Kenya, Reed is looking for Alan, the famous hero from King Solomon's Mines. An old man calling himself Alan starts sharing some old adventure stories, but when Reed mentions he works for the British government and they need help, the real Alan reveals himself. It turns out he often uses a friend to protect his identity. Reed explains he's trying to prevent the next world war, but Alan refuses to help because he doesn't fight anymore since he lost his family. At that moment, a group of strange men come in and ask for Alan, only to shoot the old man thinking he's the real one. Alan immediately opens fire and a gunfight ensues, but it's hard to kill these guys because they're wearing armor and using the latest model of guns, which are automatic. After a few very precise shots to make the men fail, Alan comes out to fight them hand to hand, dodging bullets and knives to defeat the bad guys using furniture and even a horn on the wall. One of the henchmen manages to run away, so Alan goes after him, not noticing the suitcase they left behind. Since he's an expert sharpshooter, Alan stops the guy by shooting from afar, but before he can interrogate, the guy self-deletes with poison. Suddenly the tavern explodes, and since the war is threatening the peace he achieved in Africa, Alan accepts to help Reed. Later in England, Reed introduces Alan to his boss M, who explains he's forming a team known as the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen to stop the Phantom. Alan also meets Captain Nemo from 20,000 Leagues Under the Seas, whose ship will take them to Venice in 4 days because clues indicate the Phantom will attack there next. Suddenly a voice talks from an empty chair and some papers start moving. It turns out the other team member is Skinner, a thief who made a serum to become invisible but hasn't found a cure yet. To be less annoying, Skinner puts on a jacket and face paint so the others can see him. At that moment, another team member arrives. Her name is Mina and she's an expert chemist, but Alan isn't happy about having a woman on the team. The group gets going and Nemo impresses everyone with the latest automobile technology. The driver is his first mate Ishmael, from Moby Dick. On their way out, they don't notice they're being followed. Eventually they make it to the docks to recruit the infamous Dorian Gray, who only lets them in because Mina is his ex. After noticing that Dorian is missing a painting on the wall, Alan shares that a witch doctor once blessed him for saving the village, so it's said Africa will never let him die. He also remembers meeting Dorian when he was a child, yet Dorian hasn't aged a day. Dorian avoids all explanations because he isn't interested in joining the team, but the conversation is interrupted when a bunch of armed men come out of the shadows together with the Phantom, who asks the League to join him. While the Phantom talks, Alan notices one of the henchmen looks different. He's the stalker from earlier, who immediately opens fire against the enemy. Chaos ensues in the room as everyone begins to fight and reveals their skills in the process. Dorian is immortal, so he just walks into the bullets to kill the men with his sword and lets his body heal himself. Nemo uses a sword and martial arts while Alan uses his own firearm, and so does the stalker, who turns out to be an American Secret Service agent called Tom Sawyer. Skinner takes off his jacket and paint to hit bad guys with things like books. The Phantom runs away and Alan tries to stop him, but he's intercepted by a henchman. While they fight, Tom tries to chase after the Phantom, who manages to escape by jumping through the window into the river. The guys think the fight is over, but there's one last man hiding and he takes Mina hostage. However, Mina's eyes suddenly turn red and she bites the guy to kill him by drinking his blood. It turns out she's the widow of Jonathan Harker, who was part of the team that killed Dracula. Then Dorian accepts to join the team because he took this attack personally, and Alan lets Tom join too. Tom was sent by the American government because they're worried the war will reach the Americas too. The team's next stop is Paris, so Nemo introduces the team to a ship Nautilus, which can also work as a submarine. When they finally arrive at the city, Alan and Tom chase after a huge monster known as Mr. Hyde, who has been terrorizing the locals lately. With calculated shots, Alan lowers Hyde into a very specific spot while teaching Tom how to waste fewer bullets, calling his crazy shooting American style. Hyde eventually stops on a rooftop and Alan shoots to make him fall right into a net they prepared earlier. Once they make it back to Nautilus, it requires lots of crew members to chain Hyde down, and yet the monster still manages to push some of them away. While they try to calm him down, Skinner falls and Dorian helps him, only to scratch him in the process. Alan manages to make Hyde stop by offering a deal. If he helps them, he'll get a pardon from the Queen and he can go back to London. Hyde accepts, and at that moment, the effects of the elixir he took to transform finally end and he painfully transforms into his real form, the very shy Dr. Jekyll. Now the team is complete. The ship enters submarine mode and starts making its way to Venice using a copy of the blueprints the Phantom stole. Now the team has to learn to live with each other. Alan is soon annoyed by Skinner because he doesn't wear his coat to make his presence known, and Mina is disturbed to learn that Nemo worships the goddess of death. However, Alan is more scared of her than some religious statue. One afternoon after the Nautilus enters ship mode again, Alan tries to teach Tom how to waste fewer bullets and shoot more accurately, but when Tom asks him about his dead son, Alan leaves. Meanwhile, Nemo and Ishmael are surprised to find powder in the control room right before a book closes on its own behind them. They give the powder to Mina, who analyzes it and discovers that it's the powder photographers use to create Flash. Dorian visits her and shares his secret. The missing portrait at his home is magical, and it ages instead of him. He can't look at it or he'll lose his powers. Dorian also flirts with Mina and shares a drink, but when the glass breaks, it cuts her finger. The smell of blood gets Mina excited and they end up kissing, which makes Jekyll jealous while he watches from afar. His inner Hyde reminds him he could be noticed by women if he drank the elixir again, and he even gets aggressive. But before he can lose control, Nemo interrupts him. The captain says he doesn't want a monster loose in his ship, and Jekyll reminds him that he has a dark past as a pirate so he can't talk. Then Jekyll returns to his room and is shocked to discover one of his elixir bottles is missing. He immediately lets Alan know and accuses Skinner of stealing it since none of them have heard from him in a while. When they finally arrive at Venice, there's a carnival going on, and by looking at the blueprints the team guesses the Phantom will be blowing up the city. The League gets ready to start searching for the explosives, but as soon as they touch land, the bombs go off and the buildings start crumbling in a domino effect. They must destroy a particular building to stop it, so Tom takes Nemo's automobile and leaves with Alan, Dorian, and Mina, but Jekyll refuses to go because he's afraid of releasing Hyde. As soon as the team drives down the streets, the Phantom's men surround them and open fire. Dorian thinks Skinner let them know they were coming and runs away. Alan and Tom try to shoot back, but there are too many men. So Mina jumps out of the car and climbs the wall with her powers to quickly feed on all the bad guys without mercy. While buildings continue to collapse and start damaging the ship, Alan sees the Phantom nearby and he jumps out as well to go after him. Tom is left driving alone, and after dodging lots of falling debris, he finally finds the right building and shoots a flare. So Nemo fires a rocket that destroys that building and finally puts an end to the domino effect. As the explosion goes off, the car flips and Tom gets caught under it. On the ship, Dorian reveals he's the actual spy and shoots Ishmael. Meanwhile, Alan follows the Phantom to a cemetery and they exchange a few hits. The Phantom stabs Alan on the shoulder and Alan hits him in return, which causes the mask to fall and shows his identity. He's actually M, which stands for Moriarty, the legendary enemy of Sherlock Holmes. The Phantom runs away and Alan throws the knife back at him, but it isn't enough to stop him. Afterward, the team returns to the ship and finds a dying Ishmael, who uses his last breath to tell them about Dorian. At that moment, the ship's exploration pod comes out and shows Dorian going away to meet with the Phantom. The League immediately starts following him with the ship, and during the trip, they find a recording left by Dorian. The Phantom's voice starts playing, explaining that Reed works for him too and he sent him to put together the League on purpose so Dorian could get a sample of their abilities. Dorian stole Jekyll's elixir bottle, took Mina's blood with the broken glass, took Skinner's skin when he scratched him, and took pictures of Nemo's technology. Alan was recruited because he was the only one capable of capturing Hyde. With these samples, he'll able to build super soldiers to sell during war times. As he listens, Jekyll notices his inner Hyde is in pain because of a weird frequency in the recording, and at that moment the Phantom announces the ship will explode when the recording ends. That's exactly what happens, and the entire ship shakes as water starts to flood the engine room and drags down some crew members. Nemo can't make the Nautilus resurface because of this, so he orders his men to seal the engine room with the men inside for the greater good. Hyde convinces Jekyll they can help, so he runs into the room before it's sealed and takes the elixir to transform underwater. Then he swims down to the bottom and using his strength, he pulls the levers and opens the valves, which immediately drains the ship and allows it to resurface. While everyone tries to organize things, they get a message in Morse code from Skinner, who sneaked into the pod with Dorian and now sends the team directions to follow. Eventually they make it to northern Mongolia, where they discover the Phantom's secret fortress. They hide in a cave to wait for Skinner, who arrives with a disturbing report. The fortress is huge and the kidnapped scientists are working in factories 24/7 to make super soldiers and copy Nemo's inventions. While the team makes a plan, Dorian asks the Phantom for his painting, revealing that the Phantom stole it just to make him work for him. Now that he has it back, Dorian refuses to fight again. Soon the League arrives at the fortress and they knock down the guards outside with their powers. They sneak inside and Skinner begins placing explosives around the factory while Hyde, Nemo, and his crew free the families of the scientists, but unfortunately they're found by a whole army of guards. A gunfight soon ensues, but Nemo's weapons don't do anything because the enemy is wearing full body armor. Hyde uses a huge metal door to deflect the bullets, giving Nemo the chance to fight the guards at the lab with his sword and release the scientists too. Meanwhile, Mina finds Dorian in his room and they begin a fight with blades, but no matter how much they slash at each other, their wounds keep regenerating. Suddenly Mina is distracted when she notices the magical painting, so Dorian uses the chance to nail her to the bed with his sword. However, he fails to get her heart, so Mina surprises him from behind and impales him on the wall with his own sword. Then she forces him to look at his painting, which breaks the spell and Dorian regains all the years the picture took from him until he dies. Alan and Tom go looking for the Phantom, who is currently overseeing the box with all the League samples. They manage to corner him, but unfortunately a guard catches them from behind and they have to dodge an attack, which allows the Phantom to escape with the box. The duo immediately goes after him, and in one of the corridors they bump into an invisible man who suddenly attacks them because he isn't Skinner. While Alan continues to chase the Phantom, Tom stays to fight this new invisible man, but he continues to waste too many bullets. At that moment an armored soldier arrives and uses a flamethrower to start burning everything in the room, but this time, the real Skinner distracts him and ends up on fire too. Tom quickly uses the chance to hit the guy with a torch, causing the gas tank to blow up and kill him. Afterward Tom checks on a burnt Skinner, only to be caught by the other invisible man. At the same time, Alan finds the Phantom in a dark room and they begin to fight, exchanging a bunch of hits until Phantom falls and Alan grabs an axe, ready to end it all. Back to Nemo, he manages to get all the scientists out while Hyde protects them, but one of the guards steals some elixir from the lab and drinks more than he should. He transforms into such a powerful monster that Hyde and Nemo have trouble fighting against him even while teaming up. At that moment Hyde changes back into Jekyll, so he and Nemo have to run. The monster and Alan are about to make their kills at the same time but suddenly Skinner's explosives go off and the building starts to crumble. Hyde and Nemo run outside while the monster is killed by the falling debris. Meanwhile the Phantom uses the distraction to dodge Alan's attack. When Alan tries to stop him again, the Phantom shows him that his invisible man has caught Tom, so Alan turns to save his protege and the Phantom stabs him in the back before jumping out of the building. Since Alan's glasses are now broken, Tom takes Alan's rifle and using his teachings, he manages to kill the Phantom from a distance. While the box with the samples is lost in the water, Alan tells Tom that the new century belongs to the new generation, and then he dies too. Sometime later, the League buries Alan with his family in Africa, and Tom leaves the rifle on the grave. The group decides to keep being a team and leave to start a new adventure. Once they're gone, the witch doctor from Alan's story comes to start his ritual, which makes the grave shake. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In the near future, a nuclear holocaust known as the Flash causes an ecocide, which is the mass destruction of nature. Now the USA is a post-apocalyptic wasteland and people have to go to extremes to survive. 30 years after the Flash in an ash-filled forest, a cat approaches a rotting body to feed while nearby. Eli waits with an arrow ready. As soon as he hears the cat meow, he shoots and instantly kills it. After picking up the cat, Eli keeps on traveling, only stopping to check inside cars for anything useful besides skeletons. Eventually he finds an abandoned house, and as he searches the rooms, he tries to fill his canteen but the taps don't work. When he opens a closet, the awful smell immediately alerts him of a hanging body, but that doesn't stop him from patting it up for anything useful. Afterward Eli cooks the cat while cleaning his weapons and listening to his old iPod. The smell of roasted meat gets the attention of a rat, who Eli notices when he hears it squeak and he shares some cat meat with it. After cleaning himself up with wet napkins, Eli spends the night in the house reading his book and sleeping. The next morning, he discovers his iPod is almost out of battery and the car battery rig he uses to charge it is about to run out too. For now he keeps on traveling and in the middle of the road, he finds a woman with a broken shopping cart asking for help. At that moment he detects a horrible smell and calls out the thugs hiding nearby, noticing it's just a trap. The gang comes out and the leader starts pushing Eli around to rob him, but suddenly Eli cuts off the leader's hand with his machete. Then he fights the rest of the gang at the same time, quickly killing them all in just a few minutes without getting a single scratch on him. It's almost as if Eli was protected by God. Then Eli kills the leader too, but he lets the woman live. She has a bottle of water, but as soon as he smells it, he can tell it isn't good and drops it. After checking all the bodies for any useful objects, he returns to the road, listening to his music until his iPod runs out of power. When he walks near a destroyed highway, he hears a group of bikers attack a couple. Eli feels bad but reminds himself not to get involved as the gang kills the man, takes advantage of the woman, and steals all their books. Once the bikers are gone, Eli comes out of hiding and keeps going until he finds a town where he enters the shop of the engineer, who immediately threatens him with his weapon. As soon as Eli hears this, he grabs the weapon to prove he's stronger and quickly gives it back, explaining he's just a customer. Then he asks the engineer to recharge his battery rig, offering to pay with some wet napkins and a lighter as payment. While the engineer works, Eli goes to the bar across the street, where the killing bikers are visiting Carnegie, the warlord in charge of this town. Carnegie is looking for a very specific book, so all his henchmen bring him any books they can find, although they can't read the titles because they're illiterate. He takes a look at all the books they brought today, but what he wants isn't there, so he sends them all to be burned. His mood improves when gang leader Ridridge reveals he's also found a small sample of shampoo, so Carnegie immediately goes to use it on his concubine Claudia, who is blind, so she greatly enjoys the smell and the head massage. Downstairs, Eli pays with gloves and a scarf to get his canteen refilled. While taking out his things, he accidentally touches a cat, causing it to hiss at him. The bartender gives the canteen to Claudia's daughter Solara, who goes out back to fill it. Ridridge tries to block her way to show his interest in her, but she ignores him and joins the line for water. Inside, a gang member gets mad because Eli touched this cat and tries to start a fight, but Eli just slams his face against the bar and tries to leave. At that moment, the rest of the gang attacks him, so Eli has no choice but to fight. With quick movements of his machete, Eli fights all the thugs at the same time, killing them one by one without breaking a sweat. Soon all the thugs are dead except for one, but when he's about to kill him too, Solara comes back and begs him to stop. The distraction causes Eli to get caught and taken to see Carnegie, who asks him to become one of his men. Eli isn't interested and tries to leave again, but Carnegie forces him to stay the night. Afterward, Claudia brings Eli some food and he immediately can tell she's blind, so he asks her a few questions about her story. Then Carnegie sends Solara to Eli's room to convince him to stay by getting busy with him, only for Eli to turn her down. He also tries to kick her out, but Solara explains Carnegie will hurt Claudia if she doesn't do this, so Eli lets her stay for the night. Since Solara doesn't often see people of Eli's age, she asks questions about life before the flash and Eli shares some stories. Solara also finds Eli's book and gets excited, asking about its contents because she can't read, but Eli immediately covers it up and refuses to discuss it. When he finally sits to eat, he shares the food with Solara and teaches her how to say grace. The next morning Solara has breakfast with Claudia and recites the words Eli taught her. Carnegie is shocked to hear this and demands to know how Solara learned it, hurting Claudia when Solara doesn't say much. Desperate to help her mother, Solara tells him that Eli has a book with a weird symbol on it, making a cross with her fingers. It turns out Carnegie wants a Bible, and Eli has the only one left in the world because all the others were burned down shortly after the flash. Excited, he orders Ridridge to get him Eli's book, but when they enter the room, Eli is already gone. Ridridge immediately kills the guard for their mistake, then sends his men to find Eli. Meanwhile, Eli gets his battery from the engineer and tries to leave town, only for Carnegie to show up and ask him for the book. He thinks the Bible is the best way to put society under his control and is willing to kill Eli for it, yet Eli just keeps walking away. Suddenly Ridridge shoots Eli twice, but he misses both shots. Annoyed, Eli takes out his gun and starts shooting any person he can hear moving, expertly landing every single shot while the bullets shot by the enemies miss him every time. When he's out of bullets in his gun, he takes out a shotgun and keeps killing the thugs, hitting Carnegie in the leg in the process. Seeing as Eli truly has holy protection, Ridridge lets him leave for now. After Carnegie gets his leg treated by a doctor, he tries to send the gang after Eli. However, Ridridge is wary after losing so many men, so he makes a deal. He'll get the book if Carnegie lets him have Solara as his concubine. Moments later, Ellie hears Solara following him. She explains Claudia sent her because she would be safer with him, but Eli tries sending her away. Determined to change his mind, Solara offers to take him to the town's water supply, which turns out to be a clean underground spring. Eli eagerly fills his canteen, then he tricks Solara and locks her up in the cave so he can continue his journey alone. Soon Solara manages to escape and tries to go after Eli, only to find the woman with the broken cart instead. Solara tries to help her, but the woman tells her to leave, not wanting a young innocent girl to fall for the trap. Suddenly 2 thugs attack Solara and after hitting her a few times, they drag her to a private spot to take advantage of her. Her screaming allows Eli to find her and he shoots a thug in the groin with an arrow, then the other in the throat. Solara thanks Eli with a hug and they leave together. Later on, Carnegie and Ridridge find the bodies thanks to the birds flying above them. They also find a piece of Solara's clothing, so they know what direction to take. On the road, Eli also hears a bird and uses an arrow to bring it down. While he picks the bird up, he asks Solara to take the wire from his bow. When night falls, Eli and Solara decide to rest in an old cooling tower. Solara asks Eli to read to her, so Eli shares a few lines before putting the book away. Eli also shares that when he found the Bible, a voice told him where to go to keep the book safe and that he would be protected. Then Solara asks him to teach her how to read, but he doesn't respond, so Solara waits for him to fall asleep to try to take the book. However, as soon as she opens the zip, Eli opens his eyes and makes her step away from the bag. The next day the duo keeps on traveling and eventually they find a house with a sign that says no trespassing, but they don't see it and approach the door. Suddenly a trap opens under their feet and they fall into a hole before the door opens to reveal Martha and George, an armed elderly couple who have lived in this house since before the flash. They ask why they didn't obey the sign, and when Eli apologizes with kind words and manners, they decide to let them in. At first the chat goes well and they share some lovely tea. However, things get awkward when the couple shows them the backyard where they keep all the bodies of those who tried to attack their house. Eli tells Solara they should go because the couple are cannibals, and he keeps his gun out to stop them from blocking their way. However, on their way out, Carnegie and his gang arrive in cars. Eli and Solara immediately go back inside and George reveals a huge collection of weapons hiding in the sofa. Using a megaphone, Carnegie tells Eli to send out Solara with the book to avoid a fight. A package flows out of the window and Reedridge rushes to grab it, but instead of the Bible he finds a bomb. He runs to hide right before the explosion happens, blowing up 2 of the cars and killing several thugs. Carnegie's men immediately open fire on the house, and Eli responds by throwing a grenade. An annoyed Reedridge retaliates by shooting a missile and blowing half the house up, killing Martha. Furious, George starts shooting like a maniac and kills as many thugs as he can until the enemy takes out a Gatling gun to kill him and make the others surrender. Soon Eli and Solara are surrounded and dragged out of the house. Carnegie threatens to kill Solara, so Eli has no choice but to tell him he hid the book in the TV. Reedridge retrieves the book and gives it to Carnegie, who lets go of Solara and shoots Eli in the stomach. Eli tries standing up with a dagger in hand, but Carnegie kicks him down and leaves with his men, bringing Solara along. In one of the vans, Reedridge puts Eli's machete on the dashboard while Solara takes out the wire from Eli's bow, using it to choke the driver and causing the van to flip a couple of times until it stops. As the other cars turn around to check what happened, Solara goes to the driver's seat and finds a grenade, which she throws at the vehicles to blow up one more. Then she jumps to the driver's seat and discovers Reedridge has been impaled by Eli's machete. He's still alive and manages to pull the machete out, but as soon as he steps out of the van, he dies. Afterward, Solara drives away and Carnegie decides not to go after her in the last car because he already has the book. When Solara arrives at the house, she can't find Eli, so she keeps driving until she finds him on the road still trying to reach his destination. She immediately puts him in the van and he wraps up his wound with duct tape. After a few hours of driving, they make it to the Golden Gate Bridge, which is broken and can't be crossed. Eli mentions they are close, so they find a rowboat to travel to Alcatraz Island. When Eli is too tired to keep rowing, Solara does it for him. Back in town, Carnegie fails to open the book because it has a very strong lock on it. He calls the engineer to unlock it and gets excited to finally read it, only to discover it's in Braille. It turns out Eli has been blind since the very beginning. That's why he only reacts to things when he hears them, smells them, or touches them. Desperate, Carnegie asks Claudia to read the book for him. Claudia is clearly happy to read Braille again, but she lies to him, saying she's forgotten how to do it. She also explains she can smell his wounded leg and that it's infected, so nobody will respect him anymore. Carnegie checks the bar and discovers the locals are looting it, not to mention his men are fighting each other, so he collapses in despair. Back in Alcatraz, an armed guard receives the duo and Eli convinces him to let them pass by saying he has a Bible. They meet with a curator who has been gathering all kinds of art from before the Flash to preserve humanity's history and hopefully rebuild someday. They don't have a copy of the Bible, so Eli reveals he's memorized it all and starts dictating it so the curator can make his own copy. The task takes a long time, so Eli takes breaks to shave and change into clean clothes. After lots of work, the new Bible is finally completed, and Eli dies at peace from the gunshot wound. Once Eli is buried in Alcatraz's courtyard garden and a bound copy of the Bible is added to the collection, Solara leaves, listening to Eli's iPod and carrying his machete on her way back to her mother. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a post-apocalyptic future, Mallory hears a message on the radio about a safe shelter where everyone is welcome. She gathers her 2 nameless kids and with a very serious tone, she announces that they'll take a boat down the river, so it's very important for the children to never take off their blindfolds or they'll die. Then she grabs a box with their pet birds and the group leaves their home, using a string trail to reach the boat without seeing. This all started 5 years ago. Mallory is a pregnant artist who is getting a visit from her sister Jessica. While they chat, they don't pay much attention to the TV newscast reporting on unexplained mass self-deletions that started in Siberia and are now spreading across Europe. Afterward, the sisters go to the hospital for Mallory's appointment. The baby checkup goes well, and on their way out, Mallory and Jess notice a woman acting erratic and her head getting hurt against the glass window. It's only worse when they go outside. Total chaos has taken over the streets, with people running in panic, crashing their cars, and finding anything useful that can help them self-delete. It seems that whatever was affecting people in Europe has arrived in the USA. Scared, the sisters rush to their car and try to drive away, but suddenly Jessica's eyes turn a weird color and she begins driving frantically, ignoring Mallory's pleas to slow down. The crazy speed causes the car to flip and crash, but luckily both sisters survive. Mallory carefully crawls out only to see her sister step in the middle of a street, where she is killed by a passing truck. Upset and panicking, Mallory begins running with the crowd, which is getting more chaotic and scared by the second as cars start to explode around them. When Mallory is pushed down by the crowd, a woman comes out of a house to help her while ignoring her husband Douglas' objections. But before she can reach Mallory, the woman suddenly goes into a trance. As she talks to an invisible person, the woman gets inside a burning car that soon explodes. Then a man named Tom helps Mallory up and brings her to the house, where Douglas refuses to open the door. However, the house owner Greg decides to help and lets them in together with other survivors. Everyone starts sharing their theories about what is going on, like demons or the end of the world, but nobody has a proven explanation. Only one thing is for sure, looking at the entity forces people to self-delete. A couple manages to call their son and hears he is in trouble, so they leave the house to find him regardless of the danger. The TV newscast also shows that the phenomenon is spreading through the whole world, but soon all signals go out so there's no more programming or phone calls. Then the remaining survivors decide to cover all the windows to prevent anyone from looking outside. In present day, Mallory and the kids have been on the river for 6 hours. She never stops making attempts to contact people over the radio and keeps everyone covered with a blanket. She also regularly checks on the birds in the box. When the birds start getting nervous, Mallory can hear the entity whispering her name and tries her best to ignore it. Back in the past, the group suddenly hears a knock. It's a survivor called Olympia, who begs for help because she's pregnant. Douglas is against letting more people in, but Mallory calls him heartless and they decide to let her in. Mallory grabs a rifle just in case and everyone closes their eyes until they're sure Olympia is harmless. Afterward, Greg volunteers to investigate the situation by watching the outside through his security cameras. The others tie him up to the chair in front of the monitors then leave him alone. Greg concentrates to avoid looking away, and after a few minutes of nothing, his expression changes. The group hears a weird sound coming from the room and rushes inside to discover Greg fell and smashed his head, instantly dying. The others immediately destroy the screen. Later that night, Mallory can't sleep and walks around the house, hearing another weird sound. However, it turns out to be Lucy and Felix getting busy together. In the present, Mallory and the children have been on the river for 14 hours when she suddenly hears a man's voice tell her to take the blindfold off because it's safe and even promising food. Mallory tells the kids not to do it and takes out her gun to fire blindly, but all her shots miss and the man jumps on the boat to attack them while the birds start making lots of noise. The man tries to take her blindfold off, insisting the entity is beautiful, but Mallory fights him off and after lots of struggle, she manages to kill him with a machete. Back in the past, the group is starting to run out of food, and it's clear by now that help won't be coming. Mallory, Tom, Douglas, Lucy, and Charlie volunteer to go to the supermarket, hoping there's safety in numbers. They paint and cover the windows to avoid even glancing outside and then use the GPS to guide them through the streets, where they keep bumping against abandoned cars and dozens of dead bodies. As they drive around every obstacle, the GPS detects something surrounding the car. They can see a shadow shaking the car with a whooshing sound, so they begin driving faster in panic. The noises and the shaking get worse by the second, but eventually the GPS announces they have made it to the supermarket, so they rush inside and don't take the blindfolds off until they have covered all the windows. The group splits and starts gathering all kinds of supplies like food but also things for the babies. Mallory finds some birds and decides to take them as well. Douglas thinks they should stay here, but Mallory scolds him and points out it would be heartless to abandon those in the house. Suddenly the group hears someone knocking on a door and Charlie recognizes a familiar voice. It's his coworker, who accidentally got stuck in the freezer and is begging to be let out. The group isn't sure of trusting him and opens the door just a little bit to check, causing the birds to go crazy and confirm the man is actually the entity trying to trick them. The man begins yelling the entity should be seen and pushes the door, so Charlie tackles him to send him back into the fridge, allowing the others to lock it again. Then blood begins coming out from under the door, confirming Charlie is dead. The group leaves while still hearing the guy's voice begging for freedom. That night in the house, the group hears what sounds like a car being driven away, so they rush into the garage, only to discover that Lucy and Felix have gone away with their only vehicle. In the present, Mallory finally takes a break after 24 hours of non-stop rowing. However, she's too worried about the kids and soon starts rowing again, but the boat accidentally bumps against the sunken truck. The boy falls out of the boat and Mallory catches him right before he drowns, only to lose their blanket and food in the process. Mallory tries her best to warn him up with a jacket and decides to stop the boat by a shore, where she tells the kids not to move while she goes looking for supplies. Then Mallory connects some string to the boat and explores the woods until she finds a building, where she starts gathering food and a new blanket. Her string can't go on for that long, so she ties it up to the furniture while she continues to investigate. Suddenly she hears a noise and sees the string shaking before a shadow moves outside, so she immediately rushes out of the building, running through the forest as the entity begins whispering her name. Mallory blindingly shoots her gun just in case, which is heard by the little girl and makes her get off the boat to help. Fortunately, Mallory moves fast and reaches the child before the entity does, so she drags her back into the boat and yells at her for disobeying her, reminding both kids to leave Mallory behind and save themselves if things get too dangerous. In the past, another survivor knocks on their door and Olympia lets in without checking with the others first. His name is Gary, and after Tom checks he isn't hiding anything. Gary explains that only crazy patients can survive the entity. He ran away from some insane guys who escaped from a mental institution and now are out there forcing people to look at the entity, claiming it's beautiful. Douglas doesn't trust Gary and tries to force him out of the house at gunpoint, but Cheryl knocks him out and locks him in the garage while allowing Gary to stay. In the present, Mallory and the kids have been on the river for 38 hours. Mallory covers everyone with a blanket to warn them that they're approaching the rapids, which is the most dangerous part of the journey. Somebody will have to keep their eyes open to navigate, and both kids volunteer, but Mallory remembers promising Olympia she would take care of her daughter if something happened to her, and she can't bring herself to hurt her own son either. In the end, she decides they'll just risk it and go through the rapids without seeing. In the past, both Mallory and Olympia begin to go into labor at the same time. While Tom and Cheryl take the women upstairs to their room, Gary takes out a bunch of drawings of the horrifying creatures and starts making a new one, revealing he's actually one of the crazy people who escaped from the mental institution. Then he takes Mallory's birds and puts them in the fridge before tearing the papers off the windows, which Douglas sees from afar. When Tom comes down and finds the drawings, Gary immediately knocks him out. Then he opens the front garage door hoping to make Douglas see, but he quickly covers his eyes. Upstairs, Olympia and Mallory give birth to two very healthy and beautiful babies. Suddenly Gary enters the room and pulls the blinds up in front of Olympia, who immediately falls for the entity. Mallory manages to take the baby from her before Olympia runs to the window to self-delete. Afterward, Gary grabs Cheryl's face and forces her to open her eyes to the outside, causing her to also self-delete with scissors. While Mallory hides with the babies under a blanket, Douglas shows up with the rifle and does some blind shooting, hurting Gary in the arm. However, Gary quickly retaliates by jumping on Douglas to push him through the railing and stab him with the scissors. The rifle falls to the floor and Tom tries to grab it at the same time as Gary, causing the weapon to go off. Mallory hears 2 shots before someone approaches her, but luckily it's Tom, who has won the fight. 5 years pass, and Mallory and Tom have been living together while raising the kids as a couple. They have a whole system in place to keep the house safe and use string to go looking for supplies when they need them. One afternoon, Mallory is out on a supply run when she hears some cars driving nearby. She waits for them to leave and rushes back to the house to tell Tom about it, so they agree they won't go out alone anymore. That night, the two receive a radio transmission saying there's a safe compound with plenty of supplies and food down the river. The voice on the radio even gives them instructions, which Tom writes down on a map. Apparently seeing will be required to cross the rapids, and the voice recommends following the sound of the forest birds because they can tell when the entity is around. Tom wants to go to the compound, but Mallory refuses because she thinks it's a trap. Sometime later, while the family goes out to look for supplies together, they hear the cars again, so Tom goes to distract them while Mallory and the kids get out safely. The drivers are a group of insane people who ask Tom to look at the entity, and when they notice Mallory and the kids, Tom opens fire on them. He manages to kill a few of them, but they shoot back at him, so if Tom wants to save his family, he has no choice but to take off the blindfold to shoot with a better aim. After killing them in seconds, Tom sees the entity and self-deletes. Mallory has a breakdown over her loss and decides it's time to leave for the shelter after all. Now it's been 42 hours on the river and the group is approaching the rapids pretty quickly. When they reach the bumpy waters, Mallory tries her best to get through, but the boat flips over and everyone falls out. Mallory calls out to the kids and finds the boy in the water, but the girl has made it to the land. Thankfully, Mallory finds her quickly because the girl has a bell that she keeps ringing. Then the trio walks through the woods where they hear the entity whispering to them using Tom's voice. Mallory tries to run away from it, only to fall down a small hill. The voice goes after the kids and the boy almost takes off his blindfold, but Mallory quickly finds him and stops him. She can't find the girl though, so she starts apologizing for yelling at her, and the sound of her voice allows the girl to go back to her. Then the family follows the sounds of the birds, but they have to start running when the entity suddenly surrounds them. They fall a couple of times, but eventually they make it to the compound and the door is opened before the entity can reach them. Inside the compound, Mallory's eyes are checked and soon everyone is cleared to stay. They meet the voice from the radio and Mallory discovers that the compound is a school for the blind filled with survivors but also birds, who work as an alarm. Now they can finally begin living properly. Mallory decides to name the kids. The girl is called Olympia after her mother, and the boy is named after Tom. Then Mallory opens her box and frees the birds to be with the others in the sanctuary. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In Britain, a terrible zombie virus escapes from a lab and spreads through the population, causing thousands of deaths. Don and his wife Alice, who has different colored eyes, manage to hide in a remote countryside cottage with a few other survivors, Jeff, Sally, Jacob, and Karen. Alice and Don have 2 children and are glad they sent them on a school trip to Spain because they're safe there. One day while the survivors are having lunch, they hear someone desperately pounding on their door and begging for help. Don doesn't like the idea of opening the door to strangers, but Alice points out it's a kid's voice and convinces him to let him in. They feed the boy while he shares his story. His parents became zombies and have been chasing him with a horde. The boy had to run all the way here from a neighboring town. Meanwhile, Karen is worried about her boyfriend, who left a few days ago and hasn't come back. She uncovers a small part of the window to look outside, but this is enough for the zombies to hear her and attack. They break through the window in the wood and grab her arm, quickly biting her. Jacob comes to the rescue and pulls her back, only for Karen to turn into a zombie and throw up lots of blood before fighting against Jacob's hold. At that moment, Dawn appears behind her and hits her on the head to kill her, allowing Jacob to run away. More zombies are coming, so Dawn stays to hold them off to give the others the chance to flee too. Alice and the boy take the hallway, but the zombies are starting to break through the other windows, so the duo runs upstairs, where the kid runs so fast that Alice loses track of him. Jeff, Sally, and Jacob try to escape through the cottage barn, but the zombies are coming after them too. Jeff holds the door so the other two can flee, and soon the door is kicked down, causing Jeff to die quickly under the zombies' attack. Sally cries as she watches her husband being devoured, and this delay allows the zombies to catch her too. Jacob isn't strong enough to pull her out of it and has to let go to close the hatch so he can escape through the window while Sally gets eaten as well. Downstairs, Don manages to bring down a bunch of zombies, but in the struggle he loses his weapon and has to start running as well. When he hears Alice scream, he runs to her and tries to convince her to escape, but Alice refuses to leave without the kid. As Don stays back, Alice finally finds the boy hiding, only for a zombie to cut in between them and Don. Alice begs for help, but Don is too scared so he closes the door and escapes through the window, leaving his wife and the kid with the zombies inside the house. With dozens of zombies chasing after him, Don runs across the farmland while ignoring Alice at the window. Eventually he reaches the river dock, where Jacob is trying to escape on a motorboat. Don gets on the boat first to start the motor while Jacob finishes untying it, but when he tries to jump in, he slips and falls into the water, where he's bitten by the zombies. He soon transforms and tries to attack Don, who kicks him down and finally starts the motorboat to kill Jacob with the propeller blades before safely sailing away. 15 days after the outbreak, Britain is quarantined. By day 28, the virus has destroyed the entire country. 5 days later, the zombies begin dying of starvation, and 11 weeks later, the USA sends NATO forces to London to start cleaning the area. 18 weeks later, Britain is finally declared free of infection, and by week 24, Reconstruction begins thanks to all the Britons who escaped during the chaos being allowed to come back. American soldiers still patrol and protect London, like Sniper Doyle and helicopter pilot Flynn. All the soldiers are bored with nothing to fight and use their radios to joke with each other. On the latest plane, a bunch of kids come back from their school trip, which annoys Dr. Scarlet because she thinks it's too early for young people to be exposed. While running tests on all the new arrivals, she meets Tammy and Andy, who happen to be Dawn and Alice's children. Scarlet notices that Andy has different colored eyes, and he explains he takes after his mom. Once the siblings are confirmed to be healthy, they take the train and watch how soldiers keep burning down bodies, getting rid of toxic waste, and washing every corner of town. Eventually they reach a fortified repatriation zone known as District 1, where they finally reunite with their father Don. He takes them to his fancy apartment he got for being the caretaker of District 1, but the kids are more interested in knowing what happened to their mom. Don tells them how the zombies attacked the cottage but lies that he saw Alice getting killed, so there was nothing he could do to help. The night, Andy has a nightmare of Alice becoming a terrifying zombie, and when he wakes up he goes to sleep with his sister as he admits he's afraid of forgetting his mother's face. The next morning, Andy and Tammy wait for Don to leave for work and sneak out of the apartment without telling him. They leave the safe zone by carefully crossing the side of the bridge, which is seen by Doyle from his spot on a roof. While he alerts his team, the sibling runs through an unoccupied part of London, enjoying the lack of adults scolding them. When they find a delivery bike outside a pizzeria, Tammy goes inside to find the keys and is horrified to find rotting bodies everywhere. Covering her mouth and nose, Tammy carefully takes the keys from a body and gets startled by a bunch of roaches. Then she grabs a helmet too and reunites with her brother to leave together on the bike. As they drive through the city, they see all the damage left by the zombie attack and all the extra graves that were built in the last few months. Eventually they reach their old home, where they grab a picture of Alice and collect some of their old belongings. When Andy enters the attic, he finds the windows covered in lots of rotten food on a table. There also are weird marks and the siblings' names on the wall. Suddenly he sees someone in the mirror and thinks it's Tammy, but the person comes out and reveals to be Alice, who has a bloodshot eye but otherwise is fine. Alice rushes to hug her son and at first Andy is happy, but soon Alice starts hugging him too strongly. At that moment the military arrive and take the kids away while capturing Alice. Sometime later, Alice is given a thorough shower and tied to a stretcher. Scarlet tries to ask her some questions, but Alice stays silent. Then Scarlet takes a blood sample and notices Alice was bitten, which makes no sense because she hasn't transformed. When Scarlet is done with the tests, she confirms that Alice carries the virus and can infect others, but she's somehow immune. This means she could be the key to creating a vaccine. However, the higher-ups want to kill her before she spreads the virus and tell Alice to do her testing later on the dead body. Meanwhile, the siblings are in quarantine, and when Don comes to see them, they yell at him for lying. Feeling guilty, Don slips past the military security to visit Alice in the isolation room. He apologizes for running and explains he had reacted to panic, to which Alice responds with "I love you." Touched, Don returns the words and kisses his wife. Her saliva immediately infects Don, who starts feeling very sick and begins yelling in pain as he becomes a zombie. Alice is terrified, but she's still tied up and can't escape from an incoming Don, who beats her up, bites her neck, and then crushes her eyes. Afterward, Don attacks a bunch of guards, killing them with his bite before escaping from the hospital to spread the virus through District 1. When the higher-ups discover what happened, they move to a safety bunker and execute a lockdown called Code Red. While the soldiers in town get ready to fight, Tammy and Andy watch their guard cross the door, only to come back transformed into a zombie. He begins hitting the glass trying to reach them until his head suddenly explodes when Scarlet shoots him. Then she frees the kids and takes them with her, seeing all the bodies in the building as they run. Soon they end up in a desperate crowd trying to escape, and when the soldiers try to tell Scarlet that civilians must go through another door, she announces that the kids are top priority figures. An argument ensues, and in the chaos, Andy gets separated from Scarlet and Tammy, getting pushed with other civilians into a safe room garage. Then the soldiers lock them all inside for their protection right before the power cuts out in the whole district. While waiting, Andy hears a noise and goes to check the door to find his zombie father covered in blood. Don goes crazy and shakes the door until he manages to break in, quickly jumping on the civilians to start biting them. Andy runs in panic and tries to hide while the virus begins to spread through the garage, causing people to panic and make the whole situation worse. Now Don isn't the only one biting people. Zombies keep appearing all over the room and making even more of them. Andy manages to climb on top of the crowd and crawls away until he reaches the ventilation system and hides in there. The rest of the people finally break the lock and take the stairs, which allows the zombies to also escape and continue to spread the virus. On the streets, enough emergency lights are turned on so the soldiers can run to the hospital and the snipers can provide cover. Soon the zombies reach the lobby, so Scarlet and Tammy begin running away while the soldiers open fire. Doyle and the other rooftop snipers kill zombie after zombie with admirable skill, but no matter how many they shoot, more keep coming out. It's also becoming hard to see who is infected and who isn't. They're supposed to shoot only the zombies, but seeing the chaos on the security cameras, the higher-ups admit they lost control and order the soldiers to kill everyone in sight. As the soldiers increase the fire and a massacre ensues, Andy comes out of the vents right into the middle of the chaos. Luckily he's in the sector watched by Doyle, who refuses to kill survivors. He proceeds to shoot every zombie around Andy and even the one that almost kills him, giving the kid the chance to escape with other survivors. A few zombies reach the roofs and begin killing other snipers, so after cleaning out the street, Doyle has no choice but to escape as well. The survivors run to hide inside a warehouse, where Andy reunites with Scarlet and Tammy and tells his sister about their dad. Soon Doyle shows up as well and offers to guide the survivors out of the area before the military kills them too. The group leaves the building through the back door and carefully sneaks through the streets, always making sure to stay in the dark so they won't be seen by other guards. When Flynn flies by with a helicopter, Doyle makes the group wait and distracts Flynn through the radio before making the group move again. Then Flynn drops some bad news. The military will be bombing all of District 1 in 4 minutes. Doyle convinces him to pick him up at Regent's Park, not telling him about the survivors. Afterward, the group starts running toward the park, but a sniper kills one of the guys. The group rushes to hide, but the sniper never stops shooting and a few more survivors get killed in the process. Scarlet gets a flesh wound, and now the only ones left are her, the siblings, Doyle, and a guy named Sam. Once they're hidden behind a wall, Doyle tries using the reflection of a piece of metal to find the sniper, who immediately shoots the object down. This makes Doyle realize the guy isn't an actual soldier, just a civilian panicking. Doyle asks Sam to run in zigzag to distract the shooter so he can kill him, but Sam refuses, so Andy goes out instead. The zigzag running is enough to make an amateur fail all his shots and gives Doyle enough time to kill the guy with just one shot. Then Andy hides behind another wall and is shocked to see his father standing nearby, but before he can react, the group comes to pick him up and Don's image disappears. Then the group runs as fast as they can and climbs over a fence to get out of District 1 right before the area is bombed. Soon the whole area is blowing up, thousands of people are killed, and all of Scarlet's research for a cure gets destroyed. Flames go through the hospital windows and catch Alice, burning her to death. The group continues to run through a tunnel that is being reached by the flames as well, but they manage to get out before the building explodes too. The generals watch it all from their bunker and are shocked to notice a large number of zombies have survived the bombing and are escaping into London, entering every building looking for victims and causing chaos everywhere. In the morning, Doyle's group finally reaches Regent's Park, which has been abandoned since the virus broke out. While they wait for Flynn, Scarlet tells Doyle about Alice and the possibility of the children carrying the same gene that could hopefully create a vaccine. At that moment, Flynn contacts Doyle and tells him he's on his way, but they must watch out for the zombies that escaped. Doyle immediately makes everyone hide in the tall grass and Flynn lands nearby, but he gets angry when he sees the group and refuses to take them. As an argument ensues, Sam notices the zombies are coming closer, so he runs to hold onto the chopper. A furious Flynn begins flying around with crazy moves intending to make Sam fall, and when the zombies finally reach the park, he brings the helicopter down and starts killing the zombies using the rotor blades. Lots of blood and guts cover the tall grass, but a few zombies still manage to survive and begin chasing Doyle, Scarlett, and the kids. Sam eventually falls, and since he's covered in blood, he probably becomes a zombie as well. The group keeps on running as fast as they can while Doyle occasionally turns around to shoot at the zombies that get too close. Flynn tells Doyle to meet him at the Wembley Stadium but insists on ditching the others. When they turn around a corner, the group is shocked to discover the military has begun pumping gas into the city, so they rush to hide inside a car. At that moment the zombies catch up to them and start shaking the vehicle, spreading their blood all over the windows. However, soon the gas reaches them and kills them all in seconds. Afterward, a bunch of soldiers appear with flamethrowers to kill any survivors, so Doyle tries to start the car. Unfortunately, it won't work, so Doyle goes out to push the vehicle by jump-starting, helping Scarlett and the kids escape but getting burned to death by the soldiers in the process. Scarlett takes over the wheel and drives through London as fast as possible, only to be seen by other military helicopters that open fire on them. After dodging a few bullets, Scarlett drives the car into the subway tunnels, then they continue on foot. The lower tunnels are very dark, so Scarlett uses Doyle's night vision scope to guide the children down an escalator. However, they step on some old bodies and slip, causing them to fall and get separated. As she walks through the bodies, Scarlett begins yelling the siblings' names and reunites with Tammy, but the noise allows a zombie to find them too. The creature takes Doyle's weapon and begins beating Scarlett up until she's dead. After the zombie is gone, Tammy picks up the weapon and is devastated to see Scarlett's body. Meanwhile, Andy ends up on a dark platform, where he's found by the zombie that killed Scarlett. The monster jumps on him and bites his neck, so by the time Tammy arrives it's too late. When the zombie raises his head, she's shocked to see it's her father, but after the initial hesitation she still shoots him to death. Then a crying Tammy checks on her brother, but Andy runs away in fear of infecting her. Tammy immediately follows him, and when Andy accidentally falls, Tammy finally checks on him to notice his eye is turning bloodshot just like Alice's, meaning he's also immune. Afterward, the siblings arrive at the stadium and give Flynn the bad news about Doyle. With no other choice, Flynn takes the kids away, flying over Britain to escape into mainland Europe. 28 days later, Flynn's helicopter is empty and abandoned in France with someone calling for help over the radio. Then a horde of zombies are shown running towards the Eiffel Tower, revealing that the virus has now spread outside Britain. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In March 2016, Michelle has an argument with her fiancé and breaks up with him. Heartbroken, she packs things up and abandons her home, leaving her engagement ring and keys behind. After driving out of the city for a while, she stops at a gas station and sees a truck parked behind her but pays no mind to it. Afterward, she goes back to the road and ignores the calls from her ex, who leaves begging messages in her voicemail. Tired of his whining, Michelle decides to turn on the radio and learns that a power surge has caused a total blackout in the city. At that moment, her phone rings again, and when she looks down, suddenly something hits her car and makes it flip as she passes out. Moments later, Michelle wakes up in a dull concrete room and discovers her leg is injured. Someone has given her a cast and chained it to the wall. She tries to free her leg from the chains to no avail. Then she notices her things nearby on the ground. Michelle grabs the fourth pole and uses it to poke at her things until she finds the phone, dragging it with the pole toward her. Unfortunately, she has no signal inside this room. At that moment, heavy footsteps can be heard and Howard shows up, carrying food for Michelle and a gun on his belt. Michelle immediately asks for mercy, but Howard ignores her and fixes the fourth bag before announcing he just wants to keep her alive. He also gives her some crutches so she can start practicing how to walk with them. Still terrified, Michelle swears that her fiancé will call the cops, but Howard says no one is looking for her and gives the chain key before leaving. Michelle immediately frees herself and tries to open the door, but unfortunately it's locked. Refusing to give up, Michelle uses the key to file one of the crutches to transform it into a stake, then she waits by the door. Howard doesn't return and eventually Michelle gets tired of waiting, so she makes a plan. She lights her shirt on fire and throws it into the vent, which triggers the fire alarm and forces Howard to come back. As soon as he opens the door, Michelle tries to ambush him, but Howard quickly grabs her and injects her with a sedative. Sometime later, Michelle wakes up and finds Howard with more food for her. He says she should be thankful that he found her, and when Michelle asks for freedom, Howard tells her there's nowhere else to go. He explains something dangerous has attacked the area, probably a nuclear attack, so they're safe down there in his bunker. According to him, the air is contaminated and it'll only be safe to come out in a few years, but Michelle is hesitant to believe him. She wants to call her family, yet Howard is sure everyone outside is dead. At that moment a noise coming from the bunker can be heard and Howard rushes out of the room to take care of it, leaving her locked up again. A few hours later, Michelle wakes up when she hears a noise from above that sounds like a car passing by. She also discovers the door is finally open, so she immediately leaves the room. She finds tons of shelves with supplies and sitting nearby is Emmett, who has various injuries including a broken arm. Michelle tries to ask him to team up to escape, but Emmett also believes the air outside is contaminated. At that moment Howard finds them and informs Michelle that the noise she heard had been Emmett dropping things. Then he gives Michelle a tour of the bunker. He truly is well prepared for this. The bunker is fully decorated to make it look homey. It has lots of entertainment to keep themselves busy, and enough supplies to last years. There's only one bathroom in his bedroom though, and Howard tells Michelle to take a shower without closing the door because he doesn't trust her yet. At least the shower has a curtain that keeps Michelle covered. Later the power fluctuates and Michelle says it could have been a car passing by, still remembering the noise from before. However, Howard insists there aren't any people outside and shows her his silent radio, which isn't picking up any signals from outside, as proof nobody is around. He also mentions someone named Megan in passing, not explaining anything other than she isn't with him anymore. Tired of Michelle doubting him, Howard takes her to the set of doors at the entrance and lets her look through the window. Michelle sees dead pigs and Howard claims they were killed by the poisoned air, but Michelle can't help noticing a truck with bloodstains on it and gets more suspicious. Later Emmett tells Michelle a bit about Howard because he's known him for a while. Howard used to work on satellites for the military before moving to this farm, where Emmett helped him build the bunker. Michelle admits she thinks Howard is lying but Emmett disagrees because he saw a huge explosion like light in the sky. It made him so scared that he forced his way into the bunker to survive, which is how he injured his arm. When Michelle explains she heard a car earlier, she's suddenly interrupted by Howard, who says food is ready. During dinner, the mood is tense and awkward so Emma tries some chit-chat, jumping from topic to topic. It drives Howard crazy and yells at him to shut up. This gives Michelle an idea and she starts flirting with Emmett while gently touching his arm and following his conversation ideas. Howard immediately gets jealous and pushes Michelle against the wall, yelling at her for not respecting him. Michelle takes this chance to steal the keys from his belt before apologizing and pretending to behave. At that moment another car could be heard passing by and distracts Howard, so Michelle uses the opportunity to hit him with a bottle and run away. She makes it to the entrance and manages to unlock the first door because she saw Howard do it earlier, but she's struggling with the second one. Outside, a car stops near the farm and as soon as Michelle sees it, she starts yelling for help. A woman comes out of the car and runs toward the bunker door, begging to be allowed inside and saying she didn't touch it. Michelle is horrified to see the injuries on the woman's face, proving Howard's story. Finally giving up, Michelle goes back inside. Afterward Howard confesses that he was the one who crashed Michelle's car, but it had been an accident. When the attack happened, he panicked and drove too fast to reach his bunker, causing the crash. Howard shares some of Megan's old clothes with Michelle and while she stitches the cut from the bottle attack, he finally opens up. Megan was his daughter, but his ex-wife took her away to Chicago and he hasn't seen her in a while. The conversation ends with Howard showing Michelle a picture of Megan. From that on, the trio starts to live in harmony and gets used to the new routine in the bunker. They cook together, play games, and share stories about their lives. Michelle doodles on magazines and reveals she used to be a fashion designer, which she misses. One day, the bunker starts shaking and the lights flicker as a loud noise indicates helicopters are passing by. Howard thinks it's the enemy searching the area for any survivors, claiming that his experience in the Navy can tell those weren't American choppers. Suddenly an alarm goes off because the bunker's air filtration system has gotten blocked. Because of her smaller size, Michelle is sent into the vents to restart the system. The space is narrow so she struggles a bit, but eventually she makes it to the mechanical room and follows Howard's instructions to make the filtration system work again. At that moment Michelle notices a ladder that leads to a window hatch, so she climbs up and is shocked to find the word help scratched on the window with a bloodstain. When she climbs down, she finds some earrings that also have blood on them. Later when they're alone, Michelle shows Emmett the earrings together with Megan's photo because they match. However, Emmett says that's actually Brittany, a girl who went to high school with his sister and disappeared 2 years ago. As Michelle tells him about the word help scratched from the inside, another photo falls from Howard's book showing him and Brittany together. To the duo's shock, Brittany's shirt is the one Michelle is currently wearing, which means Howard killed her. Emmett and Michelle discuss how to proceed when they're interrupted by Howard, who tells Michelle to take a shower because of the possible contamination. In the bathroom, she sees the shower curtain and realizes she can build a hazmat suit with it. Soon she and Emmett make a plan. In the evening while Howard is watching an old VHS movie, Emmett grabs a pair of scissors and hides them in his sling. Then he points out that Michelle had been contaminated when she entered the bathroom, so Howard's paranoia forces him to throw away the shower curtain, which Michelle later retrieves in secret. For the following few days, Michelle starts working on the suit in her room using random objects she takes from around the bunker, like plastic bottles for the mask. Whenever she hears Howard walking by, she hides all the things under her mattress. One day Howard makes Michelle and Emmett take out a barrel from a cabinet and explains there's a very dangerous acid inside. He also reveals he found the tools in Emmett's bed and throws them into the acid as he demands an explanation. Hoping to save their plan, Emmett lies and says he took the tools to make a weapon because he wanted Michelle to respect him like she respects Howard. Emmett also apologizes and Howard accepts it, only to suddenly shoot Emmett in the head. As Michelle steps back in horror, Howard comes closer and says he did it for her because if Emmett was making a weapon he would have hurt her. Then Howard sends her to her room while he gets rid of the body. Michelle deals with her grief while staring at Emmett's ID when she's interrupted by Howard, who is washed and shaved. He leaves her some ice cream and says that from now on they can be a very happy family. After Howard leaves, Michelle finds Emmett's bus ticket to university in his wallet and decides she mustn't give up or Emmett would have died in vain. The rest of the day, Michelle continues to work on the suit. When she hears Howard coming, she rushes to hide everything but accidentally leaves the mask out, so she hides it in the vent. Howard comes in to tell her about dinner and a screw falls on him, so he checks the vent but doesn't find the mask. He turns around to ask why the vent lid is loose and sees something peeking out from under the mattress, so he pushes Michelle away and finds the suit. Michelle uses the chance to run out of the room and close the door behind her. Next, Michelle goes to Howard's room to grab a chemical coolant, discovering Emmett's body and acid in the process. When Howard shows up and tries to stop her, she kicks the barrel of acid toward him and makes him fall. As the acid starts dissolving the carpet and spreads, Michelle jumps through the door and leaves the room. Soon the acid causes a fire to start and sets the alarm off while Michelle retrieves the hazmat suit from her room. A half-burnt Howard tries to go after her again, so Michelle brings down a shelf to knock him down and escape. Unfortunately, the fire is blocking the main door, meaning Michelle has to climb through the vent to reach the mechanical room. Howard hears her up there and starts stabbing the vent, but she dodges every attempt. Then Howard grabs her by the ankle, however Michelle kicks him until he lets go of her. When she finally makes it to the mechanical room, Michelle puts on the suit and uses tape to seal every seam. Then she climbs the ladder and uses the coolant on the padlock until she breaks it and opens the hatch to finally leave the bunker. Once outside, Michelle carefully looks around before running to Howard's truck. As she stumbles, she accidentally causes a tear in her suit, so she desperately seals it up with tape. At that moment she hears a noise and looks up to discover some birds flying by, which means the air is clean. She removes the mask and takes a deep breath, glad to be safe. Then another noise rumbles through the sky and Michelle sees an aircraft in the distance. She also notices something moving in the shed so she hides, thinking it's Howard. However, at that moment the bunker blows up. The explosion alerts the aircraft, which starts flying toward the farm. As it gets closer, Michelle is shocked to notice it's an alien spaceship. Terrified, she gets into the truck, but it doesn't have any keys. Next she tries the car left by the hurt woman, only to trigger the alarm. The aliens are coming closer, so Michelle runs to hide in the shed and finds the woman's body on the floor. Then she uses a hole in the wall to look outside and sees a creature checking out the car. Desperate to escape, Michelle searches the dead body for the car's keys and when the alien is about to look into the shed, she turns the alarm off, so the creature goes back to the car instead. Afterward, Michelle sneaks out of the shed and runs toward another house, but the alien hears her and starts chasing after her. However, both of them suddenly stop when they hear a noise near the house. It's the spaceship coming closer with the bright light Emmett had seen. The spaceship starts releasing gas, so Michelle rushes to grab the mask and puts it back on right before the gas blows up the house. Then Michelle runs to hide in the truck only for the alien to block the door and steal her mask as it moves back. Now Michelle can close the truck, which is suddenly pulled up by the spaceship. At that moment Michelle finds a lighter and a wine bottle in the truck, which she uses together with some maps to create a Molotov bomb. Once the truck is close enough to the spaceship, she throws the bomb at the huge creature, causing the alien to explode and drop the truck. The spaceship falls and crashes in the middle of the field while Michelle survives the fall thanks to the truck seats. Afterward, Michelle escapes in the woman's car and drives away, knocking out a mailbox with the address 10 Cloverfield. Minutes later, the car radio picks up a transmission from survivors, which mentions people gathering in Baton Rouge for safety while another group is fighting in Houston. Michelle decides to go to Houston, ready to fight more aliens. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. After a series of deadly natural and man-made disasters, civilization has been wiped out. Without electricity and resources, the world had to begin anew and survivors returned to the fields to scavenge. 500 years later, 6 men and women evolved their feudal society by owning and trading resources, earning their titles as barons. The former North American states are now a territory known as the Badlands, divided into 7 regions with a baron and a different resource for each of them. To protect their houses, the barons have recruited fighters called clippers, who fight with bladed weapons because firearms have been banned due to their lethality. A clipper called Sonny is riding his motorbike through a large field, only to stop when he notices a bunch of human bodies and a crashed truck on the side of the road. Examining the bodies, he discovers some broken chains, meaning someone escaped. Then he uses a spyglass and notices smoke coming from the forest, so he rushes there and meets a group of camping nomads. Sonny asks them about what he saw, pointing out that the cargo belonged to his baron. The nomads say they know nothing, but Sonny can see they have a fancy crate and calls them out. Then a man attacks Sonny, but he can't land a single hit and Sonny easily kills him. Furious, the others surround Sonny and attack him at the same time, but Sonny's martial arts skills are exceptional and he fights them all without breaking a sweat, killing them one by one until nobody is left. Afterward, Sonny finds gold coins with butterfly emblems on them. When he opens the crate, a teenager named MK jumps out and tries to escape. Sonny uses some bolas to capture him and knock him out. Moments later MK wakes up and sees Sonny burying all the bodies. After MK explains a baron known as the Widow paid those nomads to capture him, Sonny makes him help him finish the grave. Later the duo makes it to the fort, where Sonny shows MK the kids being trained to be clippers. Then they attend a conference by Baron Quinn, who reminds the trainees that religion is false and only he will feed them, not God. Quinn orders Sonny to remove his shirt, revealing numerous tattoos on his back which represent each kill Sonny has done for him. After the conference, Sonny tells Quinn and his son Ryder about what happened, but MK has no idea why the Widow wants him. Ryder wants to counterattack, but Quinn and Sonny refuse to start a war. Next MK is sent to the pit with the other boys, where Ajax bothers him and steals his necklace. MK immediately jumps on him and starts a fight, so Sonny comes over to break them apart. He takes the necklace from Ajax and is shocked to see the symbol of a metropolis, unaware that Ryder has noticed his reaction. Later Sonny returns to his cabin and reaches for a compass with the exact same symbol from MK's pendant. A flashback reveals he took the compass from a dead kid when he was young. At that moment Ryder shows up and takes the necklace away. In the evening, Sonny sneaks into another village to meet his lover Vale, who works as a doctor. After doing the naughty, Vale continues to teach Sonny how to read but also reveals a surprise: she's pregnant. However, Sonny tells her to get rid of it because bringing a baby into the Badlands wouldn't be wise or safe. As Vale tries to change his mind with stories of safe places outside the Badlands, Sonny ignores her and leaves. Back at the fort, MK is suddenly attacked by Ajax, whose attack makes MK's mouth bleed. The sight of his own blood makes MK's eye go black and move fast, kicking Ajax into a mirror. As the mirror breaks, MK grabs a falling shard and throws it at Ajax's eye, which is seen by Sonny. Then MK passes out, so Sonny takes him to his cabin. When MK wakes up, he admits that the effect happens whenever he bleeds, but he doesn't know what it is. It's happened since he was a kid and that's the reason why he and his mother had to run away. They had been looking for a doctor to fix him but they were caught by the nomads and separated. Sonny shows him his compass and MK recognizes it as his home Ezra, a city outside the Badlands that proves the legend right. MK wants his necklace back but Sonny says Ryder has it and sends MK back to the barracks. Afterward Sonny runs to tell Vale about Ezra but changes his mind right outside her door. On his way back, he notices a car nearby and he's suddenly surrounded by a group of warriors who attack him at the same time. Once again Sonny proves he's the best and fights them all without any issues, moving all over the street and even climbing on top of the car to stay in control of the fight. One by one all the guys are killed until the only person left is the one in the car, who turns out to be the Widow. She asks Sonny about MK, and after he refuses to help her, she leaves. Back to MK, he sneaks into Ryder's room to take back his necklace, but Ryder catches him red-handed and takes it back as he aggressively pushes MK against the wall. At that moment Lydia walks in and is shocked to see the design on the necklace. Then MK is imprisoned with a sentence for execution. Sonny visits him to ask why he risked it, so MK explains it's the only memory of his mother and asks Sonny to give her his farewells if he ever finds her. Seeing the boy have a breakdown, Sonny feels bad for him and decides to release him. He helps him escape through an underground tunnel that leads him out of the fort, unaware of Lydia seeing everything. In the evening, Ryder gets dirty with Jade, his father's third wife-to-be. At a bar, the Widow approaches her former regent, who grabs his sword only to be quickly disarmed. She's here to discuss politics but at that moment, she notices an assassin hiding nearby. The guy throws a hand axe at her, but she dodges it and it kills her former regent instead. Then the Widow begins fighting all the assassins in the room, expertly killing them all in seconds with her daggers. When there are only bodies left in the bar, the Widow interrogates a survivor and learns they were sent by Ryder. The next day MK continues to run through a forest, where he finds a bunch of pillars with a butterfly logo on them. At that moment he hears a noise and hides to watch Tilda hunt with great skill. Suddenly she appears behind him and accuses him of spying, however she takes pity on him when he explains he lost his farmer family to nomads. Tilda shares some food with him and MK notices her shuriken are shaped like butterflies. At that moment they hear dogs barking, which are part of a search party led by Ryder and Sonny. Luckily Tilda takes MK away with her into the Widow's territory, and the search party can't follow them there without making it look like an act of war. When they make it to the Widow's fort, MK learns that Tilda is the Widow's daughter. MK is sent to have a bath and he uses the chance to interrogate him, pointing out he's lying about being a farmer. She asks him about a boy with a necklace and shows him a picture of Ezra, but MK pretends he knows nothing. Later, 3 nomads come to see the widow but refuse to join her because they're afraid of Quinn, so the widow offers a deal. If Tilda can take down one of his men, they'll have to join her. The nomads agree, but if they win, they get to keep Tilda. A fight ensues between Tilda and one of the nomads, but it only takes her a few moves to easily kill him, which is seen by a hiding MK. Afterward, the widow tells Tilda to fight MK and draw blood, hoping to prove he's the guy she's looking for. MK is told his training must begin and is left alone with Tilda, who immediately attacks and holds him at knife point. She asks about the forest and he desperately swears he had only been looking for his mother. Taking pity on him, Tilda uses her own blood to stain MK's cheek and tells him to pretend to be hurt. MK screams in fake pain and leaves while the widow watches from afar. Meanwhile, Sunny escorts Quinn to see a doctor, who happens to be Vale's father. In private, the doctor informs Quinn that he has a brain tumor and he'll only live until winter solstice. Quinn asks him not to tell anyone, and on his way out, he orders Sunny to kill the doctor and his wife. Sunny refuses, saying those aren't enemies, so Quinn takes his sword and rushes inside to do it himself. Afterward, Quinn orders Sunny to burn down the house and the bodies. In the evening, Sunny visits a grieving Vale and tells her Quinn killed her parents. He suspects Quinn is sick and is afraid of anyone knowing. Then Sunny promises to protect Vale and the baby, saying he'll take them out of the Badlands. In a small town, Ryder hires a naughty worker Angelica and notices she's got a block of his father's upper. He starts hurting her until she confesses she got it from the nomads, who have a turbine station full of it. Outside, a woman sees a sign left by Angelica. In the middle of the night, MK tells Tilda he needs to escape. They go into the office to look for a hidden passage that leads to the woods, but they hear the widow and the nomads coming. Tilda kisses MK to make it look like they were fooling around, and the widow announces that MK isn't welcome there anymore. While the nomads take MK away, the widow is informed that Ryder has taken the bait. On their way out, the nomad leader reveals a wanted sign and knocks MK out before putting him in his car. The next day, Ryder and Sunny scout out the turbine station, where a car drops a bunch of nomads. While the duo enters the station, MK wakes up inside the car trunk and uses a butterfly shuriken Tilda gave him to cut off the ropes. Inside, Ryder and Sunny check the boxes and find them empty, only to then be surrounded by nomads who announce they were sent by the widow. Ryder is immediately caught in a chain and begins choking until he passes out while Sunny fights the nomads. There is a whole army of them, but Sunny is still faster, stronger, and better trained, so it's incredibly easy for him to use the station to his advantage and make quick jumps to kill them all in seconds. Then he cuts the chain to free Ryder, only to be surprised from behind by the nomad leader. Sunny is about to die when suddenly MK shows up and kills the last nomad. Then MK announces he knows a way out of the Badlands, but Sunny can't leave because Quinn would kill him. Instead, he decides to train MK so he can protect Vale and take her to Azra. After Ryder is taken to the doctor, Quinn sees MK and tries to choke him, but Sunny explains MK saved them and that he wants him as his apprentice. Quinn accepts after making MK swear loyalty to him. He also declares war on the widow. Sometime later, Quinn leads a group of Clippers to invade the widow's territory. Sunny tells the students to stay put as lookout while he and the main army break into the fort and kill most of the soldiers, easily bringing them all down with quick strikes of their blades. MK ignores Sunny's orders and sneaks inside to steal a book with the logo of Azra. At that moment he hears noises and hides as he watches Tilda escape with the apprentices. MK calls her name, but she ignores him and leaves. Meanwhile, Quinn finds the widow and starts fighting her as both warriors expertly use their blades in a deadly dance. Eventually Quinn manages to make the widow fall, but when he's about to kill her, he has a headache and collapses. The widow intends to kill him, however Sunny finds her and she escapes through the secret passage inside the house that Sunny can't open. After it's all over, MK shows Sunny the book, but Sunny is angry at the disobedience and hides it away. As punishment, Sunny makes MK stand on the edge of their training pit and pushes him to make him feel the fall. Then Sunny takes him to meet former Regent Waldo and asks him to fight him as a lesson. MK is skeptical because Waldo is in a wheelchair, but Waldo is fast and strong enough to just defeat him with his arms. When MK finally surrenders, Waldo reminds him to see beyond what's obvious. In the widow's territory, she and her pupils wander into an old home that they can use as shelter. The widow then orders Tilda to get Angelica before Sunny gets to her. In the meantime, Vale is brought to the fort to take care of Ryder. Lydia is skeptical of the bone drill, but Vale explains Ryder's brain is swollen and that if she doesn't do anything, he'll die overnight. The surgery is successfully performed and soon Ryder regains consciousness, so Quinn immediately asks him who set him up. Once Ryder explains, Sunny is sent to find Angelica. Moments later, Sunny and MK arrive at the town and Sunny tells MK to wait outside while he flushes Angelica out. At that moment Tilda arrives and slaps MK before arguing over each other's loyalties. Inside, Sunny knocks out Angelica's client while she grabs her sword to attack, wounding Sunny in his chest. A fight ensues and Sunny quickly overpowers her, demanding to know where to find the widow. Angelica pushes him off and jumps through the window, so Sunny starts chasing her through the balconies until he blocks her way and restarts the fight. Unable to win, Angelica decides to self-delete. Seeing this, MK tells Tilda to run away. Afterward they go to Vale so she can stitch Sunny's wound, and MK gets curious when he realizes Vale can read. Later, Quinn tells Sunny that his attack on the widow has ruffled the other barons and they want to parley. Quinn wants to form an alliance with Baron Jacoby and asks Sunny to arrange a meeting since he knows Zypher, Jacoby's regent. After Sunny leaves, MK sneaks into his room to retrieve the book. In the evening, Sunny meets with Zypher, who tells him that the other barons are preparing for war and he could prevent it by killing Quinn. Sunny is loyal and refuses, so Zypher says she'll try to get that meeting but makes no promises. Later, MK visits Vale and asks her to read the book, but she doesn't recognize the language. At that moment someone comes in, so MK rushes to hide. The visitor is Quinn, who asks Vale to save him like she saved Ryder. Vale gives him a concoction that could weaken him but also will slow down the growth of the tumor. Sometime later, Tilda is running in a forest covered in blood pretending to be a woman in trouble. She stops a car on the road, and when the guys come out to help her, the widow and the other girls kill them. Tilda checks the back of the car and finds a bunch of gold while the widow picks a pickaxe from a dead guy. It's then revealed her army caught a clipper during the invasion, and now the widow uses the pickaxe to cut his head off. In the evening, Sunny watches MK train his forms on a combat dummy. Suddenly MK takes out a knife and considers activating his hidden power, but decides against it. In the morning, Sunny takes MK out to the middle of nowhere and cuts his arm, saying that they need to understand that power. MK's eyes immediately turn black, and with just one hit, he knocks out Sunny before passing out. When they wake up, Sunny tells him that when it happens again, MK should focus on a safe or pure point inside him like a memory. In the fort, Quinn receives the head of the dead Clipper with the word parley on his forehead. Inside there's a note from Jacoby accusing him of attacking his gold transport. Quinn asks Ryder to ride out and agree to the parley. However, when Ryder meets with Zypher, he makes a proposal of his own. Sometime later, Sunny goes to see Vale only to find her talking to MK about the book. He's upset to hear they've been working together to understand the text because it means MK doesn't actually know how to get out of the Badlands. After MK leaves, Vale tells Sunny about Quinn's tumor. In the meantime, Jade breaks up with Ryder because she must get ready for the wedding, so a furious Ryder calls her naive for thinking Quinn's second wife died naturally and says she's in danger. Jade goes to talk to a servant, who explains that before the second wife's death, she saw Lydia gathering poisonous flowers. The next day Sunny picks 6 apprentices to come to the parley, and MK gets angry over not being chosen. When Quinn and his group arrive at the city of the dead, Sunny detects someone nearby and grabs him, only to find MK. He scolds him and makes him keep guard while they go to the meeting. Zypher brings out Baron Jacoby, who doesn't believe Quinn when he says the widow is behind everything. At that moment MK sees Tilda arrive and throw a pickaxe, so she warns Sunny just in time to stop it from killing Quinn. Then Jacoby's and Quinn's men start fighting while Sunny chases after Tilda, only to suddenly be stopped by Zypher. While they start fighting each other, MK goes after Tilda and starts fighting her too. They exchange a few hits before Tilda runs away and throws a butterfly shuriken at him, causing him to bleed and activate his power. A desperate Tilda throws a vase at him, but it does nothing. Then MK grabs her by the neck and throws her against the wall. Tilda manages to dodge his attacks and says his name, snapping him out of it before he passes out. Then she notices Sunny watching them, so she throws another shuriken to distract him and runs away. Meanwhile, most of the soldiers have died in combat, and now Jacoby and Quinn are about to duel each other. Zephyr comes to help, but she's interrupted by Sunny, who presents Tilda's shuriken to prove the widow has been manipulating them. Jacoby tells Quinn that he was the one who got on the widow's bad side, so if he wants the other barons to calm down, he must deal with her. When Quinn's group returns to the fort, they're devastated to discover that the widow and her army have killed all the Clippers. A surviving housemaid explains that the apprentices were all bribed with gold. Quinn orders Sunny to bring him the widow for revenge. Meanwhile, Zypher promises Ryder to take him to Jacoby, but instead takes him to see the widow because Zypher has been working for her all along. The widow offers Ryder to help him get his father's position and Zypher to get Jacoby's if in return they get her MK. Tired of his father not believing in him, Ryder accepts the deal. Sometime later, Sunny rides to the docks and uses a gift from Waldo to get an audience with the River King. Sunny wants a way out of the Badlands, and the River King points out he owed the favor to Waldo, not Sunny, so he offers a new deal. He explains had a shipment of 28 apprentices coming through, but one of them killed all the others, so he wants the boy back in exchange for safe passage for Sunny. When he shows him a picture, Sunny is surprised to see MK. When he returns to the fort, Sunny continues to train MK and holds him on the edge while asking about the dead people in the boat. Suddenly MK's eyes turn black and push Sunny off the edge first, only for Sunny to wake up from the nightmare. He's at Vale's house and takes the chance to look at the book, only to discover his compass fits perfectly in a hole in the pages, which makes the arrows move. Meanwhile, the widow welcomes the several boys she freed from Quinn's fort, promising a better life. However, she also cuts their hands trying to find the boy with the secret power, but nobody reacts. At Quinn's fort, Ryder meets with Waldo to show him the necklace, and Waldo tells him to search for his grandfather because he may know something about it. Quinn tries to talk to the new recruits, but he starts feeling an unbearable headache, so he's taken back inside. Vale comes over to give him the medicine and Quinn tells her he didn't kill her parents, Sonny did. Later, Ryder visits his grandfather Penrith. At the sight of the necklace, Penrith explains it comes from Azra, a place that only exists in stories. After Ryder leaves, Penrith tells a cleric to notify the apostles in the fort that there is a dark one there. The next day, Sonny takes 3 warriors including MK to the forest to look for clues to find the widow. MK finds a butterfly shuriken and tries to grab it, but Sonny stops him and pokes it with a stick, causing a trap to spring immediately. Then Sonny jumps into the air and kicks a large tree branch, activating all other traps in the area. At that moment they hear a scream and find that a clipper has fallen into a trap. Sonny immediately frees him, but the guy won't be able to help with a leg wounded like that. When night falls, the group stops to make camp and Sonny orders MK to be on first watch. While the others sleep, Tilda secretly approaches MK to warn him that the widow suspects he's the boy with the power and that the more he uses that power, the weaker he'll get. In fact, using too much power will eventually kill him. Tilda advises MK to escape because everyone just wants to use him for power, from the widow to Sonny himself. Suddenly, Sonny appears behind her and knocks her down to capture her. MK tries to explain it was thanks to Tilda that he controlled his power the other day, but Sonny insists on interrogating her about the widow's location. Apprentice Bale insults her to make her talk, so Tilda bites his neck. Since Tilda refuses to talk, Sonny decides to take her to the fort. In the morning, the widow and her warriors arrive and find Tilda's dagger with blue cloth on it stuck on a tree. A furious widow orders a warrior to send word to their spy in the fort to plan a rescue. At the fort, Jade brings food for Quinn only to suddenly collapse as she has a seizure. In the dungeons, Sonny asks Tilda to tell him where the widow is hiding, stating he doesn't want to hurt her. At that moment the widow shows up and brings down MK with her whip. Sonny immediately attacks her and a battle ensues as they cross blades all over the dungeon. When Sonny kicks the widow through a wall, they find themselves in an armory, where they use all their weapons available to continue the fight. After going through dozens of weapons and even a torch, Sonny finally manages to overpower the widow and severely wounds her. Meanwhile MK frees Tilda, only to suddenly be knocked out by Bale. Tilda kicks Bale in return but he throws dirt at her eyes, allowing him to grab her by the hair and start beating her up. When MK wakes up, Bale makes sure to lock up the cell so he can't interrupt his revenge for the bite. Desperate to help Tilda, MK looks at his own blood to activate his power and send Bale flying. The sound interrupts Sonny when he's about to kill Widow and they watch in shock how Bale dies as he lands on some spikes. Seeing MK out of control, Sonny rushes to his side, but the boy passes out. Using this distraction, Tilda and the Widow run away. Sonny follows them through a hidden tunnel but by the time he gets outside, they're gone. In the dungeons, it's revealed that Quinn has seen everything. The next day, Sonny goes to see the River King again and presents him Bale's head pretending it's MK's. The boys look alike and the River King believes it, so he tells Sonny to come with his friends exactly at midnight or they'll be left behind. Afterward Sonny goes to Vale's clinic and says that she mustn't check on Quinn today or he won't be able to get her out. Vale asks him if he killed her parents, and when Sonny reminds her that it was Quinn, Vale gets upset because did nothing to stop him. She's unsure if she wants to escape with him and says she'll think about it. Meanwhile one of Penrith's men goes to an old cathedral to meet with 3 monks. He tells them that Penrith has found a dark one and shows them the wanted poster. The monks go to their car with a box and head out. At the fort, Lydia is taking care of Jade, only to be interrupted by a furious Quinn. He's sure that Lydia poisoned Jade and orders her out of the fort, not believing her when she says she's innocent. Afterward the Clippers escort Lydia out of the fort and Ryder approaches her to give her back her religious icons, also saying goodbye. However Lydia tells him that he won't last a day without her before leaving. Eventually Lydia arrives at her father's home and asks for redemption as she shows the icons to prove she hasn't forgotten her roots. Penrith makes her swear she'll abandon all material possessions and that she'll never leave again. Then he takes her to the frog pool for a cleansing ritual. After staying underwater for a few seconds, Lydia comes out and Penrith hugs her to welcome her back. In town, Vale is suddenly captured and taken to see the widow so she can take care of her wound. Vale gives her some medicine and starts working on the stitches. Once she's done, Vale leaves 3 small bottles for the widow, explaining that 2 of them contain poison while the third is medicine. Vale will only say which one is which after she's escorted safely back to her clinic. The widow tells Tilda to take Vale home, and Tilda blindfolds her to do so. When they return to town, Vale tells Tilda that the blue bottle is the medicine and that her mother shouldn't be forcing young girls to fight for their cause, so Tilda now has the power to choose to save her or not. Back to Quinn, he confronts Sonny and accuses him of being the widow's spy while the other Clippers surround him. He makes Sonny hand in his sword and sends him to the dungeon, where he's kept chained to the bars. Afterward Quinn calls MK and tells him that if he does whatever he says, he'll spare Sonny and bring Tilda to the fort for protection. Knowing that MK hasn't been with a woman, Quinn offers to take him to the naughty house where he can practice so he won't disappoint Tilda later. Later, Waldo tries to visit Sonny and a Clipper says it's forbidden, so Waldo hits him in the groin to make him fall and then snap his neck. Next Waldo releases Sonny and tells him to escape before the widow attacks, making Sonny realize he's the widow's spy. Before Sonny leaves, Waldo gives him a necklace that he got from Sonny's neck when he found him as a child, and Sonny is shocked to see it's the same as MK's. In town, MK realizes something is wrong because there isn't a single person around. Quinn senses this too and tells the hiding men to come out. He isn't surprised to see Jacoby and Zypher come out, but he's devastated to see his own son has joined them. A desperate Quinn slashes MK on the right shoulder and hides while MK's eyes turn black. Jacoby tries to attack MK, but the boy easily overpowers him and throws him into a building. Meanwhile, Quinn bumps into Sonny, who immediately stabs him with his sword. On the street, Jacoby's men are overpowered and killed by MK, who is about to kill Ryder as well. Sonny stops him just in time, but MK just pushes him off while Ryder runs away. Then Zypher tries to cling to MK's legs, but he just grabs her by the hair and throws her away. At that moment, the three monks arrive and start fighting MK, using very precise strikes to hit the boy's pressure points to disable him. Sonny doesn't want them to leave with MK, so two monks start fighting him. The monks manage to hit Sonny a few times, but he's still strong enough to keep up with both of them, so the third monk decides to fight Sonny next, throwing him against the car. Using his swords, Sonny quickly retaliates and wounds the monk, who goes back to his friends and they concentrate together. Suddenly all lights go out on the streets and the monk's eyes turn dark. They attack together and overpower Sonny, who refuses to give up and attacks with his sword again. The monks break his sword and attack him in perfect coordination, beating him up before throwing him into a building. Then the monks put MK in a box and drive away while Sonny is found by a mysterious person. Later, when Vale arrives in town, he finds tons of bodies but no Sonny in sight except for his sword. In the morning, Sonny wakes up tied to a beam inside a ship. The River King shows up with Bale's head because he knows the truth, so he tells Sonny that no one double-crosses him. Since he isn't a killer, instead he'll sell him outside the Badlands. Meanwhile, MK wakes up and realizes he's also being taken out of the Badlands, but he is unable to break the box open. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can watch more videos like this. Thanks for watching. In a federal prison in Colorado, Ray watches the guards while burning a page from his Bible and using the ashes to draw on the wall. At that moment, his cellmate informs him that a prisoner is planning to attack Ray in the yard the next day. When the time comes, Ray attacks first and quickly overpowers two other prisoners, fighting like a pro and severely injuring them in the process. The guards immediately capture Ray and take him to solitary confinement, where he's allowed to keep his Bible. As days pass, Ray studies the guards' routines, like their smoking breaks and the use of a keypad lock. Ray also starts making little balls with toilet paper and water, which he hides inside the toilet paper tube. When they bring him lunch, he extracts a transparent plastic sheet from the milk carton. One afternoon, Ray asks a guard for the time, then he starts counting for himself. Outside, a mysterious woman leaves a car in the prison's parking lot, and as she walks away from it, she uses a control to make it explode. All the guards run to evacuate the prisoners, only to discover Ray has escaped. The fire truck rushes to take care of the fire, and it's revealed Ray is on it dressed as a fireman, using the chance to escape in a vehicle driven by his friends Hush and Abigail, who triggered the explosion. They drop Ray at a store by the road and give him a coin, which Ray uses to call a certain number and just say the word showtime. Soon Ray is surrounded by policemen and he's arrested again, but he isn't bothered because his contact Lester is already taking care of it. Later in the prison, Lester explains that he and Ray work for a company hired by the government to break out of prisons and expose the flaws in their security systems. Ray has already escaped from 14 prisons and explains how he did this time. He studied the layout and the routines, discovering an unsecured fire garage. He made some enemies on purpose to be sent to solitary confinement, where he noticed the prison was understaffed and he was left alone whenever the guards left to smoke. Then he wrote a letter for his team, hiding the chosen day to escape in code. He also put the plastic sheet on the keypad to get the guards' fingerprints and retrieved it by hiding it in his Bible. The sheet gave him the 4 numbers, so to guess the sequence, he used the paper balls on the door's food hatch to stop it from locking properly, and when the guards weren't around, he would put his hand out to test combinations until it worked. While the guards were out smoking, Ray came out, rewound the security cameras a few hours to cover his absence, then used the vents to reach the fire apartment right before Abigail started the fire. Now the warden is annoyed but lets Ray go. Sometime later in Los Angeles, Ray helps Hush with some computer problems before meeting CIA representative Jessica, who has a job offer. She explains that the CIA has created a new prison whose location can't be shared with Ray or his team, but if he manages to escape from it, they'll pay $5 million instead of the usual $2.5. Ray agrees to do it even if Abigail and Hush are wary, and Jessica provides Ray with a cover ID, an explosives terrorist named Portos. His contact in the prison will be Warden Marsh, and Ray is given an evacuation code.